prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When you have trouble sleeping, it's tough. When kids have trouble sleeping...
Mom, I can't sleep. Dad, just one more story?
For nights like this, try Vicks Pure Z's Kids. Our great-tasting gummies are specially formulated for kids with a unique blend of botanicals and a low dose of melatonin to support their natural sleep cycle. Best of all, they're drug-free and non-habit-forming. Help your child fall asleep naturally with Pure Z's Kids Gummies. Consult with a doctor before use. For ages 4 and up.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
In San Francisco this morning, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A payday Friday / Frisco Friday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And just had a Warriors game. It was pretty cool to hear Tim Roy on the way into work on the airways live from Japan as the Warriors play their first preseason game against the Wizards. They win 91-86. James Wiseman, 20 points, 9 rebounds. That's going to gaslight this fan base, of course. We're big Wiseman fans. We think he could be a big factor this season as the Warriors defend their NBA championship, their 4th in 8 years. And good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to you. If you're getting ready for work, if you're on the roadways already, happy Friday, everybody out there. As we have a Niners game on Monday. We had the Warriors just now. It was just good to have some Dubs back in our life because I'm not going to lie, Shasky. We'll get into the Niners and Rams, and we'll talk a lot about the Warriors today. When I think about the Warriors, I get happy. I smile from ear to ear. When I think about the 49ers, I get excited about the defense, and then I think about the quarterback. And I think about the excitement that we have for Trey Lance. And I think about who's throwing the balls and who's throwing all the passes and who's running the offense. I get a little depressed. Because we're here again with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I thought you were going to go, we're here, they're there, and you're going to give me the Jonathan from San Francisco call. First off, you brought up James Wiseman, and I understand
we're here, and they're there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Shout out everybody that wanted James Wiseman traded, huh? Shout out you guys, the impatient souls. Shout you guys out. Yeah, all you 95.7 The Game hosts, you know who I'm talking about. Shout out all those people that wanted Miles Turner. Mediocre Miles Turner. Shout you guys out. Couldn't be patient, had no faith in the young man. Shout out to you. God, I hope James Wiseman stunts on everyone this year. Like, I really do. We took a dump on this guy's chest as a fan base. Oh, my God. He's the reason we're...
A segment of the fan base.
No, you're right. You're right. You know what? A small vocal segment. You're 100% correct.
It's not everybody.
I am so pulling for this kid to just have a monster year.
I think he will. I mean, and look, what does a monster year look like for James Wiseman? It's not 20 and 10.
No, he's not going to
18 and 11.
How many bigs do 20 and 10?
Well, just, contribute off the bench, spell Looney. This tandem between Looney and Wiseman has a chance to be really, really good. I think everybody knows about Loon now.
Twin Towers? Ralph Sampson?
Hey, man, look.
Hakeem Olajuwon before he changed to hockey?
Kevon Looney, there's no more slander when it comes to Kevon Looney. I think he's won everybody over. Playing every single game last year. Playing big time with the 22 rebounds against the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, there's no more questions about who Kevon Looney is. Defensively, offensively, know what you're going to get, which is a solid big and solid production. Now you add the potential of James Wiseman, who looked good rolling off that pick and roll. Oh, he's setting screens. He's slipping. He's going to the rim. He had a nice little poster on Kristaps Porzingis.
How about the spin move?
Now you add that to what Looney already brings. And you got two bigs here that can really help the Warriors out. He's rebounding. He's blocking shots. He's really thinking on that end. Look, it's a preseason game. We're not going to go crazy. It's against the Washington Wizards. But boy, the glimpse I saw of James Wiseman, that boy's been putting in work in the gym.
Again, good for him. Like, I'm really happy for the kid. He's had a really, wild road traveled in terms of trying to get to the NBA. Now they want to move it back to where I guess you're not one and done anymore. Right. They're going to you can jump straight from high school. Some people believe that's a LeBron thing for his son. But someone like James Wiseman is kind of stuck in the vortex of the tweener vortex of played a couple college games, gets in trouble before NIL, which is ridiculous. Now that we think about it, think about what he got in trouble for, and think about what's going on in NIL right now, and how there's 7 former USC quarterbacks starting on Saturdays, all making $500K plus. Okay, and then you look about what happened to him his rookie year, and obviously a lot of ups and downs. I mean, probably more downs than ups. But he was 20 years old, and then you look at him missing almost, essentially the whole year in terms of not playing with the big team on the actual court. And then for him to come back now, good for him, man. I'm so pulling for this kid.
Yeah, I'm pulling hard for him. And then Dante DiVincenzo making his debut for the Golden State Warriors. And Dubs fans are already feeling like, hey, Gary Payton II was really good for us. Boy, got a nice solid backup here with Dante, Double D, Dante DiVincenzo.
Double D out late with Ricky D?
Well, I don't know. He's too fit to be called Double D. When I think of Double D, I think of Baby D from next Friday.
Oh.
Who knew about all the Twinkies and
Look
the
at
cookies
you.
coming out. Yeah, we're not going to go Double D there with Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, I don't know why you did.
Yeah, I don't know why I did either. It just came out naturally. But I like this pickup.
Do you have a cue card of nicknames for the upcoming season?
No, I don't. I don't do that stuff. That's not me.
Loon Dog hit that from Fremont.
Yeah, no, we just, it comes out natural. So, true story, during the playoffs.
You're like Vin Scully.
True story, during the finals, game 2, I ran into Looney's mom, Kevon Looney's mom.
Oh, yeah.
Moms and pops. And moms came up to me and said, Bonte, I've been looking for you. I had a bone to pick with you last year.
Uh-oh.
But she goes, but then you started calling him Loon Dog. And I said, okay, he's all right. He's family. Took a selfie with me. She said, keep up the good work. We watch every pre- and post-game show. Keep it up. Loon Dog it is. And I was like...
Did you tell her about our YouTube channel?
I did not tell her about our YouTube channel. YouTube wasn't booming. YouTube wasn't booming yet. What? No, YouTube was up. I didn't tell her about it, though. I was like, whoa. I was in a doghouse in a Looney household? She was like, hey, you started calling him Loon Dog. So I'm not going to have a cue card of nicknames. It just comes out naturally, organically. Like Wiseman... I'm not feeling Big Wise or Big James or anything. Just call him Wiseman. Wiseman. Some guys are just good with just one name. Wiseman. Say it again. Wiseman.
So he's like Kobe or Shaq.
Like Wiseman. That's it. You got Loon Dog. You got Day Day. You got the Chef. You got the Splash Cousin. You got the Splash. Wiseman. That's what it is. Wiseman. Speak that into existence. And Jimmy O don't throw stuck. Look at it now. Everybody uses it. Everybody uses it. Gives me no credit for that.
When I only saw highlights. I didn't pretend to watch it live. I was sleeping like a little baby. In fact, I'm still a little tired. It's Friday. When I saw the little slip screen where he dove to the basket and Steph, commanding all that attention, just lobs one up like he's Chris Paul. Then it's DeAndre Jordan back in the day, Lob City for the Clippers. I was thinking to myself, oh my God, if they can just incorporate that element into this offense.
It's there.
Well, that's the one thing I think that they've gotten away from, because JaVale McGee was really good at that.
Yep.
A little high-low slip, whether it's Draymond throwing the lob, whether it's Iguodala, whether it's Steph Curry. They really haven't had a big who is athletic enough to set that high screen,
right.
Even if you're not just like setting a real screen, just a little step in front and then dive to the hoop, and then to have the athleticism to kind of just jump on over someone. Right. Then you see that left-handed spin move where he cups it around the hoop. I mean, baby steps. Let's play a month.
You know what, though?
Let's play a month. Let's play a couple of months. But you can see as a ball of clay in terms of a prospect, there's something here.
Hey, and the maturity. Just talking to him at media day. So, we've seen him every step of the way since he's been drafted. He's now more long-winded. He's engaging.
Oh, he's stretching it out?
He's stretching it out, baby, with those big old arms. Now I was like, man, how was summer? He goes, I was here. I was just putting in work.
Do you know what I do?
I was here.
I folloll him on Insta. Big Ticket Wise or Big Ticket 13 or whatever his Instagram. He put out a bunch of music this summer.
Yeah, it's therapeutic for him because he goes to see a therapist to help him deal with the stress and everything else that comes with being a hotshot rookie, as well as putting out music. He's got some flows. He's got some bars.
He had one where he was in a Cadillac. I sent it to the boys in the back on his SoundCloud page. It was an interesting song. I wouldn't say it was a great song. I also wouldn't say it was a horrible song. It was an interesting song.
Hey, he's a rapper, man. The bar set low.
No,
I set the bar low.
I think he did the beat too, and so look, good for him. But it's okay to be a well-rounded individual and have outside interests.
Look, Wiseman looked good. There's no doubt about that. I got a text from Brad Gilbert today. Jonathan Kuminga, man, the outside shot needs work. He keeps going back to that spin move. Kuminga's going to be interesting this year, what he does in year 2. There's a lot of smoke around him, which I think will help Moody and Wiseman because all the attention is on Jonathan Kuminga to be this superstar right away. You want to talk about patience, the patience level that fans have for him to take the next step. The guy is still so young. Patience,
Can he even
patience.
drink?
No, he can't. He can't. He's too young.
God.
It's too young.
Could you imagine having millions of dollars and being 19, 20 years old?
No, I can't.
God.
I can't. Well, I
jealous.
I daydream about it all the time.
All day you dream about summer?
No. I don't dream about summer all day. Is that a song or something?
Adidas.
Adidas? Oh, I don't know.
Different S word.
Yeah.
I'm in my bag today, bro.
I don't know if you're in your bag. It's a bag coming up empty. It's a bag coming up empty. What was I going to say?
Did you hear what they released?
No. What did they
release?
Okay,
I wanted to bring this up 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Adult Happy Meals are being released.
At McDonald's?
Yes.
That's going to drive you to McDonald's.
No, not me. But
Why?
the collectors people are going to go to try to get. They're going to have like the Hamburglar and then that little potato head guy. They got all these different adult. Grimace. Thank you, Grimace.
I'm a Taco Bell guy.
Does the adult Happy Meal come with a toy?
That's. I'm literally explaining that to you right now. So
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Is that it comes with a toy. By the way, I don't know if you know this.
Way to
First
jump
thing
in there,
Sam
Lubman.
Lubman.
Taco Bell. So damn good.
That's what I'm about. That's what I do.
Yeah, I like Taco Bell too. Who doesn't like
you
Taco
like
Bell?
all the fast foods. I like Taco Bell. I'm not going to say I hate it.
Everybody
I like
lies
Taco
to
Bell.
themselves. I don't like fast food.
No.
We all consume it. There's a reason that McDonald's has sold 8 gazillion burgers a month. All right? You think it's good because we're not eating it? Number one, let's start here. Sam Lubman, I walked in the door. Sam Lubman goes, how about those Giants? I go 78 and 78. He goes, oh, they're still alive. Phillies lost last night. Did the Brewers lose as well? Brewers lost last night.
Brewers, I think, pulled out the win over the Marlins.
No, they lost. They
Lost.
gave
They
up-
did?
gave up
Grand
4
slam late.
They gave up 4 runs in the 9th inning. I was
Oh,
watching
see,
that.
last I saw, they were down. They were up
They gave up 4
2-0.
runs in the 9th inning.
Well, anyway, point being, Giants are still alive, not mathematically eliminated. Somewhere, Mark Willard is getting his angel wings.
No, you are too. Don't throw Mark Willard under the bus.
I'm
You're wearing
hella
Giants
happy.
Well, hey,
shirt.
I got some angel wings too.
Dude, don't do this, guys. Don't do this. I'm in a great mood.
What?
We just listened to the Warriors game. We watched the Warriors game. We got up at 3 in the morning. We got Niners football on Monday. Don't do this with the Giants today. I don't want to be the guy.
They're alive.
Listen, I know there's somebody in
In
their
the
car.
words of
Listen,
Guru, the math is there,
dude,
Steiny.
I know there's somebody in their car, and they're listening, and they're saying, boy, my Giants got a shot. They're playing some good baseball. I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm not doing it. Okay, they're 9-1 in their last 10.
Is that something to scoff at?
Great. I mean,
Thank you, Colorado
Yeah,
Rockies.
exactly. You're beating up on the Rockies, okay? You're beating up on the Rockies. You don't have a shot. It's not happening. It's not. Philly's not going to lose out. Brewers not going to lose out. Let's don't do this.
Did you know that if they tie on the last day of the year, the Giants have the head-to-head matchup, and they actually would get in?
No, I remember because Lutman did this video after the Phillies were in town. Hey, well, got the tiebreaker over the Phillies.
You never thought that fact would pop up again, though, and yet here we are.
Lubman, just make Bonte's day. Why are you optimistic? Rodon, final Giants start? Maybe, maybe not.
I mean, I'm not super optimistic. I mean, let's be honest; they're probably still not going to make the playoffs. But you know what? I'm just happy that they're playing hard here at the end of the season when they really have no reason to.
You know what I was happy about? Seeing Jarrell Cotton back on the mound.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Yeah, one, Lubman's losing his mind over the way Kapler's using the bullpen down the stretch. He's name the names that you wanted to come in for Jarrell Cotton. Just listen to some of these names that they have in the bullpen.
Oh, yeah, they could have gone to Scott Alexander, Alex Young, Thomas Zapucki. I mean, these are all guys, you need them to get just one out. You got to go right to Brevia.
You know it's a lost season when you got Zapucki.
Zapucki's not, he's been good since they got him.
Oh, I mean,
I'm not going to lie.
Funny name, sure, but he's been pitching pretty well.
I'm not going to lie. I was rooting against the Giants so they could be eliminated so I wouldn't have to hear this because I knew this was going to pop up.
They're about to finish over 500.
I know. And lie to everybody. Oh, we finished over 500. They suck this year. All right. This is where I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind with this. I'm in a good mood, and you guys want to sit here and act like the Giants got a shot. You want to sit here. You're believing. I see it all in your face, Shasky. Lutman's over there believing. You got Mark Willard going to the games now. All of a sudden, he's going to the games. Come on. Let's not do this.
I'll be there tonight, too, watch him march to the playoffs.
Guaranteed loss at that point if he's going.
I guarantee loss. If Lubman's going, Lubman needs to stay home. Then, you know what? What's your record, Lubman? What are you, like 1-8 this year?
No, I actually got a winning record at a Giants game. I got to tabulate the actual record, but I'm pretty sure I got a winning record right now.
The best part about all this is that they're going to go to the last month of the season and go, forget the 6 months that Yaz had beforehand. Look at that 2-week stretch. You know it's coming. Crawford playing the best defense of his life. We don't need a shortstop. There was a quote yesterday. I know we're gonna be done with Giants talk, but they're alive, and so I want to give them their last few breaths, their last few embers of baseball. Carlos Correa basically came out and said, "I'm for sale. Come get me."
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see the quote?
I saw
Lubman,
the quote.
what was the exact quote? It was
He's talking about going to DR.
Yeah,
He's
Christian
talking about going
DR.
to DR. I go there,
Yeah.
I buy it because I want it.
Yeah, and I'm the product. And
I'm
if
the
you
product,
want me,
and if you want me, come pay for it.
I love that.
Come spend top dollar.
I love that. If you go get Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa?
Giants are 16-10 in the month of September after going 21-34 over July and August. Is that a selling point for Aaron Judge?
Well, this is
it's honestly right now on the Friday. How confident are we that Aaron Judge is going to sign with the Giants? Because I'm starting to see a lot of tweets circulate.
Well, the only reason
little bit. You got to believe it.
I'm holding my thumb and index finger very, very close together, but not quite touching. That to symbolize my confidence in Aaron Judge.
He's like a 4th and short. You know, he's going to pull out the index card. They're this short. They're this short. It's 4th down.
Oh, you know what? I got a special assignment for Sam Lubman during the offseason. Judge Watch. And what I mean by Judge Watch, you need to track every single flight, see where he's at, look at his Instagram.
Oh, like Tiger Watch.
Yes, like Tiger Watch. It's Aaron Judge Watch. All rise. Where's he flying to today? Where's he at? Is he in France? Is he in Africa? Is he in Stockton, California? Where's Judge eating lunch at?
If he signed with the Giants this offseason,
oh my gosh,
you're getting Baby Chaz a 99 jersey.
Oh, no doubt. I won a Judge here last year. I remember you, Kate Scott, a lot of people. I was like, go get Aaron Judge. The guys was like, yeah, I don't know about Aaron Judge. I was like, what? And then he goes out there and has the greatest contract year of all time.
My favorite would be you instead of the milkmen. It's you and a bunch of other judges.
Yeah.
Like you're the panel of the Supreme Court.
My gavel, baby. Boom, boom, boom.
With the long hair.
Let's go. I'm all about Aaron Judge coming to San Francisco. But see, you better if you go Judge, you better go all in. You better go to Dior and go get Carlos Correa.
Well, Rodon's gone. I don't know if you heard the quotes from him and Jock Peterson. They both said, like, that's a great 1 year. Really appreciate being here. Basically,
they're
last
gone?
week. Oh, yeah, Jock's gone. It sounds like to me, my interpretation after talking, I don't know if you know about this, but Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, we did a podcast. It's been released this morning, so if you really want more baseball content, search there for your baseball content needs. Mark said, and I agree with him, sounds like the agent for Jock Peterson and Farhan got together. They threw some numbers together. Jock's representation wasn't happy with it.
Oh, well, he'll always have that fantasy football league, right?
Dude, has any player's powers been zapped harder than when Tommy Pham slapped him? He had 17 home runs, and he's had 6 since.
Oh, he slapped the soul out of him. He slapped the soul out of him. I mean, you might as well. The only thing he forgot was the baby powder. I mean, that was the pimp slap. That was a sick pimp slap. I mean, damn. Remember How High?
Yeah,
when they had
course.
the pimps with the baby
he's throwing
powder?
the baby powder.
He's throwing the baby powder. Mike Epps. Who was the other guy? I forget the other guy in that.
Like
the other
B,
pimp.
tale of two halves for Jock Peterson.
Oh, dude.
There's like the before the slap, and then there's after the slap.
And after the slap, the Giants were done. I mean, they allowed that guy to get. He didn't do anything. Tommy Pham kept him in the dugout, spooked him. Tommy Pham, by the way, I've been watching him in Boston. He was hitting leadoff home runs and stuff. But he got pimp slapped, and he wasn't the same. I
Stabbing relatives.
I think that was bad omen for the clubhouse. It was a very bad omen. Damn, our leading home run hitter just got pimp slapped in left field in Cincinnati. Sheesh. Got pimp slapped by Tommy Pham. Who? Tommy Pham. Who the hell is that? Tommy Pham.
Could you imagine? Like, I'm envisioning in my head, even though I know this isn't how it went down. He gets slapped, and then like Brandon Bell, Brandon, come help me.
Brandon's like, huh? I heard you could hear it from the clubhouse.
No.
That's how people knew he got slapped. They were like,
no. Damn.
Said that open palm like slid off his jaw. Like, you know.
You got the four fingers on his cheek.
He's got the four fingers.
Oh, man.
He got pimp slapped. I want him, God. Jeez.
He's had a good year.
2022 Giants. Pimp slap back into third place. Was that a 3?
That's really good. You know what the best part is? We're going to look at the last like 3 weeks and we're like, hey, you know what? They didn't fall apart on Gabe Kapler.
Oh, yeah, they didn't quit on Kapler.
They didn't quit on him.
They didn't quit on him.
You know what else is going to be funny?
They rally for Cap.
When Tyler Rogers comes back next year.
Oh, my God.
Have you seen his numbers? Last 20 innings?
Oh, it's been really good.
Oh, last 15 outings, 20.2 innings.
Yeah.
2 runs given up.
Oh, I know. I saw Harry Bearson tweeting about his career with the Giants. How his ERA's been
Harry's
low.
going down the deep end.
Yeah, Harry.
God
That's who
bless
Harry
him.
is. That's who Harry is.
Yeah.
You should see him on the fantasy football chat at SF Players Club. It's bad. Sam Lutman is already here. Sam Lutman. I told you, defense got better. Rodgers was pitching well. Because remember, we had that big blow up before a show where I was like, Rodgers stinks. Because he's a top 10 reliever. I said, where? You have a top 10 reliever on the Giants. And all of a sudden, he's dealing. So this is what's happening. Tyler Rogers is going to be back. Mike Yastrzemski is going to be back. Kapler's going to be back. And, Jock Peterson, he'll be lucky to be back. But I personally, Farhan is a better man than me. Hey, Jock, you got pimp slap, man. I can't have you on this team.
It's worth consideration.
We're trying to build character in this clubhouse.
I'm ready for this Giant season to just end.
Are you ready for the Niners season to end?
I'm actually really looking forward to Monday night.
You're lying, man. We're going to get more than the Warriors.
No, you know what I want to get into?
And the Niners. We'll get there. And Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, this is
Everybody's
important.
losing their mind about Tua Tagovailoa, and I know why. So we'll get into that coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
With BetQL. When looking over NFL lines, it's good to remember some teams are better at covering the spread on the road rather than at home. Exhibit 1 is the Arizona Cardinals. The Cards are 9-2 against the spread in their last 11 road games, including covering in their only road game so far this year. They are away at Carolina this weekend, and Cards are 1.5-point underdogs, so that's looking like a good bet, maybe outright. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
Meet Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost that make you feel like
I like to boost it. My vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it. We like to boost it.
Boost effervescent vitamins turn your H2O into H2O to give you a fizztastic feeling like
I like to boost it. My vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it. We like to boost it.
because it's not just vitamins, it's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace, October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the action of bronc and bucks, bareback riding, stair wrestling, bull riding, and more. Get your tickets for the Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace today at cowpalace.com.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Rebound, Curry. Curry advances, timeline, between the legs of the dribble, fires away from downtown. Curry for three. And the crowd loves that. 23-17 Warriors, they lead by 6.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Little Tim Roy out in Japan as the Warriors win their preseason opener. Steph Curry with the first of many threes this season. Although this one doesn't count, of course, it's preseason basketball. We're not going to go crazy. But it was good to see the boys back on the floor. They'll play again Saturday night, 10 p.m. And don't forget the replay. We'll replay that game in case you missed it this morning. Catch the replay this afternoon. Actually, this early evening at 6 p.m., right after Damon and Ratto, right here on 95.7 The Game. And then don't forget Monday, 49ers coverage live from the Hilton Hotel down there next to Levi Stadium. Next Monday, 95.7 The Game will be live and local. Willard Dibs, Steiny Guru, Damon, and Ratto, they will all be down there during the day as we get you ready for Monday Night Football between the Rams and the 49ers. And we'll get back to the Warriors in just a second. But I want to get into Thursday Night Football. And first of all, Thursday Night Football, I think the Amazon Prime production is legit. Before the game where they're showing like the meetings, they're talking to Tua, they're talking to Mike McDaniel, they show the Dolphins getting on the plane and leaving and then arriving in Cincinnati, and they're talking to Cincinnati, and they're talking to Tyreek, and they're talking to Burrow, and they're talking to Chase. That's pretty cool. And did you get to the actual broadcast? I'm going to stand back on Herb Street. I think Herb Street could be really good. I realized it yesterday. Al Michaels just isn't the one.
You've come to my side of the table.
Dude, it's time to retire.
Thank you.
He's reading just cue card stats that are headed to him that make no sense to make a point. And Herbie's like, yeah, I'm with you. And I heard him say, I'm with you multiple times.
How about when Al Michaels went straight, this Burrow's a cool cat. Yeah. I'm like, Al. Dog, dude, it's 2022, homie.
Dude, Al.
2022.
Al's still in that last check from Amazon. He's done. He's done. Sunday Night Football upgraded with Mike Tirico.
And who's he fooling with that hair?
Yeah, no, we need to get Herbie. We need to get Herbie a partner.
Come on.
It's time. That will enhance the Thursday night viewership. Richard Sherman's good. I like Sherman a lot.
I told you, again, it would have taken a ton of guts. I doubt they would have ever done it. But what I would have done is I'd have gone Sherman and I'd have gone Gus Johnson.
Yeah.
The other thing that I noticed, Ryan Fitzpatrick, wannabe Pat McAfee in terms of appearance.
Yeah.
Horrific analyst.
Yeah.
Whitworth is way better than him. We don't need to go straight to the quarterback if the quarterback has nothing to say.
And let's be honest, Ryan Fitzpatrick wasn't a great quarterback.
Well, that doesn't mean that you can't be a good analyst.
No, that's true. But
like, have a
nobody
personality.
Give me Sherm, Whitworth, and that's it. All they need a two-man booth.
Here's a great example.
Akeem Talib was supposed to be there. We know that, but he has some family issues.
Here's the thing. Great example. Joe Staley. We all like Joe Staley. When Joe Staley was playing, everyone's like, he's going to kill it in media. And he was okay. And I'm not trying to rip Joe Staley, but it's really difficult to be good in media. I think they're two different, platforms. Being a funny player or being someone that we put the mic in front of, while you have the jersey on is one thing. Doing it afterwards is a whole nother. Ryan Fitzpatrick, totally out on. Sherman's great. I think Sherman is fantastic. And they kind of phased Tony G out, which was good. And I thought Whitworth was really good. I really like Andre Whitworth.
Yeah, Whitworth is solid. I like him. So, that's just my takeaway of the broadcast and the production.
And the 4K.
And the 4K.
The 4K,
nice.
every single station, ESPN, 4K. On down, ABC.
Yeah, we all need 4K.
What are we doing?
So, but the biggest thing that happened in that game is, the Dolphins lose their first game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They lose to the Bengals 27-15, but it's what happened late in the second quarter, late in the first half. Tua Tagovailoa, after taking a shot, and the Dolphins had a first and goal, Dolphins were awarded a first down off a roughing the passer penalty. So it's second down, and Tua drops back, and he lets one go to Tyreek Hill, and he just gets slammed to the turf. I mean, he just gets pile drive into the turf, and he doesn't get up. And here's the call. Let's listen to it.
Tua rolling left with the grain, and down he goes. Slung down at his own 48-yard line. Josh Tupu. And,
Yeah, Josh Tupu slams Tua. Tua had his fingers, I didn't know what the heck was going on. They called it a head and neck injury. He flew back with the Dolphins last night, so he was checked out of the hospital, head and neck injuries. But this came after Sunday's game against the Buffalo Bills, where it was really, really hot, and Tua collapsed.
It was over 120 degrees on the field.
He collapsed,
on Sunday.
and he walked off the field, and he went back to the locker room, and everybody thought it was a head injury. Dolphins called it a back injury. Tua didn't look right. Then with the short turnaround on Thursday Night Football, did you need to play Tua? He's already a small dude who I think is going to have durability issues throughout the course of his career because of his small frame. But there's a question on whether or not he should have been playing last night, and that the Dolphins did him dirty by trotting him out there in Cincinnati against the Bengals on Thursday Night Football.
So, as a television product, I would be lying if I didn't say, I love Thursday Night Football. Of course I love Thursday Night Football. But I also realize that, baked into that is, man, they probably shouldn't be playing. Forget Tua's injury for just a second. You brought up the 120-degree weather on Sunday, which was the Bills and Dolphins that they were playing in.
See Josh Allen when he hugged Tua at the end of the game? He put his head on the shoulder pad and was exhausted. He did throw 62 times, but...
Every single guy needed an IV. I mean, they were saying it was some of the worst conditions they've ever played in. And then, you're trying to replenish yourself to get ready for 3 days later. The body's just not set up for that. Everybody's been saying it. And I know everyone's coming down Richard Sherman's road because at halftime he didn't say anything about it, even though when he played, he was one of the most anti-Thursday Night Football guys. Now, with the schedule being what it is now, and now you got 17 games, how they not figured out, you got to bake in a bye week before the Thursday game for both teams. I know it's difficult, but if you're going to do the Thursday thing as a television product and try to have that standalone game, you've got to work the schedule to where they're not playing 3 or 4 days before.
I would prefer them not to have Thursday Night Football, and I get the money involved.
But it doesn't feel like that's going away.
It's not going away. It's not going away anytime soon, especially after what Amazon paid for that package.
Exactly.
It's just not fair.
I know.
You play a grueling divisional game against the Buffalo Bills, then you got to fly to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Cincinnati was in New York. They got to fly back home, get there Sunday night. Next day, you're getting ready and you're recovered. What I heard from NFL players in the past was, by Thursday, your body starts to feel right. You're starting to come around from the wear and tear from the previous game. That's if you're lucky. Most guys, maybe it's Friday when they start feeling fresh again. They got to turn around and play high-level football on a Thursday. And let's face it, it was a gotta-have-it game for Cincinnati.
Absolutely. Their season was on the brink. And then you look at it from like a fantasy perspective, even if you're not the most diehard fantasy player, most of us know, I'm really reluctant to play my running back on a Thursday night. Like, just like, think about that. Why do we say that? Because we know like the recovery time, that's a factor. Now, I don't pretend to be some doctor. I've never tried to pretend to be a doctor. I don't know how he got cleared, but they say he got cleared. I listen to the Levitar podcast pretty much every single day, and they're a Miami-based podcast, and they were arguing leading up to the game on whether Tua should play or not.
Right.
And there are compelling points on both sides. The NFL is inherently violent and part of the machismo of the sport. Look at Herbert play through the broken ribs. Right? Look at Byron Leftwich playing with a broken leg. Like, we do this in sports. Tony Romo coming out of the Candlestick locker room to lead with broken ribs the 49ers to a loss.
Did you hear what this doctor said? PhD Chris Nowinski. On Twitter, Chris Nowinski, what does he do here? Founding CEO of Concussion. He's a neuroscientist. But he basically said yesterday at around 1 o'clock, if Tua takes the field tonight, it's a massive step back for concussion care in the NFL. If he has a second concussion that destroys his season or career, everyone involved will be sued or should lose their jobs, coaches included. We all saw it, even they must know this isn't right. Now, again, they called it a back injury on Sunday. We all thought it was a head injury with the way he responded. Teams don't like to disclose injuries.
No, that's
obvious.
He
came back in that Buffalo Bills game and finished it out, and they win the game. But should he have played Thursday? Probably not.
Have you ever gotten a concussion?
Not that I know about.
Okay. Has anybody else on the show ever gotten a concussion? I'm just out of curiosity.
I don't think I've gotten like one diagnosed, but like I'm pretty sure when I played football in high school, I got my bell rung enough once.
Yeah, I've got my bell rung. I saw Tweety Birds.
Yeah, I got 2 legit concussions. Both of them. One of them knocked me completely out. The other one, I thought I was good, and then I kept trying to play baseball, and then I like literally fell over trying to play. And obviously, this was 30 years ago. The next day, I felt like I was in a car crash. Neck, my feet were numb, like I was destroyed. Now, I know there's different levels of it. I don't know how they let him play in the game, man. And I just, it's just, especially seeing how violent it was when he fell on Sunday.
Yeah, it was bad. So, I'm not trying to be a Twitter doctor, but it looked like Tua shouldn't have been played. But good thing is, Tua is okay. He flew back with the team last night as the Dolphins lose to the Bengals, their first loss of the season, the first loss of the McDaniel era down in South Beach, Miami. Speaking of which, hopefully everybody in Florida is safe, and they're safe and sound from that hurricane out there in southern Florida. Hurricane Ian. Thank you very much, Spadoni. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I'm going to get back to James Wiseman and the Golden State Warriors and talk about some of the memories from last season. 888-957-9570 is the hotline and the number. Open forum today. Open forum. We're talking about whatever you want to talk about. Roasters here on 95.7 The Game.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Oh my God!
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
What is it? Whatever you want it to be.
Money time! Money time!
I was going locksmith.
I was going.
Money time! Money time!
Warriors are back. Jordan Poole's back. Wiseman's back. I'm smiling. I'm happy. It's
money time! Money time!
And then Monday we get to Levi Stadium. It is Gucci time. As in Gucci Garoppolo.
Straight bootleg Gucci. What's up, man? You want a Folex? A fake Rolex? I'm over here on 6 emissions.
You want a Bolex? Not a Rolex, a Bolex?
I mean,
that's Gucci. It ain't Prada. It's Pradi. Not with the name, with an I. Real quick, man. We're having fun on a Friday. Good morning, everybody out there. YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line. It hit me yesterday, man. I'm listening to Willard Dibs, and they're talking about Garoppolo this and Garoppolo that. And I just got depressed.
Why?
Right on the spot, I got depressed. And I had to pull over for a second and said, damn. 3 weeks ago, I was so excited to be in Chicago to see Trey Lance.
I know.
Now we're driving to Levi Stadium on Monday, said, Jimmy, just keep us in the game. Don't blow it. Don't throw up on yourself. Complete a pass. Like we're back to watching and talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. What did we do to the football gods in the Bay Area for this to happen? Shasky, seriously. In February, once the NFC Championship game was over, we said we never had to watch number 10 ever again in a 49er uniform. And now We're back to watching and breaking down Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, man. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my hair. It's just, Jimmy Garoppolo's back.
I know.
I can't believe it. He's back.
It is depressing. I'm with you on that. And you know what the funny thing is? Is like
it's not even funny, but it is funny.
After 2 weeks, the narrative has shifted so much. It went from Jimmy gives him the best chance to win to all of a sudden, even the biggest Jimmy supporters. I mean, he kind of is what he is.
It kind of is what he is.
I mean, like, it's just ridiculous.
Look, we know it's Rams week. We're going to be ready to go, but we just need some time. We need some time. We get it. We just need some time. Because the spin cycle when it came to Trey Lance, and you're right, players running to Michael Silver. Couldn't wait to get that caught out there. Huh, we know Jimmy gives us the best chance to win. And then we go out there and see him score 10 points. And we see him run out the back of the end zone. And we see the pick 8. And we see Trent get hurt. And we see him throw into triple coverage on first down from the Broncos' 47-yard line. And we say to ourselves, damn. We're back to this. You can't even blame Shanahan for the game plan because plays are open.
I don't even know.
I don't even know.
Well, Shanahan.
You just got to laugh it off. You got to just laugh it off, Shasky.
Well, this is why I was so angry and frustrated and sad and depressed when Trey Lance went down. It's like a malaise, and it's just here we are. I mean, we got Damon Bruce did I think 20 minutes on Brock Purdy yesterday that I was listening to, and he was breaking down how he's the 37th best passer in the history of college football.
Oh my God!
I was thinking, God damn, that must be a sad 36 list.
Or I was thinking,
I love Damon, but God damn it!
But it must have been a slow 20 minutes. Must have been a slow 20 minutes. The day we had to start breaking down Brock Purdy is the day we go all Warriors on the show.
Well,
I'm dead serious.
It's just. It's ridiculous. Like he's pinpoint accurate over the middle, and it's like, no, he's not pinpoint accurate. No, he doesn't see the field. Like, yeah, he can sling it at times. Like he can throw it around a little here and there.
This is so
funny. But he always throws into horrible picks.
This is so funny, Kyle Kelly. Bonte gets serial killer delusional laugh talking about the Giants and the Niners. He's a proud dad. He has proud dad laughs when discussing the Golden State Warriors. I did not. I feel like a proud papa seeing James Wiseman go out there and drop 20-9, running the floor,
and then
flushing.
Here you go from the 510. And this is I cannot. It's just for the life of me. People they're dumb, and I'm just gonna say this. Jimmy is still better than Trey Lance, but you make excuses for him though. Y'all acting like Trey wasn't the worst-rated quarterback in the league prior to his injury. Okay. Played 5 quarters this year.
Right.
How come nobody can go back just to week 16 of last year when he beat the Texans
save the season
in a game where they had to have it?
Save the season.
Okay, we're out here blowing Jimmy for that second half against the Rams when he threw the worst red zone pick I've ever seen in my life and almost threw a second one to Jalen Ramsey in that second half. And yet Trey Lance dismantled the Texans, who ended up beating the Chargers down the stretch, who ended up holding a bunch of quarterbacks in the final 5 weeks to their lowest passer rating of the year. Yet we scoff at that, but we couldn't go a couple of quarters. And he was having a decent little drive or two in the second. A couple of quarters in the rain, and we're going to throw the kid out with the bathwater.
Right.
Yet we've got 10 years of evidence that tells me Jimmy's mediocre.
Right.
He's got moments, but he's mediocre. But you couldn't give the kid a second.
You couldn't give him a second.
A second.
Ready to destroy him after the Chicago. I haven't heard from Mike Martz.
And here's the other thing.
Have you heard from Mike Martz since week 1?
No.
Have you heard from Michael Lombardi since week 1?
No, and this is the other thing. I hear from people who never went to practice, and they all say the same thing. He can't throw. And I always go, who says that? Who's that? A bunch of people who weren't at practice?
Yeah.
Or the guy who went to practice and looked and watched them, me, or Grant Cohn, or even Cam Edmond, because we all saw the same thing. Yeah, kid looks good on some days, looks a little erratic on others. I know this. Jimmy Garoppolo sucks at practice. And ain't nobody want to say that out loud. You know why? Because he's the golden goose who gets clicks.
Right.
But the reality is the guy couldn't hit the barn because he's got horrible footwork. Couldn't hit the right side of a barn. And here's the other thing. That I just keep coming back to. We cannot assess 2 players any differently. One is in year 10.
One is had his 4th start.
One was the rawest prospect we've ever seen. You have to give someone the time. I thought Jordan Poole wasn't an NBA player.
Right. Now look at him.
All right.
He's about to get a max deal.
And they're going to say, well, Joe, they were trying to win a championship, the Niners, and so you got to win now. There is an evolution to this. You're hoping that you start him off here. By year's end, he's a little bit better. By year two, he takes the league by storm. Look at Jalen Hurts. Everybody's talking about Jalen Hurts. They're drooling over Jalen Hurts. He was mediocre last year because he had the runway to fail and succeed.
You know what's funny? Damn, I freaking just lost my thought. Oh, this is what I was about to say. We went from Jimmy gives his team a better chance to win a Super Bowl.
It's just ridiculous.
To already pivoting to Brock Purdy. There's people already ready to pivot to Brock Purdy. Just like that. In a 2-week span, we've gone from Trey isn't ready, Trey can't throw, Jimmy gives him the best chance to win. That was Niner football. To all of a sudden, I need a training camp. I need OTAs. I need to get in game shape. To Brock Purdy may give his team the best chance to win. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Did you hear what Steve Young had to say about Jimmy Garoppolo?
I did. Can we go back to the Warriors? 656. I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go down the Jimmy rabbit hole that early. Just think about our moods now. We came in all jovial. Spinotti's playing 50-cent music on a Friday. Lutman's running material. All of a sudden, we start talking Jimmy again.
Well, you know why I get frustrated with it? You know why I'm fatigued by it? Because I actually spend my hard-earned money and my emotion and my time on this team. I have season tickets, and I've watched this play out. And does he have moments? Of course he has moments. Yeah, of course he has moments. Well, he's mediocre. It's okay to say it.
So bad.
It's okay to say it. I don't know why we have to sugarcoat it. They wanted to swing for something that was a little raw, that was going to be a little rough around the edges to begin with, but by year's end, we were hoping was going to be better. And he made 3 throws in the Bear game that Jimmy couldn't dream of throwing.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it at all. Let's go to Matt in the city. Matt in the city's listening on the car radio. Matt, what's happening?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, yeah. Hopefully the Warriors, when they start, they'll help us sleep at night again. But
hey, Matt, let me tell you something. I'm sleeping really well. I'm sleeping really good. It's just when I think
I'm having trouble.
When I'm thinking about the quarterback of the 49ers and I think about what I'm watching the same thing I've watched over the last 3 years. And it's the 49ers' fault that they brought back Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's not absolve them. They're not exonerated from this. They brought him back. They brought him back. Go ahead, Matt.
I agree, man. It's crazy. It's like a throwback Thursday all over again. But hey, so Shasky, I just wanted to ask you, because I know you said your old man used to work at the Ferry Building once upon a time in the clock tower. I saw a signature that said Matt Shasky 2019. I don't know if that was his.
And that's my uncle.
It could be.
That's my uncle. But why are you putting his business out in the street? Now he's going to get in trouble. No, I'm just teasing. No, my uncle runs the port.
We'll be getting on people's snitches.
Hey, my uncle runs the port.
Right on, man.
See, I told y'all. Hey, Matt, I told you Shasky had long family money. His uncle runs the port. How about that drop?
We're plumbers.
How about that drop?
Flex. It's like Sopranos, bro.
Drop.
You know us Irish. We run everything.
Spinotti, little drop. My uncle runs the port.
It's the flex moment of the day, I think.
It's the flex moment of the week.
He does.
Flex moment of the week.
Uncle Matt's like a legend. He's one of the greatest plumbers in the history of San Francisco.
Let Matt finish.
No, but I was just going to ask you guys, now that Trey Lance is gone and out right now, what's his future going to look like? Are we going to keep him? Is he going to start next year? Just wanted your thoughts on that really quick. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Matt, I would like to guess and say he's going to be back next year and start, but I have no idea what this regime. I didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo would be here, and he's here, so I have no idea what's going to happen with Trey Lance. I hope he's back. I hope he develops, but I'm as clueless as you right now, Matt. What else can I say?
I got to see where he's at physically. I mean, this ligament ankle thing. I mean,
ankle broke a fibula.
Who knows, man? It's just I don't know. I don't know.
Back to the Warriors. Adam in the city. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. Sound a little bit chipper today. Shasky sounds a little bit mad, but it's okay.
You know why, Adam?
Right now, too.
The Jimmy Garoppolo day was uttered, and it depresses everybody. It actually gets him angry. He's turned red. He's red now. Look at him.
Because I've been fighting the good fight on Jimmy for 4 years.
Adam.
The same thing.
Adam, he's the guy in the group project who does nothing, and then at the end is like gets all the credit when they do the presentation because he regurgitated the talking points from all the people who actually did the project.
I look at him as like a player that like say in high school that everyone rooted for and you wanted him to be good and he had a couple flashes but he just didn't live to his potential. And like you look at 2017 when they traded for him, it was gave him a little bit of hope. 2018 happens. If they don't get Garoppolo, you can go down this rabbit hole. Maybe the Niners don't have Nick Bosa right now, right? So, but then 2019 happens. Like that was your best chance. That was your lightning in the bottle moment and year. And you know what? You had a chance to be that guy. You what was he, like 18 for 22 for 180 yards and 2 touchdowns in this? Like he was looking really good.
285, not 185.
Yeah, but
285
going into the third quarter.
Oh yeah. Oh,
going
Super
into
Bowl.
the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I think is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, but so my point though is that like he had his moment and then he got hurt again and then he had another moment last year. But the problem is his decision making is just not good.
Exactly.
Like that's what it comes down to. He can't see the field in moments. He's had moments of that he's made great plays. Obviously, we know the Saints game, we know the Cardinals and the Rams from that year, but it comes bottom down line to just like his decision making is not good. But really quickly, I just wanted to say that I got up this morning at 3 to watch the Warriors, and I'm real excited about James Wiseman. I hope that dude can stay healthy.
Man. Hey, you know what, Adam? You and I both. And I think it's going to be a special season of Warriors basketball. And that makes me smile. Because James Wiseman, look, he's gone through a lot. He's gone through a lot so far. Only played 39 games. Today, after the game, he told the media, guys, this is my first NBA game in front of a crowd.
What?
He played during the pandemic.
Wow, that's crazy.
No fans. This is his first game in front of now.
Who's raw? Wiseman or Trey Lance?
Trey Lance. I think
they're pretty close.
They're close, but I got Trey Lance. Wiseman, we've seen glimpses.
I know, but
we've seen glimpses. First 20 games. First 20 games. You think about this. First 24 games for James Wiseman. He was averaging 12 and 6 in 20 minutes. Kevin Garnett, you know what he did in his first 24 games? Averaged 6 and 3 in 18 minutes. All right, again, I'm not saying Wiseman's better than Kevin Garnett, but they both came out at the same time, right?
I don't even know if Jermaine O'Neal played for the first 2 years.
Didn't even play. Think about Rasheed Wallace, his first 24 games in his rookie year.
And he was more seasoned. He was a sophomore, I believe, when he came out?
Yeah, he left after his sophomore year.
Yeah.
Played 2 years in North Carolina.
I wanted Rasheed.
He averaged 10 and 5 his rookie season in 28 minutes.
Why did we do real quick? Just put a little bow on this for just a. That year, we took like the 7th best ACC player.
Oh, no, Joe Smith.
Yeah, like in terms of prospects for the NBA.
Didn't take Stackhouse,
Rasheed Wallace. I mean, come on.
Antonio McDyess was good before he blew out his knees. Yeah, we don't need to go back there. We know.
Who was the other guy? Was it Lonnie Baxter?
Joe Smith? No, that was way later.
Okay. There was another Maryland guy who was good.
Lonnie Baxter was Chris Wilcox.
But
that
was
he was
later.
With Lonnie Baxter.
He was with Juan Dixon.
Juan Dixon and Steve Blake and them. Len Bias was Maryland. Back in the
that
mid-80s.
was before.
That was before Joe Smith.
I know Smith was rookie of the year, but he just wasn't.
He wasn't the guy.
Yeah.
But you look at Rasheed Wallace.
A lot of Mac Jones there.
10 and 5 his rookie season in 28 minutes. A lot of Mac Jones. Dwight Howard, 12 and 10 in 33 minutes his rookie year.
Wow.
And through 24 games. Wiseman was raw and yet still giving you 12 and 6. Trying to learn how to play with Stephen Curry while getting yelled at all day long by Draymond Green. Now he's had a couple years. He's learned his system. He's got a nice big man coach. Big Dino's out there giving him the entry passes. I think Wiseman's going to be... Looney and Wiseman in combination at 5, I feel really good about center. I guarantee you, if they both stay healthy, nobody's going to be calling about the Warriors needing a big.
That's been the mantra for like 5 straight years.
Right. They need a big. They need a big. They need a big.
Can we bring Omri Caspi in?
They don't need a big. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Do not forget, as well, if you missed the game this morning, it aired at 3 in the morning out in Japan. You can catch the replay this afternoon, actually early evening at 6 p.m. right after Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. And then Monday, all day long, 95.7 The Game will be live from the Hilton, starting with Willard Dibs at 9 o'clock, Steiny Guru from 12 to 3, Damon Ratto from 3 to 6. They will all be down during the day as we get you ready for Monday Night Football between the Rams and the Niners. Might as well call us the home of the Niners, right? I mean, it feels like it.
You bring up Rasheed Wallace, and have him and E40 squash the funk?
I don't know if they did.
Is that one of the great all-time diss tracks?
Oh, it's unbelievable. And I was a Rasheed Wallace fan, and once E40 ethered him, it's like, yeah, I'm done with Rasheed.
Wasn't it E40 and his crew underneath the hoop when they got into it with the Trailblazers?
Yeah, Chris Mills and them. Yeah. There was big time funk. Yeah, Rasheed Wallace.
Watching New York Undercover.
Yeah. Record haters.
Hey, man,
Record
I'm with that Red Man, Method Man, Wu-Tang Clan.
But we're not with those E40s. Oh, what you mad at?
Oh, dude, that song hits so hard. A young Droopy.
Yeah, Hall of Game is sick.
It's one of the all-time albums.
Hall of Game is so sick.
Next time you FaceTime with 40, can you ask him that question on my behalf?
I will.
Shasky wants to know, you still funking with Rasheed Wallace?
I think the people want to know.
Yeah.
People want to know. I could need to ask him that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because we played that song over and over, and that beat hit.
So hard.
That beat hit.
So hard. Record haters.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing the straight up non-explicit version.
Yeah, it's tough to do that. But how excited are you about the Dubs, man?
I mean, look at James Wiseman's highlights, right? You just because I didn't watch the game, but I'm looking at the highlights and I'm saying to myself, my God, he looks great.
You see the roll on the slip screen from Steph Curry?
He's cocking it back below the shoulder and yamming on dudes. I can't wait for this.
Oh,
everybody was hyping up Kuminga and Moody, and watch Wiseman come out of nowhere and be like, hold my beer.
Yeah. Hey, remember me? I was a number 2 overall pick. Remember me? James Wiseman here, and he looks good.
Like all the Lonzo, all the people screaming for Lonzo. Or LaMelo, excuse me, LaMelo. I feel like it's kind of working itself out naturally.
Yes.
And he could still be a good player on his team, and Wiseman could still be a good player on his team.
Right.
That's the thing that kind of bugs me with some of these. We do this with quarterbacks. Why can't all these guys be decent on their particular teams? Why does someone always have to be a bust?
Right. And he's not a bust yet, and it's a big year for James Wiseman. He's learning from Looney. He's learning from Draymond. There's gonna be tough to crack minutes on this team. Think about how deep they are with JaMychal Green, Dante DiVincenzo. You got the youngsters in Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. You still have Jordan Poole coming off the bench.
He looked good.
Sixth man. He looked really good. He was in his bag. Klay Thompson's not going to play in Japan.
Yeah, there you go.
Jordan Poole has all that.
Shortest shorts in Warrior history.
I'm not mad at it. They're nice, though. He's in a great mood. Let me tell you, Jordan Poole, he's got the Docker sponsorship now. I mean, he's going to have a monster year. Obviously, there's money on the line. And the question that's going to loom all season is, can Joe Lacob keep this team together? Can Joe Lacob and Bob Myers pay everybody? I think that's going to just work itself out organically. I think it is.
Well, I think we should just live in the now. And that's what I would tell people. Like, we look back on the 88, 89, 99ers that were in 3 consecutive NFC Championship games, 2 Super Bowls. And I think if I would have told a 49er fan, you're going to wait another 5 years to get a Super Bowl, and then you're not going to get another one for another 35 years, we would all probably look back and go, man, maybe we should have enjoyed it more. Looking back at the Giants' recent run, did we really truly enjoy it in the moment? I think we did a little because we didn't do the money thing like we do in basketball. I feel like we're so quick to worry about next year and the year after that, and then 3 years from now, how are you going to sign this guy? Can we just live in the now? We did this with Durant, and I think a lot of fans realize, this is probably Durant's last year.
Right.
Let's enjoy this for what it is as best we can.
Oh, it was annoying. It was annoying radio to talk about what was going to happen in the offseason and not during the season when the Warriors were going for a three-peat.
Yeah.
Think about that. They were trying to do something that the Bulls in the 90s, the Lakers in the early 2000s had done, the last team to do it, which was three-peat. They're going to etch their names next to the Lakers, to the Bulls, and the Celtics. And yet it was hijacked by everything. Hijacked by the Kevin Durant news. And I don't want to do that with Wiggins, Poole, and Draymond. And I especially don't want to do that with James Wiseman finishing with 20 points. 8 of 11, 5 dunks. Had a lefty hook. Anthony Slater's tweeting right now. Lefty hook, 2 free throws in the final couple minutes. Presence at the rim. I want to live in it now because this is special. This is special. Clay, Steph, Draymond. Like, living through those. Like, that's why it was so fun last year. The regular season meant something again.
Of course.
That was so cool about last year because it wasn't necessarily about the seeding and about the match. It was just about the development, where they were going to be at going into the playoffs. Were they healthy going into the playoffs? Because I told you all year, I'll take my chances on this team if they're healthy. We still haven't seen Drake, Clay, and Steph lose a series when they all start and they're all healthy. Think about that.
I don't think we've seen a regular season game with the three of them. I think that'll be a stat we'll see at some point. In how long? Like, Draymond started the game and came out.
Right.
But that didn't count as a real game, like in my eyes. So what is it, like 700 days or something like that since the last time they played a regular season game together?
Yeah. It's been a long time.
I think it was 13 minutes? Well, I don't even know.
11 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that. It was bad. It was bad. It was the Celtics game.
That's right.
The Celtics game. Steph went down with Marcus Smart. Yeah.
Marcus Smart went diving into his knee.
Down. Marcus Smart went down.
Well, the other thing I keep thinking about is Kuminga, Moody, Jordan Poole specifically. Being in that environment last year, the Western Conference Finals, the finals, to go to Boston, to be down multiple times in that series. I mean, the experience that you draw from an opportunity like that, you can draw from that experience your entire career.
Moody played a little in those Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, he was a fourth quarter.
Got some good minutes. So he'll draw off of that. Kuminga hopefully will learn mentally. Wiseman sitting back, and he said, man, just being around there, just being around the team, it did wonders for him. And Jordan Poole, how much growth is he going to get for – because his playoffs were a little up and down at times. There are times he exploded.
He finished pretty strong, though.
He finished strongly against the Celtics.
There was a moment in time, you're right, he got a little physical, and he was a little erratic. But I felt like he finished really strong in that Celtics finals.
He did. So let's relive some moments from last year. You saying you don't want to fast forward.
I don't.
And I don't either.
It's a hot tub season.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do explain.
Well, a little champagne. We're chilling.
Cigars?
Maybe cigars. Yes, absolutely. Maybe cigars.
A little confetti?
Yeah. I've got the TV angled, so I could see it from the hot tub.
No, there's no pot. There's no pot.
Why not? It's legal.
There's no pot.
CBD companies. I'll pull a Carlos Correa. Come get me. I'm for sale.
You sell anything, that's for sure. You are for sale.
You know what I'm doing today?
What's that?
Kirby is coming and washing my car, and boy, it needs a bath.
Where's it washing it at?
Right out in front.
Oh, wow.
They're coming to me.
Uncle runs to port, and you got Kirby coming to wash your car.
Oil 50.
And my brother's at the airport. My dad was at the airport for however many years.
So the
water treatment plant.
It's the Shasky's world. We're just all living in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Curry, dribble drive by Horford to the lane, floats it over to the corner, back to Curry, pump fake, fly by, 3 ball, got it. Oh my goodness, he's got 33.
But how about Peyton throwing it right back to him, knowing who to get the ball to?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Look, Niners and Rams on Monday, and it's Beat LA week. It's Beat LA. It's Beat LA. I won't really be amped up for a Monday morning when the Rams are in town, and because the Rams took something that we all have wanted since 1994 and 95, and that's the Super Bowl championship. They stole it. Absolutely stole it from the Niners. 20-17 in the NFC championship game. But with the Warriors being back today, we figure we celebrate them being back on the floor. That highlight right there, Jim Barnett, Tim Roy, Boston, parquet floor, Friday night, game 4. Warriors down 2-1. A gotta-have-it game. Don't want to come back home down 3-1. You would have had to win 3 straight against the Celtics. And Steph Curry saved, just an unbelievable performance. And it started with the roar at the end of the first quarter, looking at the Boston crowd saying, I'm here, I'm him, I'm 30, and I'm still in this championship away from you guys. Unbelievable performance in Game 4. Got to relive that.
It's one of the greatest games in Bay Area sports history. And I think that we can't talk enough about it. And I know that sometimes these games get kind of jumbled up in a series, whether it's baseball or basketball, and we forget about them over time. Mm-hmm. I think Game 4 is one of the greatest individual games in the history of the NBA, but specifically for Bay Area sports fans in general. That game was just magical.
Up there with Jerry Rice, Super Bowl 23.
Yeah, the 200 yards.
Joe Montana, Super Bowl 24 against the Broncos. Steve Young throwing 6 touchdown passes in the Super Bowl against the Chargers.
Absolutely.
I mean, Buster Posey, Bumgarner, Game 7 against the Royals.
Bumgarner, Game 7.
That's the Lichikov game.
That's actually probably the closest thing. I mean, you get 6 combined outs from your starters in Game 6 and Game 7, and Bumgarner comes out the pen and finds a way to win that game. Yeah, that's about as close as you can come. But Bumgarner's, because of baseball and because he did it so many times in that short span, pitching is very unique, and I don't want to dismiss him. But what Steph Curry did, I mean, Bonte, because that was a legacy game for him. Like his entire legacy, everything that they've built, it felt like the narratives surrounding him were going to change one way or the other. Like Bumgarner was already kind of like, he's a great player. I don't think we look at him in a negative light if he loses that game. Obviously, he's elevated to Paul Bunyan status. But think of what the narrative would be like if Curry and the Warriors lost that series to the Celtics.
Can't get it done by himself.
I mean,
needed Kevin Durant. Can't lead a team to a championship
by himself. Can you believe that that's what we've been hearing?
Remember when I did that hit in Boston, and I want to go back to that day. Everybody said, Steph needs Hall of Famers, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, did Larry Bird need Hall of Famers? Did Magic Johnson need Hall of Famers? So the talking points going into that game, the pressure, you could feel it. But I feel like that morning, remember we had Chris Mullen on that day. And Mullen came on and said, what up, Roasters? What up, Bonte and Shasky? What's good? And he set the tone for the day. And when we walked out of there, you and I walked all around Boston. We ate lobster tails, we had crab, hey, you guys are losing Game 4.
Dude,
you guys are losing Game 4. We told every Celtic fan, you're losing tonight. And when Steph Curry came out there and did what he had to do with the 43, and don't forget down the stretch some big shots by Wiggins, the big tip in.
Yes.
Klay Thompson with some huge shots.
I think JP hit one at the end of the third quarter, if I'm not mistaken. And I got to give Draymond credit. He was unplayable for multiple games. And then in the fourth quarter, he made a couple strips.
Yep. And he was big. Looney with a couple big offensive rebounds.
Looney was so good.
So my question I guess, as we relive Game 4.
God, it feels like forever ago.
Feels like forever. And they were showing it on NBA TV the other day, and I was like, wow, what a series that was. Because Game 5 was sick. Game 5 was sick, too. Curry inside hitting threes. Didn't hit 1 3, but then you get Andrew Wiggins with 26 and 13. Dropping 26 and 13.
How many total Warrior fans were in that arena? I don't think people realize, when you go to a normal, Warrior game on the road, you get a lot of Warrior fans showing up.
Games 3 and 4 in Boston, probably a combined 50 Warrior fans.
I was sitting by myself in the upper bowl, and and I'm standing the whole time. I thought I was going to get knocked out. That's number one. Number two,
you always think that.
All I kept hearing from them was stop him! Stop! And they're yelling at Steph Curry, and they just kept saying, he's incredible. He's incredible. He's incredible. And he was so good.
Dude, 43
he
points.
Was so sick.
14 to 26, 7 to 14 from the 3-point line, 8 to 9 from the free throw line, 10 rebounds. 10 rebounds. We forgot about that one. 4 assists for Steph Curry, and it got to have it Game 4 against the Boston Celtics. And I just saw Dave Johnson on YouTube say, Bums Game 7 is the greatest game in Bay Area playoff history.
Wow.
I would love to open that up.
Wow.
888-957-9570.
Wow.
Is Steph Curry's Game 4 performance the most iconic in Bay Area sports history? It's got to be on the Mount Rushmore, right?
Yeah, I think they're both on it.
Who would be the candidates if you had to throw candidates in there?
Wow, that's a tough one.
Because you could do a 16
So let me ask you this.
bracket.
It has to be a close game, right?
It has to be a close game.
Right, so Montana's final drive, the 2-minute drive in
Super Bowl
88, which is the gold standard for 2-minute drives. Jerry Rice was the one who got MVP for that game.
Right.
But man, you definitely got Steph up there for that Game 4.
Montana the next year against Denver.
I mean,
he was flawless.
They destroyed them, though, 55-10.
I know.
So it's tough for me to do that. I definitely think Bumgarner's up there. I would throw Lincecum in there somewhere.
That game 1, Tim Hudson.
I mean, even the game 5 or whatever, the one that they ended
Texas.
They clinched. He went 7 strong, 8 strong in that one when Renneria hit the home run. Remember, they were down in that game 1-0. I believe he beat Cliff Lee twice in that series. Yeah. Cliff Lee was incredible. I don't think people remember that. I mean, the Roy Halladay game with Cody Ross.
Yeah, that was
There's
big time.
So many. God, that's a great question. Definitely Bumgarner and Steph Curry are up there. There's no doubt about that. They're up there. God, I mean, you want to say like, well, Ishikawa, Scudero and one of those. But it's like
there's some good ones coming in on Comcast Business text line.
Bum's definitely, to me, Bum is cemented up there because that's a Game 7 of a World Series that he pitched 3 times in.
Right.
So he's definitely in there. And I think Steph's game, me personally, I have Steph's game 4 in there. I think that's the greatest game Steph Curry's ever played.
Wow.
Given the magnitude of how big that moment was.
Fitz said that too. Fitz said it as well.
I mean, I said it the next day. Yeah. People said I was crazy.
5-1-0. Pablo Sandoval, 3 home run game.
Wow.
World Series.
Or the original Game 6 Clay against the Thunder in 2016.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? That game,
How'd we not think of that?
So that game right there.
But they didn't win a championship.
They didn't win a championship. But that game right there.
One of the greatest games in the history of the
I go
Warriors.
back and watch that game.
It's incredible.
And I sit there and I'm just like, I have goosebumps because how did they pull this off? There were so many plays. The Andre Iguodala strip on Russell Westbrook.
Yes.
We forget that Curry closed it with the nice little floater over Serge Ibaka. The 3 he hit in the corner. I mean, it was
Billy Donovan not calling timeout.
Not calling timeout. It was unbelievable
I
theater.
stood for that entire game.
Oh, that game. Well,
me and my Uncle Jeff up the Russian River in the cabin watching on a tube TV.
So
I'll never forget it.
So you stood. I laid down on the couch.
What do you love, Neil, doing Jolo and Dibs?
So to calm my nerves, because I remember that day. It's good knowledge. No, that day, it was a Saturday afternoon. Saturday game, 5 o'clock, TNT, of course. And I drove around the city and I told my boy Fred Office, my guy Igor, come to the house. It's me and you watching. He's the biggest Warrior fan I've known on this planet. Die hard since the early 90s. And I was just like, just come watch this game with me. So he brings his 7-foot bong with him to the house. I got me a little something. I'm just laying on the couch and I was like,
cookies.
We're just going to sit here and watch. And we're going to just be ourselves, lay down on the recliner and just watch.
Okay.
We thought we were watching the funeral, but we were just going to watch. And at halftime of that game, we looked at each other and say, how are the Warriors only down 5? We're still in this game. We're still in this game. We're still in this game. And the laying down continued until the end of the game where we both looked at each other and we pumped our fists in the air and said, we'll see you Monday night at Oracle, Memorial Day.
So if we were going to put out this
is going real quick. Game 7, Sharks Knights, down 3 on the third.
Incredible.
I was at that hockey game.
Damn.
I was there when they scored 4.
I was working here with Ryan Covey as he was trying to host a show, screaming and yelling at the TV.
That was
Tommy
the same.
Call was being interviewed.
Yeah,
Remember that?
Yeah, Tommy Call was being interviewed.
Yeah, it was a draft thing. We were doing like a NFL draft recap, and Covey was on that.
So that day, that was the same day Dame Willard.
DK Metcalf.
That was the same day Dame Willard said bye-bye to Oklahoma City and Paul George.
Yeah, that was incredible.
It was incredible theater.
So if we were to set parameters on this, and we're still in a Dibs bit when we're doing with the Mount Rushmore thing, but if you were to put 5 or 4 of them up there,
I would make it
Kaepernick's
challenging.
Green Bay game to me is one of the greatest individual performances.
I just want one game,
but because it didn't happen in a Super Bowl, I feel like it gets negated by Steve Young's 6 touchdowns or Joe Montana's.
So it sounds like the criteria has to be you have to win the championship.
It feels like it because it is, and that I don't want to diminish Klay Thompson's Game 6 because it's one of the greatest games in Barry sports history. That's no doubt about it. I'm not here to take anything away, but I do think we should start with championships.
All right, so let's just start.
Maybe
with
I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
Let's go championship performances. Let's simplify it for our audience. 888-957-9570.
So then you throw Steve Young on there.
Championship performances.
Montana.
What is the top championship performance? We're not even going to do Mount Rushmore.
And I would say
I want one.
I would say Montana's 84 dismantling of Dan Marino might actually have been more impressive given the hype and everything, and using Roger Craig out of the backfield as a fullback might have been better than the 89. But we can argue.
And that may have been the best Niner team of all time.
That's what I'm saying. 15-1 or whatever it was they were that year.
So best championship performances. We got Steph Game 4 against the Boston Celtics. Mm-hmm. You have Madison Bumgarner Game 7 against the Royals. You have Pablo Sandoval, 3 home runs, Game 1 against the Detroit Tigers, 2 off of Justin Verlander. Giants sweep the Tigers. Dave Stewart's got to be up there somewhere, right?
He won 2 World Series games
Right.
against the Giants in the same series during the earthquake.
Snuffed them.
Yeah,
Snuffed
he's
them.
absolutely got to be on there.
Greatest championship performances. Don't forget Wise was 20-9 last night. We will not forget about that. Jamie Baker's goal in Game 7 versus the Red Wings. Sharks were the A seed. Now, was that like 1994?
Yeah,
95?
that was a first or second round?
That was first round.
Okay.
Sharks were on KICU, Action 36. Artis Urbe was the goalie.
Artis Urbe, number 35 or 31?
I don't know the number, but I know he was the goalie.
Artis
and
Urbe.
they beat the Red Wings in Motown in the Game 7. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. What year was that? What year was it? 94? Was it 95? Had to be one of those years. Let's go to Sway in Redwood City. Sway, what's happening? Listening on the car radio. He's got a championship performance.
Give it to
what's
me.
happening, Sway?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm caller. I love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys kind of stole my thunder with the Pablo Sandoval, the 3 home runs. And I also wanted to mention the Baron Davis with the We Believe team when we took out the Mavs, man. Come on now.
That was good, but we're talking, Sway, we're going championship performances because there's a slew of performances.
Yeah.
Championship performances. Pablo, top championship performance for you?
Yeah, for sure. I remember that. So I'm gonna tell my grandkids about that. Actually, you know what I mean. I'm gonna remember that forever.
Yeah.
That was one hell of a game.
I think a lot of people will. I think
Good
he's
call.
right on that one. That Pablo one, tough to put the hierarchy together, but that Pablo 3 home runs off Verlander at the height of his powers.
Two off of Verlander, smacks it around. They smoked the Tigers that day.
Yeah, but the Tigers were one of go back and look at that staff.
I remember I had a bet with Mark
Anibal
Spears.
Sanchez, Max Scherzer.
A lot of people picked the Tigers to win that series.
That team was sick.
They
They
were
had Ian
stacked.
Kinsler, Prince Fielder,
stacked.
Miguel Cabrera.
They were stacked.
That team was so Omar Infante.
Look at Sterling. What the hell is he doing here? Oh wait, he was running a Warriors game. That's a trooper. Dude was up at 1:30 in the morning. He's got to get off that Boston hat though. What the hell is that?
Yeah, he's waiting for some Niner content for Niner Web Zone.
Oh, he wants to talk Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Sterling Bennett. Those Twitter fingers be moving, man. I didn't know he had it in him.
Him and Schefter be going at it.
We used to do the overtime show with us on the Niners pre- and post-game show. We'd be half asleep. Then I see him tweet. I'm like, damn, he's active. He's active.
Would any of the Kevin Durant games from the 415 when he hit the 3 in Braun's face, he did a back-to-back year.
You got to put that up there, right? 2017.
He was pretty damn awesome.
Game 3.
Yeah.
And they were losing that game.
Pretty awesome.
Remember that game?
Was that the charge block game?
No. That was 2018.
Yeah, okay.
That
What was the charge block game?
Yeah,
they got the benefit of the doubt on that
they
whistle.
reversed the call.
Yes, they did.
Against LeBron, too.
Yes.
But no, Game 3, 2017, Cleveland was up. Remember Kyle Korver missed a short corner 3 that could have sealed the deal for the Cavaliers. Kevin Durant grabs a rebound, comes up the floor, and just nails it. That's a great one.
You know what? They didn't win the championship. I want people to go back. There's 2 highlights I would love for you to look at. Bonds off Troy Percival. Bonds off Frankie Rodriguez. He had a monster World Series. He hit the farthest ball I've ever seen in my life. And Tim Salmon in the dugout goes, oh my God, that's the farthest ball I've ever seen. He hit it so deep. We need to find that highlight. He off Troy Percival too. That you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly.
And they were losing in that game.
Yeah.
And Troy Percival tried to.
That was Game 2. They lost 10-9 in Game 2.
That ball still hasn't landed.
They lost
And then he
10-9.
hit another one off Frankie Rodriguez, K-Rod, who was so sick.
Well, Game 6, it felt like the ceiling. It was like that was the cherry on top. It was the cherry on top. And I remember looking at my grandma. I said, Giants, Grandma Essie. I said, the Giants are going to win the World Series.
So you're the one who did it. You jinxed us.
I sat there and watched that game. So that was a game. We were like 20, right? 21. Me, you and I partied all that series. And then Game 6 was like, I'm watching it with my grandma.
Yeah.
I'm watching it with Grandma Essie. I got to be here.
I
on
never
Wallace
told
Street.
you about what I was doing.
No.
Working at Tower Market. I'll never forget. This is the pre-cell phone era. I called my boy Matt Murphy. I'm like, I'm coming over. He's like, I got champagne. We're going to go crazy. I left in midway through the 7th inning, okay, of the at work.
Game 6?
I had to take the streetcar. I was busting it back then, hoofing it. I got off the streetcar and everybody was emptying out of the bars like, did you see what happened? I'm like, no, I didn't see what happened. Scott Spezio. And my heart sank. And this is the pre-cell phone era.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
I had gotten off of work late.
Wow.
We were all listening. I didn't have a transistor radio.
Wow.
I was poor.
Well, I was sitting there, and when Bonds hit it.
Wow.
And then when Dusty Baker, for some reason, he gave the game ball to Russ Ortiz. And Russ Ortiz, that whole season, it would be runners on first and second, no outs. He'd get the strikeout. He'd get the inning, any double play, and it was a wrap. But for some reason, Dusty was like, I got to go to the bullpen. And Felix Rodriguez, oh my gosh.
He had
blew
moments.
2 years ago.
He grooved
Dude,
it.
he blew the Marlins game.
I know.
Marlins game, they rallied for 5-0, and he gave up 2 runs. It was 7-5. And then, of course, JT Snow gets thrown out. But he had that 9-pitch at bat, and Spizios just fouled the ball.
With the flavor saver.
Oh, that's a tough one.
The 510 saying that I went to City Nights after that game. That's a good one.
Oh, gosh.
That's a funny one.
Kevin Barlow?
What about Edgar Renteria hitting the home run? And then Andres Torres, he told me he was going to do it. It was like my favorite soundbite of all time.
Gosh, I'm pulling up the World Series. Let's get to Duke in the city. I'm going to pull up the World Series.
What up, Duke?
Duke has some greatest moments in
Bonds.
championship history. I miss Bonds too. What up, Duke? Happy Friday.
What's up with y'all? Man, y'all know what it is. Happy Friday to the family.
Friday.
Man, the
Happy
brother
Friday.
nephews, man, y'all already know what it is, man. They was y'all talking about great championship revisits. I'm sitting in my office right now. It's just like, do have an office. I'm sitting in my office, and I'm looking at this picture that my boy Mikey Watson, shout out to the local 10 longshoreman.
Nice.
My boy Mikey Watson, you know, it's one of them. I looked at it, I was like, Mike, where you steal this from? Because it looked like one of them barbershop pictures. You know how the barbershop pictures be?
Yeah.
It's a picture of 349ers. One of them got to be Dwayne Board. I see a 97. I don't think it could be Brian Young because I don't know if Brian Young and Dwayne Board played at the same time, but they are sacking Dan Marino.
Oh,
that's one of the biggest ones because look at this. Dan had a chance to win the Super Bowl. He didn't get there too many times, but
he didn't get there again.
He already knew when he got there against us, it was a no-go.
Yeah. That's a great call. He had thrown for 5,000 yards that year.
48 touchdown passes.
It was one of the greatest passing seasons ever.
I think Josh Allen is about to have a Dan Marino type 84 season. I tweeted that one out because he threw 48 touchdown passes.
With the Marks brothers, Mark Duper and Mark Clayton, who were so sick. And that was Don Shula, had drafted him the year prior in that famous 83 class. And Dan Marino famously said after walking off the field, I'm going to get back here. And he never did.
And he never got back.
Yeah.
He got close, but never got back.
You know, by the way, that's the last Dolphin playoff win was Dan Marino.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah,
they've had some other playoff wins.
Not since Marino left in 2002. I'm not saying that 84 team. I'm saying since Dan Marino had retired. Apologies, I don't think I articulated it appropriately.
They lost the wild card games to the Ravens.
With Chad Pennington.
Yep, Chad Pennington. Yep, no, they haven't done anything.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Damn, they didn't win one with Jay Fiedler?
Nope. Their last playoff win was Dan Marino.
Because they got smoked by the Raiders
and
in the
Jimmy
second
Johnson's final game with Dan Marino, they lost like 48-7 or something.
52-7 to Jacksonville.
There you go.
I think the last time they were in the playoffs was a couple years ago. Matt Moore had to play because Tannehill got hurt or something, and he got lit up against the Steelers.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And they actually were in the game. So I've just looked up these numbers here.
For Bonds, World Series?
7 games.
2002.
17 at-bats.
By the way, before you say that, he couldn't perform in the playoffs was the narrative at that time.
Well, so his batting average.
Yeah.
7 games.
Yeah.
471. He batted 471.
How many walks?
13 walks.
13 walks in 7 games.
6 RBIs. 4 home runs.
Oh, my God.
8 hits and 17 official at-bats. 471 batting average. On-base percentage, 700. Slugging
700.
Slugging 1.294. His OPS was nearly 2,000 for that World Series.
What makes me so sad?
That is one of the greatest championship performances, and we don't even talk about it because they lost the series.
Ever. He was so sick. Again, we got to find the Troy Percival home run. Tell me we got to find. It's one of my favorite home runs of all time. Joe Buck and I believe. What was the guy?
Joe Buck and Tim McCarver.
Tim McCarver. Oh, Dion, real mature.
Yeah.
When Dion poured the Gatorade on him.
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Last time Dolphins won a playoff game, the year 2000. They beat the Colts. Was Dan Marino still quarterback in 2000?
Yeah,
no,
I think he was.
It was Jay Fiedler. Jay Fiedler was a quarterback.
Marino was still playing.
This was Jay Fiedler. Damon Heward. Lamar Smith was playing running back. 2000, they beat the Colts. 23-17, they beat Peyton Manning in a wild card game. That's right. I remember this game. Remember ABC had those wild card
Marino
Saturdays?
wasn't on that team?
No, this was Jay Fiedler.
Marino didn't retire till like 2002.
No, he retired at like 99 maybe. 2000, I'm looking at it right now. Dave Wanstead, the coach.
I'll stand down.
No, it's all good. Mike Shula was the quarterback's coach. Mike Shula, not Dan Shula, his father.
Well,
they beat the
Dolphin
Cardinals.
talk.
They beat the Cardinals.
Here
There's been a
is-
lot of Dolphin talk because of
I
Tua
know.
Tagovailoa.
Here is Troy Percival trying to close out a game at Angel Stadium with the rally monkey.
Marino retired after the 99 season.
Oh, I thought it was 2000.
It's all
All
good.
right, well, here we go. Give it to me. Bonds versus Troy Percival.
Ripped into right field. It's a one-run game as Bonds gets his second of the series. You could see Salmon saying in the dugout, that's the furthest ball I've ever seen hit.
See? I thought it was Tim Salmon. Someone said it was Troy Gloss who said it. I thought it was Tim Salmon.
Yeah, it was Tim Simmons said.
That's the farthest ball I've ever... And by
Yeah.
the way, Joe Buck called that before it even
Right.
left the field.
Yeah, it was the ball. I still don't know where it landed.
Well, it was so foggy.
Yeah, I don't know where it landed. It was unbelievable. Again, Barry Bonds batted .471 in that World Series.
I think JT Snow also batted over 400 in that series, but I could be wrong.
JT
Clearly, my
Snow.
Dan Marino numbers aren't accurate.
No, you're 1 year off. That's all. Because I knew Jay Fiedler, because I knew in the back of my head, I was like, Jay Fiedler won a game. And it was that crazy Colts game because Vanderjagt was blowing field goals.
Oh, liquored up kicker.
Yeah, liquored up kicker. Idiot kicker, liquored up.
Liquored up kicker. That is still an all-time line from Peyton.
JT Snow, that World Series.
Give it to
Gets
me.
his former team, the
Give
Angels.
it to me.
7 games.
Give it to me.
11 hits. Wow, he had 11 hits and 27 at-bats.
He was awesome.
A home run. 4
Told you.
RBIs.
Told you.
407 batting average.
Oh, look at me.
1,000 OPS.
And I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back.
OPS. Wow, Shinjo batted 167.
Oh, dude, if Andres Galarraga doesn't miss that whole year because of the cancer, he's the DH. We win that World Series.
Jeff
Shinjo.
Kent, 276. 3 home runs.
Hey, Kent's a bad dude. He was awesome.
Barry Bonds batted 471.
But he'll walk 13 times.
Dude.
Greatest. 7 games.
So believable. Steve in Santa Rosa listening on the radio. Then we'll get back to Duke because he's got some bars for us. Steve Santa Rosa listening on our radio. Greatest championship performance. What's happening?
Eric Wright in the Dallas game. And I want to, preface this with, we were in the stands and we all had memories of Dallas and Roger Staubach coming back and beating the Niners against Brody, who, if he had a better coach, would have probably won a couple.
Was that the onside kick game when they were up 14 points with less than, or 13 points with less than 5 minutes to go or whatever?
They got the onside kick.
Yeah, Dick Nolan lets sit on the lead coach, but that's, old news. The big play was, the catch, and we go ahead. And then Dallas comes out on the first play, throws a pass over the middle, and Drew Pearson is gone.
Yep.
He is headed for the goal line, and Eric Wright comes up and grabs him by the collar, drags him down.
Yep.
They were already in field goal position at that point.
Yep.
And me and my buddy looked at each other and just went, no, not again.
Not again.
Not again. And then the next play, we recovered, and the game was over. But that moment, between that play, was like the highest tension for a couple of 49er fans that had already seen Dallas make these miracle comeback wins before to go to the Super Bowl.
No
doubt. That play, he was gone. Bruce Pearson was gone. He was midfield and running, on the first play. And we were like, oh, no, not again.
That's a good one. The fumble recovering. Yeah, Eric Wright, horse collar would have been called
was
today.
Jim Stuckey with Danny
Jim
White
Stuckey.
fumbling? Was
Jim
that what
Stuckey,
it was?
Dwight Clark's old buddy from Clemson.
Yeah.
Jim Stuckey. Remember, he's a character. We've had him on the show. He's a character.
Missouri's Eric Wright. 4-time champion.
4-time champ. Let's go to Alex in Livermore. This is a good one.
Give it to me,
on
Alex.
the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Alex, what's happening?
What's up,
You're on
Alex?
the roast.
I would love to hear it.
What's happening, fellas? Hey, I'm a diehard Raider fan, but I got to say, when the Niners held the Bengals on the 1-yard line, I was with my dad at the time. I was a young kid, and he was an actor, and we were sitting backstage, and I remember all the actors and actresses running back out of each scene to watch to see if they could hold them, and it was just one of the best memories that
Yeah.
I have in the Bay Area sports.
That's a great call. The iconic black and white photo of Ronnie Lott
Yep.
jumping in the air while you have Hacksaw Reynolds and a bunch of those defensive linemen.
Yeah, Buns was in that.
Yeah, stuffing them at the 1 yard line. That's an iconic moment in 49er history.
Pontiac Silverdome. Oh, Dibs. Wow. Dibs is actually listening to the show.
What's he saying?
I'm looking at numbers here, and Dibbers just pops up on my phone.
No, I like this.
Bonds had one home run in the 97 postseason. Bonds had one home run in 97 postseason at bats before 2002. So he did come up short.
Well, that was with Pittsburgh, and then they obviously he got pitched around.
To be fair, he did stink it up with the Giants for a while.
Well,
I'm not gonna.
I know, but let's go
happens.
through.
It happens.
No, but let's
he
go
did-
through this. He didn't make the playoffs with the Giants until 97. 97, they lost in a 3-game series to the Marlins.
Wasn't good.
A 1-game play-in against Sammy Sosa and the Cubs, and they
Wasn't
lost
good.
that.
Wasn't
I know,
good.
he wasn't good. 2000, they lost to the Mets.
Wasn't good.
And 2001, he finally broke out.
Wasn't good.
And when he was with the Pirates back in the day, everyone remembers him for the Sid Bream throw.
Right.
His former
It
teammate.
wasn't good.
The 6-5 hole.
We'll also remember him striking out a lot. Think about this. His first ever postseason series in 90 against the Cincinnati Reds in 6 games. Batting averages for each game, 333, 143, 200, 214, 176, 167.
And that's Pirates-Reds?
Pirates. Against the Braves the next year. Dude, he batted less than 200.
Yeah, they got dominated by that pitching
Right,
staff.
yeah, 0 for 4, 167, 182,
I love that Pirates
188,
team.
150, 130, 148. He did scuffle.
Well, so did A-Rod. I mean,
yeah, so did A-Rod.
Mike Trout doesn't have a victory in the playoffs.
He started getting better. I'm just saying. The postseason struggles were real.
No doubt.
You can't deny that. Let's go to Duke. Back to Duke in the city. It's got some bars for us. What's up, Duke? You're on the roast.
What's up, y'all, man? Y'all know what it is, man. Good morning, man. Y'all said it's the morning roast, man. This show is sizzling hot, man, because that's what y'all do, man. Y'all got the biggest morning show in the United States, man. That's just real talk, man. We just tell you what it is, man. Y'all homegrown, man. Y'all say it's basketball season. The Warriors back. In case anybody forgot, man, we got the big trophy. Yeah, boy, back in the Bay. Told you once before that the pay don't play from the SCO to the O to San Jose. Katie should have stayed and got his just dessert. Just the Bay, homeboy. Don't get knocked to the curb. Forget about the nonsense that you thought you heard. Dubs told the NBA in the league no slack. The Warriors on the mission for a back-to-back. And that's how we getting down this year. Warriors, Niners, we hit it.
I love it.
Duke.
I love it. I love it. Duke with the walk-off. Duke with the walk-off. Duke with the walk-off. Now give it to me, Spadoni. Game 4 highlights. 2022 NBA Finals. The chef did what? The chef delivered for the Golden State Warriors as they tied the series at 2 games apiece.
Off the screen, Poole, not afraid to fire. Missed it. Curry, offensive rebound. Spins for the layup, and he underhands it up and in. Oh, what a play. Curry down the right sideline, waiting, guarded by White. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The 3 ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He wasn't really open, but he's got such a quick release.
27 for Curry. Here comes Curry, the front court. Curry drifting. All eyes on number 30. Bounce pass to Thompson. Fires away. Bang! Thompson, top of the key with a 3. The Warriors lead by 1.
43 points, 10 rebounds, 14 to 26 from the floor, 7 to 14 for the 3-point line. You heard the excitement in Jim Barnett's voice. You heard the excitement in Tim Roy's voice, the play-by-play voice of the Golden State Warriors on the radio side of things. We're going to ask Marky Ibanez at 8 o'clock the greatest championship performances in Bay Area sports history. Marky Ibanez, 8 o'clock. Dipper's coming in with the 1975 Rick Barry.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. By the way, just for clarity's sake here, Dibs, while you're at it, you said 1 home run for Bonds in like 90-something at-bats prior to the 2002?
Yeah.
Willie Mays, 1 home run in 89 at-bats in the postseason.
Not good. Not good.
And some man was 660.
That's not good.
You know?
That's not good. How about this? Raheem Mostert, 200 yards in the NFC Championship.
That's a good one.
Nobody said that one.
That's a good one. I like that one a lot. If we're going 49ers in the playoffs, I do think Kaepernick deserves at least a mention on here. What he did against Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay in the final Candlestick playoff game of all time, where he hung 45 on that team after throwing a pick to start that game off. I mean, you ran for 180 and threw for, I think, 280, 290? Did he throw for 300?
I want to say he threw for 300
I
and
could
had
be
over
wrong.
100.
And then I remember he made a
300,
strike.
100.
He threw a strike to Crabtree, and Crabtree caught it, and one of the defenders for Green Bay was talking smack. Kaepernick came flying down to help out Crabtree and then headbutted one of the linebackers. He was awesome.
Threw a dime to Vernon Davis, a nice little deep route, seam route to Vernon Davis in that game. And remember, the game started, people forget this. He threw a pick six.
Yeah,
and everybody was like, oh, boy, is he ready? Oh, my gosh, he threw a pick six. Oh, no. Then a big third down where he had a big run. He had a big toss to Frank Gore on a big one.
On the sideline.
Yep.
Rocco turned to me on the first drive and said, if he holds on to a couple of these keepers, he's running for 200 today. And I looked at him and was like, you're crazy. And he ran for almost 200 that day.
It was. I got to look up these game logs for Kaepernick.
I also think his Green Bay Frozen Tundra wildcard game the next year was also equally as impressive.
No sleeves on. So he threw
Harbaugh in 18 pairs of khakis?
Yes. So he threw for 263 yards. He was 17 to 31, 263, 2 touchdowns and a pick. 16 carries, 181 yards.
Come on.
And I remember Terry Bradshaw saying after the game, that's some of the best quarterbacking I've ever seen in my life. Terry Bradshaw said that after that game. Some of the best quarterbacking I've ever seen in my life. And then Kaepernick the next week, 233 yards against the Atlanta Falcons, 16 to 21, threw for 300 in the Super Bowl against the Ravens, and also added 62 on the ground. Seattle game, the NFC Championship game we were talking about yesterday. One of the greatest performances, I think, from both teams. It was a body bag game. He threw for 153, had the 2 picks, the one
and the fumble
touchdown.
strip by Michael Bennett. He had
Anthony
a tough
Davis.
game.
But he had 11 carries for 130 yards on the ground.
And that was also the height of the Legion of the Boom. That's what made the Tom Brady performance in the fourth quarter against that version of that secondary so legendary.
How about this, 408 or 480 on the Comcast Business Text line? Steph Curry pointing at his ring finger.
That was pretty
In Game
sweet.
6 of the third quarter was a badass
Yeah,
moment.
that was pretty cool. That was
pointing
pretty
at
cool.
the rings like number 4 is coming.
It's tough to dismiss that.
That's sick.
That's pretty cool.
It's great. Jerry Rice, Super Bowl 23, 11 catches, 215 yards, and a touchdown. We just wanted to go down memory lane because the Warriors are back, and we don't talk enough about Steph's Game 4 performance against the Celtics.
No, we don't. And I'm so excited for this year's Warrior team. I mean, an argument can be made there have been more sexier teams. This might be their best team top to bottom. No, I don't know.
Out of all the championship teams?
Well, I mean, look, we all agree. Draymond, Steph, and Clay probably aren't at the apex of their powers.
Right.
Maybe they're like ticked down a little. But I look at the rest of this roster. I mean, is this the best version of Wiggins?
Top to bottom, maybe their best roster on
Looney feels like he's in his prime.
Yeah.
I don't think Moody or Kuminga or Wiseman are near that, but we don't know what they're going to be.
Jordan Poole?
He's still ascending. I think we can say that.
Right.
I don't know where, and I don't know how good he can get or how much better he can get. I don't really.
I want Iguodala.
Because the Kevin
Iguodala,
Durant,
Coach Iggy.
Yeah, the Kevin Durant Warriors were top heavy. They were absolutely
Yeah,
top
but
heavy.
they lost one game in the playoffs.
Yeah, but they were top heavy though.
No, I
You know what
agree.
I'm saying?
I
It was
agree. But they
about
were
the
still
5.
pretty damn good.
Oh,
the 73-win team was as good as you can get,
Right.
even though they didn't seal
But
the
I think
deal.
from top to bottom, the talent on this team may be better than the 73-win team. Top to bottom. You know, when you talk about Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, Poole, Looney, Wiggins, like from top to bottom. And then DiVincenzo, you're bringing him in, a champion from Milwaukee, like top to bottom.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know where this might be one of those teams, but you got to play it out. Like, you got to see where this thing goes. You know, one injury changes everything.
It does. It does.
You know, I'm
Kevin
very
Durant,
excited.
You had KD, Clay, Dre, Steph.
I mean,
Iguodala,
it was box
Livingston.
office.
It was box office.
I mean, it was box office.
But you were top heavy.
Yes.
That bench was not good. Trust me, Shasky. The bench was not good.
I know.
It was not.
I know. Believe me, I remember quite well. I remember McCaw, I think, was starting games in a finals.
Alfonso McKinney.
Alfonso McKinney. God, how could we?
Jordan Bell. Jordan Bell started game 1 in the NBA Finals in 2019 against the Raptors.
The Candle Man?
The Candle Man. And he didn't start again in that series. The Candle Man. Oh, man. Wow. Zaza Pachulia, the catch, too. The catch, too, is a good one.
Oh, are we putting Zaza stepping on Kawhi in the pantheon of great performances?
Performances. Don't bring that up in San Antonio.
The Ian Clark game against the Rockets when Steph Curry hurt himself prior. Draymond gets in a tussle with Michael Beasley on the floor and gets that flagrant.
So Montana to Taylor in Mad Bum Game 7 in Kansas. I think Mad Bum might be number 1. As much as I love Curry's Game 4, What Bad Bum did,
it's pretty unique.
I don't think we'll ever see something like that again.
I personally am going to go with Curry because of his legacy being so on the line and so much like that. I don't know. Like,
think about what
I'm not
that did
taking
for
anything away from Bumgarner.
Think about what that did for Bumgarner's career.
Oh, it changed his life forever. It's the same thing with Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson.
Right.
They won that one ring together, essentially, with other players, and it's one of the seminal moments in baseball history. You beat the Yankees in a Game 7 with the Luis Gonzalez walk-off, and both of you guys are coming out of the bullpen?
Yeah. Game 7, on the road, Kauffman Stadium. Giants had no bullets left. I mean, Hudson was shot. PV was shot. Bullpen, shot. Like, you had nothing left. It was like, Bum, save us. Save us.
If we're going all-time playoff performances, I still think somewhere in there you got to go Lincecum's Game 1 against Atlanta.
If we're going all-time playoff performances, then you add in Lincecum.
And the Game 6
add in Clay Thompson.
Yes. I would even go the overtime game against Portland. I'm back with Steph Curry.
Wow.
That was an incredible one.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, come on, man.
That was.
Just one more I want to throw in for the record before we get to the injury report.
Swear to God, if you go with some random Giants one from 2016, I'm going to kill you.
No, I think it's a somewhat under the radar one from 2010. That's Madison Bumgarner in Game 4. We went 8 innings. When they shut down the Rangers, struck out Vlad 3 times.
Yeah, but they were up.
No, they
up
corrected his pitching. They corrected his pitching because he had gotten out of whack. Johnny Sanchez was better in the rotation at that time.
No, I'm shutting it down because it's a Giants one. Give me something else, Lupman. Give me a Niners.
That was a great win. How about this? I'm going to go Jeremy Affeldt. Jeremy Affeldt coming out of the bullpen after Johnny Sanchez hits Chase Utley, and Mark Gardner tells him to stay there, stay in the bullpen, and stay prepared. And he comes out and rolls a 6-4-3 double play, and the Giants win in Philadelphia, and Uribe goes thumbs up.
What about Lincecum in that game?
I mean, that whole night, Game 6 against the Phillies was just intense and legendary.
We ended the Phillies.
Yeah, they were done after that. They were done.
That team was so sick.
Hey, we're done.
They might be done this year, too. Giants, they're on their heels.
Still alive.
Are you guys really doing this?
Hey, you know what I heard? At 9 o'clock, someone's going to come in and go, you don't want to face this Giants team come playoff time.
Mark Willard does that. I will walk out of here. I will walk out of here if he does that. I dare you, Mark. Because part of it is
nobody wants to face this Giants team.
I want him to say that so I could just leave early on a Friday. Start this weekend. Go ahead, Mark. Say it so I can walk out. Please do. Spadoni.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Dave Johnson on YouTube. The Dodgers want to face the Giants in the playoffs. So do the Braves, so do the Mets, so do the Cardinals, and so does the Padres. They would love to face the Giants.
You know who doesn't want to face them?
Who?
The Rockies.
Oh, okay. No, they do not.
Thank you, Rockies.
They do not. All right, injury report. Going back down to Santa Clara. This is not good news. Javon Kinlaw currently questionable.
What?
For Monday Night Football against the Rams. He was sidelined during practice Thursday as he deals with a knee condition, a reoccurring problem for him over the last few seasons. Also questionable, Eric Armstead. Eric Armstead is still questionable with the foot injury at the midst of last week's game. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said Armstead's condition is improving, and the hope is he will be available for Monday Night Football against the LA Rams. Let's hope those two guys play. They need 99. They need 91. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Mark Ibanez, the legend. What is he doing in retirement? We'll ask him coming up next on The Roast.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic. And guess what? They're bringing the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And here's what I'm going to do today. They just added a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water, and it's going to make my car look brand new. I'm literally going to have it done the second I walk off this show right now. They're coming to me here at the studio. How cool is that? They use all biodegradable products, and it provides the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and the dirty interior of my car, all in the ease of wherever I want it. Could be your driveway. For me, I'm having them come to my work. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to the mechanic, friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-KIRBY-1. And here's the thing. When you get one of these $200 gift cards, all right, that's enough for an oil change and an eco-friendly wash. I can't wait to get my car washed.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and what an offer I have for you for the weekend. We'll start you off on Friday night. San Diego State, Boise State is absolutely free on a recorded hotline at 888-9-WIN NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Plus, you will receive my 3 free picks for Saturday, which includes a massive 2-team parlay, and we have 3 pro football winners for Sunday. This is all free. It's all on a recorded hotline at 888-9-WIN NOW, 888-994-6669. That's 888-994-6669. San Diego State, Boise State tonight. 3 free picks for tomorrow. 3 free picks for Sunday. All free. All on a recorded message. 888-9-WIN NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Call now.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1884 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1884 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. Only a limited quantity of these Morgan silver dollar coins are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1884 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1884 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 137 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1884 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
By now,
You know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of Kraft Ice from a new LG refrigerator, cooling your drink to perfection. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. Save up to $1,212 on this exclusive LG kitchen package with Kraft Ice at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid September 29th through October 19th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there. Happy Friday, a payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday. Good morning to Lubman, Spinoni, Shasky, everybody there at 95.7 The Game. YouTube and Twitch, and of course the Comcast Business Text Line. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work or you're on the roadways listening to us on your car radio, good morning to you. Odyssey app as well. Let's bring in Marky Banez, who's been retired for a while now and had this big retirement extravaganza that a lot of people got jealous they didn't get invited to. I did. I'm not jealous at all, but some people were jealous.
Well, no, now that we're here, I didn't know we even got invited, and I feel guilty because I didn't find out till after the fact that I guess you did send an invitation to us.
They sent an invitation to us right here at the station.
Yeah, but I didn't see it. No one said
I didn't see it either.
And I feel bad. Mark, I apologize.
Honestly, you know what I think happened? Honestly, I think Guru found the invitation because Guru was beating his chest about being invited, and he wanted to one-up us all here. That's what happened. I truly believe that happened. Lay off.
I think you need to talk to your mailroom person, guys. You know?
That person doesn't exist anymore, Mark.
Yeah,
budget cuts.
Yeah, post-pandemic budget cuts, unfortunately.
Before we start, I got to tell you, you've caught me in an unbelievable mood. I did not see Thursday Night Football last night. You want to know why?
Why is that?
My daughter gave birth to her first child.
Oh,
congratulations.
Give me the applause button, please.
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
I'm a grandpa this morning, man.
That is for the first time?
No, first with my daughter.
Got it.
I got 2 little ones before, but 3 boys, man. I'm almost I'm a third of the way to a baseball team.
Man,
there you go.
2 more, you got to start in 5, man. Go play some hoops.
Well, he's probably going to platoon him like Farhan.
Oh man, you start right in.
Let's not end the interview before it starts.
Still alive.
Do we want to talk about the Giants? Come on.
I like you. I got to ask your permission. You know, can I talk as a fan for a second?
Yeah, that's what I do every day, and people hate me for it.
No, I'm in euphoria, right, about the perfect birth of my grandson and all that. And I'm watching the Giants game. What am I out on an island alone? But the kid hits a grand slam, right? His first major league home run for the Giants last night, and then you pinch hit for him later because the lefty-righty thing, the platoon. I mean, I can understand it if they were in a chase for something. And you know, I did watch the post-game show where they tried to say the Giants are still alive. But, you know, just being real, I'm a fan now, you guys, you know. So, but, I mean, how can you pinch hit for a kid who just hit a grand slam? I think that's demoralizing, and I think that's carrying out the lefty-righty thing too far in a game that really doesn't mean that much. Come on, what do you think?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Mark. I mean, it makes no sense to me. But that's the story of the Gabe Kapler / Farhan Zaidi Giants, and we'll see what they do this offseason. By the way, a lot of people on YouTube asking if Steiny paid up on the bet. What was the bet, and what is he supposed to pay off?
Well, he was very, very adamant last year. Just the season had just ended for the 49ers, and he said, just Jimmy Garoppolo's gone. He's out of here. No way. He's coming back. It's not happening. So just as adamant as he was, I'm like, whoa. I'm listening on the car radio like anybody else. So I call him up and I go, no, man, you can't just make a definitive statement like that. You don't know what they're thinking. I'm going to bet you right now a case of beer that Jimmy Garoppolo is on the 49ers next year.
So it's your fault. So it's your fault that we're discussing Jimmy Garoppolo again for the sixth. We're in the twilight zone, Mark. So it's all your fault.
There you go. But anyway, he did. People want to know he did pay up. We decided, not to. I'm not a big beer drinker, so we went with a couple of 7 and 7s. We went to Krogan's up in Montclair, and he was happy to pay up. He, didn't even let me touch the bill. So we're all even, man. It's all good, and you just never know in pro sports, right?
No, you don't. Mark, I want your opinion on this. For so many years, you did the point after, breaking down the 49ers. Most of the big wins, it was you, it was Bubba Paris, Fonzie, like the whole squad over there. Like that was part of the religion of 49er football on Sundays that I was birthed into. So I want your perspective on this. It feels like every single day there is drama coming out of the 49ers. It's the kid. It's the coach. It's the assistant leaving. This guy's hurt. That guy's hurt. Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, my God, did you see what he said when we zoomed in and he's walking off the field? Like, what is that a byproduct of? Is that just the society that we're in right now? Is that the 49ers are so popular that the East Coast has finally realized they can generate a lot of attention and clicks through this? Is this football? Like, what do you make of why there's just so much stuff with the Niners hour to hour?
Well, like most things, it's not just one thing. It's an accumulation, and I think right at the top of the list, you got to say social media, because it's instant gratification.
Yeah.
I can put something out on Twitter or what have you, and all of a sudden, I've started a little fire, right? And back in the day, for instance, the Steve Young, Joe Montana controversy, quarterback quandary, whatever you want to call it, was a lot more intense because there was acrimonious feelings there. I don't get the sense that with, Trey Lance obviously hurt now, but the Jimmy Garoppolo thing, maybe a mild annoyance. But if there had been Twitter and all the avenues of communication out back then, it would have really turned into something big, because there was some harsh feelings there. There was some harsh feelings toward Bill Walsh. By a lot, everybody looks back at Bill as the genius and the architect of all these championships and all that. But people were really ticked off at him for even thinking about replacing Joe Montana. The nerve of this guy to come in and think he can bring in Steve Young, and then Joe didn't appreciate it. And I think it's just the society we're in now because of the instantaneous ability to respond to anything. And I think we're all hungry for it, because sports talk radio in those days, for instance, was not even a full-time thing.
No.
There was no full-time 24/7 sports talk radio broadcast outlet in the Bay, and now there are there's only one that I know of, and that's you guys. But
Mark, can I ask you about Walsh here? A two-parter on this one. And the first part, how would he have viewed what happened with Trey Lance? Just how he was being utilized. Not that he just went down because of the injury, but like the depth of how he's been used, the development, all of that, and kind of the situation that they've put him in, the incubator. And was Walsh considered, quote-unquote, arrogant during his time? Because I'm hearing a lot of people kind of point that word at Kyle Shanahan, and I'm just curious how was Bill viewed, I guess, back then?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. The thing about it is that, one of my buddies kind of put it in context. He said, designing all these running plays for Trey Lance is like entering a Lamborghini into one of those Rock'em Sock'em crash events, the car, what do they call them?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Derby, one of those crash derbies.
Yeah, roller derby.
Yeah.
Come to the Cow Palace on Tuesday and see Road Warrior.
Yeah, and they have them for cars, on Friday nights at the fair where they blast each other. But, I think that Bill Walsh had a certain arrogance about him. But the thing was, he was smooth. He was a lot smoother. You had a feeling that this is a guy of extreme intelligence that is well-versed in other areas. He was more of a Renaissance man. He was well-read. He was a history buff. He was well-educated and erudite, and he carried that with him. Whereas Kyle Shanahan, for lack of a better term, seems like a football brat who grew up, on third base, and he thought he hit a triple. You know what I mean? It's like, you were kind of in that era, in that environment from the time you were a little kid. And Bill Walsh, I think, had that feeling of, I'll tell you what started the arrogant talk about Bill Walsh was when he came out with that statement that basically it's better to get rid of players a year early than a year too late. And a lot of people took offense at that. And I know for a fact, in talking to a lot of the players, I mean, in hindsight, revisionist history, we look back and you think, everything was rosy, everything was great, all the players loved him. And that's not the way it was. A lot of those players, I'm not going to mention names, but man, you got a lot closer to players back then and formed relationships with them, and they would tell you if they trusted you off the record. And I can tell you, all is rosy now in hindsight, but there were some very upset players who did not like that idea of being treated like robots. Like, get rid of them a year early before, the crank starts breaking,
No doubt.
But I think there was a sense that Bill kind of earned his lofty status as a genius.
Do you think Shanahan has? You think Kyle Shanahan has, Mark, as we're talking to Mark Ibanez, longtime television anchor for KTVU Channel 2 here on the Morning Roast. He's a grandpa again. Baby girl had a child last night, so we're happy about that. Grandpa times 3. But how do you think? What do you think about that, Mark? And then like the players running to the columnist and Michael Silver saying, Jimmy gives us a better chance to win. Like that to me was tacky about this entire situation.
Yeah, well, there's so many things about this that have made it untenable, and it could get uglier if this season unravels. But I think what we're learning this year, and what's cool about retirement, guys, is I'm looking at it a lot differently. Like if I don't like the way the game's going or whatever, the Giants would have you, I can turn it off, right? Right. I don't have to remember everybody's name, and I don't have to try to think of something clever, and I'm seeing it kind of from a different viewfinder, if you will. And what I'm really seeing about the 49ers, I could go on and on about the Giants because, that's where my heart is on baseball. But what I'm seeing is some cracks in the armor of Kyle Shanahan. And I never, from the get-go, bought into throwing that word genius around. Offensive genius. He's a mastermind play caller. And I don't think he's earned that in any way, shape, or form. And what I started noticing in that game, what really struck me about that horrible Denver game is Niners get off to a nice start, but there doesn't seem to be a killer instinct with this team and Shanahan's coaching philosophy offensively to really put the hammer down on people. Like, when's the last time the 49ers won a game under Shanahan 41-3?
Right.
It's
been like since you got to go like 2019 when they beat up on the Panthers and the Browns.
Yeah.
And I saw a killer instinct there. Green Bay on Sunday Night Football, 37-8. We saw the killer instinct. Where did it go?
Yeah, I'm not feeling that. And I think Shanahan, when he gets any kind of a lead, he gets way too conservative, and they actually play better from behind offensively because there just seems to be less of reining things in. And if you notice carefully, if you listen to Jimmy Garoppolo carefully after that first game, when he came in unexpectedly, he said, it felt good to cut it loose a little bit. It was free and easy. They weren't being dictated to by the constraints of the playbook that Shanahan has. Did you guys get the feeling he was ad-libbing a little more?
Yes.
And slinging it?
He was. But then, you know what, Mark? it falls on deaf ears when he goes out there and have the performance like he did on Sunday night, like running out of the back of the end zone for
Mark,
the pick 8.
I've never seen that. Like, what was that? First, the play call, like from the 1, let's throw a screen, and then Jimmy, like, and the worst thing, Trent goes down for, I don't know, a month, okay, on that play. They threw a pick 6. The safety was like the third, like it wasn't even that bad in comparison to the other 2 outcomes.
No, and, what blew me away about that play was field awareness.
Thank you.
Quarterback. I've just never seen a quarterback, and that wasn't even close. Like, you could see if, half a cleat was on the end line.
Planted both feet and tried to throw a dive, and he's up throwing the pick 6. They're like, dear God, blow the play dead.
Yeah, and intuitively, how they always say the great quarterbacks can kind of feel the rush.
Yeah.
They know when. You got to be able to feel where you are in the end zone. That blew me away.
Yeah.
But I'm a little frustrated with the way Shanahan operates, and things that I don't understand are like how everybody just jumps to this conclusion, like, oh, hey, they're playing the Rams. Remember last year when they got off to a bad start and they played the Rams and they lit it up on national TV and they turned their season around? Like, that has anything to do with now.
Yeah,
thank you, Mark. Gosh,
Mark,
this is gospel.
It is, and I love hearing from you. Mark Ibanez, the legend. I mean, you got to sit down with us and break bread more often. But I'm looking at this. We were talking about Steph Curry because the Warriors played this morning in Japan, and I remember a time when the 49ers went to Japan to play in NFL games in the early 90s.
I was there. One of the top 10 highlights of my broadcast career.
Yeah,
played the Broncos, right?
Yeah, incredible. Yeah. So I'm talking about Steph Curry, and I was telling Bonte, and I said this after that game, and I'm going to say it probably till my dying breath. It's one of the greatest individual games I've ever seen, given the magnitude of the moment. Game 4 last year in Boston, Steph Curry, 43 points, just incredible. Ties up the series. Felt like it changed everything. If we put Bumgarner's Game 7, Steph Curry's Game 4, like, what are we missing here in terms of the things you've seen as a lifelong Bay Area resident? What are these seminal individual performances in these championship environments that you got to put up in this short list? Are those 2 guys on that list, and are there any that we maybe haven't thought of?
Holy mackerel, man! That's a tough one to throw my way.
I'm sorry,
but no, that's okay. But certainly that, and I remember being a teenager when Rick Barry stood up.
There you go, 75.
That predates.
Let's do this, Mark. I'm gonna steal this from Jay LaFrey on our YouTube page. Let's go.
Okay.
Mark Ibanez pre-mustache, greatest performance in championship Bay Area sports history. And then post-mustache. Mark Ibanez pre-mustache and post-mustache. Because you were a legend. With the stash or without it, you're still legendary.
Oh, man. For me, growing up as a 49er fan as a kid, you can't get around what Joe Montana did, because he completely changed the psyche of the Bay Area when it came to football. 49ers had fervent fans, but it was always kind of like, it's fun to watch them, and they're never going to win a Super Bowl. And I witnessed in the early stages of my career him, and Ronnie Lott just almost single-handedly changing the way we viewed our team. Like, hey, we can actually win. I don't think, in that Dallas Cowboy, the famous Dwight Clark game, I don't think anybody honestly, deep down, thought we were going to win that game. The 49ers were going to win that game because the Cowboys had doused our dreams so many times. So to me, when I look back over the course of those 43, 45 years, whatever, it's really Joe Montana at the core changing it, and for the 49ers, because all of a sudden we viewed ourselves as winners and not this poor little team that was, always going to lose to, the Dallas Cowboys or, teams back east. So what he did, with the Super Bowls, never threw an interception in a Super Bowl, those kinds of things, can't be calculated, though, with statistics, because of the fact that, what he did was just change the overall psychological just the psyche of the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And they used to say at Channel 2, like, you could put up a full screen of the 49ers logo during the 80s and it would draw a rating. I mean, hey, the 49ers logo's on TV. Let's watch it. Or they didn't have open houses on Sunday. Those kinds of things. And I think before the Giants actually won a World Series, it was kind of similar attitude about the Giants, like fun to watch, very passionate fans and all of that. But, are we ever going to win a World Series? We never thought, wow, in my lifetime, did I think the Giants were going to win a World Series?
Now we're there with the Warriors.
Well, and that's why I hold Lincecum in such high regard, because of how he did change the culture. And that's why I hold Steph Curry in such high regard, the same way that you're talking about Montana.
Yeah, that is exactly it. You are seeing what is basically the same phenomenon with Steph Curry that Joe Montana did. So you guys get it, because with the Warriors, it was always like, look how excited we got with the team that the Baron Davis team. They didn't even make it past the second round, but we look back on it like it was a legendary team. Well, Steph Curry took the baton and went to the next level, and I don't think obviously years and years and years from now he'll always be viewed as the guy who helped turn the Warriors into this massive global team that is so popular everywhere. So it's pretty cool to have witnessed basically three layers of that. Montana, you could say Lincecum, you could throw in Buster Posey to me.
Yep.
Which I don't know how you guys feel, but I think he'll be a much needed and important addition to that ownership group. Yeah. I'm glad he's on the board of six that'll be helping to make these decisions, because I think that team they need some input from somebody who's played recently and isn't sitting behind a computer screen measuring statistics and playing fantasy baseball with real people's lives.
Analytics.
I love you, Mark.
Analytics, Mark, with the walk-off. Hey, next time we see you, you'll probably be sitting on the 50-yard line at a Niners game or courtside at a finals game. I mean, you're sitting next to A-Rod and Joe Lacob, and I knew then that I couldn't touch you. I was like, hey, Mark, how you doing? And you didn't return my text for like 3 weeks. I was like, well, that's Marky Banyas.
Get out of here. And so you retaliate by not coming to my retirement.
Oh, my God. Hey, here's what I want to know.
Yeah, we went on strike for that one.
Did Guru say goodbye when he left, or did he just do the Irish goodbye thing?
And one more. There's some people who think, and David Bruce is going to hate me for saying this, but some people think David invited himself.
What?
No.
That's what the streets are saying. No, we're kidding,
That's
David.
not fair.
We're kidding, David.
I'm going to get a Damon text in like 6 seconds.
Yeah, no, he's going to rip me on his show. I know it. It's coming.
That is not right, but it was a great time, and I know you guys both had reasons for not being there, but it's all good, because I'll have another one. I'll have a year anniversary retirement.
We will be there. We will be there.
Don't be a stranger. We miss you, man. I miss hearing your voice.
We love fan Marky Banyas. The streets love it. YouTube's going crazy. They love this Marky Banyas.
Yeah. Well, I thank you guys for giving the old guy a chance to get back on the airwave. It's been great. And I tell you what, the best thing about retirement is what I told you guys, just being able to watch again from a fan point of view. You see a different version of it, and it really kind of reignites your love for sports, why you got into it in the first place. And,
there it is.
It's been cool for me. Definitely.
Congratulations, Grandpa.
Yep. Congratulations,
Thank you,
Mark.
guys.
Much blessings
we'll
to
do
you
it
and
again
your family.
soon. We got to do this once a month, man. Once a month, we'll have to do it.
Appreciate you having me on, guys.
Anytime.
It's my idol right there.
Marky Banyas.
I knew that like one night I was working late nights and I got a text message from him and I didn't even know who he was. And I was like, God damn, Marky Banyas is texting me. They're like ear-to-ear smile. He's been a great person to me behind the scenes. Love Mark.
He's awesome. Marky Banyas, man.
We
got to recap some of the things he said. He went in on Shanahan. He's been saying things I've been saying for 3 years, but y'all think I hate Shanahan. Y'all think I don't like Shanahan.
I can hear Dibs right now. Bonte got a confirmation sensation right there.
Oh, look at you. That's a 4. That's a 4. That's a 4. Oh, we got to break. Love, it's going crazy. Don't forget, Warriors preseason replay, 6 p.m. right after Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game in case you missed a game this morning. And don't forget, Monday, 95.7 The Game will be live from the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. Willard Dibs from 9 to 12. Steiny Guru from 12 to 3. Damon and Ratto, I think they'll be 3 to 6, but they may dip a little early for the Monday night kickoff at 5:15. They'll all be down there during the day and get you ready for Monday Night Football between the Rams and the Niners. Now what's coming up? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. React. The Marky Bond, it's on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online. And it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In San Francisco this morning, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I'm seeing here that Baldy's going to be on at 10:30, or is it 10 o'clock? I'm seeing, but whatever. 10 o'clock, 10:30. What the hell is Baldy doing on with Willard and Dibs? I thought that was our guy.
Yeah, isn't Rich Ornberger their guy?
Yeah, we don't get the double dip with their guests.
The station's guy. He's
Michael Silver doesn't come on
Ratto.
our show, although I don't think he would. What's up with that? Double dipping? We can double dip guests now? Is that what's happening around here?
Hey, are you doing any Friday night football games tonight? High school? Because I want to give a quick shout out.
To who?
Well, it looks like SI plays against St. Francis under the lights tonight.
In the Sunset?
I think so.
Ooh.
Going to be a battle.
Ooh.
I might have to make my way down there.
Yeah, you should go to a high school game. You always talk about it, but you never be about it.
I'm stuck in that CYO life, yo.
Come on, man. You got to get out there.
And my heel is killing me from back-to-back nights of softball.
Bruce Mahoney. What's happening now? Did I say something to tick off Willard? Must be a day that ends with the letter Y.
Mark walked into the studio. He probably wants it from both of us today.
Yeah, no. He's coming in hot.
Yeah, he is. He got a foul ball last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Look at him. He got lucky.
I know.
He talked about it. He spoke
I wish he would have given it to his girlfriend. I saw that he went to the game with her. He should have given it to the woman.
How long have they been dating?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it does matter.
It's the nice guy move.
No, it's got to be, if it's 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, 2 months, 3 months. How long had it?
I mean, he's been a Giants fan for 40 plus years now. That's my ball. I'm not giving it to Jade or whoever. Please.
Exactly.
My favorite was that
Benny?
video. That video of that Chicago Bear fan. You know, I've only known you 6 months. I've known my team for 22 years. It's like my favorite line of all time. By the way, I don't know if you know this. We're getting personal texts right now, Bonte, as you ripped Damon Bruce.
I didn't rip him. It was a jokey joke. Because I know he's the man.
Well, tell if people weren't listening, explain the joke.
I said, since Guru was complaining, did Damon invite himself? And we all laughed it off. David invited himself. Better get that corrected. My name rings like a bell in these streets. David Bruce is a legend. Of course, David Bruce is getting invited. There's just no doubt. He's on the mailing list.
It's like a bell in the streets. I haven't heard that in so long. That's such a good call.
Come on.
I was listening to Damon and Ratto yesterday.
Bring Michael Irvin in the AM then. If Baldy can go on Willard and Dibs, we want Michael Irvin. We want Steve Kerr. We want Fitz. We want Ross Tucker. I want everybody's guest.
Has your opinion on someone who you hated when they played changed more dramatically than Michael Irvin?
So I was thinking about this last night.
Because I hated him when he played, and I love him.
So I was thinking about this last night. I was thinking about this last night. Not only do I love him,
I love him.
But it's also Troy Aikman.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I couldn't stand Troy Aikman.
But Troy was like the fourth guy I hated on that list of guys.
I still hated him. I still hated him. He wore number 8. Young wore number 8.
I hated Novacek more than Aikman.
Yeah. Man, I couldn't stand Troy Aikman. And now I love him.
Well, he's great.
I want him on all the big games.
He's great. He's great. But my point is, like, Michael Irvin, I legitimately love Michael Irvin. Richard Sherman is someone who I saw up on there on that Amazon broadcast. I couldn't stand him when he was a Seahawk. Love him now.
Playmakers, appointment radio, appointment television.
He's the best.
He's the best. He had no glasses on the other day, and he was like squinting on set. It was the most hilarious thing. And he's always sweating. So you can hear him sweating through the microphone when he's talking to Damon Ratto. D, let me just say, I love the playmaker, man.
I do too.
I got to interview him once, and he shook my hand, gave me the dance, dude. I was like, this is the playmaker.
Did you tell him you were a Knoll?
Oh, I told him, I said, man, I told him right off the rip, I couldn't stand you as a player. And he was just laughing, and he shook my head. I said, I couldn't stand you, but now I can't get enough of you, man. Playmaker.
Wasn't he number 46 in college?
47.
47.
The war number 47.
And you would have jersey identified him.
Oh, I would have said he was trash.
Yeah. You're prejudiced towards certain numbers.
But in college, they give anybody anything.
What do you think? He's the playmaker.
Yeah, I know. You were stacked. I'm sure 88 was taken. 9 was taken. Probably had 3 different number 9s on those U teams. That's how stacked they were.
Giants still alive?
I'd rather talk to Miguelito in the city. Miguelito, what's happening? You're on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hello, fellas. Belated birthday. Happy birthday to you from last week, but things happened.
Oh, thank you.
I was just calling
2 weeks ago, but it's all good.
Who's counting?
But I called last year about a name change for Levi Stadium. I don't know if you remember it, but you guys, you and Chasky didn't seem too happy about it. But I recommended calling it the Cradle and having the Van Halen song "The Cradle Will Rock" as a theme song for the park. I know it's an old song, but it still rocks.
That's not a bad one, actually. I like the Shark Tank. Like, I think that's cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I like that.
So what's Levi's?
So, like, the Eagle's Nest, for like the Eagles.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's cool. No? Am I tripping?
No, it is. No, I love the names. I'm just stuck on Levi's. Like, what would you call it? The big jeans? Oversized jeans? Small jeans? Tight jeans? Skinny jeans? I don't know.
Work from home. Representing the startups that are out there.
Well, the empty seats. There's a lot of people.
Home.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are watching from home at the time.
You like that, didn't you?
A lot of red seats. Instead of working from home, you can watch from home. Dude, I don't know what you could call it, man.
Everybody told me for years, you'll never be able to build in San Francisco. There's no room. You'll never be able to come back.
Hey, Joe Lacob said, hold my beer.
Well, I mean,
watch this.
I'm down here every day. You're down here every day.
Right.
There's plenty of room to build. You can knock down all of these empty condos and all of these empty office spaces and build right on the water yesterday. Like, money talks. Come on.
Oh, the streets are also talking.
What's that?
That may have been your best joke ever.
Really?
Working from home?
Yeah.
No, we're watching from
because they're in Silicon Valley, I thought it was
Levi's
funny.
will watch from home. Because if you don't win this game, it gets the Reds.
And the sad thing is I'll be the idiot who's stuck in traffic going to and fro.
We all will. Damn it.
Here's a good one. UV 100 because you're sitting in the sun and it's nuts.
Yeah, the sun seats. I would never sit there again. What a done there. Coach Buck. What is up, Coach Buck?
Coach Buck.
Said, tell Joe that his fellow Crusaders is watching his ass. He bet not go to a random-ass St. Ignatius, St. Francis game.
Look, my cousin has switched allegiances from Sacred Heart to Reardon, all right? I've got family at every single school.
Yeah.
My wife went to SI. I've got love for SI. I've got a niece there right now, all right? So sue me, all right? I root for the women's program. Listen, what can I say? I'm unabashed. I'm going to root for my family.
I got love for all the high schools.
Yeah.
Levi's the only outdoor tanning salon.
Oh, I like that one. I'm like Snoop Dogg. I'm like the Gaylord Perry of WCAL. I'll root for everyone.
Yeah, I do too. I'll go to the Bruce Mahoney.
That's what I'm saying.
Sacred Heart and SI. A lot of
They just had the
family over
volleyball one, I think,
there.
recently.
Coach Evans. What's up, Coach Evans? Who you guys got? Washington High School. What's going on up there? I need my high school list. I need my high school rankings. High school schedule.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. We've got a nice weekend of sports ahead of us. The Giants doubleheader for the Phillies today, so we could find out if the Phillies lose both of them.
Oh my God!
By the way, if the Giants are tied with the Brewers and the Phillies on the last day of the year,
don't do this.
Giants have the head-to-head.
Don't do this. Logan Webb's pitching 5 innings. They're shutting them down like the season's over. Don't do this. Just, you know what?
But they're alive. Like Guru said, the math checks out.
So
as long as the mask's there,
this is what I'm going to do.
I'm like that little cat hanging on the dry cleaning or whatever they call it. What do you say? Just hang in there. And he's got one little claw.
Yeah. I promise you this. I promise you this. Tonight, I will watch the Giants Diamondbacks game.
Well, don't, because when you haven't been watching, they've been winning. They're 9-1 over the last 10.
I'm going to watch so I can root for them to lose for the first time in my life. I want the Giants to lose today so we can stop all this. Hey, they've got a shot to make the playoffs. I just need this season to be
it was entertaining till the last week of the year.
Oh, my gosh.
I wish they would have went to some of these bullpen arms like 2 weeks earlier than they did. Like, it's just, it is frustrating. And I'm not here pretending like the Giants are some special team or whatever, but like, they're in the mix, and this is what you want your team to do. Like, through everything, I thought they were going to quit on Kapler a month ago. They didn't, and I think it's a credit to him. No,
they're playing for contracts. Some of these guys are playing for positioning.
Both can be true. Yeah. Both can be true.
So Kapler's probably going to be back, huh?
Yeah. Why wouldn't he be?
Farhan.
If Farhan's coming back, Kapler's coming back. Why wouldn't they?
I'm just asking. Just asking the question.
It's a big offseason.
It's a huge offseason.
I mean, they got to pray for a Yankee dismantling.
How about that preseason game last night or this morning?
What,
James Wiseman?
Oh, dude.
How excited are you about James Wiseman?
Well, I was just on Instagram. People are sending me highlights.
Yeah.
Our boy Adam.
Yeah, Adam.
And I'm just looking at nothing but just yams in people's faces.
He had 5 dunks today. 5 dunks.
He looks so much more aggressive.
5 dunks. He knows where to roll. He's playing defense. Yeah, like, did you see the ESPN graphic? Who is this? So I posted it yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I stole it from somebody and posted it as my own, of course. I didn't give any credit. Sorry. ESPN, according to Kevin Pelton.
Don't know who that is. Yeah.
Don't know who he is. Sounds like an analytics geek.
That's just an unbelievable drive-by, just shooting into a crowd.
Well,
you don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah, well, we won't know who he is. He's probably going to get fired from his job for posting this. Stats-based projections.
Uh-oh.
They have the Warriors winning 42 games.
What do we think?
And finishing 8th in the West.
Didn't we learn from 538? They don't really know what they're talking about.
8th in the West on a team that's adding James Wiseman.
I thought the Warriors had a 13% chance of winning the finals.
Well, yeah. 41. Come on.
Well, and this team's not even a regular season team. Like, what are we doing? Like, really, what are we doing?
And then get the 8th seed and still probably run the table through the playoffs. So
But like after last year, disrespecting Steph Curry and this organization. Look, it's fair to like, hey, I'm skeptical on the Warriors. That's fine. To dismiss them
to say, hey, they're going to be the 8th seed this year, coming off the championship.
Again, I've said this
to you. They lost Gary Payton II.
Bonte.
Nice little loss. They lost Otto Porter Jr. And they lost Bielitsa.
But this is the part that bugs me. Why did we give the Spurs, BOD, benefit of the doubt for 2.5 decades? And yet we can't give the Warriors, while their best player is still in his prime, okay? Why can't we give them a little BOD?
I don't know.
Benefit of the doubt.
Ask Kevin Pelton.
But why?
Who's Kevin Pelton?
Like the Patriots.
Can we get Kevin Pelton on the show?
People still think like, maybe Hoyer gets a little magic Belichick dust sprinkled on him. No, Matt Patricia's is offensive
coordinator. And Joe Judge is there coaching up the quarterbacks.
But don't we still give Belichick the benefit of the doubt? And he's earned that. I'm not trying to take it away from him.
Well, maybe Kevin Pelton's up to something because Jordan Poole did go 1 of 10 from the floor. Curry was 1 of 7.
Are you really reciting preseason Japanese games?
Wiggins was 1 of 8.
Japan games?
1 of 8. Looney was 2 of 7.
Stop this.
So maybe Kevin Pelton is on to something.
Stop this. The all 22 is telling me that Jordan Poole's jump shot's just not there.
You see, Steve, you're right on it. 538 missed the parade a few months ago. So did Kevin Pelton.
Yeah. Did they project the parade route? What was the parade route projections?
Kevin Pelton. Let's go to JW in the city. He's watching this on YouTube. What's up, JW?
Shout out to my son, man. 6-shoe quarterback. He's been doing his thing as of lately, man. I'm just wishing the best.
What
I'm
team?
a proud dad, man. Go dad.
What team?
Vallejo Jags.
Nice.
Vallejo Jags.
Nice.
Okay, who do you guys got this weekend?
The VALLEJO.
We got Bay Area Gators. I'm a San Francisco guy. But
the Bay Area Gators.
I got him playing out here.
Yeah, they're playing at McAteer. So you're in the league with the DC Stars.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, we showed them. We showed them what's up. They know what's up with my son, number 2.
Oh, the DC Stars. You guys beat them?
Yeah, it was tie game.
Okay, all right. Because I got my son, my nephew there, number 10, Fat Man, playing for the DC Stars. Shout out to XP.
Yeah. What age group?
6 and unders.
Oh yeah, they play. We played them. Yeah, with her. He's the coach over there. I'm the coach over there too for my son.
I like it.
Look at that. I like it. Okay, Vallejo Jags.
It's just a good. Yeah, it's just a good feeling being a father and just being there and watching them grow from just a little baby to a little young man, and it's just he out there just having fun, and it just makes me a proud father because I didn't have a father growing up, and now that I'm a father and I'm doing what's right for my son, just being a good role model. That shit gets so emotional, man. But I wish him the best, man.
That's awesome.
No problem.
No, that
awesome,
really
JW.
touched my heart.
That is awesome right there. Salute to all the fathers out there doing it. No Ned Speeds
And
out
the
there
moms.
doing it. And I was getting there. I'll never forget about the ladies.
The moms who act
they're
like
the most
fathers,
important.
you know,
they're the most important.
and
during the
grandpas
week.
and grandmas
Yeah,
and
the ladies get
uncles
their
and
love.
aunties.
The ladies are coaching now. They're doing everything
as they should.
Yeah, no doubt. The ladies get all the love in the world. Everybody gets love here on the Morning Roast. ELE. Everybody love everybody.
I've never heard that one.
Jackie Moon, baby.
Oh.
ELE. Everybody love everybody.
Oh, that's right.
ELE. Semi-pro.
I forgot
That's
about
something
that.
you didn't know?
One
You're
love.
the movie expert on the show.
It went right over my head.
Wow.
I thought it was a rap lyric, and I was like, what?
Ding, ding, ding.
That's one of the Will Ferrell movies I do kind of skip by, though, because there was just so many in that era. Like Wedding Crashers. You got, what is it? Step
Talladega
Brothers.
Nights.
Talladega Nights. There's so many.
Yeah.
Talladega Nights. I
Not
felt
Land
like
of the
was his
Lost,
peak.
Sam Loveman. Not
Land of the Lost? Are you
Land
kidding
of the
me?
Lost, come on. Starsky and Hutch is underrated, man.
Oh, it's good, but the original was better.
Yeah, but I do love me some,
You didn't see the original.
I didn't see the original. I didn't see the original. I saw Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson. That's all I needed. And Ben Stiller played with that book of sugar. And it was old, baby.
Oh, Vince Vaughn was so good as a villain in that one, too.
Oh, he was so good. The bar mitzvah, remember that?
Oh, dude. Oh,
When
man.
Will Ferrell talking about your belly button looks like a bowl of oatmeal. I mean, it was just wild. That show, the cop.
Got a
the
little brown
lieutenant.
sugar on mine.
Yeah, got a little brown sugar on mine. All right, we got Miguelito. Miguelito wanted a name change for Levi's out of nowhere.
All right.
I mean, just out of nowhere. Work from home stadium. Boy, I got to
By the
tell
way,
you.
can we
Hey,
just-
hold on. No, real quick,
Yeah.
Shasky. I'll tell you. The Niners, there better be at least 4-4 before the bye week. Because I guess people will go see Brady and they'll go see the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel and Tyreek Hill
And
them.
Mahomes.
And Mahomes. Boy, what is that stadium going to look like if they don't win this game on Monday? Oh, my Lord.
Pitchforks.
Oh, my Lord.
Can I just, for 1 second, let's get a real sports opinion in here for just a minute.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, no, it's not. I'm not disrespect. When I saw the Kinlaw news that you referenced earlier today, the knee.
boy.
All right.
Oh,
I remember distinctively, and I'm not trying to do a victory lap, but I'm just talking about value. We have screamed to the high heavens about, oh my God, they've moved so much for the quarterback. We all agree. Quarterback is important. That's not it's like so surface level, right? It's like, duh. Quarterback's important. Playmakers are important, all those things. And we know that you win in the trenches. For the life of me, philosophically, I will never embrace paying a defensive tackle who doesn't get double-digit sacks from the interior, $20 million a year, and selecting a guy 13th overall when you're going to rotate the two middle guys on the inside. It is just horrible bang for the buck when it comes to how they've allocated some of their funds on the interior of the O-line.
I don't know if I agree with that necessarily with the drafting. I don't mind drafting a defensive lineman in the top 15.
A number 6
let me
overall
say-
guy
let me-
who was a 3-down player.
This is what I'm saying. Let me finish. I don't mind taking a defensive lineman in the first round. What is puzzling is when you trade a defensive tackle and you give the number that defensive tackle wore to the next first round pick. That puts unnecessary pressure on Javon Kinlaw.
Agreed.
Right off the rip, it's like, oh wait, you're wearing 99. You've got to be Buckner from day one. That's not fair. Number 2,
I agree with that.
Number 2, we all agree the Armstead contract befuddled us all. We're sitting here. Wait, you're going to pay Armstead? How about you let him play another year?
A franchise tag.
Yeah.
Yes.
You franchise tag Armstead and you let
Which is
Buckner
what
play out his
remember,
contract.
we did a video that day.
Right.
And remember, I said that to you, and you're like, that's a great point. Why don't they use the franchise tag?
They don't. I would have used it on Lincoln Tomlinson this year.
Exactly.
They didn't do that.
I
But
know.
everybody's so worried about whether or not he'd be the top 10 offensive paid line. Who cares? Protect your assets.
Exactly. And keep them for one more year and say, do it again.
Yep.
You know? And so I look at this and I know we're like screaming to the high heavens, this running back and this number 2 pick and this number 1 pick. And like, just look, and I get it. Like, I like having edge rushers that sack the quarterback. We all do. But think of how much production they found in late rounds from the D tackle spots. Kentavious Street. DJ Jones, Givens. We look at this guy, Ridgeway. I never even heard of Ridgeway.
Ridgeway's a good player.
I mean, he looks solid.
Good player.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, when they allocated the 13th overall pick, the way I look at it, if you're going to take that guy at a D tackle, 13th overall, he better be a 3-down lineman, right? That's why I'm looking at him like, I wanted an offensive lineman. I wanted a weapon. One of those two things. And they went D tackle when I don't think anybody was jumping up to go get him. And now he's got the knee problem. And look, he may end up being a decent player, but it feels like today they've misappropriated some of their funds when it comes to how much they paid. And then they moved Armstead to the outside in 2019. Everybody fell for it. And you and I knew, like, he's an interior player.
He's an inside player.
He's an inside. And that's not, he's a good player. But it's the same thing they did with Solomon Thomas. They drafted Solomon Thomas and didn't know where to play him. Where is it? Is he an inside guy or an outside guy? Well, he's a rotational guy who's not a starting player. Exactly.
Like, he's not a guy.
And that guy, you took 3 overall.
And you took him at 3 overall. But then you look at the second-round picks. You look at their second-round picks. Dante Pettis, right?
He's had more impact with the Bears in that one play than he did on the Niners.
All right. Third-round pick, 2019.
Actually, he has had more impact on TikTok than he has on an NFL field.
I mean, you get Jalen Hurd, third round. And then next year.
We had the one Dallas game that will
live. And the one preseason game where he high-pointed the football, and I went crazy.
It'll live.
And we'd never seen him on the field ever again.
No.
Ever again.
He is, besides Jared Hayne, no one had more articles written about him with less production.
I mean, Jalen Hurd this, Jalen Hurd that, H-back this, H-back that. I was sold. I thought he could be a player. Nope, turned out he was damaged goods. So roster allocation, roster construction, and this is where I'm at now when we talk about Debo playing running back. I'm like, well, if he plays running back, I've got one wide receiver I can count on.
I know.
How's that happen?
I know. Well,
the lack of playmakers on this team is alarming and something we all overlook.
I'm with you.
Like, it's almost like this offense needs to be revamped next offseason.
Well, and I think as we're talking about misappropriating funds, I don't expect you to bat 1,000. No one is. But, like, some of these you could see a mile away. Armstead was very suspect for 4 or 5 years.
And he balls out in the contract here and you pay him out.
Switching positions.
Right.
And then we all kind of see, like, mobile quarterbacks and him on the edge, not necessarily the greatest fit.
Remember the talking point, too, was, oh, man, you know, DeForest Buckner, he can't adjust to the wide 9 defense.
He had 11 sacks that year.
Yeah, I know, but the wide 9. And isn't it funny that 3 years later, they're not really running the wide 9?
No, they've switched.
You know what I'm saying?
I know, they've switched. They've
so
evolved.
now you give up Buckner, who's still one of the best defensive tackles in football and is having a big impact with the Colts. And you got Kinlaw, and I knew what was going to happen. As soon as they drafted Kinlaw, I was like, oh, no. Everybody's going to expect him to be Buckner, and I like Kinlaw. I like the pick.
You did.
I like the pick.
Night we did that show with you, me, and Covey,
if he's on the field,
I was so sad.
If he's on the field, he produces. But he's not on the field much.
Well, I mean, that's a problem. And then I just look at how often they rotate the inside of those defensive linemen. Right. And I'm saying to myself, look, when you take a first-round pick, that's a jewel. And if you're going to take a first-round pick and you're going to swing on like a wide receiver, you could miss. Like Jalen Reagor was a first-round pick. He's a miss.
And they pivoted already.
But they've already pivoted and they moved him and they traded him and got rid of him.
And they got A.J. Brown.
So the two things that I look at with the Niners, so many times they don't even have the right position for the guy. Kittle is basically a glorified right tackle, you know, too many weeks out of the season for me, just for my liking. Well, I love Debo. They're paying him wide receiver money. He's playing a lot of running back right now.
Here's my problem.
You got Eric Armstead. You paid him and money, but he's really a D tackle.
But not only that, Shasky, is they take these players, they invest in them, they draft them, and then they hold on to them.
Well, too long.
Hoping to get something out of them. Yeah, they hoping to either get something out of them or a trade or a draft pick back, which is why we're stuck here with Jimmy, because you're waiting on picks to get back, and it's like, just move on.
I know.
Just move on.
I mean, how many years in a row did they do the Jaquaski Tart? And finally, they got Hufanga. I thought they were going to bring him back. I'm glad they kind of didn't, because it's given us an opportunity to see Hufanga play.
Think about what Damon said last year. A lot of people chuckled when he said, I'd rather lose with Trey than win with Jimmy. And I understood where he was coming from. It's so boring watching Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback, and you know what you're going to get. Where with Trey Lance, it's the wild card, right? It's had us all excited. You may get the 80-yard bomb. You may get a pick. You may get a 15-yard run up the middle with a quarterback power. You may get him getting stuffed and breaking his ankle. That's basically what happened. But the Jimmy thing, it's like we know what to expect with the offense. We know what we're going to see with the offense. And we have another year of that. Another year of that. And the excitement from the quarterback position is gone.
Well, and think about how much money you spent on offense, right? Kittle was at one point a top-paid tight end.
Right.
Ayuk, you invested a first-round pick. Debo, you're giving $25 million a year. And because of the limitations of quarterback, for no matter who it is, you're not getting full value on the money and the draft capital you spent on some of these guys.
Yeah, I don't like it. Monday, we'll be breaking it down. Willard Dibs will be down there Monday.
Mark's got a Lululemon bag.
Mark, damn, he's got big money.
Wow.
Damn,
he must have sold that famous foul ball.
Caught a foul ball.
Cashed in.
Well, we got to figure out what he did with that foul ball. We got to figure it out. That's coming up after the flex.
I'm so excited for this year's Warrior team. I mean, an argument can be made there have been more sexier teams. This might be their best team top to bottom. No, I don't know.
Out of all the championship teams?
Well, I mean, look, we all agree. Draymond, Steph, and Clay probably aren't at the apex of their powers.
Right.
Maybe they're like ticked down a little. But I look at the rest of this roster. I mean, is this the best version of Wiggins?
Top to bottom, maybe their best roster on
Looney feels like he's in his prime.
Yeah.
I don't think Moody or Kuminga or Wiseman are near that, but we don't know what they're going to be.
Poole?
He's still ascending. I think we can say that.
Right.
I don't know where, and I don't know how good he can get or how much better he can get. I want
Iguodala. Because of Kevin Durant.
Coach Iggy.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Flex moment of the show. Big Shasky week with the flexes. Big Shasky week.
That was a two-man weave.
Yeah,
clean
sweep.
sweep.
Clean sweep. You know, I had a little cameo here and there. You know, try to get some words and try to get in there. Because, you know, when Shasky starts talking, the ears close. You don't hear nothing.
Let Bonte cook, man. That's what this week's all about. We got to let Bonte cook.
I'll burn the house down.
Were you up at 2 a.m. watching that live?
I did wake up at 3:30.
Okay. I mean, you didn't do pre and post last night?
No.
Pre and post live from Japan?
Mully, what do you think about minute allocation in preseason game number 1?
I'm not surprised that you were up in the middle of the night. What Bay Area sports fan could sleep with this amazing comeback going on with the San Francisco Giants?
Procter & Gamble.
I couldn't expect you to sleep after that. Come on, man. This is really something, huh, Bonte?
Spadoni.
Mark, give it to him, Mark.
No, but for real, Bonte.
No, Bonte, let him talk.
If it happens, no one wants to face this team in the playoffs. You know that. Nobody wants to face this team. With Rodon and Webb, nobody wants that smoke, Bonte.
It's a payday Friday. It's a Frisco Friday. So let me just read. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch.
Let him cook.
Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. And with that said, you guys have a great weekend.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Let him cook.
Wait. Hold on just a minute. It's a trap. I told Mark.
Thank you, Akbar.
Thank you. You guys know I'm a P1. And I was texting Bonte earlier, and I heard don't you pack up, Bonte Hill.
Seriously.
Don't you pack up.
He's doing what my dad and Jimmy G.
Down.
The final drive against
the Giants tonight. I will root for the Diamondbacks to end all this buffoonery about them having a chance.
They do, though.
They do. It's
so you're saying there's a chance.
1 in 36,200.
Yeah.
And I caught a foul ball last night, which is about the same chance based on my history.
Tell me what happened.
Did you give it to your girlfriend?
No, I gave it to her daughter.
Nice, even better. Because he's a stand-up man.
Actually, that's a lie. I immediately went into the Heisman pose and started stiff-arming children everywhere until I could get that thing to my trophy case. I gave it to my girl's daughter right away. Yeah,
that's cool.
And apparently, I'm told she took it to bed with her and school today, which I'm
gonna leave with this one.
Yeah,
you're not going anywhere.
Stop, dude. Where are you? What are you doing? You're gonna.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna leave with this one.
What are you? You're not going anywhere.
Guaranteed to end up playoff.
He might have to go to the bathroom.
Stop it. That's true.
Take your backpack off.
Listen.
Take your backpack off.
I gotta go, Mark. I can't do it. Listen, you guaranteed the NL playoff format in Major League Baseball.
Oh, here we go.
And you didn't have the Braves in there. And I remember who was it? My memories. I'm getting older.
Yeah, I was totally off on that.
Okay,
I was totally off on that.
It was the Brewers and Cardinals.
Did we have a bet on that?
No, we had a bet on Garoppolo. Yeah, no, we didn't bet on it. Sure. I was totally off on that.
No one took that bet. Yeah,
I had 2 teams of the 7 wrong.
Yeah, he had the Brewers and the Cardinals, not the Braves. Yeah, and he had the Giants in, but you know what?
The Brewers might go, but they might not.
And you know what, the Giants, I mean, I tell you what.
They don't want to face us.
Yeah, I mean, I can't pay the bet off yet because the Giants haven't been eliminated from playoff contention, Bonte.
Yeah, so pissed.
Roasters, have a great weekend.
Come
I'll see you
man.
on
What
Monday for Monday Night Football.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Put your... Hey...
Wow. So we got a text message here.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring this up. I got a text message from Bonte yesterday.
I didn't know you couldn't handle the smoke, man. I didn't know you couldn't handle it.
Let's go Diamondbacks.
I didn't know you couldn't.
Diamondbacks.
I didn't know you couldn't handle it.
I need a grand slam.
I'm not letting him leave.
Bump pitching. Let's go D-backs and end this stuff. Please.
I'm like McGlinchey.
I was going to say, if you're McGlinchey, he's going to go right by you
I
out
want
the
to get an
door.
early start to him depressed about Jimmy G.
Come on, man.
He sent the text to the group yesterday.
All right.
I'm so
See you,
sad
brother.
that Jimmy G's on this team still.
I know.
That's the text he sent to the
Well,
group.
I mean...
And then he tweeted out something a little more eloquent than that, but that was basically his takeaway.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's so good. I told Mark, I'm like,
gone.
if you mention Giants playoffs, he's going to leave. Let's see if he actually leaves. Because you know me, I'm a hardcore listener.
He's he's wimping out, but he's also a man of his word.
He is.
He's a man of his word.
He's stubborn.
Yeah. All right.
Anna has told me
Who
this
the hell
many
isn't
times.
in this room?
I heard him earlier. You guys were so great with your best championship performances of all time. I couldn't help but text.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm texting in all my Rick Barry 75.
See,
I mean,
I'm glad you put that on.
Whatever.
But that's my dad's.
I'm an old guy. Yeah, I'm your dad too.
Sorry,
apparently
I didn't mean it that way.
No, but Bonte, like in a quick sidelight, is like, if Mark comes in and he says the Giants are tough out, I'm leaving. And I'm like, hey, Mark, let's see if he actually does leave.
You see Rodon last night? You don't want that in game one.
Filthy.
You don't want that,
Bonte
man.
knows that. The 1-2 punch of Rodon and Webb. I mean, who's the toughest matchup for the Giants in the playoffs?
I tell you what.
That's a great question.
No, it's really not, but...
Hey, you know what though, Dibs? The text line saying that you pancake Bonte better than McGlinchey has anyone else all year.
Yeah.
Nice.
Seriously.
Nice. I got a wide base.
Oh my gosh. The problem is, of course, Rodon and Webb are no longer stretched out.
Yes.
Because they keep taking them out after the fifth inning. They're not going to be ready for next week. Come on, Gabe.
I love it.
Let them pitch.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, we had a fun night last night. That was really, really great. That was really fun.
Take us through the foul ball. Because,
that's what I want.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
You've never been just to clarify, you've never caught a foul ball, but has someone thrown you a ball?
Yeah, I've gotten batting practice balls.
Okay,
In fact, there was a story. There was a game at Candlestick, left field bleachers, where I got two balls in one game.
The old bleachers or the silver pullout?
No, the silver pullouts. Yeah. When their bleachers were up against the fence. But I caught a Mike Benjamin batting practice home run.
Number 18.
Yes, well, gosh, there you go.
Kane, right?
Again,
He played first base, second base, third base, shortstop. He was a super utility guy.
Joe and I just had this conversation on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. We did an episode yesterday, and he's worried about
one
Shelby
more promo
Miller.
and I'm leaving.
Well, there you go. Okay, how many? One? Anyway, Shelby Miller's wearing Matt Cain's number, and I'm like, the funny thing is, Joe's kind of fired up about it, and I'm like, this is news to me that 18 was Matt Cain's number. Like, I'm not one of these guys. I got Busters. I got Lincecum, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Like, I had to ask him on the show, what did Mad Bum wear? I have no clue what number you're wearing.
It's funny because I heard you say that actually on the air because somebody wore 22. Ugla.
Yes.
Dan Ugla wore 22 after.
Your mama said you Ugla.
I'm stealing from you.
No, I was
Normally I
stealing
wait
from
until you're
myself.
out of the room and then I steal from you. But
good.
I mean, Dan Ugla, who are you? You're not a forever Giant.
That's what I'm saying.
And you give him 22. Do we not have enough numbers from 0 to 99?
Well, that's kind of what I said. I'm like, if Shelby Miller came in and was like, dude, 18's my number and this matters to me, I'd be like, well, you're a Giant. That's fine. Okay, the number's not retired. But if he's just like, I don't know, what's the next number on the list that you guys have? Like, I don't know. Let's go to 17.
Yeah.
Right? Let's not do, but whatever. Anyway.
I understand Little League, like Little League in high school, where you have a certain amount of uniforms, right?
Yes, totally.
But this is Major League Baseball. I'm not like trying to throw Murph under the bus or any of the front office people, but it's like, okay, we got a new Giant. What uniform do we have lying around? No. Don't give him a number. Give him 75, for God's sakes.
There's Zito.
Look at you.
I did know
Mike
one.
Benjamin.
Anyway, so I caught a Mike Benjamin home run, and then later in batting practice, whoever was in left field, I don't remember. I think it was on the other team.
Okay, I was going to say Tiny Mike Felder.
Shagged the ball and turned around and threw it into the stands, and I caught that one too. And there was also pass interference and a first down on the play. Like I ended up on my back, 2 balls in one game.
Wow.
Outside. Anyway, last night. So this was one of these, blessed with some pretty great seats because, by the way, they're not expensive. So this time of year, people apparently didn't think the Giants would still be in it this week. But I tell you what. So we're sitting behind home plate, set off toward the visiting dugout.
Okay.
First base side, just a little bit offset, which is what you want for a foul ball.
Good seats.
So I told Dibs yesterday, I go, now I say this every time we have good seats, but I'm like, tonight's the night.
No
glove? Catching a foul ball, no glove.
Okay.
No glove.
Was it a ricochet or a straight?
No, big time ricochet.
Let him talk.
Big time ricochet. No, so
I feel like
pop up straight over my
60
head.
minutes here.
And you know what
Barbara
happens,
Walters.
and this is a great metaphor for life. There is so much that the rest of the world will just give up on. If you just stay for a minute, you'll be amazed what'll fall into your lap. So it goes straight over my head, upper tank. So I get out. I'm on the aisle. I get out. So I'm on the steps, and I turn around and face the other direction. Everyone else around me is just like, yeah, whatever. Foul ball went over our head. Let's watch for the next pitch. And I see it go off the facing of the upper deck. Now it comes down to the loge. Bounce.
Boop.
Bounce again. I thought that one was coming to me, but it gave me another loge bounce. I'm following this ball. I think they've already moved on to the next pitch by now. And then here it comes, straight down, lands about 3 steps in front of me on the staircase. Nobody else, I mean, can of corn.
Really?
Feather ball. Right. If I had dropped that sucker, I did because I had to make sure this would have been insanely embarrassing to not make this play. And so, we got a clean catch.
I love that.
And the handoff to the 12-year-old, sit back down, and let's move on with our night.
You got any balls?
No, still waiting for my first.
No, Dan does not have balls.
1980 Candlestick. I'm 12 years old. Willie McCovey is at the bat.
Stretch.
And I'm in the third base line toward the top of the bottom section, which is rare for my family because, we didn't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
It was a classic move down, though, from Dwayne.
Which they allowed back
then. So we
then.
moved down. Foul ball, same thing, off the upper deck. Now it's bouncing up in, the old candlestick between the lower section and the upper section in the lower deck. There's that walkway. The ball's loose. So I run up and I dive, headlong dive, and I've got it.
You get syphilis diving.
There's like 3. Who knows what I got? I mean, I got it all. Herpes simplex 10. 3 or 4 other people come in, and I do not emerge from the pile with the ball. I come up empty-handed.
Were they adults or kids?
Kids.
Okay.
Teenagers. I was 12 and some 15-year-old. I had it. I had 2 hands on the ball.
Yeah.
But by the time the referee comes in, possession we're going the other way.
Yeah, this did for me, same thing. Like, I mean, we've all had those kind of moments. Like last night for me felt very much like the 2010 World Series, and it helped me get over the 2002 loss in the World Series. Because once upon a time, I was going on a walk to go get something at the concessions years ago, Candlestick Park. Will Clark, my favorite player, pops one up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's me.
Yeah.
Like I was on an aisle, and so no one else could get to it. I'm like, it is me and the ball. 3, 2, 1, and right as it contacts my hands, I got pancaked by Trent Williams. I have no clue who it was.
You should have caught it.
Very full-sized adult, absolutely bolos me into the ground, and it is a total scrum, and I never saw the ball again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Those are good.
So we got over it last night, finally.
Good for you. So
it was fun.
Similar to you guys losing out on balls, 1993, I'm the biggest Bonds fan on the planet because my guy always was my guy. He's a new Giant. I go out to the game with my buddy Brian Carter, who passed away. His father was a contractor, had great seats. We're sitting like 7, 8 rows back. I mean, these are the best seats I've ever been in my life. We both got our gloves. All right? There's a wild pitch from the pitcher in between innings. Bonds on deck. Somewhere, Robbie Thompson and Matt Williams, they would swing the sledgehammer, before they get up.
Yeah, exactly.
So you guys remember, ball ricochets around. Bonds picks the ball up. Sees me, points at me. I get up like I was chosen by God, stick the glove out. He rifles one at me. My boy Brian Carter, puts the glove right in front. He was big, tall, steals the ball from me. Dude, my face just sank into it. Robbie Thompson goes, hey, kid, come over here. And I'm like all down and trotted, grabs the ball from the dugout, flips me one.
That's so good.
How can you not love Robbie Thompson?
We all loved him anyway, but I love him even more now.
Is that not a great story?
What a great Giant.
And to this day, I always go, whenever I'd run into Brian Cotter stole that Barry Bonds ball from me, that bastard.
Man, yeah, it's brutal.
I miss him.
Brutal.
I love him.
Yeah, Brian, that's a great story.
Isn't that a great story?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites. And Bonds, everybody, he's a jerk, he's this. Back then, it was, for him to throw you a ball.
Oh, whatever.
I mean, come on.
Come on. Even in the height of criticism, whatever.
Yeah.
A Barry Bonds ball.
Incredible.
My other failure was, I guess, was it 2008 when the All-Star game was here? 2007.
Ichiro, walk-off.
I'm working at a different radio station, and I was gifted tickets to the Home Run Derby. So at the time, one of my former volleyball players, Morgan Cantrell, a.k.a. the Phenom, a.k.a. the Freak, a.k.a. Fifi, he helped me deliver 3 straight titles at North Coast Section. I hit him up, and so Morgan and I go out to the game, and we're out in the right field arcade.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I'm getting a home run ball.
For sure.
Home run derby. It was the worst home run derby.
Vladdy Jr.?
Yeah.
Or Vladdy
left field.
Sr.?
Left field.
Yes.
Everything's going out to
And
left
Bonds
field.
didn't participate.
Dude, I'm standing out there in the arcade, not a big crowd, and I'm thinking, I'm getting one.
Yeah.
I'm out there on the walkway,
Yeah.
and not a home run came my way. And it's like, I should have caught like 3 or 4. It's a home run derby, for God's sake.
The Giants need an all-star game again. That God, I missed that one. That was fun. Who do you guys got on? Because it sounds like we got to get rolling here.
Yeah, it's very busy day, especially with everything that happened with Tua last night. We've still got Lip Reed Gate and Steve Young weighing in on everything.
Get to that.
Yeah, with Garoppolo and Lance and all of that.
Got Jimmy
so
fatigue.
Rhett Lewis, apparently Bonte's just got fatigued.
Facts.
I mean, he just
He's halfway home.
Gone. Rhett Lewis of the NFL Network's going to be on in about 20 minutes. Brian Baldinger, yes, he is allowed to come on our show.
He's balding.
Is coming on at 10 o'clock, and Jesse Sapolu is at 11. I also will tell you, I don't know if it's going to happen, but we are efforting Chris Nowinski, who is the concussion doctor, who I don't know how much you guys have been following on social media, even prior to the game last night. He wrote on Twitter, if Tua goes out and plays in this football game, it will set NFL concussion care back years and years. He wrote this before the game.
Yeah.
And then we watched what actually took place. So the idea that somehow the Dolphins are going to continue to try to spin the idea that this was a back injury, like I don't even blame those like Mike McDaniel. I don't like his quote today where he said Tua suffered a concussion and nothing more serious. That's not good. But Mike McDaniel is not the one on the sideline once Tua goes into the back of the hallways of the stadium. Whoever's back there and trying to spin this idea that was a back injury, there's a line of concussion experts around the block, around the country, saying that's not possible. That was a concussion last week, which means A, he's not allowed back on the field because of visible signs, and B, you're not allowed to play in clear protocols for another 5 days, and he played in 4. This is a massive, massive problem for the NFL.
Wow, I'm going to be listening. I got a car wash with Kirby, and I'll be in the car.
All right.
Boy.
Yeah, enjoy your guys' weekends.
Say hi to Bonte for us.
Yep.
All right.
Screw him.
Lubman is a solid guy.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, as mentioned, there's a whole lot going on. There's a whole lot going on, and so we're going to be all over it in so many directions. Rhett Lewis, NFL Network in 15 minutes. Brian Baldinger. Baldy is coming on at the top of the hour. Jesse Sapolu, and we're going to see if we can get Doc Chris Nowinski, who, by the way, I found out last night, apparently went to med school with Dr. Nirav Pandya.
So great.
And so Pandya last night was also on Twitter saying, look, this guy he's one of the absolute best. There are concussion experts all over the place. We know this is not the most fun subject, but I mean, come on. We are like, my chin is on the floor right now. Like,
Yeah, mine's not. Mine's not.
Okay,
I'm not,
but not from the. I know where you're coming from,
I'm
which
not
is
surprised.
I'm not surprised that the NFL doesn't care about people.
You're upset.
But like what?
I'm upset.
What are we doing? Do we do this till someone dies?
Yes.
Because, by the way, based on what we're hearing, that very well could have been the scenario last night. Like, all it would have taken was a little bit of swelling in the brainstem, second concussive blow in 4 days. This guy could have died. He absolutely could have died. So this is crazy because yesterday you and I had this conversation about Aaron Judge and Roger Maris Jr.
Right.
And how in 2022 we have decided in the United States of America that we can just sort of ignore the idea of facts. We don't need to deal with facts. We can spin it the way that we want. We can watch the news network that we want. I want to know, how long are the Dolphins going to go with this back injury thing? How long are we doing this? Because it would be akin to, I don't know, what do you consider yourself a real expert in? Like, just anything. What are you
joking around?
Joking around.
Yeah.
All right.
There are very few people funnier than me on the planet.
I mean, what if somebody is literally going to come to you and tell you when you're doing a stand-up comedy routine and be like, let me explain to you what you actually mean by that. This is a very serious situation. Maybe that's not the best comp, but my point is we've got a line of the foremost concussion experts in the world.
Right.
And the Dolphins are going to continue to try to tell us this is a back injury?
Yes.
It's ludicrous.
It's ludicrous, but to go back to yesterday and to go back to what you just were talking about, we're in a world now where facts are no longer accepted as being factual because we watched the game last weekend against Buffalo. Tua goes down and he takes a hard hit. And, okay, it's football. It's a hard hit. He gets up. And he jogs about 5 yards forward, and then he almost falls over because the wave of concussion actually hits. Because when you get a concussion, a lot of times, Mark, it doesn't hit you right away to where you're knocked out. You're knocked out cold. Tua, clearly, he got a blow to the head. He got up, and he felt okay for the first 4 or 5 steps. And then that impact of the head trauma hit him. The blood rushed in, and he almost fainted.
Wobbled. Yeah.
He wobbled. It was more than just a little wobble.
His legs totally buckled. He went sideways.
Darn near collapsed.
Yeah.
So we all saw what we saw, and then this week where he gets another blow to the head. And by the way, that play in football where your head whiplashes down to the turf, we know that historically that is a concussion. So a concussion following another concussion 4 days earlier, we also know how severe that is. Yet, in this world where we live, facts are no longer facts. And so Miami can spin it as a back injury last week, and now Mike McDaniel can say, well, good thing it was only just a concussion. And you know what, Mark? If they continue to toe that line and he goes through the 5-day protocol, Tua could be able to play next Sunday.
Oh, that's gross. I mean, and by the way, like
think about it in terms of the way they're spinning it.
I know a lot of you are waking up going like, can we take a step back? How is he? And I will say this, like, we're not going to, because of the nature of this, we're not going to get all of the details of this. They're not going to share with us. By the way, spoiler alert, they're not already. They weren't being honest with us last week. But we can say this. He was released from the hospital last night. He did fly home with the team. They have put out the statement that he is resting comfortably. So the good news for me, because I'm not going to believe anything the NFL or the Dolphins say, but the good news for me is he was discharged from a hospital. So that's good because these concussion experts are talking about how this could have gone last night. And if it was one of those really, really bad scenarios, I don't think they're going to let him out of the hospital. And so that's great. The news with Tua, I don't know about football. I don't know where this is going to go for week 5 or week 8, or even, quite frankly, his career. I have no idea where that's going to go. And we may never get straight answers on that, but I feel confident right now that like the really, really dangerous stuff that could have happened last night is not going to happen. So that's good. But As soon as you get through that, you get back to the way that the Dolphins and the NFL have handled this. And I guess it becomes the bigger question. We have watched this repeatedly, and it doesn't matter the subject, okay? It can go from Deshaun Watson to Tua to whatever NFL scandal you want to talk about, and we know how it ends. Whatever. Rub some dirt on it, cover it up, make it go away, get our remote control, get back to the game on Sunday. And I'm not saying that'll be any different. We're 48 hours away from all sitting down for the Red Zone channel, and we'll do it again this weekend. But what will it take? What is that thing? Because there is going to be something, and I don't know if this is the one, right? But there are lawsuit possibilities all the time when it comes to stuff like this. What is that thing that is going to finally lead the NFL to potentially have a heart?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh because it's a serious topic.
But I know you have every right to laugh.
So let's just say that a player dies, and nobody wants to see a player die, but let's just say a player dies on the field. That is not going to bring about change. What it's going to bring about is 1 week of every team in their home game. We'd like to take a moment of silence to remember player XYZ who died on the field. It was terrible. It was tragic. Goodell will come out. The NFLPA reps will come out. Everyone will come out. And then the news cycle will go around. And like you said, once we get back to another week of NFL football, we'll forget. We'll forget about everything that's happened before us. We forget about Greg Hardy. We forget about Ray Caruth. We forget about Ray Lewis, who, by the way, is a Hall of Famer, who may or may not have been complicit in a double homicide. We forget all these things. We all joke around about O.J. Simpson and his clever little Twitter feed, a guy who was probably a double murderer. Yet now it's hey, Twitter world, and OJ's fantasy.
Yeah,
we all forget everything, Mark. We all forget everything. So you're right about the disgusting optics of what we saw. But come next week when Tua's back on the field.
Oh, geez. I don't think that'll happen, actually. I don't think he'll play next week. But,
it could happen. If this is his first concussion, according to them.
Come on.
If this is his first concussion, according to Miami and according to the NFL, and he can clear his concussion protocol in 5 days, he can play again.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. The power they hold is the love that we have. So that is hard because we should not be asked to suddenly unlike what we like.
Right.
We should not be asked
because we can't unlike what we like. We cannot unlike the NFL.
And so that's the power they have. The power they have is that we can do whatever we want. We can continue to do the decision that makes us the most money every single time, and we know you'll be there. And so if you're there, why should we change? So maybe it's not even when is the NFL going to have a heart, Dibs. Maybe it's this. Because if you are always making the decision that makes you the most money, I actually think you're riding that line right now too. Because if this guy's career were to end, or if something even worse were to happen last night, as Andrew Brandt always says on Twitter, there will be lawyers. And the financial situation for the NFL may actually get bad if they continue to turn a blind eye to this, because someone could actually take them for millions upon millions of dollars if you continue to run people out like this and go, back injury. Okay.
But at the same time, Tua has some role in this on his own, in that if he is concussed and he's really not fit to play, he can say, hey, I'm not fit to play. Now, I'm not putting this on him in any way, shape, or form.
I know you're not, and that's so tough.
In terms of the lawsuit and all the rest of it, ultimately, an independent NFL concussion expert cleared him and said he doesn't have a concussion. And, now this time he has a concussion. And so, football's a dangerous game and all the rest of it. The only way this ever gets impacted is if fans flat out say, I'm not watching this anymore because of what you do to these players. And none of us is going to give up our fantasy league, our survivor pool, our pick'em pool, our Sunday ritual, our tailgates. There's so much of this that is ingrained in our world. We all wait for week 1 in the NFL season. We love baseball. Baseball is fine. Baseball is like an old pair of socks. The NBA, nobody loves the NBA more than we do. Our Warriors are champions. But the NFL is about 5 notches above all the rest of it.
We went to the Giants game last night. We still had the football game on my phone, sitting up against the chair in front of us.
An out-of-market Thursday night game.
No, I had the under, but I mean, Dolphins and Bengals, you're exactly right.
And I gave you the Cincinnati lock of the Mr. Thursday night wins
I went
again.
with you. Yeah. I went with you, and yes, you're absolutely right. And so here's the thing, because a few people on the YouTube chat have just said the same thing, which is, where's Tua's responsibility in this? Look, that's really tough for a couple of reasons. Doctors are there many times to save us from ourselves. When you go get your physical, your doctor says, hey, here's what's going on inside your body that you don't even know, and here's what you need to protect yourself against. I've never had a concussion, knock on wood, thank goodness, but my understanding is you might have a concussion and not even know it. You might feel fine for certain periods of time. Plus, the culture of football calls for you, the player, to be tough, rub some dirt on it, and get out there. Every player wants to play. Justin Herbert, broken cartilage. I want to play. Fine, we'll shoot you up, get you on out there. A doctor's job is to help people protect themselves from themselves. So I'm not putting this on Tua.
Not an NFL doctor.
Yeah.
His job is to patch him up and get him out there. That's your job as an NFL doctor.
888-957-9570.
Man.
Let's get your calls on this. We'll get to Lip Read Gate. We'll get to Steve Young's comments on the Garoppolo-Lance situation. Baldy is coming up in a half hour. We got Sharks tickets in 1 hour. Comcast Business text line. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Rhett Lewis NFL Network. What happens next for the league? We'll get to that coming up next. Good morning and happy Friday. It's Willard and Dibs.
Check out Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, barn doors by Trustyle, or Anderson big doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so much going on as expected on a Friday as we head into an NFL weekend, but now we do it with a little bit of that ick feeling because of what happened with Tua last night. More on that in just a second, but Kyle Shanahan did address totally against his will. Remember we talked yesterday when this come up in the presser, and I'm like, for
Came
sure.
Up late.
It did, so he had to address it. Clearly didn't want to address it, but then the way he addressed it got everybody going. It was an error on Shanahan for sure.
Shan.
Even if you want to take his side here, and we'll explain that. Plus, Steve Young had a lot to say on the situation that is very, very relevant and interesting. So we're going to get to all of that. Good morning. It's Willard and Dibs. Sharks tickets next hour. Baldy at the top of the hour. Rhett Lewis, NFL Network right now. Been a minute since we've been able to have Rhett on the show. So great to have you, my man. How are you?
Doing quite well. Thank you very much. I'm actually just getting ready to head to Lincoln, Nebraska. I get to call I get to do part of the radio broadcast for my alma mater, Indiana University football, playing at Nebraska this week. So,
okay.
Excited about that. And and then back to LA Sunday for Football Sunday, baby.
And no doubt one of the things that you'll be talking about, which is very, very unfortunate, but I mean, what is your take on this right now? We all know what the fan snap thought is. The NFL's in a controversial situation, but the NFL just sort of says, look, we're going to do what we're going to do, and we know that you're going to be here on Sunday to watch football. But this really grabbed the Adam's apple of so many. So where does the league go over the next week on this Tua situation, Rhett?
Well, look, I am not a neurologist. And I would venture a guess that most of the people commenting on this are also not neurologists or neurotrauma consultants, and therefore we are not experts. And we are in no place to really say whether or not someone has a head injury. We can look at it and say, man, that looks bad. I hope everything's all right and all that sort of thing, which is kind of the collective which is not what's going on right now. Now, look, let's understand this. I think we're all human, and we all see what happened, and we're like, holy smokes, that looks awful, right? That looks terrible, especially considering what we all saw on Sunday, right? And so, without getting into the specifics of what the investigation said, what he was diagnosed with, what he wasn't diagnosed with, and all of that, here are a couple of things that I know. And I come at this from a little bit of a different perspective because my dad was in sports medicine, was a head athletic trainer in the NFL for 40 years. Now, we know more now about concussions than we ever have, and that information and that understanding only continues to grow. Number two, and I can say this from my perspective being around my dad and understanding a lot of his other colleagues with the 30-plus NFL teams, there's not a head athletic trainer and a team doctor at an NFL facility that would knowingly say, well, guys, look, Tua's got a bad concussion, but we should probably just throw him out there anyway. Like, that doesn't happen, regardless of what people want to understand. The second part of it is everyone reacts to head injuries differently. And, there is no way for us to say, all right, Tua had a head injury, but 13 days later, and everyone else who suffers a head injury 13 days later, they'll be able to play on the 14th day. Or 6 days later, everyone reacts to them differently. Everyone suffers them differently. So it's hard just to lump everything in together and say, he shouldn't have been playing. We know best. I think the thing, because the thing that obviously is hard to deal with is, the visual aspect of what we all saw. None of us were in the locker room. We weren't in the training room. We weren't in the doctor's offices. We don't know what they talked about and what they said. I would like to give medical staffs generally the benefit of the doubt, right? And especially doctors whose Hippocratic oath is to do no harm. So that part of it, I look at it and I'm like, I'm not gonna judge, the diagnosis without being an expert myself. Other than to say it's possible Tua didn't react to the concussion or didn't react to whatever happened to him until days later, until a couple hours before kickoff last night. Like, we don't know everything that happened, other than to say maybe there's ways we can tweak the protocol moving forward to better understand what's going on with a player, to better evaluate, more and more extensively. I mean, there are layers and layers and layers of this evaluation process, each week for each player anyway. I guess that's probably the only thing that I could say. Like, let's continue to look at ways to improve, the evaluation and the understanding of the protocol. Like, I don't know what else can be done.
And that's well said, and I appreciate your perspective with what your dad did for a living, because he was cleared by an independent neurologist, but isn't a part of the protocol having a clear and obvious concussion symptom, which it appears Tua had on the field on Sunday, where he couldn't really walk back to the line of scrimmage?
Yeah. Well, it appears is the right word to use, right? Because we don't know, and unless Tua truthfully and honestly says, guys, I was feeling a little fuzzy, and I probably, we probably should have reevaluated this thing. I mean, like, I know that I have, in my old age, right, I'm 39 years old now. Like,
poor 39, man. You may want to start, you may want to craft a will at 39, Red.
Yeah, you're right. But, like, I get out of bed and I wobble a little bit. I'm not saying that's what happens.
Just wait.
I'm just saying there are other reasons why you might stumble a little bit. And I'm not trying. Look, I know this probably sounds like I'm trying to make excuses for the team. I have no allegiance to the Dolphins. I have no allegiance to what they ended up doing or what they will do moving forward. I'm just saying, like, we need to take like a 360-degree view of this thing, moving forward. And I do understand the idea of the clear and obvious. And all I can say is, like, what did Tua say? What did the doctors see? What did they all talk about together? until we really know that, like, I don't know that we're going to be able to make a sound judgment on this thing.
Rhett Lewis, NFL Network, with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. We're heading in to Week 4, one game in. Obviously, the situation we're talking about, but Rhett, somewhere in here was also just the fact that one of the two remaining unbeaten teams lost last night. We are one game into Week 4, and we've got one undefeated team. The NFL always has parity. Is it at an even higher level this year, do you think?
Oh, without question. I mean, like, without question. And they're like, we only have 2 winless teams, right? So, both sides of it, I think we're seeing, I think this is going to make for a phenomenal year. And I think, like at the midway point, when we all do all right, let's reevaluate our Super Bowl picks and our playoff picks, like, you might have 8 new teams, that you're considering, 7 new teams in each conference that you're considering. So that's really cool. I love that about this league. And I love that there's not like this overwhelming juggernaut, right? There's not like an Alabama or a Georgia of the NFL right now where you're like, nobody's beating this team, until the last game of the season, if then. Right? That's the best part about this. And so I hope there is some opportunity to see some new teams in the postseason and to see some players and some teams that had some negative narratives about themselves kind of work their way out of that and give themselves an opportunity, to be in this thing come week 15, 16, 17, 18.
Speaking of negative narratives, the 49ers at 1-2 with a quarterback who was supposed to be the next big thing gets hurt on a run play, and now a quarterback that was fired comes back. You're 1-2, hosting the Rams. What's your bigger picture view of this negative Nancy narrative team that we have here, the 49ers?
Oh, boy.
Well said.
Yeah.
That's our show in a nutshell right there, Rhett.
Right, there it is. It's like I'm a little, I imagine it's frustrating, right? I imagine it's frustrating for Kyle too, and for John Lynch, and for everybody who's kind of put their fingerprints on this whole club to be like, well, we prepared for this whole scenario, and now we got to kind of go back to kind of piecing things together the way we did in 2019, which got us into the Super Bowl, and one deep ball away from maybe winning that thing. And then, the last couple of years, dealing with injuries and then still finding a way to be competitive late in the year. I still think this team can be a playoff team. There's just too much talent. Now, the Trent Williams thing is going to hurt. Like, how long is he going to be out? Like, how long is that going to nag him? Once he does try to get back onto the field, like, that worries me a little bit. But I think there's enough good players, particularly up front on defense, to remain competitive. And look at the NFC West though. Like, who's the Rams?
Yeah.
While the Rams, while they got blown out, against Buffalo, they've come back and they've won a couple here, but not like overwhelmingly, right? The Seahawks are not certainly not a juggernaut, and the Cardinals, it wouldn't surprise me, I guess, if they go 5-12, or if they go 12-5, that team. It just feels so weirdly either way. I don't know what to expect from them. So, say the 49ers are going to be in this thing, till the end, almost no matter what, right? Unless, they get another, awful rash of injuries. So, while it's frustrating now, it's look at the rest of the division, man. You're going to be in play for this thing.
Rhett,
it's the NFC East the last 5 years.
Yeah, no, everybody's freaking out, but they're in first place if they win on Monday night. So, that's where we're at. Rhett, just awesome to have you, man. Thank you so much for hopping on.
My pleasure, guys. Anytime.
Okay, there it goes. Rhett Lewis, NFL Network, getting us ready for the weekend, but then obviously the conversation turning to the Tua stuff as well. And look, I get it. We're going to get a lot of stuff like what you kind of heard Rhett say there, because, we're supposedly not experts. And therefore, everybody is going to, not everybody, but a lot of people are going to toe the line because they don't want to say something that is out of their place. Let me add this to the conversation, though. Yeah, I'm not an expert. Dibs, you're not an expert.
You watch your mouth.
There are a ton of people who are, and I'm listening to them. and they're all telling you the same thing. People who have been trained to do this for their entire lives are telling you that was not a back injury last week. So I have no idea what was going on underneath the tunnel there at the Dolphins game last week.
Yeah, you're fine.
But
that's what went on.
And I believe Rhett when he says, I have a hard time believing that these independent neurologists are what? Are they being paid by the Dolphins? Like they're going to put their medical license on hold so that the Dolphins have a shot to rally against the Bills? That sounds ridiculous too. But in the end, all we can do is go with what our eyes gave us. And we can't see what's happening underneath the tunnel.
Right.
We can see on the field, and we know what we know. And I'm going with what the experts tell me, and they tell me that is an absolute black letter, Sharpie concussion.
Well, concussions present themselves in many different ways. And I'll share with you a story of when I was a high school basketball coach. Must have been 1996. I was coaching JV girls at Santa Fe High. We were playing at Drake. One of my players went and chased after an out-of-bounds ball, saved it, threw it behind her, took 2 more steps, and went headfirst into the wall.
Oof.
And there was no padding, or maybe there was a thin pad. I can't really remember right now. And she didn't go down. She just kind of, ow, my head.
Yep.
Took her out of the game. And, hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. He, sophomore. Little embarrassed by the fact that she had bumped her head and the rest of it. And I ended up putting her back in the game. She was fine. She was not presenting any symptoms and all the rest of it. Game's over. We lose, as we were wont to do. Coaching errors, no doubt. And about 3 hours later, I get a call from her mom, and she said, yeah, we had to take so-and-so to the hospital because she started throwing up.
Started vomiting.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, my God. And this is, 25, 30 years ago. I was, young in my coaching career. I didn't have the training. I didn't know what we know now about concussions. Right. But what that reminded me of in today's day and age is that concussions present in many different ways. And, Tua, we see him buckle. We see him unable to walk. And yet, by the time he gets back in the locker room, I do believe what Rhett Lewis is saying, that the independent neurologist probably checked him and was like, you're okay. And if Tua's like, yeah, it was my back, my back hurt. And maybe that's what we don't know what happened in the tunnel, but we do know that concussions present in many different ways. So in that moment, maybe he was able to pass the concussion protocol, which makes me think we need a new protocol.
Well, right. Again, there's no way for us to know what happened down below. But I would think all an independent neurologist would need was the video from the field, too. Like, Tua can go past that test all he wants. If you watch what happened on that field, that's not a back injury. There's a line of concussion experts saying it. And again, if you're not familiar with the way the league rule works, here's what's relevant today, okay? Here's the league rule. And this is why they're going to scream back injury, back injury, back injury. There's 2 rules that essentially have wildly been broken if that was a concussion, and that's why the Dolphins won't admit to it. Rule number 1, you got to go back and get cleared by an independent neurologist. If you show visual signs of concussion on the field, you are not allowed back in the game no matter what, for the reason you just stated, Dibs, because you can go back there, and it's an inexact science to start talking to someone and look at their eyes and how's your head feel, inexact science. If there are visual signs of concussion, you are not allowed back in the game. That's why so many people were aghast when he comes back out on the field last week. Second one, if it is deemed to be a concussion, the minimum length of time for you to pass the protocol procedure is 5 days. And he played on a Sunday and again on a Thursday. Are y'all good at math? Because that's 4. It's not 5. So if that was a concussion...
It's actually 3, by the way, because Thursday would have been day 4.
Days off,
which he would have had to clear day 4. So he only cleared Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
4 days in terms of hours, from Sunday afternoon to Thursday afternoon.
But in terms of the protocol, you'd have to clear Thursday, then clear Friday, and then be able to play Saturday.
So the Dolphins and the NFL are now in a spot where if in any way that original injury on Sunday is a concussion, 2 huge rules have been snapped and dismissed completely. And that's why this is such a sensitive situation today.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go to the phones real quick. Baldy in 10 minutes. Want you to hear from Steve Young as well, Rich Eisen show, talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, and the word resentment. So we're going to get to that in just a second. But let's go to Jeff in San Ramon. Jeff, thank you for calling us. You're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing, Jeff?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
I was calling. First of all, I want to say something to Dan, which I thought I used to kind of like disagree with him a lot, but I have a whole different respect for him after he talked about peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches. Anybody that can eat that, and his 49er prediction. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. But what I was calling about was
I had the opposite reaction to that. But anyway, go ahead, Jeff.
What I was calling about was after the guy got on that his dad was a head trainer for 30 years and talking about how they're thinking about the player and their health and all that. And I'm not trying to make a judgment on whether it was a concussion or not. Like he said, that I agree with him that people, they're the experts, let them call it. But I'm just going to give you a scenario where my son was a pro baseball player, and he actually went to the trainer and the medical team when he was having blackouts in the batter's box, and he called me and told me what was going on from some medication that he was taking that was approved by Major League Baseball. So it was supposed to be confidential, and we went to the medical staff. They promptly went to the manager and the general manager, which called him in the office the next morning and just reamed him that he was a distraction to the team and that he needed his act together. And basically, they sent him down to the minor leagues, which he was the first guy in all of Major League Baseball that was on the Major League roster to be sent down. Okay, and then basically gave him one at bat, released him, and got rid of him. So, as far as them talking about the player's health, it's been a totally different scenario for us.
Well, right. Jeff, thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, listen, I think this, Dibs, was kind of your point. I would bet either each of us or someone we know or some experience we've had, even if you're just a Giants fan and you watch the Mac Williamson scenario play out,
right?
You've watched the way
Mike Matheny, yeah.
There's no rule. There's no rule. Like sometimes it takes an hour, sometimes it takes a day, sometimes there's barely anything at all for a while. Like that's why this thing has to be handled with such care. And what's wild here is because sometimes with concussions you just can't tell. Boy, you really got to pay attention to the ones where you can.
Right.
And that's what this feels like. It's like we could see it. We could see it.
I don't need to be a professionally trained neurologist to know that he gets up and then he basically all but falls over because of the head trauma that he sustained. And we've all had back issues. If your back is injured, you don't get up. You don't get up and then it spasms 5 steps later and then you bobble. If you get up and it spasms, you go down. Right. You don't bobble like that. That was a classic concussion bobble in any league.
All right, Baldy is 7 minutes away. Before we get to him, because this is one of the things we'll talk to him about, taking a listen to this here. Rich Eisen show yesterday. Steve Young on Garoppolo, Lance. And again, are we looking at a different Garoppolo this year, at least emotionally?
In an oddity, there's no question, and no one would have thought it, not Jimmy, not Kyle or John Lynch, the general manager, thought that there was a chance that Jimmy would not find a home and that of value for the 49ers and for Jimmy. It just didn't happen. And so they ended up back with each other. And now you saw last week there's this edge of resentment that's been built, or like naturally, right? You've been rejected and you don't want to take that in. So I'm slightly concerned about going forward with the relationship with Jimmy and with Kyle and John. Is just, can we, despite all the things that have happened, can we still keep, a profitable relationship? It can be tense, just make sure that it's creatively tense, right? Not toxically tense. And I think that'll be a fine line throughout the year, depending on how things go, because there's certainly a lot of broken glass between everybody. And like any big time, highly sought after job in the world, you got to be able to have thick skin, and you got to be able to move beyond the rigor of the moment. So we hope that everyone at the 49ers can do that, especially around those three guys, because if they can't find a profitable way forward, then where are we? And then it gets really kind of tougher.
An air of resentment. Do you feel that? Do we feel that? What's Baldy think about that? We're going to get into all of that next. Your phone calls certainly welcome. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. Weekdays from noon to 3.
Has Jimmy gotten any better in 5 years? No. Okay, whose fault is that? You only are good as what you're working with. He got him to a Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game. Maybe that was it. They had their chance. Maybe. And that's why he said, night-night, bye-bye. So we know how Kyle feels. He divorced this guy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Hey guys, Mike Valenti for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 2-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I blame Steph Curry.
Now, back to Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Baldy is going to move to 10:30, which means he's going to come on right around when someone's going to win some Sharks tickets right here on this show. That's right, Spadone. It's almost hockey season, and we want to send you to see the Sharks. Keep listening for this sounder at 10:30 today. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sharks play in their home opener on October 14th at SAP Center, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. Be listening at 10:30, and we'll give you the specific phone number to call to win those Sharks tickets, and that's also when Baldy is going to hop in. Apparently, he got a better offer for 10 a.m., so he'll join us at 10:30. No, Bonte did not call him and tell him, don't go on with Willard and Dibs. That did not happen. I got a little offended when Bonte and Joe this morning, not by Bonte leaving, that actually was just funny.
Yeah.
But him getting all territorial about Brian Baldinger. I've known Baldy since Bonte was in high school.
I've known Baldy since you were in high school.
I've
known Baldy since Baldy was in high school.
You've known everyone since I was in high school.
Totally.
Yeah. Sporting News Radio, Matt Nahagy and Brian Baldinger, yours truly, a million years ago. So don't tell me Baldy's yours, all right? Baldy, he gets around, and I'm not afraid to say that directly to him at 10:30.
Shout out Tupac.
Yeah, you get around, dude.
Yeah, I get around.
You ain't trying.
Yeah, and we should just at least take a brief moment here to rip Steph Curry. 1 for 7? Really? Really, Steph? Is that all? Is that how you feel about Japan?
Went all the way over there. Went over there for one field goal.
Come on.
What are you, Robbie Gold? Come on, man.
And a -2 and the plus-minus.
Hey.
Wiseman.
Listen, once upon a time, this was a movie. It was called While You Were Sleeping. And while you were sleeping, James Wiseman did some stuff. Now, listen, this is just this side of Summer League. I mean, it's a preseason game.
I'd put it south of Summer League even.
You think so?
Oh,
well,
yeah.
These are all NBA players, at least. In Summer League, you got guys. Well, yeah.
Lester Quinones played 8 minutes.
NBA
Jerome
player.
Robinson played 12 minutes.
He's a problem.
Trevion Williams played 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
He can take it to the rack.
I mean, yeah, they're
NBA players.
They are now.
You're not flying them over there for a tryout. These are people who are on the roster. These are NBA players.
The roster-ish. They played 16 guys in this game.
Let my imagination go for a second. It doesn't mean he's going to be great.
Let Quinones cook.
This is exactly what we were saying at the end of last year, and I think it's fair. If that was the Warriors then and they won a title, what if? Just come on. Go with me on a what if. What if Wiseman hits? What if he hits? Oh, my God.
It'd be exciting.
They would be so good. They're going to be so good if that guy comes in and plays like a number 2 overall draft pick at 7 feet tall with an inside-outside game and rim protection. Oh, my goodness. If he hits, they've got an embarrassment of riches on this team. An embarrassment of riches. I mean, it's almost like, go back to when they had Durant, but instead replace Durant with unbelievable depth is essentially what they would look like.
Yeah.
Now that Wiggins is Wiggins and Poole is becoming Poole and Clay is going to be healthier.
Poole 1 for 10, by the way.
Well,
he's been reading his press clippings. The starting 5, 6 of 34 from the floor. I hope Steve Kerr flipped the spread at halftime.
I mean,
unacceptable.
Flip the spread. What was it? -2.5? What was the spread?
I don't know,
Yeah,
but
anyway.
don't miss it. We'll replay the game tonight.
Yeah,
6
6
o'clock, right
tonight.
here at 95.7 The Game. Each and every miss from Poole, Curry, and the rest of those bums.
That's okay, because Wiseman got all the rebounds and dunked them home. He had a ton of dunks, 20 points in the game.
20 and 9 for
Wiseman. Do I say last night? Do I say this morning? This morning. It was played. The game was played 7 hours ago?
Well, it was
Something like
tonight in Japan.
There.
Yeah.
We should ask them.
What day is it?
How's the weekend?
Totally.
Call Japan and find out who wins the London game. I'd like to bet on it. Minnesota and New Orleans. Also,
do you have Japan's phone number?
Across
call them.
Yeah, call Japan. Call Japan.
I took New Orleans in our pick'em contest, and I regret it because Jameis is out, and Thomas is out.
But Andy Dalton
Andy Dalton
is he worse than Jameis? I mean, we thought the same thing about them in the offseason. They're like high-level backups, right? And New Orleans decided to just go with 2 of them as their starters. So I don't know how that's going to look. London games tend to look like Thursday night football games. It looks like people are sleepy and they're not quite sure what their surroundings are. And so I don't know how that game's going to go, but I don't know that Andy Dalton means the Saints can't move the ball.
Well, now that I have a newborn, I'm actually locked in on this London game because I'll be up.
I'll be there. I'm always up at 6:30. When are you not up at? Who's not up at 6:30?
On a Saturday, Sunday, I try to slow play till 7:38.
I can't. I'd love to. I wish I could sleep in.
Yeah, you're getting old, Mark.
Yeah, well, but no, it's just 5:50. It's like, come on, let's go. What's happening? Good morning. Like that's. It's not that. I don't need to get up to go to the bathroom or anything. I'm like a dog. I've always been a morning person, and I'm like a dog. It just 5:45. Cool. Hey, what's going on? Should we go outside? Should we eat? Whoop whoop. You should look at me at 10 o'clock at night. I can't even.
Can't stay awake.
Let's sit down and watch. Gone. I mean, I can't believe I made it through the end of the Giants game last night.
It got exciting last night.
Idiots. What are you doing, Gabe?
9:45.
No, it's already passed. We missed it. But what are you doing? Right? You're up 6-0. Jarrell Cotton is dealing. He gives up a couple hits, and then he gets a couple outs. You got one run in.
They got Jarrell Cotton?
They got Cotton.
The Cotton?
That's
former
him.
A?
Yes.
Oh, my
God. So on the Giants. He's coming out of the bullpen, rocking 3 innings, and he looked great. And he's rolling. He gives up 1 run in the 9th, but then he gets a couple outs. There's a man at third. There's 2 outs. It's 6-1. We're fine. Here comes Gabe. We believe that you're done. And we've got to make a pitch it. I'm like, first off, I was mad, not just because I'm liking what I see from Cotton, but we're all like, Gabe, we're all standing up. 1 out to go. Let's go home. We're going to get out of here in 2 hours and 35 minutes. Here comes Gabe for a pitching change. Gabe, really? The guy can't get 1 more out? He's facing the Rockies. There's nobody on the Rockies. Nobody. He can't get 1 more out? Nope. Can't get 1 more out. Here comes Brebbia. Pours gas all over the field. Next thing you know, the tying runs at the dish, and we got to go get Doval. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, enough of that.
Still in it.
How does the Steve Young stuff grab you? An air of resentment. I know, and you and I had this conversation the other day. I know a lot of you want to dismiss feelings. There's no time for feelings in the NFL, especially when you make all this money. But they're there. It doesn't matter what you make. It doesn't matter if you like your job. Jimmy Garoppolo is a person, and there's no way that Jimmy Garoppolo, in my opinion, I'm so glad Steve Young said this, because I think a lot of us feel the same thing. There's no way that he feels the same about Kyle Shanahan, the 49er organization. There's no way he feels the same about it as he did in the past. And to me, it doesn't have an effect in the first quarter. By the way, the 49ers always look good in the first quarter. Here's your script, go run your plays. Everything's fine. But when things get tough, when things go wrong, that's when resentment shows. And that's what I think we're looking at right now with these two.
I don't think the resentment is spilling over into how he's playing at all, which is why I don't think that his resentment, if he has it, matters for a hill of beans. Because Jimmy Garoppolo goes out and he's trying to win the game. I don't think that he's playing any differently because he may be resenting the way things played out. Now, his reaction to adversity and the lip scandal, we'll get into a little bit more. Kyle Shanahan weighed in on Lipgate and what Jimmy Garoppolo may have said underneath his helmet. Now, that sort of stuff is a different topic to me. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo plays any differently because he may be resentful. And I agree with you. He has every right to feel resentment, but what are you going to do about it, Jim? And that to me is what this all comes down to, because he's not playing like a guy who is resentful, because if he was playing resentful, like, I don't care about this team or I don't care about Kyle Shanahan, that would be a problem. I don't see that.
We actually don't have enough data for this yet. The same way it was ridiculous for anyone to bring up the word benching 1 week after Trey Lance.
Agreed.
What have we seen? We saw Jimmy run in there as a backup and play well and beat Seattle, and then we saw one start and it was god-awful. And that's what we have. So this idea of it's affecting him on the field, I think it's too early to even go there. I think Steve Young's point, and I agree with it, is that this is something to watch. It doesn't mean they can't coexist. It doesn't mean they hate each other. And it doesn't mean they can't play football. But it does set a tone for the organization that is absolutely less positive than it's been in the past. And that can bite you, because if things get tough, you're going to splinter. That's like, if you resent someone, you go into a difficult situation, what happens, right? I mean, like,
it gets bitter and it gets ugly.
Right. The word resentment is actually any kind of marriage. It can be an actual marriage.
Oh.
It can be a partnership. It can be a business venture. If you've got resentment and it boils, we all know
festers first.
Right? We know how to compartmentalize it.
Festers.
Right? Festers. I think that was the guy who started for the Rockies last night. His name was something like that. Anyway.
Shout out the Munsters. Adam's family. Sorry, Uncle Fester.
It boils. But we know how to, right, push it. Push it down,
First it festers, then it boils.
What we do as human beings. Oh, no, I'm great. Yeah, I'm going to just push it down, shove it
At
way
some point,
down.
you got to pop it.
It's going to come out.
It's going to pop.
Especially in an emotional game like football.
You got that right, Pop.
I don't know what Jimmy was saying the other night, but it looked to me like resentment was boiling over.
Right.
And who was he resenting? I don't know. The situation?
I think we're still at the fester stage, though. I don't think that it's really boiled. Now, that might have been a little bit of a boiling. This thing is not, it doesn't have a white head yet.
After one start, though. One start.
But think about it, Mark, and you said it yourself. That was the worst performance for Jimmy Garoppolo as a 49er. So it wasn't just one start. It was a primetime start in a winnable game in a spot where you should have won. And he stepped out of the back of the end zone on a play call that, according to some, sucked. Your plays suck, man.
That wasn't that play, by the way. It was after the interception where he's trying to force it to Debo.
Right, but in general, I mean, a lot of those plays sucked, man.
Yeah.
So I don't think that this thing has popped yet. It definitely festered, and it started to boil, and we'll see what happens this week if Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't play well again. And if they lose again, and if the plays still suck, man, then we might see this thing eventually boil over.
There's more from Steve Young. And again, this is Rich Eisen's show yesterday. And Steve was asked, okay, if there's an air of resentment, how did we get there?
He's 34-14, went to the Super Bowl, went to a couple of championship games, and now they're telling him, we don't want you. We don't want you, and we're going to let you go, and we've drafted somebody else. You're done. So then he has to take all that success in his mind and make sense of it. Like, why am I being released? Why am I being fired? And what you don't want to do naturally is say, well, it's because I'm not getting things done or I'm not doing my part. you take it as, well, they're idiots. And then people around you say that everyone's an idiot. And then pretty soon you listen to everyone, you don't take in the full measure of why you're being let go, why you're being fired as a part of what you've done. So you could learn and grow, and you build resentment and victimization. And so that goes on for 6 months through his injury, and everyone's telling him how, wow, can't wait to get out of there. Forget those guys. Look, have I heard those words said? No, but I'm just saying, if you think about the human nature of it, screw those guys. You'll be better off somewhere else. Blah, blah. And you start talking and thinking about that for 6 months, and then you end up back in the same spot. And maybe if you don't have those conversations to make things more positive, you're ending up together, remarried, when you haven't really solved the original problem.
I think this is a great point, and I really do not think that enough people have given this its just due. I know what we see. I'm not here to tell you that Jimmy Garoppolo is a great quarterback. That's not even relevant in this conversation, what each of you listening think about Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback. You have to do what Steve is adeptly doing right now, which is getting himself into the mind of Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't think Jimmy sucks. You do. Jimmy doesn't think that.
Well, they do.
Well,
Kyle does.
Maybe not that word, but yes, they did not think he was good enough.
Right, which is why they traded 3 first-round picks to move up to get his replacement.
Exactly. So here we are, and Garoppolo, it's fascinating to me how many people have bought this narrative from the 49ers and from Jimmy. Yeah, we've totally liked each other the whole time. I did right by them, and they did right by me, and man, I got a cool pair of Niners shorts that I got to run in on the side, and this has been so cool. And then we were like, man, I'm just sitting here and you're sitting here, and why don't we just keep doing it? This is not how that went. There have to have been shouting matches. There have to have been thrown things. And if Jimmy doesn't react that way outwardly, it doesn't mean he doesn't react that way inwardly. Steve just said it. If I'm Jimmy, at a certain point during this last year, he went, these guys are idiots, and bleep these guys. And I'm going to go somewhere else, and we're going to prove it.
No, you're not, Jimmy.
He's a pro. Well, and maybe he won't. But
tail between your legs, then, if that's how he felt. If the tail's between his legs, and you come crawling back for $6 million.
I disagree, because the surgery is what led to that. And in fact, we already know this. The deal was about to go down. The shoulder surgery. Did you hear Mike Silver? He slipped it into our conversation yesterday that shoulder surgery happened without communication. And so there was definitely frustration there. How did that phone call go? We're about to trade you to Washington, and you went and got surgery and didn't tell us? You don't think people didn't scream at each other? This was not calm. I'm so confident.
Fine, yeah, but here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are in September.
But that affects this.
Well, it only affects it insofar as Jimmy Garoppolo lets it affect him, and Kyle Shanahan lets it affect him, because you mentioned the marriage analogy, and you and your partner, you want to get divorced, but you can't because you got kids, and you realize that you don't want to go through the whole rigmarole of splitting the household, and you go here and then you go here, and now we got to share custody and there's spousal support and all the rest of the stuff. And so you decide to tough it out, and that's where they are. Now, some people, you split, you get divorced. Somebody always wins the divorce. P.S. Tom Brady won the divorce between he and Bill Belichick. That one's pretty clear to see. But in this case, you want to split up, but you didn't split up because you need each other. Jimmy Garoppolo got shoulder surgery and couldn't go anywhere else because the timeline of the surgery, the fact that other teams already had quarterbacks, the team wasn't going to cut you and let you go to Seattle if that's what was going to happen. And the team, by the way, realized that at whatever point that Trey Lance may not be ready. Kyle Shanahan, I don't know how soon in the offseason, realized that Trey Lance was probably not ready to be the quarterback that Kyle thought he was going to be, which is why he eventually ran him the way he ran him. And Kyle knows if you run a quarterback that often, he is more likely to get hurt. So Kyle looks at it. Trey's not ready to throw the ball the way I want him to throw it. I'm going to have to run him. I don't believe in Nate Sudfeld, and Mr. Irrelevant's not ready. What do we do? Hey, John, we got to re-sign Jimmy G. We got to rework Jimmy G. So the divorce that both sides wanted. Jimmy didn't want to have surgery. Jimmy wanted to be traded to fill in the blank. Jimmy wanted a fresh start. The team wanted the same thing. The team wanted compensation. They both were done with each other, but they could not get divorced for a number of reasons. So here we are in September, week 4. They need each other. What are we going to do, guys?
Well,
are we going to fight in front of the kids?
No.
Or are we going to make this work?
Well, you tell me how that usually goes. You usually fight in front of the kids.
Not at first.
I think
at first you make it work.
I think your analogy.
I'll sleep in the guest room.
I think your analogy is fantastic.
Sweetie, I'll sleep in the guest room. We'll trade off dinners.
Boy.
We're going to make this work.
You're sounding way more mature than actual people act.
Well, I'm sounding mature early, Mark, but now we're 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So now we're 3 weeks into this, and I don't want to sleep on the sofa bed anymore, the futon.
Your analogy works for me because if this is that.
Too soon?
Well, no, not too soon. No, we out. Anyway, right? Like your analogy works because if you do stay in that, those of you who have done it, you know it's not good. And it doesn't work.
It can work in the short term, but a lot of it is like it's not smoke and mirrors. It's like duct tape and and staples. We're trying to hold this baby together.
Got Elmer's glue, and guess what? It's gonna fall apart. It's gonna fall apart. And so this, like what Steve Young is saying to me, is tremendously relevant. And it's not about Jimmy is great, and it's not about Jimmy's feelings. It's not about that. This is real. This is real, and this is not, to me, if you want the takeaway on this is not your last year's 49ers. This is not your 2019 49ers. And I'll even take the L on the one where, Jimmy comes back in, and what do we all say? We're going with what we know. And it may not be perfect, but we know this because we've been there for 5 years. No, this is a totally new journey with some of the same people, to me. Bobby in Los Altos here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I apologize for getting dropped yesterday. I apologize on behalf of AT&T. But I want to talk to you about...
Bobby, we've moved on. It's okay. Like, we're excited about today.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So, actually, let me start with this. I was at the game yesterday as well, and I was sitting in the upper deck, far right-hand side, right at the foul pole. And so, of course, I take that 10-minute walk to the Coca-Cola slide, and as I'm walking, bases are loaded, so I miss all of that. But the Grand Salami came, if you remember, it actually came right towards the Coca-Cola slide, so I got a great view of it.
Apo Taco, yeah.
Except I didn't know if it was a home run or not because you can't actually see the fence from there. So you have to wait like a second to see if anyone's going to cheer, and then, of course, you get to cheer. So I guess that's how baseball works. Hey, so what I wanted to say was, as it relates to, again, the Garoppolo thing, I'm not sure if you guys have talked about it, but this idea that, your plays suck, man. I mean, I feel like that was in reaction to something that Kyle said snarkily into the headset. It wasn't an initiated thing by Garoppolo. I think it was a response to something Kyle said, and I feel like that's an important point. It just didn't come out of the blue. Obviously, we'll never know, but that's my opinion.
Yeah.
And then as it relates to the Kyle versus, Sean McVay argument that we've had for a couple of years, like who was the wonderkind, it seemed like Kyle was winning that argument, but in the last 2 years, clearly Sean has kind of won that race. So, all these times where Kyle had these terrible teams, when Garoppolo got hurt, I never felt like the performance of the team faltered. I felt like they were still playing and engaged, even though their record was terrible. But now I think there might be some cracks, unfortunately, and we'll really see if the guys are playing as hard as they used to. Obviously, we'll have to wait to see until they're out of playoff contention. But if that happens, it really is a sign that, unfortunately, we need to get a new head coach.
Well, Bobby, I tell you this. Thanks so much for the call.
Thank you, Bobby.
Like the whole Shanahan-McVay thing, first of all, that is a concoction of us. I mean, Shanahan's going against all the other coaches, not just the one that's a similar age and a similar height. I think Kyle's got him on height. But anyway.
McVay's got him on guns, though.
Yeah, he's got him on Super Bowl rings, too. But point is this. Maybe the competition that we actually should have been talking about. Never forget that Trey Lance was not option one at the quarterback position for Kyle Shanahan. He tried like hell to go get Stafford. He wanted Stafford, too.
He wanted Cousins. He wanted Brady. He wanted everybody and anybody but Jimmy G.
Well, I guess he didn't want Brady because he could have had Brady, and they said no. But he has been very open that, A, they went after Stafford, and B, they punched the table when they found out the Rams got him. And look what's happened. Yeah, McVay went and won a Super Bowl, and look where Shanahan's quarterback situation has gone.
Back to Jimmy.
We drafted a guy, he got hurt, you're back to Jimmy, and here we are having lip-reading scandals by week 3.
Right, and we all should be reminded that the the headset communication is not a two-way communication.
Yeah, exactly.
The quarterback doesn't have the ability to...
it's not on Bluetooth.
Right, exactly. So he gets the play call in his helmet, and 15 seconds left on the play clock, it shuts off. He does not have a microphone. And I think a lot of people think that it's a two-way communication, and it's not.
No, but he could still be reacting to what something's being said to him without a microphone. But yes, I don't really buy Bobby's premise. Then again, I don't know what premise to buy because there's no way we're ever going to know. So everybody gets to move on in life thinking what happened is correct, and we're probably mostly wrong. And yes, Kyle Shanahan addressed it, and yes, we will have that for you shortly after Brian Baldinger jumps in here. But yeah, this is not, Bluetooth is not on, and quarterbacks are not screaming back and forth. Well, I think we should run the ball, you dummy.
Totally.
Well, I should, I mean, that's not.
It'd be cool if they did, and if we could mic them up two-way. We're going to go 32 sprint right option. No, we're not.
NFL 2066. Maybe we'll be there by then.
Totally.
I don't know.
Kyle, I'm not running that ass. I'm throwing the ball. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not.
I'm the one out here with the ball.
Exactly.
You're playing sack, man.
Totally.
Stand, Omaha. 1, 2, go. I mean,
a lot of Omaha. Always.
Or Patrick Mahomes. Water. I don't know what he's saying. What is he saying? What is Mahomes saying?
I'll ask my professional lip reader who I have on retainer.
Thank you.
We'll see if we can
get
that.
Did you reach out to one, by the way?
I did, yeah.
And?
Well, she's out sick. She had, apparently she's got like a...
all we need is a phone call. You don't need to be healthy for the... I can't get COVID through the phone.
Terminal illness.
Oh, crap. Now I feel awful.
No, you
Seriously?
should. No, it was one of those things where I'm like, hey, are you free? And she's like, I'm really not doing well. I'm hoping I pull through.
Oh, God.
And I responded with, I just need 5 minutes. I didn't. Too soon.
Oh, my.
I mean, I'm not asking for a full segment.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Wow.
Comedy's got to live on the edge,
yeah,
Mark. Come on.
It really does.
It was crazy.
It was.
Brian Baldinger does the same thing, man. Woo! He living on the edge. And you are living on the edge. If you hang out for a few more minutes, you can find your way into a Sharks game. So it's Baldy, and it's Sharks, and it's Kyle Shanahan's response to Lipgate, all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
Here's how I feel about the whole thing. Shut up, all of you. Beat the Rams. That's all. That's it. That's it. Just shut up and beat the Rams.
Feels great, baby. It's going to be a monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone staff. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Brian Baldinger standing by against the wishes of Bonte Hill. That's okay. He's already left for the week, so that's the end of that. But also, we've been telling you, coming up right about now, yeah, it's going to be hockey ticket time for the Sharks. So that sounder means that the fifth caller is going to win. Call the contest line, not our regular line. No one will answer, and you won't win, and you won't see the Sharks. So call the contest line, which is 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. Pair of tickets to see the Sharks play their home opener October 14th against Carolina. Caller number 5, 415-951-2386. That all courtesy of the San Jose Sharks. All right, time to bring in one of our favorites. And yes, our favorites. It's Brian Baldinger. Brian, I'm sitting here like I remember sitting there with you talking to you after the Bucks played the Raiders in the Super Bowl in San Diego. Wow. And over here's Bonte Hill. He's all upset today that you're willing to go on other shows here on 95.7 The Game. I don't know what to tell him.
You have to explain that history, Dibs. Come on, man. That's going back 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I mean, Bonte doesn't have that type of cachet.
No, you know how it is in this business, Baldy. We all try to claim ownership of our favorite guests, and you are clearly that. And, we can get into all the X's and O's of what to expect on Monday and what we saw last weekend. But first and foremost, Jimmy Garoppolo and the situation with, Kyle Shanahan and coming back to a team where you previously got fired. How hard is it for Jimmy G to come back on this team after they basically had let him go?
Well, I don't think it's as hard as what it is made out to be. I mean, he did have a landing spot. He was out there for anybody to hire, but the shoulder and the surgery just wasn't ready when training camp started. And it was a moving carousel all off season with these quarterbacks. And he was the only one left standing that was really a viable candidate. And the best situation for him, now maybe not contract-wise, not right now, but was to stay in San Francisco. And it just worked out that way. I mean, nobody could have predicted this. We all had our own predictions where he would go, what would happen, how it would unfold. But I don't think many people had, well, he'll be an expensive insurance policy for the 49ers. And then, oh, by the way, in the second game of the season, you're now the starter. So it's been a long, strange trip, as they used to say, across the bay right there. With that great group, the Grateful Dead. And it's kind of like that. It's been a long, strange trip.
Baldy, can we back up because we love your breakdown so much? What did you see with Jimmy's performance on Sunday?
Well, I mean, look, they just, they couldn't finish drives. They had a chance at the end of that game to put two drives together. They couldn't finish the game. That's kind of what the quarterback's job is. These games get to the fourth quarter, you got to find a way to take it down the field and score, and he wasn't able to do that. He looked sharp when he came in off the bench the first week, and then last week he looked like he needed training camp, and he missed a lot of time. That's why he kind of looked. He looked a little rusty. He wasn't as quick with his reads. The throws weren't sharp as they needed to be, and so I think this was an important week of practice and just game planning and kind of getting whatever rust was there, which I think was plenty, to kind of kick it off and get ready to go.
What can they do without Trent Williams and with a somewhat patchwork offensive line and a running back depth that's not what the 49ers are used to? How do you think that they're schematically going to approach this game against the Rams?
Well, McKivitz has played before. He's going to be out there. They started Jalen Moore when Trent got hurt on that safety last week, and Jalen Moore was in there, and he got beat pretty badly, so they went to McKivitz. I mean, you just got to play the next guy up. Now, I don't think you just can't count on the blind side being so firm like you could with Trent. Like you just knew with Trent there that you could absolutely kind of not have to double, not have to chip, not have to slide, like he was in charge. And so you got to be cognizant of that right now, that you don't have the same player. And then in the run game, you're not going to get the same guy cutting off on the backside as you did with Trent there. I mean, his backside cutoff blocks are the best in the league. And a lot of runs kind of start one way and wind back. And so you have to really kind of factor that into the game plan right now. Like maybe that it isn't such a good play to wind it back without Trent right there.
Baldy, so many 49er fans have been wanting George Kittle to get more involved. A little bit of a two-part question. In your breakdowns, why isn't he? And second part, with Trent Williams being out, does that kind of take George Kittle out of the passing game because they're going to need him to help and block?
They might, but there's other tight ends that can do that too. Chip block, double, help your tackles. The reason why he's not involved, they don't call his number. I mean, if you look at these tight ends in the league that he's paid up there with, for a day, he was the highest paid tight end 2 years ago, and then Travis Kelce outdid him, and I think Darren Waller did. I mean, they call their numbers. They call plays for them. And they really don't do that. They kind of just let the play action, action, and the plays kind of take care of themselves. But you don't see him in man coverage getting picked, and run off a double screen. And you just don't see plays designed for him. I mean, as simple as a tight end delay, tight end screens. Like, those are plays that you designed for him. They have them, but they really haven't called his number. Now, obviously, he missed the first 2 weeks, but last week you didn't see those kind of plays called. And I see those called all the time. And then in the red zone, like his ability, if you want to throw it underneath and let him finish it in the end zone, like after the catch, he's as good as anybody in this business. Presumably, that's why you made him the highest paid tight end in football for a period of time. And so, but they're just not calling his number. They're not using him the way they need to. If they need to use him in pass protection, there's always ways that you can use him as a delay type tight end, coming out late, screen to him. There's a lot of things you can do to free him up.
Well, they're using Deebo Samuel in the ways they used him last year, but last game it didn't work. 5 carries, 6 rushes. Do you think that Kyle Shanahan needs to be a little bit more creative in how he gets Deebo Samuel the ball, unlike what happened last week?
Well, I think they got to be better up front than what they have been. They have not been good up front. They're at the bottom of the charts and everything offensively right now, and include the run game. And that hasn't happened while Kyle's been in San Francisco. So they need to get better up front. They need to get better designs for sure. But, I mean, there was a point in the second half of the season last year, all the way through the championship loss to the Rams, where Deebo kind of just lined up as a running back, and they didn't really need to do a lot. Like, the holes were there. He hit it 100 miles an hour, and he was on to the secondary. They're not getting them those kind of free looks right now, and so they have to get better up front, or they have to, like you said, Will, you just have to get more creative.
Baldy, I think a lot of people, based on where the 49ers were last Sunday, are surprised that the 49ers are favored Monday night. Does that make sense to you? Is there a matchup on this field? Maybe it's Stafford against the Niner defensive line, for example, that is actually really in the Niners' favor that we're not thinking about as much?
Well, I think every single matchup defensively for the 49ers favors the 49ers. Defensively, I know they're like 2 or 3 in the league right now, but I don't see a team that is as good as the 49ers on defense. I saw Tampa and Green Bay last week. They're both very good. I've seen Dallas. Like, they're very good. But I don't see anybody as complete as San Francisco. Now, they have to take the ball away more than what they have. They've got to cause more fumbles than what they have. But I don't see anybody playing faster than the 49ers. So the 49ers against the Rams run defense. The 49ers against the Rams offensive line. Like, they to me, they win every matchup. Now, Cooper Kupp is a special animal, and the timing with him and Stafford is almost like any other quarterback wide receiver in this league. And so, but you have to know that. You have to know that they'll take their shots to Cooper Kupp. It could be underneath. It could be over the top. It could be, let him do his route running tricks. But their zones should be able to take care of a lot of it. Their speed at linebacker, including Hufanga, is as good as anybody in business. So that's where I think the 49ers, why they're favored, is because I think the score is going to be way down this game, and I think the Rams are going to have a hard time driving the ball against them.
Are you thinking maybe another 11-10 ball game?
Yeah, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was 11-10. In the bottom of the ninth, they got to get a run in the bottom of the ninth. 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth. They need they need a Barry Bonds home run or something. But they had opportunities. They couldn't make it work. They're at midfield, for crying out loud. Finish the drive.
Yep.
You need a field goal.
Yep.
Like,
base runners.
make the plays to finish the drive.
Yeah, exactly.
Baldy, we can't let you get out of here today without a little perspective on what we saw last night with Tua. I know so many former NFL players went to social media to kind of share their stories. What were your stories with concussions, and how does that sort of shape what you felt about last night?
Well, I'm all for every single rule Dibs have been put in to make the game safer. Like, I thought the play by Josh Tupou, like, I know he's he got overly aggressive and he slammed Tua to the ground. I mean, there's got to be flags flying right there. I mean, we see on Sundays quarterbacks get an index finger grazed on the helmet and there's a flag. Like, that hit last night in front of both the umpire and referee has to be flagged. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, honestly, I've seen concussions. I've seen guys get up woozy, wobbling. I've had double vision. I've never seen the reaction by the hands and the fingers like that to a head trauma before. Like, that's new to me. People that say that they watch UFC, they see it. I've never seen that in the octagon. I've never seen that on the football field. So that scared me. What was causing that? But look, we have done everything from taking the head hits out of the game. We've done a pretty good job of doing it. New helmet technology. You're protecting the quarterback in so many different ways, almost ad nauseum. I think we've done a lot as far as just the safety helmets in practice and how we practice. I think almost every precaution has been taken to try to make a violent game safer. They just got to enforce the rules. Like if Tua suffered a concussion the week before and we saw him get up, and that's what it looked like to everybody else that was watching. Like, they've got these independent, head trauma experts on the sideline. Like, let them do their job and let them react so that something like that happened last night just doesn't happen again.
Baldy, as always, it is wonderful to have you. What a treat. Thank you so much. Don't ever talk to Bonte and Joe ever again, okay?
Well, I might have to break that promise.
I know.
But we know that we're your favorite show.
Just only because they're going to beg so hard.
Yeah.
And I'm a softie when it comes to that. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, Baldy the softie. We considered putting that in your show open, but thanks, bud. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. You got it.
Thanks, all right, Baldinger. There he goes. That's Brian Baldinger right here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570 is the number. Keep it coming. Twitch, YouTube chat, Comcast Business text line. Your phone call certainly welcome. We'll get to the Kyle lip reading stuff here in just a second too, but the NFL information machine is already starting. Just about a half hour ago, Tom Pelissero speaking on NFL Network. NFL Chief Medical Officer Dr. Alan Sills says Tua Tagovailoa was checked for concussion symptoms every day since Sunday, points out that the independent neuro expert had to clear him. Once review is done, full results will be released publicly. So there it is, Dibs. Everything, there'll be accountability, there'll be transparency, there will be everything done totally within the rules, and everything's going to be fine.
Well, and again, as we talked about with concussions, there is no definitive way to determine a concussion. If I come over there, which I would never do, and I take your pinky and I break it, if I just straight up break your finger, you go to the doctor, you get an x-ray, and the x-ray will determine you have a broken finger. You call HR, you file a claim, I get fired, and the show comes to a screeching halt. X-ray, MRI. These are things that can determine injury based on magnetic resonance imaging or X-ray, which is different. A concussion, there is no definitive way to look at the head, especially, by the way, in a halftime setting. 12 minutes of halftime.
Well, right.
So you go to the locker room and it's, you shine a light in the eye. Well, his eyes were probably pretty alert. Follow my finger. Do you have a headache? We check your head. Any dizziness, any nausea, any of that. No. Okay.
Okay, what about that video of you not being able to walk?
My back.
Stop.
Spinal.
I mean, I know you're being. I know what you're saying.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
I know
and
you are.
I'm playing the role of Tom Pelissero
and last night,
Rhett Lewis. I was going to say Rhett Butler.
Boy, I'm still triggered from when he hugged Tommy Lasorda after signing with the Dodgers as a free agent.
I was thinking about Butler. I think Rhett Butler was the character in Gone with the Wind.
Yes, right. This is Rhett Lewis. Anyway, I mean, again, visual signs of concussion. I learned this last night. I didn't know what that was called. When Tua's on the ground and his fingers are going in 10 different directions.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on out there? Did he dislocate all of his fingers?
I thought, because I was watching the game on mute holding my 1-month-old daughter, and so I didn't really see what happened, but I saw his hand. I thought, oh, God, he got a broken finger.
He broke all of his fingers. No, so this is either called posturing or fencing. And this is a direct
on guard
reaction to a concussion, where basically your arms, your limbs, your fingers, everything locks up and is going in different directions. Like, again, this is the second time in 4 days where we've had obvious visual confirmation of concussion on the field, and somehow the Dolphins and the league are trying to wiggle out of this. We'll get to Shanahan here in just a second. Jesse Sapolo at 11 o'clock. Doug in Berkeley here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Doug, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Hi, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
A couple of kind of side lights on the Tua thing. Number one, the hit. Our quarterback who had not had a previous injury 3 days earlier, taking that hit, being thrown to the ground that way, and having his head snap, I think any quarterback would have suffered some sequelae from that, some neurologic sequelae from that. So there's a lot of stuff this morning I'm hearing about blaming the coach and blaming this and that. And yeah, they have some responsibility, but I maintain, and just think about it, any quarterback who took a hit like that and had his neck snap, his head snap like that, would probably come out of the game.
Yeah, I think that's an unfair statement, Doug. I really do. I think that there's so many hits in the game. We have no idea what would happen in another situation. What I'm doing now, I'm not going to act like I know what's going on. I'm telling you that I spent an hour and a half last night listening to videos and reading from concussion experts around the country. And not a one of them is saying anything different, Doug. They're all saying absolute 1,000% certainty that what happened last Sunday was a concussion and that the severity of the one last night was attached to the fact that he had already been concussed 4 days earlier. That's what they're saying. That's not me. That's all the PhDs and the MDs. You know what I mean?
None of whom, though, were there to examine the player. An independent neurologist did examine him and said, get back out there, kid.
Yeah.
Go win this game.
But did he?
Well, they won the game.
But did the independent neurologist do everything totally above board? We don't know.
I wasn't there. None of our doctor friends were there.
Well, again, to me, there is A to B proof. If every expert in the country is going to say what you saw Sunday was a visual sign of concussion, it doesn't matter what happened in the back room. The NFL rule is visual signs of concussion. You cannot return to a game.
But again,
that is a rule.
I know it's a rule, but you could say what you want about what we all saw. And I'm in total agreement with you, Mark.
I know you are.
I'm just trying to play the role of the NFL. And, what they're able to hide behind, because the rule is not a clear-cut thing. If they had a rule where if you broke your finger, you couldn't play that week, and you go and you get an x-ray, and the x-ray shows a broken finger, well, then that's definitive 100%. There's so much gray area when we're talking about the gray matter of these concussions that you can fudge it, and this thing was fudged so badly that the eye test tells us the guy was concussed. You saw the injury, you saw the stumble, and yet he goes in the locker room, oh, you're fine. Forget what we all saw when he was trying to get back to the huddle. That must have been a back spasm.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
It's a complete joke. And Chris Nowinski, the guy we referred to earlier, again, one of the foremost concussion experts out there. This is what's so damning to the NFL, in my view. He tweeted it out before the game. He's not reacting. He's not being emotional because Tua ended up on a stretcher. Before the game, he tweeted out, if Tua plays tonight, this sets concussion care back years and years in the NFL because we know what we saw Sunday, and this is not allowed. And he did it, and then what happened, so the worst-case scenario plays out. Jesse Sapolo, in terms of subconcussive blows back when nobody was paying attention, I'm sure suffered a bunch. We'll talk to him about that and much more with the 49ers in just about 10 minutes. But we've been promising this. We'll get it to you if you haven't heard it yet. Kyle Shanahan, media conference yesterday. Yes, he was indeed asked about the lip reading situation with Garoppolo. Here's the problem. I'd almost expect Kyle to come out and go, this is stupid. Why are we even talking about this? Which is essentially what he did. But in the process, he also made a mistake, which is going to allow everybody to jump on him and call him a certain name. And we'll tell you what that is after you listen to it. Here's the first response from Kyle Shanahan.
Like it is with one of my friends. We are as me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
Okay. I don't know the clip you're talking about, and I probably won't watch it.
You got notes, though. Notes on it.
So keep those two quotes in mind. I don't know the clip, and I won't watch it. Next comment.
There's frustration with our whole team. First of all, the clip to me is a joke, so I can't believe we're talking about it. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but we were extremely frustrated from the whole game. Anytime you are doing well in the first half, moving the ball, and you get into the second half and you have 3 turnovers on 3 of your drives, you have a safety on 1, and you don't convert a third down, that's real frustrating to get anything going.
I'd love to say that, again, I did expect Kyle to dismiss this.
I'm pretty sure that's not what he said.
And I'd love to have heard something yesterday, but we're never going to know what he said. And so I would love to have heard something yesterday where they came out and said, look, here's a little insight into what was going on in that moment, and he didn't say what you think he said. We're good here. Like that, I would have loved that. Instead, what Kyle accidentally did was go, I don't even know the clip you're talking about. And then 10 seconds later goes, the clip's a joke. And I'm sure he didn't say what you...
I'm pretty sure he didn't say what you think he said.
Wait a minute. You can't... If you don't even know the clip, how can you then 5 seconds later tell us the clip's a joke? So... Of course, like literally the PR staff of the 49ers, which is a great group, they are not doing their job if they didn't show the clip to Kyle before he goes to the press conference to answer questions about the clip.
He's seen the clip.
Of course he has.
And I don't even know if the PR staff needed to show him the clip for him to see the clip. We're all on social media, and I know coaches and players, a lot of times they say, oh, I turned that S off and whatnot. When something like this happens, a viral clip like that, he absolutely saw it. And if he didn't see it on his own, the PR staff would have showed it to him, which is why I don't know why he said, I don't know anything about the clip. I got some notes on it. And then he goes on to say, you know, the clip's a joke, and that's not what he said. Right. He didn't say what you think he said in the clip. How do you know if you didn't see the clip, what he said in the clip, and you obviously saw the clip, so why'd you say you didn't see the clip?
It's almost unfortunate because that's going to be, and I get it, we're going to grab that out of it, and it makes Kyle sound like a liar, and I'm here to tell you, they lie in front of the podium all the time, and I support their lying because that's the way this process works. Here's an example. Let's now go with what we know on Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember when they kept sitting in front of a podium and going, yeah, sorry, like, we love Jimmy, he's amazeballs, but he keeps getting hurt, and so we just can't keep a quarterback who keeps getting hurt, so we had to go get a new starter.
When he said that Jimmy's one of the best throwers of the football on the planet,
I mean,
it's a lie.
That depends
it's a
on
lie.
Yeah, but how many quarterbacks? He is one of the best on the planet. He's just not one of the top 15.
I wish you weren't a liar. He's not one of the top 50.
Like, they have to lie. They have to lie. We've put them in a position where they have to lie. So I'm actually lie supportive when it comes to post press conferences for head coaches. But you can't tell everybody that you're lying or else it's not going to go well.
But then you get caught in a lie. And again, this is an insignificant lie for me. I mean, who cares if you saw the clip or you didn't see the clip? But why not just, like you're saying, come out and say, I saw the clip, not sure what he said, Jimmy and I are fine, because his first answer is absolutely true. I see Jimmy every single day. Jimmy and I are fine. Like, you and I, we might have a rough segment, a rough show. We might have a fierce debate over what a backup quarterback is. We're fine. We spend 3 hours a day together. It's not like any disagreement we have is going to all of a sudden cause us to not have a working relationship.
It's life.
It's the same thing with a QB and a coach. And so I thought he could have come out and just said, I saw the clip. The clip is stupid. Whatever Jimmy said, we're cool. Next question.
Yeah, I don't even know what he said, but we're good. Like, yeah, absolutely easy. It's all sponsored by On Deck, and Jesse Sapolu, former 49er great, jumps in here next, and then we continue with your calls at 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. On Deck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free?
Download the Odyssey app today.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Progressive presents Forced Metaphors about bundling your home and auto.
When you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, you get great savings and round-the-clock protection, which is as beautiful as looking your firstborn child in the eyes for the first time. Well, that's a bit much. Maybe it's more like looking your second-born child in the eyes for like the third or fourth time. Point being, the savings and round-the-clock protection are really, really magical.
Forced Metaphors, presented by Progressive. Bundle and protect today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. That is the number. More of your calls throughout this hour. And then also, keep your comments coming on the Comcast Business text line. Also, the YouTube chat, Twitch as well. Thank you for being there. And thank this guy for being here. What a treat. Jesse Sapolu, 49er great, is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jesse, how you living?
I'm good. I'm at Mexico City Airport, headed to... Oh, yeah, let's see if we can get his phone back. We've had
We've had a few of these
Mexico
this week.
City Airport, though.
Yeah.
I wonder where he's headed.
That much.
Yeah.
Maybe Mexico City. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like he's at the airport heading somewhere else. So he's probably awaiting a flight to, and I wonder where. I mean, it's pretty exciting. If you're there, you can go to almost any other locale from Mexico City.
Listen, I will tell you something that I saw recently from Jesse Sapolo on his Facebook page. Okay? And I don't spend a whole lot of time over there, but it ended up on Twitter, and I went and checked it out. And I wanted to talk to Jesse about this, particularly because Steve Young is now on the round saying that there is an air of resentment, or an edge of resentment, as he called it, between Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo, and what that can do basically to a locker room. Jesse made the comment, I think it was just like a week or two ago, he made the comment on Facebook that he believes the 49ers would have 7 Super Bowl rings, not 5, if it hadn't been. I want to talk to him about it before he puts the name out, but if it hadn't been for a certain Bay Area reporter, they would have won 7 Super Bowls, not 5, because of the discord that it created with the team. And with what we're talking about from Steve Young yesterday, I find that very, very interesting. Do we have Jesse back? Jesse, you hear us okay?
I'm here, man.
Okay. Yeah, hey, I wondered about that. Do you feel that way? Do you feel like the 49ers left some Super Bowls on the table and at times because of the way they were covered?
Was, reporters that critical.
Yeah. We can't. Yeah, we're gonna have to reconnect with Jesse another time.
Bring in Wishnowski because we got a punt.
The Mexico City Airport apparently does not have the cell towers that we need. That's too bad because I really do want to get. I would love to get that story, and that's why. And for those of you just joining us, if you haven't heard what we played from Steve Young on the Rich Eisen show, we'll do it again here in just a second so that you can bounce it around a little bit and tell us what you think. 888-957-9570. It's not that it's a thing yet. They're professionals. Kyle said it yesterday. And again, here's this piece. Like, this was because of the lip reading thing. But hey, Kyle, how are you and Jimmy in terms of calling plays and figuring things out?
Like it is with one of my friends. We are as me and Jimmy are around each other every single day, so there's not any awkwardness from us or anything that's kept from each other. I don't know the clip you're talking about. I got it on my notes before this press conference, but I'm not a very good lip reader, but I probably won't watch it.
All right, we're like friends. There's absolutely nothing between us. No awkwardness. We're good here. Does it feel like that to you? It does not feel that way to Steve Young. Said this, the Rich Eisen show yesterday.
In an oddity, there's no question, and no one would have thought it, not Jimmy, not Kyle or John Lynch, the general manager, thought that there was a chance that Jimmy would not find a home and of value for the 49ers and for Jimmy. It just didn't happen. And so they ended up back with each other. And now you saw last week there's this edge of resentment that's been built, or like naturally, right? You've been rejected and you don't want to take that in. So I'm slightly concerned about going forward with the relationship with Jimmy and with Kyle and John. Is just, can we, despite all the things that have happened, can we still keep, a profitable relationship? It can be tense, just make sure that it's creatively tense, right? Not toxically tense. And I think that'll be a fine line throughout the year, depending on how things go, because there's certainly a lot of broken glass between everybody. And like any big time, highly sought after job in the world, you got to be able to have thick skin, and you got to be able to move beyond the rigor of the moment. So we hope that everyone at the 49ers can do that, especially around those 3 guys, because if they can't find a profitable way forward, then where are we? And then it gets really kind of tougher.
I think he says it exactly right. Like,
where are we then? Well, not in the draft. You're not tanking for a pick because you don't have a pick. So
right. I mean,
I like the idea of broken glass too, because broken glass is messy. You can't walk across broken glass. You got to clean up broken glass.
You can sing about it, but you can't actually do it.
Broken glass is messy, and I don't think that this relationship has gotten to the toxic portion of the program.
Agreed.
I think there's a certain amount of tension. There's a certain amount of, I don't even know if animosity, but it's clear that the two sides are not as much in lockstep as they were, let's say, 20 months ago, coming off a Super Bowl loss where
we made it to the Super Bowl, we lost, and, things are good. But then Kyle goes in the offseason and realizes he needs to do better. You draft Trey Lance, and you make that call to Jimmy and say, yeah, Jimmy, this is Kyle and stuff, and we've taken 3 picks, and we've moved up and stuff, and we've drafted your replacement and stuff, and, you're still our quarterback, and we still like you and stuff, and, but we're moving on. So I think now it'll never be as good as it was, but I don't think it's broken beyond repair at all.
I agree completely, and that's why I thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
I totally dig the way Steve's saying this. I think this is super measured here. This is not, hey, sound the alarms. This is, hey, keep an eye on this. Because if you think that it's just going to be easy for them to navigate, it's not. And if there's anyone on the planet who can speak to this better than Steve, I can't think of it. You know what I mean? Like, we're sitting here going to Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, and unfortunately, this is a massively poor man's version of Steve Young and Joe Montana because Trey Lance is brand new, and Jimmy has not achieved what Steve Young and Joe Montana have achieved.
And that thing lasted for years,
right?
too.
But actually, I would contend it's still not over. It's not over.
Between Joe and Steve?
It's not. It's not over between Joe and the organization. If you haven't watched the Peacock doc, you need to go watch it. Although you don't even need to do that. We have the proof right here. 2019, the Chiefs play the Niners in the Super Bowl, and Joe is on Twitter going, I can't lose today.
Right.
You're telling me he's not still mad at the Niners? Believe me, he is. So there are massive egos here. There is so much on the line. There is so much sort of the blood, sweat, and tears that gets put in to winning in the NFL. Like, you're not going to just flick off bruised egos and act like this doesn't come up in the room. And so it really, to me, it's like Steve Young said, this bears watching, and you have to ride that line of, like, I think as he put it, sort of the creative resentment as opposed to toxic. It's not toxic yet, but man, how many losses does it take before it is? Not many.
5 is the answer.
Okay. Actually, I'll take 5 if it's week 18.
Right.
But don't give me 5 if it's week 7.
And that's going to be where we sit. And that's, in a situation as we put urgency on Monday night and the Rams, it's a team that Kyle Shanahan has ownage over, except for the NFC Championship. He had won 6 straight regular season games. It's at home. You're favored. And even though you don't have Trent Williams and you may not have Eric Armstead and Azeez Al-Shaair probably won't play, you're still favored. You still should, quote unquote, win at home. But if you don't and you fall to 1-3 and the Rams are 3-1, so now you're 2 games back and you're 1-1 in the division, things are looking not bleak, but they're not looking good.
Right.
And you got a couple of games on the road, and let's say you split those games, then you lose to the Chiefs, where you won't be favored, and now you're 2-5 going into another game against the Rams. Maybe you're 2-6 going into the bye. If you get to that point when you head into the bye, week 9, if you've got a losing record, that's when the toxicity of the situation will ramp up.
Yeah, I just think it is fascinating for me, and I would imagine many of you too, to sort of now watch Jimmy Garoppolo outside the lines, if you will, to borrow the name of the old show at ESPN. Right? There's 2 things going on right now that are really fascinating for Jimmy on Monday night. Because here we go, it's another standalone, national, primetime game. And those get viewed differently, as we know. Like, that was one of the really bad parts about Sunday night. It wasn't just like the worst performance we've ever seen. It was on the #1 show on television. And it's very, very embarrassing, quite frankly, the 49er performance. Well, now here we go again. This is going to be a highly rated Monday night game. You got Los Angeles, San Francisco, NFC title game rematch. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, here we go. So there's 2 things to watch. A, Jimmy said last week, I have not had a lot of time with these guys. I know we tossed that idea aside. It's like, what are you talking about? These are all the same people. But if you do actually know the way an NFL season comes together, like, you don't think the 49ers put new stuff in the playbook in the offseason, especially as they switch to a new quarterback? You don't think there were changes? You don't think Kyle Shanahan is trying to stay one step ahead of the rest of the league? All of those things are true, and Jimmy hadn't been through any of that. I actually am going to give him a little bit of a nod for, there should be a ramp up there. So, A, that's what you're watching. Is he getting more comfortable and better each week? And then B, now, and this is what the Niners didn't want, you're watching the sideline and you're watching the press conferences and you're looking for the subtleties of what Jimmy says, like after Seattle. Oh, that was really fun in 2017 when I got to hucking around and they let me do that. We don't do that here. Those little things are going to be, they're going to explode. They're going to be magnified in all kinds of ways.
Everything's magnified, especially when you're losing. When you have a Super Bowl roster, as we've all said, and you're 1-2, everything gets magnified. And then the exponent of having your backup quarterback now on the field, especially this backup quarterback. This is not Cooper Rush coming in as a backup. This is not Brian Hoyer and Teddy Bridgewater as backups. This is Jimmy Garoppolo, who was your golden child, your $100 million man, who's led you to great heights, even though they did it in spite of him. Some people would say they did it because of him. Others would say you fired him, you brought him back, now he's a starter, it's week 4, and here we are. So all those things are ratcheted up by the fact that they are 1-2. And then you sprinkle in a primetime spot and you add a dash of self-inflicted safety. And you can even throw in a couple of measurements of gorgeous good looks and lip gate. All of this into the stew makes this Monday night game against the Rams feel bigger than a Trey Lance game. If this was a Trey Lance game at 1-2, I don't think it would be as big
I agree,
as the fact that it's Jimmy G and where we are with this team.
And look, drama sells, and some people do better with it than others, okay? If this
TNT, we do drama.
Yes, they do. I mean, if this was a Paris Hilton show, Paris Hilton would be this is my comfort zone. Watch Kyle Shanahan. This is the opposite of his comfort zone.
And stuff.
Right? He doesn't want to do this.
No.
And can we all just say this? He doesn't do it well. So many, Kyle's an idiot. He doesn't know how to call a play. Whatever. That's ridiculous stuff. Kyle Shanahan knows football, okay? But I don't think he's like TNT. He does not know drama because we saw it yesterday at the press conference, okay? That's a bad 1-2 punch for Kyle Shanahan, which is A, he sort of got caught. I haven't seen the clip. Oh, wait, the clip's ridiculous. That's not what he said. Well, that's not a good 1-2 punch. But also, just look at Kyle's demeanor this year, okay? We've gone from 1 week where Trey Lance got hurt and he could tell all of a sudden that everyone's insinuating that he hurt his quarterback. The very next week, they lose on Sunday Night Football, and we've got a lip-reading scandal. And he goes to the podium, and he's just like the whole year. Doesn't it feel like Kyle's looking at everyone going, you people are morons.
Yeah.
Why are you here asking me these questions? And there's a piece of him that's kind of right.
Well, it's the arrogance of it.
But it doesn't matter. It won't work.
It doesn't work. Especially in the court of public opinion because you're 1-2 and already people are out for your head, even though you got 4 more years on the job. Some people want you out. And I think the arrogance with which he approaches things, and yesterday didn't help him, where it's like, I haven't seen the clip. Let me tell you about the clip that I saw. Wait, what?
Right.
And it's, right now he's in a tough spot because he's 1-2. Winning cures everything.
Yep.
And, if they would have beaten Denver, he probably would be considered the boy genius again. If they would have found a way to get a field goal and win that thing ugly 13-11, then he gets a lot more leeway in terms of where he is and where this team is.
I feel like this guy needs meditation and some tea before these media sessions. It's week 3, week 4, I guess.
Yeah.
He's not going to make it. I don't mean he's going to get fired. I just mean his mental health. He's not going to make it through 18 weeks of this. Did you see that Jimmy had a little bit of he wrote something on his left shoe? Is that a message that he hates you, Kyle? Like he can't stand that people are even questioning his play calls. If this goes into the real quarterbacks of San Francisco drama, and it already is,
right?
If it stays there, he's not going to make it. He can't stand this stuff, and he doesn't handle it well.
No. Well, then win the game. Go out and beat the Rams. The Rams 23-6,
but
and it quiets down.
But it's not that simple. It's not that simple.
No, it is that simple.
But no, you can't just be like, I know how to calm a press conference. Let's go win. Well, that's not. He can't just snap his fingers and win, or else he would.
No, but it is that simple, because if they do win, then the post game on Monday, there's not going to be any question about Lipgate or play calling or any of the rest of it. If you lose to the Rams, let's just say 11-10. And Baldy liked when I threw that out there. And I'm with Baldy, by the way.
I think it's higher scoring this week. I think it's 13-12. I really do.
But I still agree with Baldy, bet the under. And that's just kind of the way I would lean in terms of the total. But let's say it's 11-10. They lose again, and the offense looks beige, as Baldy had said on with the morning roast. Well, Kyle's going to have really tough questions to answer yet again.
You telling me that Baldy went on the morning roast?
I know, behind our back.
What the hell is up with that?
Seriously. I didn't like it. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now.
We've been knowing Baldy for 25 years.
I've known Baldy since he was in high school. Although I'd come to find out he's actually older than me.
Yeah.
That was a surprise.
I don't even know if he knows our names, but we've been knowing him for 25 years.
He knows our names.
I know he knows the names.
He just doesn't necessarily know who's who.
It's just voices. Anyway, hi, Bob. Hey, Bob in San Francisco. You're next with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Bob. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just cruising around right now, going from job to job.
Sweet.
Hey, I just wanted to say that, there's some short-sightedness definitely on the coach or the organization, because why couldn't they keep him in training camp and teach Trey how to, do certain things and learn the system as he's going along, instead of having him off to the side? That's one thing. The other thing is, it's like the same scenario as last year. All the wheels were falling off. The Niners aren't doing this. And then they end up making it to the championship game. So I just think people need to calm down, let things work itself out. And as far as the fractured relationship between those two, well, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it's a working relationship. And as long as they keep that positive, everything should be all right.
Yeah, I don't think it's fractured at all. Bob, of your 2 points, there's one of them I totally agree with. The other one, I not so much. I want to comment on it. The idea that, hey, listen, if you listen to this show closely, I'm trying to say this almost every week, especially when it's early in seasons. Can we go on the journey? Like, we're here for the journey.
Let's get to the end, Mark.
I mean, how many
Let's
of
read
you...
the last page of the book.
How many of you wrote the Warriors off in February? Raise your hands. I know it's most of you. Please, yes, things can turn around. I don't know how many sports, how many different teams in the Bay Area need to remind everybody, don't kick things to the curb a third of the way through a season. It's not time to do that yet. So... do we calm down on the record? Absolutely. You win one game on Monday night and you're in first place and everything's fine. So there's that. But this idea, I really do. I want to give the 49ers a green check because they were right to do something that everyone's telling them they were wrong for doing. This idea that they should have put Jimmy into meetings on the field when he was running off on the side is really, it's putting the 49ers in an unfair position unless you want to say they should have known earlier that they wanted to keep him. But they didn't.
Yeah, I disagree with
this. Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah.
But
no green check mark from me.
He didn't want to stay, and they didn't want to keep him. And we have it on very good authority that they were worried not even just about being with another team, about being with a team within the division. Why on earth would you have someone go into your meetings if you thought he was going to be on the Rams, for example, or the Seahawks? So you can, if you want to criticize the Niners, you have to say you should have thought of this in July. You should have decided you wanted to keep him then.
At least early August. When it was clear that there were no trade offers.
Well, but I don't think that was clear. How could you know that was clear?
Because they would have taken anything for him.
That's not clear. You're saying that. You don't know what they would have taken. In fact, they know that if he does stay and they just let him walk as a free agent at the end of the year, they get a third. I don't think they would have taken anything less than that. Why would they? So
because you didn't think he was going to stay, and so you didn't have him in meeting rooms, and you didn't have him doing anything other than throwing on the side.
But even if you thought staying was a possibility, if there was a possibility of him being on another team, You can't have him in the meetings.
But you controlled it. You controlled the whole part of it. You had him under contract. So I don't give him any pass.
Yeah,
and you know
you're
what?
not doing that
your
to
loss
Trey
in
also.
Denver.
You're not doing that to
Denver
Trey.
came. Well, you did it to Trey anyway.
I know, because
so
then,
you are doing it to Trey.
Well, but they didn't want to. Can we all agree on that?
No,
I know,
and
but that was...
I will not agree to that because they ultimately did it.
Right, because
so they did want
everybody.
to.
No, they didn't want to. They ended up.
And again, this is you projecting onto them, saying what they wanted.
No, their actions prove it. They pulled 20 veterans into a room and went, "Okay, guys, everybody relax. We're about to do something out of the box. Are you okay with it? Are you okay with it? Let's take a vote. Let's not have any hacking chats." You don't do that if you're totally comfortable and confident with a situation.
But they ultimately did do that, right?
Yes.
So
they felt they could handle it, but it was not option A. It's not what they set out to do. They've said that.
Option A would have been to trade him back in February and get 2 picks from Washington. That was rumored to be the case. But then you get into August and you realize that there are no trades out there that are acceptable to you. We can agree to that. If there was a trade that they liked, they would have dealt him, but there was no trade they felt comfortable with. And you see Trey Lance in the field, and you realize that Trey Lance is probably not as ready as you thought he was, and you realize that Nate Sudfeld wasn't going to be the guy, so it's either Brock Purdy or what? And at that point, you need to bring Jimmy G into meetings. You need to give Jimmy G the playbook because you didn't. And what had happened in Denver? He was rusty. And because he was rusty, you lost. That decision cost you a game in Denver. You get no green check mark.
And if I had heard that from
fat red X.
If I had heard any of that from anyone back then I'd give this some credence. But nobody in August was like, boy, this is a problem. They need to get Jimmy G in the room. Nobody said that.
Well, they didn't realize that Trey Lance would get hurt.
They didn't realize that Jimmy had any chance of being on the team.
Well, that's on them.
And neither did the 49ers.
But they should have.
I disagree.
Because what were their backup options? Their backup options were
the guys
Nate Sudfeld can't wait to get you out of town. We gave him $2 million guaranteed to never take a snap. They blew it.
They have the same backup options that everyone else has, which is none. Nobody's got a good backup in this league.
Jimmy G is a great backup.
Again,
they had that as an option.
This is a very unique situation.
And they blew it.
And anybody who wants to deny that, anybody who wants, you can't say they blew it. You were all excited when they got him.
They lost to Denver because he was rusty.
Well, that's like when you get the results and then you want to change your opinion from what it was before. That's being unfair.
My opinion before was, why is he on a side field? There's no reason to have him on the team but not as a part of what is going on.
If you liked it when they signed him, you can't now say it was a mistake. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep going with your phone call. Stay right where you are. Steiny and Goo certainly loom. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Week 4 in the NFL brings a classic AFC South battle between the Titans and the Colts. Both teams are coming off their first wins of the season in Week 3, and both are somehow looking up at Jacksonville in the standings. Indianapolis is favored by 3.5 at home this week as the Colts look to get above 500. In the last 19 meetings between these teams, the favorite has covered 14 times. This week, that's the Colts. So the BetQL 5-star play of the day is to take Indianapolis and give the points.
Do you have a small business? Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy. Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Odyssey celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the achievements, histories, traditions, and cultural diversity of Hispanic and Latinx Americans. More on the Odyssey app and celebrate the sounds and stories of Hispanic heritage at odyssey.com/HHM.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with the touchdown grab in San Francisco scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price of participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We can keep going with your 49er takes, your calls, your comments, your texts. Comcast Business Text Line. I want to read this real quick, though. This just came in. Andrew Whitworth, the left tackle for the Rams who just retired last year, wanted to address all of the people who have been saying with regard to this Tua situation. He wanted to address all the people that are like, well, wait a minute. If this was a concussion last Sunday, how did he get through the protocols? Independent neurologists. They don't play for the Dolphins, and they're doctors, and they are medically trained professionals. There's no way Tua could get through all that and somehow back out onto the field if he legitimately was not concussed, right? Andrew Whitworth, quote, I can literally remember playing the Philadelphia Eagles on a Thursday night football game years ago myself, getting concussed, wobbling around. A referee actually removed me from the game. I go back in the game because you want to play. I was able to get myself through the test, explain to them that I'm fine, knowing that I had been dinged pretty good. I had a teammate that was finally like, man, this guy's just not right. I don't feel right letting him to keep playing. He actually pulled me out of the game and told the coaches that I need to be removed, and I am now so thankful for that. This situation just brings back those memories. For us guys that have been on that field, it's tough. We got to keep these guys uninvolved in it. They shouldn't feel obligated to do something more than what they need to do. It's just an ugly scene to see. End quote.
Yeah.
Andrew Whitworth, somebody who has played in the league for years, has an impeccable reputation and was a phenomenal player. And he's telling you right there, not only did I have a concussion, I knew I had a concussion, and I still went back there and passed the test.
Right. And I wonder if Tua wasn't in the same situation where he knows that this game is huge. It's maybe the biggest Miami game. I don't want to overblow it, but it's been probably 15 years since Miami's had a game that important.
It was with the result. It was no doubt. If you follow the Dolphins, I got a few friends who are Dolphins fans who are like, this is the biggest win in 15 years.
Exactly. They haven't been to the playoffs in damn near 20, and you're playing against the undefeated Super Bowl favorites in a division that you haven't won. Nobody's beaten the Patriots, and now it's kind of up for grabs, but not really because Buffalo's still the class, and Miami's off to this hot start, and Tua's career has been resurrected this year with the new head coach, and you're playing great. And so, yeah, you get dinged up, and you know you're concussed, and you go back there, and I'm sure Tua's thinking, if I'm in his spot, I'm thinking, I got to get back out on that field. Even, I feel better now than I did 2 or 3 minutes ago. So you try to beat the protocol, and then you do make it back out on the field.
Yeah. So that's really telling to me. Because, again, I'm not a doctor and you're not a doctor and I'm not an expert and you're not an expert. There are a bunch of people who are experts, and I did a real long dive reading and listening to as much as I could last night. And I am sufficiently convinced that there's no doubt that was 2 concussions in 4 days and that it broke all kinds of rules. But the one thing I still would not be able to speak to is what exactly happens. I would love to actually get a former NFLer on who's played in recent years who could tell me, ever since we got the blue tent, what happens when the ref goes, you need to go through protocol. That you look dinged, get off the field. What happens next? What is that process with a doctor where they go through the concussion protocol, ask questions, do tests on your body? I'd love to hear what it is. But Whitworth is saying it's passable, even when you know you have a concussion.
Right. I'm sure it's not.
Well, then it's worthless.
Right.
It's worthless.
And that's been my point this whole time, is the whole idea of the concussion protocol in the NFL is absolutely worthless. And I spoke to you about this off air. I was coaching high school volleyball a few years ago, and one of my players had a history of concussions, and he got concussed in one of our matches. A ball hit him on the head during warm-ups, and he told me, hey, I'm not feeling good, and I knew about his history, so he sat down. He didn't play. I told our athletic trainer. Luckily, we had a couple trainers at that school, and the trainer immediately is like, okay, you're in the protocol. And so now, as a coach, I understand what the return to play protocol is, and it's 5 full days at the earliest. It's laid out. It's high school, so it's designed to obviously protect the kids. In the NFL, the return to play protocols should be the same, and the protections should be the same, but this is a multi-billion-dollar business.
Too much money on the line.
And you've got Tua Tagovailoa playing great in a spot where they're looking to knock off Buffalo and really take control of the AFC East. So all those protocols, even though it's an independent concussion evaluator, all these things kind of get swept under the rug.
888-957-9570. Would love to continue hearing from you. Let's go to Shazani in Fremont. Hey, Shazani, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hi, driving. What are you doing?
Oh, a radio show. We're hanging out. We're having snacks during the break. It's a good day. It's Friday.
Oh, I love it. So this is TMZ, right?
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it?
It feels that way with all the drama that you're talking about. First, it's Jimmy G's lip service. Then it's Jimmy G's shoes. Let the team live. Let them do their thing. Let Kendall, Roy, Shanahan live. Otherwise, you're just handing the Heisman Trophy to the Green Bay Packers again.
Was that a Kendall Roy reference from Succession? That was incredible.
And are they giving out a Heisman Trophy for winning the Super Bowl? I didn't know that. Reggie Bush is furious. No wonder he played for so many different NFL teams. He's trying to get his Heisman back. Look, Shazani,
that was an unbelievable Succession reference, by the way.
It was
great TV show.
It was a tremendous call. However, I do want to respond if she meant this. Because I know a lot of you think this. And this is why, by the way, I come in and I'm hot to trot when Steve Young speaks on something. And you guys, I know a lot of you. Oh, you media people, you fan in the flames. Oh, okay, so is Steve Young a drama queen? He's the one who said there's an edge of resentment surrounding the 49ers right now. You can blame this on 95.7 The Game?
TMZ. KTMZ. Not KGMZ. KTMZ is our new call letters.
Steve Young.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Young. So I know what many of you think, and you're not wrong.
It's Kendall Roy.
Oh, is it?
It's pretty good. It looks like Shanahan. It's a pretty good call.
He does.
Anyway.
Except for Shanahan is really letting the beer run this year.
No
He's
doubt.
letting it ride, baby.
Jeremy Strong, the actor who plays Kendall Roy.
And by the way, that beard this year, what's up, Salt and Pepper? I see you, and I get it.
Push it real good. I'm salt and paprika, and the salt's done taking over, Mark.
You're like what used to be Lowry's seasoned salt. And then, it turned into some cardamom, and then now it's just, I don't know what the hell's going on over there.
Totally. Cardamom.
Like, listen.
Jimmy's got salt and pepper, too. They're both.
Yeah, he does.
This controversy's really taking a toll.
Totally. Like, he's got, like, the sideburns are getting shorter because they're like, dude, and I get it. Like, it's, right, me too, but I don't have Subway commercials. So, anyway, you get what I'm saying. I'm not going to lie to you. Do you think that people around this building have been like, man, this Jimmy and Trey stuff's pretty good for business? Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
And people are into it. It's not like, but you're like here. You said, you got Steve Young weighing in on it. You've got everybody weighing in.
This isn't fake. We're not making this up. We're not fanning flames so that everybody will call and click. This is real. This is real. This is unprecedented. And this is real. And they're like someone just said, hey, if you think Kyle feels like Jimmy is not a good quarterback, couldn't Jimmy feel like Kyle's not a good enough head coach? Well, yeah, he could. I don't know what their feelings are. Here's what I know. There are feelings. There are feelings, and we're watching them. We're watching them play out. And so, you can say this is a media concoction. I know that's a popular thing to do.
It's always the media.
In the United States these days, but no. Like, listen, you're here, we're here, and this is happening.
And it goes away with wins, and it grows with losses. And, all last year it was Trey and Jimmy. Who should start? And, let Trey play, and Trey's got to play. Trey's better, and Jimmy leads you to the conference championship game, and all the Trey talk kind of went by the wayside. And then this year, it was supposed to be Trey's year. Now it's not. Jimmy is in. And I know that, reading someone else's lips can be a slippery slope indeed, but it's a thing, and all eyes on the two of them come Monday night.
It's all sponsored by News Nation. It's Willard and Dibs, and we will keep going with your phone calls, and then Steiny and Guru will come in, and they will say things, and it will be wonderful on 95.7 The Game.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnation.com/join us.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
Here's how I feel about the whole thing. Shut up, all of you. Beat the Rams. That's all. That's it. That's it. Just shut up and beat the Rams.
Feels great, baby.
It's going to be a monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I used to play this in my bedroom all the time, and my mom hated it. Nirvana scared my mom. Totally. I listened to all kinds of stuff. I mean, hip-hop and the grunge, and I mean, everything. This is like Nirvana. Mom was like, what's going on there? What's that? I don't know if I like this guy.
You started rocking flannels buttoned all the way up.
Why is there a naked baby on the front of that CD?
Seriously.
What the hell's going on in here, Willard?
Where's her parents? Where's the diaper? Where's the swim diaper?
Put some clothes on, baby.
I saw something recently. That baby,
I know,
is now like 35 or something.
It's suing them.
Yeah,
it's suing them.
Yeah,
yeah.
Lost, by the way.
Lost,
Yes.
of course. Want some royalties, and they were like, "Never mind."
That's a 4.
I hope
that's a solid 4. That's really.
Thank you.
I mean, that might have been a 5. That was really good.
What else can I be?
Oh gosh!
All apologies.
It's one of my favorite Steiny sing-alongs.
I thought Gathering Timber was bad. Holy smokes!
Oh no, there's the original one is and then it go is I alone is yeah.
They'll sleep on Stuck in the Middle with You also.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Stuck in the
It's got a
Middle with
plethora. of
Steiny
terrible
karaoke is
songs.
a sneaky reason to keep it locked noon to 3.
Steiny does the entire Reservoir Dogs soundtrack coming up at 12:15. It's going to be exciting, and we can't wait. All right, glad you're with us today. Twitch, YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line, phone lines. You guys have all been awesome. Can I throw this out real quick? Back to Tua, and then we'll go back to Niners if you want. But I saw this, and this kind of bugged me. Like, Mike McDaniel has had one hell of a start to the year, and in fact, it's almost been a problem for Kyle Shanahan because he's over here like, so I'm 3-0. I got Tua looking like a Pro Bowler. I got Jalen Waddle on one side, Tyreek Hill on the other. What are you doing out there in San Francisco 11-10?
Yeah.
Have a nice time.
Can't run the ball without me.
So that's been bad for Kyle, but now we got a difficult situation for Mike McDaniel that's way more important than football. So here's his quote from today. And Albert Breer is the one who sent this out on Twitter. And I want to thank 49er Matt, who sent this to us, you and me, Dibs, on Twitter. Because I wouldn't have seen it if it hadn't been for him. So Albert tweets that this is a direct quote from Mike McDaniel. And this is hard for me to read, okay? Quote, I totally understand the concern and appreciate the concern. I can tell you beyond the eyeball test, he did not have a head injury. All right. So here's the problem. First of all, how can you, Mike McDaniel, be the one to speak on this when you were on the field while this test was being administered? You weren't even in there. You have been told that XYZ is what we found when we went in there. You personally, just like you and me, Dibs, have no clue what took place inside the tent or in the locker room for the Miami Dolphins. So, A, you actually should probably give that quote in that form. I'm told that beyond the eyeball test, there was no head injury. That would have been fair. But pair it with what we just read from Andrew Whitworth. We just read from Andrew Whitworth that he's telling you, I had a concussion. I knew I had a concussion, and I went in there and I purposefully passed the test so that I could get back on the field because I wanted to play. Players know how to pass the test. And if you're telling me that all it takes is for you to look like you've got it together and answer the questions the right way, well, now we're throwing concussion protocol into the wind and basically saying it's person to person as to whether or not they can. It's kind of like when you're wasted. Some people handle that really well.
Right.
You can't even tell.
You're talking about like the field sobriety test.
Right. And some people are in the fetal position.
Some people practice the alphabet backwards.
Right. Like, you cannot tell me that this is just a verbal conversation and it's like a pat on the back. Looks good, buddy. Go get him.
And he says in that quote, and according to Albert Breer, I totally understand the concern and appreciate the concern. I can tell you beyond the eyeball test. Well, what about the eyeball test? Coach, because the eyeball test tells me that he was basically punch drunk. The eyeball test indicates that a player, an elite athlete, one of the best throwers of the football on the planet, a guy who is at the prime of his athletic career, was unable to walk from point A to point B. Why? The eyeball test tells me he got a concussion. What does it tell you, Coach?
It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you were spot on before the show, and I'm not surprised by it. The NFL wheel spins so quick, I don't even think anybody needs to think about it anymore. They don't have to, hey, okay, guys, here's how we handle this. They already know. They already know. They have built a wall so high that none of us can get in and sort of point out the lies they tell. because they've built it in such a way that there's no way to prove it. It feels to me like in this situation we can. I think it's ludicrous to think that social media is filled with 87 concussion experts who are all wrong. That apparently is what the Dolphins and the NFL want us to believe. But we can't prove otherwise.
And Niner Gang on YouTube makes a great point. He says, what is McDaniel supposed to do then if the doc and Tua both tell you he's good to go? And
I just stated that, actually.
Right.
So what you say if you're McDaniel is then, I'm told that beyond the eye test, he did not have a head injury. But you cannot come out next day and say, it was not a head injury. This went way beyond the eye test. You weren't even there.
Right.
You were coaching the game.
He's put in a bad spot.
Yes.
Because, when the reporter says, Coach, sure looked like, Tua got a concussion last Saturday or last Sunday. What did you think about that? Well, it's like, the doctor told me he didn't have a concussion, and that's all I can go on.
Coaches do this with injuries all the time. How many times do you hear a coach, like they come to the podium after the game and they go through injuries and they'll be like, I haven't even seen him yet. I don't know what our doctors are saying. We're going to go find out. I'm not the doctor. So, look, this is now in a tense spot. There could be lawyers. There's all these eyes. Right. So the head coach can't come out and go, I got no idea what the hell's going on. You can't. So he's got to go say something. But I think those were two really important words that were omitted. I'm told that this is what was going on. Don't act like you were there. You weren't.
Right, but at the same time, you're asking him you're putting him in a spot to be a doctor, and he's not a doctor.
Right.
And, the whole thing is such a sham that it would be nice if he could just come out and say, yeah, you got a concussion, but he gives us the best chance to win. And he came out and he won the football game.
Yeah.
Which is why, by the way, we played him last night on Thursday Night Football. You guys see Teddy Bridgewater? There's a reason why he can't start for anyone. Yeah. So instead, we try to take the high road when we know full well the NFL doesn't give a crap about anybody who plays. They don't care about anything other than the almighty dollar, which is why the MetLife turf is a disaster. It's an injury waiting to happen. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Look at the shiny object over here. Hey, it's Salute to Service Week. We're wearing camo.
Yep. Breast Cancer Awareness Red Zone channel.
Pink socks for everyone.
7 hours of commercial free. I get it.
I can't wait.
And we're all addicted.
Yep.
We're all addicted. So
Red Zone this weekend is a true Red Zone because you don't have to turn away for the Niner game.
That's true. By the way, there's a weird deal going on with the Red Zone and the 49ers games. So that I do the TV two-step.
Yep.
I bring that other TV because the kids don't want to leave Red Zone. I'm working on this, by the way. I'm working on them. Even during the Niner game. Like, they looked at me when the 49ers were playing the Seahawks, and they're like, no, Dad, you're going in the other room, right? I'm not going in the other room. I pay for this house. What do you mean? But they were like, so I'm like, okay, we'll do the TV two-step. I'm going to bring the other TV in. For whatever reason, the broadcast of the 49er game was behind the Red Zone channel.
Yeah, always is.
Right, so I'm watching the 49er game, but when the 49ers come on the Red Zone, it's spoiling what I'm about to watch. Like, I'm getting ready. Okay, it's 3rd and 6. Here we go. And it's like, oh, they threw an interception because it popped up on the Red Zone channel.
Yeah.
That's weird. Why is that?
It has to do with the satellite networks and like the 7-second delay and all the rest of it. I know we got a ton of picks for the NFL slate. Go to our social media page, at Willard and Dibs on Twitter. You can see all of our picks. Spoiler alert.
I forgot.
I'm
That's
30
my bad.
and 19. No, Steiny and Guru are more important than doing picks.
They are.
Just know this, my friends, my brothers and sisters. I'm 30 and 19 against the spread.
You are.
Hashtag ride the dibber.
What's your strong lock of the weekend, Dibs?
I gave it to you yesterday. It was the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh.
Honestly, it's Jacksonville. Jacksonville in the points. Philadelphia might lose that game. Jacksonville is still being underrated. I think I'm lone wolfing it. No, you're lone wolfing it. You have Philly.
I have Philly.
You're the only one on Philly.
Yeah.
I like Jacksonville in the points.
Sleep on the Doug Peterson revenge factor too, Mark.
Yeah.
I think Jacksonville, well, this is one of these when I look at it and I go, that shouldn't be 6.5. Jacksonville looked great. Why is that 6.5? So I'm going Eagles. Like, that doesn't look. I'm just betting the odds maker on this one. But you want to know the game I love the best? It's not the most fun game this weekend at all. To me, Tennessee plus 3.5 at Indy. Indy is not a good football team, and they've told it to you every single week. And if you watched them beat the Chiefs last week, you know how circumstantial and fluky
they were gifted
was.
that game.
They were gifted
You're
that
lone
game.
wolf on that one. I'm on Indy.
Tennessee plus 3.5. You'll thank me on Monday.
That's the game.
Hi, Steiny Guru.
Yeah, hey, how'd it go last night? I saw you at
Oh
the
my
yard.
gosh, we had.
company.
You want to talk
look
about
great.
every single thing that can go right when you go to a Giants game.
You were there, Goo?
I follow him on IG.
We were texting a lot though because hashtag run line.
Yeah.
And
I got nervous.
Oh my gosh, we were. I was counting the money already.
I did too.
I'm like, Gabe, get back in the dugout. Jarrell Cotton's doing fine. Why are you bringing Brebbia in? We're all about to go home.
Well, it's funny you say that because yesterday,
What are you
Steiny,
doing?
in typical Steiny fashion, during a break, we're passing by each other. Steiny just goes, "Hey, Mark, Brebbia." Just as a way to
leads the league in appearances.
Yeah. So he threw out a random Brebbia, and then yesterday.
I said, you guys talking Brebbia?
I actually heard that from the other room. Well, Brebbia, who
gave up a triple,
and he flashed his sense of humor the night before. By the way, Lil Birdie in the media told me Brebbia actually saved them because the rest of the Giants clubhouse is on vacation. So wanted to thank Brebbia for showing some humor the night before. Plus, I guess he had done 9 openers in a row and putting a 0 up in the first inning. So he essentially had thrown a shutout over 9 games.
Dude.
So Gabe goes to him with 2 outs in the 9th of a 6-1 game, and he threw gas all over the field. Next thing you know, those guys on the run, I'm like, it's 6-4, there's a man at third. We were freaking out. But anyway.
And I had them, though, who cares? The whole series, the Giants run line, and every 9th inning went like that.
Totally.
It was like, it's 4-0, we're good. No, we're not.
No, we're not. Yeah. No, we're not. So anyway, it worked out, and the Giants win by 2, and the Phillies lost, and the Cubs lost. No.
So
what
has to happen? I text these guys.
I can
Phillies
tell
are up 3-0. So it's yeah.
And the Brewers are also
minute,
up.
Yeah,
Brewers are up 2-0.
But it doesn't matter. But that doesn't end it. Y'all know that, right? They can win both.
They got to go 1-6, 1-5, and the Giants got to win out.
If the Phillies and Brewers win today, then
still okay.
It's what would be called dormy.
They got to lose.
They would need to lose out, and the Giants would need to win out. Yeah. But that's what I learned yesterday. I hadn't realized the Giants have the tiebreaker on both of these teams. So one win for these other teams doesn't do it.
I heard the great Ibanez on with Bonte and Shasky, and I got to tell you, he hit me in the cardiac muscle. Proctor hits his first grand slam, and you pinch hit for him?
Yeah, that didn't actually.
I told Steiny, where's the human element?
Not there.
The human element. The human element was at the Dolphins game last night.
Yeah, exactly.
With Tua.
Exactly. I get and I heard it too. I heard it too. And I just look. If you don't like Farhan and you don't like Gabe, you have 100 other things you could be mad about than Proctor not getting his fourth at bat last night.
It's about the formula and thought process.
Yeah, I actually
let
think
it ride.
Right?
Exactly.
So here's the deal.
Richard Dreyfuss.
Actually, I can get you to what the rub is on this one. Here's the rub. If you're Mark Ibanez or any one of us, you're in vacation mode.
Okay.
It's flip-flop time. The season's over. And it is. But Gabe's not managing that way. And the Giants, by the way, are not playing that way. They are playing still like, no, we gotta play this out until the end. I
get it.
There's 2 outs in the 9th at 6-1, and Gabe's making pitching changes.
Which I appreciate.
So he's trying to win the game. Yeah. And if Proctor's not the right guy to have up, Proctor's not the right guy to have up.
But I do think, and this is something I've said all along in the Farhan and Gabe era, there's a certain amount of a deleterious or negative effect you have on human beings when you take a human being who's playing well and the spreadsheet says you must come out. I think that has a long-term negative effect on a player. It's not necessarily a Proctor, but when you talk about Belt and Longoria, guys of that ilk, guys who are professional hitters, and it's like, sorry, we got a righty coming in.
I'm with you, man.
You got to sit down, Evan. I think that spreadsheet, fine. The spreadsheet might be right today, but the long-term effects are negative on human beings.
I don't disagree with the premise. I just don't know that we have a whole lot of evidence of this yet.
Bochy wouldn't have made that move, right? Jim Leland wouldn't have made that move.
I know that Bochy earlier this year bristled at the idea that he didn't use analytics. He bristled at that idea.
Right.
This whole idea of Bochy's gut. He's like, I was not just out here flipping feathers into the wind going,
I missed that.
I'll
give you a 3.
I mean, that's not right. Like
I wonder how many times in his career, though, he had a player who hit 2 home runs in a game and he pinch hit for that player.
He didn't
I
have
would
2
say
home runs.
Jock Peterson did earlier in the year.
Right.
I would say a grand
They don't
total
have
of
3
0
hits.
times in Bochy's career.
And
he yanked a guy who hit 2 bombs in a game.
We're also using Brandon Belt as the poster for this, and
His 3 hits.
and he's begging to come back and play for the same team next year. So how mad is he?
Okay, I don't know how many other options he has.
Maybe.
And I
don't
heard
even
that
know.
same
I
begging.
don't even know if here's
Where's
an
that
option.
captain hat he had?
And Jock
on?
Peterson, why does Jock Peterson
Merle
want to
Susan.
play elsewhere? I mean, I know he wants to be a part of a winner, but according to you, they're going to be back next year as a winner. So why does Jock want to play elsewhere?
I don't believe I said that.
You said they're going to be better.
I don't even know that I said that. I think they can be. I have no idea who's on the team next year. How do I know if they're going to be better?
I mean, they're in the playoff hunt this year.
They sure are. Boy, I'm telling you, come on, Nationals. Got some sticks, don't you, in the lineup? Let's go.
He drove Bonte out of the studio with his optimism.
I missed it.
A little disingenuous from the guy who drove me there.
I was thrilled. At about 7:50, Bonte says this morning, he says, if Willard comes in and says this Giants team's a tough out in the playoffs,
I heard
I'm
that
walking.
part. Okay.
So I say to Mark in the green room, I say to Mark, I'm like, Mark, you gotta try this on Bonte. Let's see if Bonte's gonna leave. Mark throws it out at 8:59. Bonte starts packing his bag.
Gone. He didn't even do the legal. He didn't even do the legal. Speaking of which, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app.
So that was the second walk-off on the changeover. Shasky with the first one.
Oh, yeah. That one was a little more dramatic than this one.
Well, I think this is Bonte's second one. I think this is Bonte's second.
No, he's never walked out.
We've all had some walk-offs.
Not me. I stay at the
Bonte,
court.
Bonte didn't walk out on us.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a while ago, I thought. Anyway.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway.
It doesn't matter.
Tua.
I mean, I'm
going to say something.
Go ahead.
They're going to come at me.
We've said, no, go ahead.
Everybody on that team, the doctors are at fault. And I'm saying this and I mean this. How much does Tua take too? You are a grown-ass man. I mean, come on, man. Only you know how you feel, but you're playing for a contract. They're out there saying you can't stay healthy. I get it, but damn, Tua, if it wasn't your back and it was really your head, you gotta say that.
I don't know.
Dad,
man.
I was telling Stan, does he take some of it?
It's just not the way
Actually,
it
you were
works.
telling me that. I don't remember you saying
it was producer.
I've never heard that before.
I hear you. I really do. And I want to feel like that's a piece of this conversation, but I don't know anybody in the history of football that does it that way.
All right.
They all want to play. They all lie to play. They all, like on Wednesday, how many times have you seen this? Oh, I'm playing. I'm not worried. I'll be out there on Friday. You're doubtful. Like, it's just like, of course, the culture of football, especially when you're the most important position, is I am not going to let my body, let my teammates down. I mean, did you guys see the Andrew Whitworth thing?
It was man.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you see it?
No,
Steiny?
I didn't.
Andrew Whitworth, you got right, the left tackle for the Rams who retired last year. And I don't have the quote right in front of me, but I'll paraphrase. Essentially said that last night really brought up a lot of feelings in him because he can remember playing in a Thursday night football game where he got wobbled and he was wobbling around the field and a ref told him you got to get off the field and go through protocol. And Whitworth said, I walked off the field and I knew I was concussed. I knew it. And I went and passed that test so I could get my butt back out on the field. Talked his way right through it, told the doctors everything they wanted to hear, got back out on the field, and then it was a teammate who finally made him leave because he's playing next to him and could see, dude, you're not right.
Oh, wow.
You got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
So 2 things come out of that. One is the culture of football where they're always going to try to play. And B, that opened my eyes because it's like, oh, you can go past the test even if you are concussed.
Tua against Baltimore.
You just need to know how to do it and what to say. I just.
And it's not all his. I hope I don't sound like a jackass, because that was ugly.
Well, the system is in place to protect players against themselves, and that's where I don't blame the player, because what you're saying, contract year, and I was telling Mark, this is the biggest Miami Dolphins game in maybe a generation. they're actually good, and Buffalo's the class of the AFC, maybe the whole league, and Tua in the contract year, Tua playing great. So the system is in place to prevent players from doing just that and saying, no, I'm fine. It's like, no, double T's, you're not fine. You need to sit down, be humble, and let Bridgewater quarterback. But, I don't know what the concussion check is like in the locker room. It's like, how many fingers do I have up? I have one.
So should somebody be fired, or I'm asking. I know Steiny's about to go.
I just heard the chief NFL examiner on with Judy Batista, who was with the New York Times. I don't know if she still is. Just NFL Network. Thank you, Spadone. She asked him about, weren't those obvious? Because I've heard
Mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
And other people say those are obvious signs. This guy from the NFL is saying you can't make a definite determination from what you're seeing on television.
Wow.
There's a whole lot of other factors that go into it.
Yeah.
And he said right now they are examining the protocol that was taken specifically for Tua after the Sunday hit.
There's a whole lot.
And he says there's
So
a lot.
somebody's going to pay because the public is upset.
There's a whole lot of, I'm telling you, licensed, 30 years, concussion experts are all over everywhere starting last night saying what they saw last week was a concussion, and there is no discussion to be had.
You're telling me he's a gladiator. That's why he said it was his back. Troy Aikman, did you hear this one?
No.
Said he played the Super Bowl. He can't remember.
Yeah.
I know.
And Troy had a ton,
that
right?
ain't a lie.
Right. Troy had a ton of them.
Yeah, but how is that true?
Well, I don't know if that means he played with a concussion or he didn't, but he just forgets now.
Right. He's just had a lot of concussions.
Right.
There might be all kinds of things in his life he doesn't remember.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, Proctor said he didn't remember rounding the bases last night. Maybe he was concussed.
Wow.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? If you watch the replay, and I know you were there, you probably didn't see this. The TV coverage, Kapler tried to actually take him out between third and home.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I'll give you 3. I would have given you 4, but you stiffed me.
It's too much of a build-up, too. Took me too long to get there.
Warriors, Wiseman with 20.
While you were sleeping, James Wiseman looked good. Yeah.
He's
thick. I just say it this way because, we were talking, is this anywhere different than a summer league game? I think it's a little different, but still, it's not much. But here's what I will say. I don't know what this means, but if James Wiseman is a hit.
Go ahead, man.
Forget about it. This team, if James Wiseman plays like his potential,
all right,
74-8.
They've got everything.
And they got so much luck on their side. If I wanted, like this franchise, you could say, what about those injuries to James? But they overcame them. MLK. Now, if he comes back and he is something, Steiny,
are we going to get to your 4 questions today, maybe?
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I heard it yesterday. I heard you guys tease
we didn't
it.
get to him.
I know.
He was throwing darts and everything. I was saying I could throw darts.
I love you. Like, when do I get to throw darts?
I like a bullseye.
I'm thinking the guy's on the fence. What are you going to throw darts at? I was driving back from the pharmacy. You guys were great.
Nice.
Oh, man.
And think about even if Wiseman is kind of a hit, the whole key to this season for me is protecting Steph, Clay, and Draymond from a minutes standpoint. So the more you can play Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, and all the rest of them, the less you have to play the big guys who you want to preserve. And then come April, thanks, James. If James isn't a hit, you can go ahead and let him be your 11th man again at that point.
I almost feel like they're. You ever hear like they say about great hitters, Carew and Brett? If they wanted to hit 40 homers, they could. Then they just would hit 280.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the way the Warriors are with wins this year. It's like, if we want to really win a lot of games, we could do that.
Yep.
But if we really want to play the youngsters and save these guys, well, we'll do that.
Don't you feel that way about a lot of NBA individuals, at least? Like I think Michael Jordan, I feel like, has even said this. Like, if he wanted to average over 40 a game,
that's amazing,
man. No problem.
Yeah.
You'd probably lose some of those games.
No doubt.
But there's not like those guys.
Yeah.
You can't stop them from scoring.
But Steph,
can't.
What's he average? 31, 32 minutes in his career? I just don't see a scenario to where it would be 28 this. Like, I know what the greater goal is. He's like Tiger.
I think it's more important when you look at total minutes. And I did the math yesterday. There's about 20,000 total minutes in an NBA season.
Wow, okay.
There's 240 per game times 82. I don't want to bore you with the math. I love the math. Steph's going to play about 2,000 minutes, which is 35 a night over 60 games. That's honestly what you're looking at. 65 games of the 82, 32 minutes a night. Draymond's going to play 2,000. Clay's going to play 2,000. That's kind of your goal. You don't want to play Steph 82 times, but when he does play, he's going to play 34, 35.
Wow.
I think that's right.
I
think this is going to be. I don't. My thing is, I wonder if they'll even try to camouflage it. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Why
You're
they
right.
don't need to?
Yeah.
I mean,
the NBA still is frowning upon it.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
I mean, with the fans, like they won the title last year.
No, I don't
They
think
won the title.
You know what I mean? Like
I
they don't need to say anything to anybody.
But Guru did get some bad news today. No Klay Thompson.
But that scared me. I thought something happened.
Apparently, it's
on
not.
the third.
It's not a precaution. He's just not ready. No, he's not ready.
I think a bigger
He's got
issue.
so many. I don't know if
Bigger issue.
or
Steve Kerr said he's not ready.
Jordan Poole 1 for 10. They got to start really cutting back in the shot
See what the
attempts.
starter shot like they were
6 for 34. 6 for 34. I was trying to get Mark fired up earlier, and he's like, knock it off. Mark didn't like.
I think they're going to have Klay just pass this year. He's not ready to shoot.
Now
they're going to work him up a little bit and see if he can get there.
I'm #random. I'm driving home, listening to Damon and Ratto, and a baseball conversation came up about when will baseball ever revert back to paying guys for average? And it hit me like they don't even care about it's offensive to me. But will that ever? It's about the long ball, and you can bat 220 and you'll still get the chicken.
No,
Will we ever pay the guys to hit 300 again? The Molotars.
Yeah, it's going to start.
Robin Yao.
It's going to start next year. It's going to start next year. I mean, like the whole home run thing is a response. I wonder if people understand this. Like, the home run thing is a response to the fact that, okay, like, in fact, Bryce Harper's at the plate right now. We're watching him, okay? Bryce Harper's looking at right field, and it looks like there are 78 people over there, okay? And Bryce Harper is paid to hit, right? He's paid to hit long balls. But when there's 2 strikes on him, maybe he just wants to pull one through the 3.5 hole.
Right. I see where you're going.
And he can't do it because there's 14 people over there.
April he can.
Right. So I think the Tony Gwynns of the world are welcome back to baseball next year.
See, that excites me.
Because you can hit the ball through the hole again.
Right.
I mean, I would think it goes back up a little bit.
Seriously, when you watch
More
the
into
game,
the pitch count
you're like,
or the pitch
that
clock.
used to be a hit.
Right.
I can't shake that, and it bothers me.
I'm more excited about the pace of play improving than I am about the shift and whatever. One more #random. This comes from Damon Bruce. He tweets that today's the 14-year anniversary
of what?
the
Another
overhead,
anniversary is?
the overhead projector.
Okay.
When Al Davis fired Lance Kiffin, a.k.a. Lane Kiffin.
Lance.
The 14-year overhead projectiversry is today. So
Oh, Lane.
I tell you what, his reputation has come back around.
Damon?
Has it?
No.
love
Lane. That's a good one.
Definitely
That's
not.
a 4. No,
But
Lane
they took a shot at him today.
Like Lane Kiffin used to be considered a
him be.
jerk, and now he's kind of cool.
I think he just found a spot that's actually
Like a
out.
niche.
Well,
I
but it's
do
out
too.
of the national limelight.
Okay.
Like you went from Raiders.
Yeah.
There was Tennessee, there was USC, there was Alabama, and then he went to, where was that place in Florida?
But they were good.
Right,
Yeah.
because he was on
Florida,
social media making weird videos every day. He has finally just like, go to Ole Miss and just come in third place in the SEC and just relax. He's finally like,
He knows offense, though.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah. He knows a lot of things. All right, here comes Steiny Guru.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, They're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, this Tua Tagovailoa thing is pretty sad. It's pathetic. It's sickening. And I'm going to be watching football on Sunday.
Yeah, and
I'm going to be watching football on Sunday.
And
I'm
with you.
Day long, and I'm going to watch the 49ers on Monday.
We'll be out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I can't wait. But I don't know what you do. Some have seen worse. It was ugly. Did you see his hands, his fingers? Like, that was scary. Something really was going on, and I thought that was a byproduct of what happened Sunday against Buffalo. But if he's in on it, and again, I'm not a Neanderthal, Steiny. I'm not saying, oh, play football, you tough. I'm almost mad at Tua for saying it was his back when it was obviously his head last Sunday.
We know that he said it was his back.
Yeah, he was in there. He said it was his back.
Yeah. Maybe he was still concussed. I don't know. I just know that what I saw Sunday didn't look good, and the fact that he was just playing last night I thought was just surprising, and I'll tell you why is because when we see stuff like that in baseball, Brandon Belt had a concussion. Was it this year or last year?
Last year.
But he missed, I want to say, about
a
10
lot.
days to 2 weeks, maybe more.
Yeah.
So the protocol, I feel like usually at its shortest is still a few days. But yeah, not a good scene. Not a good scene.
So
but like it's you.
Any given Sunday.
I'm just saying. I heard Willard and Dibs, and they were basically saying what's going to have to happen, and they said somebody's going to die.
It's the what has to happen?
That's not what has to happen, but what's the next step? Somebody's going to die on the field. You know what? Certainly conceivable. Then what?
I'll tell you what.
You going to stop watching then?
I'll tell you what.
I don't know that I will. I like watching football.
I won't, and I appreciate your honesty.
The men who play football are different. They are gladiators. They're boxers. They're the MMA guys. They're just
the bravest dudes on this planet.
More competitive and physical than everybody else. Like, that's who they are.
I never thought you felt that way. I
felt that way in college when I was a member of the Franklin and Marshall chain crew.
Okay.
We did the first down.
Yeah.
And that was Division III, and I couldn't believe the way guys were hitting each other.
Man.
Division III.
And you talk about internal bleeding. Steiny, they bleed inside. You look good. Right. Oh, I think I'm good, and you're bleeding inside. I'll say this, and I checked myself. I was watching the Colts-Kansas City game over the weekend, Steiny. I had a bet on it. And Chris Jones got a 15-yard flag on a third down. They were about to punt. They made the Colts punt. He said something, and the ref threw the flag. I was so hot. Forget the bread and the chicken. I was like, what could he have said, ref, for you to affect the game the way you're about to do it? Colts came back and won. My point is, if I now see an unsportsmanlike flag for a hit, because I've been dog cussing all last year. I think this now, and there was no flag, I understand. Because what you just echoed, this is a dangerous sport, and I hope we never come to the day Darryl Stingley, he got paralyzed. I'll never forget that, to where we see, somebody's life gone on the gridiron. But my greater point is, I get what they're trying to do. Even though I say it's soft, the head-to-head contact, I'm okay now.
What do you mean?
Like when you see a receiver go up and the defender hits him, and you're like, come on, let him play.
Oh, I got
let him be men.
I got you.
I'm telling you, that is flushed last night out of my system because I had to remind myself what you just said.
I got you. No, I don't disagree with that one. It wasn't that good.
No, I got you.
In fact, it wasn't good at all because I didn't even understand the first one.
Dude, we've done a show and you ain't mentioned this payday? Look at
Payday
the smile.
Friday, baby.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. What happened?
Today is kind of a game time decision.
Oh, I can't. I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know next Friday. So get this.
Okay.
next Friday. I know it's not a payday Friday, but I'm trying to put something together. Me and a couple of my buddies who used to play pickup basketball in the city.
This is dope.
And we're trying to get like kind of a reunion of all the guys who we played
a game.
Pickup. No game.
Oh, go ahead.
No, to meet for a drink and to share old times.
Okay.
But one of the guys who's going to be there is Equipto.
Wow, okay.
And so
the legend.
Right. So hopefully he'll be there and a couple other guys. And
look at you.
Like I know 2 guys I've kept in touch with them. They've kept in touch with a bunch of guys. City Boy was in those games, so hopefully he'll be there.
Yeah.
And you know
he
what?
He spoke highly of your game.
Well, I was good.
We must have missed each other out there, man.
Well, I was at the A courts.
I was at the club sport. Played against a Donald Foyle.
Exactly. Exactly. And I was playing against Mullen and Chris Mills. Okay. But I gotta believe there's some guys I played with out there who I don't know. I don't know they're listening.
Halftime Sports Bar James. I banged against him.
Yeah, I played against him. That was over in Oakland, though. These were most of the city. But yeah.
Because you lived out here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I lived in the city,
Pick it up, Steiny.
So anybody ever play basketball with me, pick up basketball with me back probably 1990 to 2005.
What cleats did you wear?
Cleats?
I mean, what Air Maxes? What Jordan? You didn't wear Jordans.
No, I just wore like a good pair, not a great pair.
Nikes, though.
$60 pair of shoes.
I tried to see you out there with the baggy shirt. No, you good. As long as you didn't get hurt, you didn't.
Anyway, anybody, you know if you played against me. You remember. Old shit, next Friday, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Why am I excited now?
We can mix it with a listener. Listeners can come too. In fact, the more the better, because I tell you what, I keep bringing people into the old ship. I better not be paying too much more. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's something I'd say. You went low.
Fred's in Walnut Creek. Freddie!
You.
Hey, what's up, Freddie?
Creek, Steiny.
Hey, man.
Hey, so I'm trying to figure out, I haven't heard anyone try to get that guy, Tom Savage, on the line. He was a quarterback, and coincidentally, he took a hit against the Niners because he was a quarterback for the Texans. I think it was back in 2017, and he was on the ground doing the same thing that Tua did last night. I haven't heard anybody bring his name up, bring his injury up, or even try to get him on the line and say, hey, man, did you have a concussion or X, Y, and Z? You could go back and check it out on YouTube. And I don't know who it was on the Niners, but they clocked him, banged his head into the ground, and he was on the ground seizing up. He did get back up after that and play, but it's on YouTube. Check it out.
All right.
And before
let's get an intern on that.
Yeah, before look at you. Before we run, again, Steiny, I know how vicious and bad it was, but if the player is going out, what do you do?
I don't know, but
is the doctor going to get fired? Because that's who controls.
What doctor?
The team doctor.
Well, there's a team doctor there and an NFL doctor there. There's 2 doctors.
They both may be EDD here shortly.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I do know what EDD is.
Yeah.
From about 10 years ago.
Look at you.
When I got let go.
From where?
Here.
I hate when you bring it up.
Why? You weren't a part of it.
Yeah,
if I would have been with you, it never would have happened.
How about that? Listen to knock on wood.
It's a piece of love right there.
And did you do a show and then they called you in?
Yep.
That's when they use you like meat.
Yep.
I don't like
10 to 12. 10 to 12.
I
might have even been on a Friday.
Go
I can't
perform
remember.
and then I'm gonna talk to you.
Might have been on a Friday.
Oh.
Anyway, people want to know where I played pickup. All over State Street in the city. That's below Randall Museum.
Don't laugh at me. Is that are they still hooping there? These courts
I don't
still there?
think so.
Okay.
Grattan Playground.
All right. Hadn't
over
heard of
in
that
the
one.
kind of Hayes Valley.
Taking to know all these.
The marina, obviously, there's an upper and lower court. Don't tell me to break when I'm in the middle of telling people where I used to play pickup. And then in Oakland, it's Club 1, not Club Sport. Maybe
what did I say?
You said Club Sport, which is probably where you played. I was playing at Club 1.
Dude,
which is different. So,
Kirk and Cap, the Jennings brothers, I was out there, Steiny.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, those are my guys.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
We do have to go. All right. Hey, we got Sean Salisbury coming up at 1 o'clock, but 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? We got a lot to talk about. We may get into the Warriors. I may make a Warriors prediction right now. Right here, right now. I'm serious.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
We are all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. September is World Ozone Month, so it's a great month to get rid of all your aerosol sprays and harsh cleaning products. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny. Okay. This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's my man.
Dropped in
Big J-Dub.
Look at you.
20 points in 23 minutes, 8 rebounds today. Warriors beat the Wizards in Japan.
And he thick. Throwing that ass around, Steiny, down low. He thick.
No, but
I like it.
Mm-hmm. But how many people have already called him a bust after 2 years?
Well, you and I haven't. We were concerned.
I'm smarter than that.
I want to say you
very
did,
much.
Yeah.
I would never do that, particularly because of injury.
Yeah.
See, the thing, Guru, is I've been around long enough to see athletes miss early portions of their career and still come back and be great players.
Yep. But just
Trey Lance could be that kind of player.
No, I'm not robbing Trey. I'm hoping for Trey. But coach's got to call some different plays. You know what I mean?
Well, he's not going to be calling any for Trey Lance this year. So we'll talk some Warriors. We're going to talk some Warriors now. Here's one thing I don't get. Are there 49er fans out there who actually think that the 49ers, and I'm going to put this word in quotes, that the 49ers still have the Rams number?
Not over here. Nope. Not over here.
Because they won 6 regular season games in a row, but then they lost.
I trade
the NFC
I was talking to the security
championship.
guard
No, you
downstairs.
wouldn't.
I would trade the one for the 6 L's for the 1 win to send you to the bowl.
Here's the problem with that.
Give it to me.
If you would have lost the last regular season game of the year to the Rams, you wouldn't have made the playoffs.
That's like you picking Kyle apart yesterday. That was pretty good stuff.
Well, he lied.
He double talked, yeah.
By the way, and I don't think John Lynch was heard John Lynch get interviewed.
I missed it.
Yeah. And he was asked, what do you think Jimmy said? And suffice it to say, he made a joke.
Yeah.
He made a joke about it. Of course he did, because John Lynch gets it. And then he went on to say, guys, it's a sin. You know why? Because John Lynch has actually played the game. He's a Hall of Famer. He's actually played the game. He can walk into a locker room and have the respect of all the players because he played the game.
One of the best defensive
Kyle
units
Shanahan's got
ever.
to earn that. That.
Yeah. But it's not a prerequisite, Steiny.
It isn't prerequisite.
And he almost had some hardware. McVay didn't play the game, and he's got a ring, been to 2
What do you
Super
mean
Bowls.
didn't play the game?
He wasn't as good as Lynch. He didn't play.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't do it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you need to earn, clearly.
Be real. I got you.
Well, it's just acknowledge that
something
maybe
happened.
I shouldn't tell Fred Warner to I'm just making something up here. Maybe I shouldn't tell Fred Warner to stay in that position when he can make a play. You know what I'm talking about? Just you weren't a player. You weren't a player. And I know some people don't like that, but damn it, there's a distinction. I never played the game, all right?
Like Chuck
Just a
Daly,
fact.
I think of him. He was so great, and he didn't play. I know it's different sports. Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy played a little bit. But you know what I mean, Steiny? I don't think that's a prerequisite. Does it help? Hell yes. But how many former players have we seen come and fail at the craft?
What I'm saying is a guy like Phil Jackson does not have to earn the respect of the players as a player. Of course, he's got to earn that respect.
I didn't hear that. Now that's just definitely. I get it.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. So Steve Kerr. I mean, you got to respect him.
You need to hold one of my rings. Right.
I'm trying to think who else, and that's why. Okay, you know who's very similar to Kyle Shanahan? Not personalities. How about Michael Malone? All right, Michael Malone. His dad was Brendan Malone.
Yeah.
Was an NBA head coach at a couple places, a fixture. I don't like. Michael doesn't.
Yeah.
Michael isn't. Let me educate you about basketball. You know what I mean?
But he's smart enough not to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's the part I think Kyle's got to get.
I wonder if Lane Kiffin has that.
I bet Lane has it more now than he did.
His daddy's a legend.
Well, now he's in college, too, which I think makes it different. Bob's in San Francisco. What's up, Bob?
Hey, how you doing? I got preempted by Cam Newton yesterday. Anyway, here's my question. My question is, how much leeway does Jimmy have at the line to change the play, especially like on that safety play? If he didn't like it, how come he can't audible out of it?
Because the coach doesn't trust him.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, the coach doesn't trust him.
I didn't know the answer to this question.
What else do you need to see? The coach does not trust Jimmy Garoppolo, or he's a control freak. But the great ones...
So Garoppolo does not have the ability to change the play at the line of scrimmage?
No, we talked about it.
When?
The last 2 weeks.
I don't like...
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Jimmy can't change the play at the line of scrimmage.
All right. Okay,
Tom Brady,
that's
if you would have brought
time.
Brady in, I believe, like looking at a new car or a car you're about to buy, I think that was like, Kyle was like, I don't want a guy that I got to give that to. You know what I mean? Like that. Okay. That's what's scary to me.
I got you.
How the hell are you going to have a quarterback out there that can't change the play? Or just F coach, let's run this.
Not everybody's insubordinate, even though you called him insubordinate last week. See, insubordination would be not running the play, Kyle. But that's not I wanted to get to one last thing. We got Sean Salisbury coming up at 1 o'clock, and then we'll get into the Warriors after Sean Salisbury. But I wanted to say this. So Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah. I know Matt, great guy, and I think he's a hell of a reporter. Matt Mayoko was the writer yesterday who first asked Kyle Shanahan about the video clip, okay? So Matt Mayoko, after the press conference yesterday, tweeted out, or maybe it was today, but after the press conference, tweeted out, I didn't feel good about having to ask that question. In fact, after I got done asking it, I had to take a long, hot shower.
Wow.
And what I'm thinking is, why, Matt? You have to ask that question. Like, that's my point. In big boy cities, that question's asked. If Jalen Hurts did that in Philadelphia,
Steiny,
it's relevant. There's no apology needed for that question.
You didn't do
anything. And in fact, you know what? In fact, the question needed to be asked because the answer Kyle gave was unacceptable. It was just, something's not right with what he said.
And who was beneath being asked about something that transpired? Like, if Matt didn't do that, he gets a pass. He gets a pass. And he doesn't you're not a god. And I love Mayoko Steiny. You're right. Like, why did you have to take that shower? Use that bar of soap. You didn't make this happen. This is what everybody's talking about, and we want to know. And again, if some people pick up the phone and call us, tweet, text Steiny, and say they lost a little respect for Kyle because of that answer, that's when people, unveil who they really are.
Well, I just made a note to myself because I'd heard John Lynch get asked about the same thing, and he, of course, handled it right. And on my notes, I was just like, Shanahan spoke yesterday about Garoppolo, and he did his usual crap with his answer. And the usual craps with his answer is being a little condescending, not answering, and acknowledging that he either saw the clip but didn't acknowledge he saw the clip or didn't see the clip and told people he did. Like what? Like, listen, I'm going to get off this after one final point.
Take your time.
Because I know that there are listeners out there. I do know that there's listeners out there that are probably like, you're making too big a deal out of this. And I'm willing to meet you halfway there. But here's what I believe. I believe these are the times when you can really find out about a coach or a player. This is when you really, to me, get to know them. Instances like this. And he had a layup. Kyle Shanahan had a layup.
Right.
A layup. And instead of just taking the layup, he ended up taking a contested shot, and the answer he gave led to more questions, A, and B, made it clear that he doesn't respect the process of even getting asked the question, which would be asked in any, and I'll say it again, big boy market. So, is it a big deal? Well, it depends. Not really. Is it a big deal? Yeah, because he's starting to show his true colors.
That's all.
Answer the question.
Yeah. And Jimmy said he forgot.
Well, Jimmy's going to talk today at, I believe, 2:40. Jimmy Garoppolo will talk today at 2:40. So it's going to be close if we get any of the sound on ours, but definitely stick around for
You laughed at me yesterday when I used walk in the park for this game against the Rams. So you're not over there thinking this is, they own them, goo. Watch out. Just everything is changing. There's musical chairs everywhere. Now, not just the running back position. This is going to be the first game without Trent Williams. You think the Rams aren't just, oh my God, like they're not going to look like steak?
I got a serious question for you and for 49er fans. How are the 49ers favored? Why are the 49ers favored by 2.5 points?
Because Vegas is going to the 6 wins in a row.
It's down to 1.5, but the point remains. Okay, so Vegas is thinking hard about the 6 wins. Fair. But the last matchup, the Rams won.
No doubt. The biggest one.
So the 49ers won 6 of 7, no doubt about it. But they haven't won the last one. And I'm also thinking,
how confident
this is Super Bowl, defending Super Bowl champions. This is one team with its backup quarterback, say what you will. You're right about Trent Williams. And so I just don't understand why the 49ers are favored
because they're at home
Vegas.
And again, in that game that you just cited,
you know what?
They had a 10-point fourth quarter lead, Steiny. So at that juncture, if you pause the game, you would have been like, you know what? This is playing out like the other 6 did. But I'll say this. I don't know what's going on in the Rams locker room, but I think I got an idea what's not happening. And it's not any quote-unquote backstabbing. It's not lipgate. Okay, it's maybe Stafford and his elbow. But the Rams come to town, to me, Steiny, woke like they know that they just broke a streak where they were on the odd end on. So now, if they win this game, that's 2 in a row. One in the playoffs. But they ain't laying down. And now the Niners, we don't know what's going to happen.
I'm with you.
We'll be there, baby. Yeah.
You can actually go to the game?
Yeah. A lot of people liking my shirt, too.
Bang, bang, Niner game.
Warriors World and Steph we trust.
You know what?
Don't be jelly.
I'm not going to be jelly.
What you got?
I got a Warriors World shirt. How about that?
That is nice. The dub.
You know, by the way, I'm a little older, so Lucas was giving me grief about tucking my shirt in.
The guy that wears...
exactly.
Yeah.
Listen,
that's my
you
guy.
have to tuck your shirt in. If you have a jacket over it like this... You have to tuck the shirt, and you can look on
We don't
Twitch.
work at Ross. This is a sport. It's like a locker room.
No.
Yeah.
My point is
I'm looking
if
at
I
you.
zip up, it looks so much better than if my shirt is hanging out.
I got you. Yeah.
But apparently, if I take this jacket off, I should pull the shirt out. And Evan, who's young,
just get a longer jacket. You're really afraid about it peeking out.
You know what? I'm going to go with a French tuck.
There, look at you.
I'll go with a French tuck.
I thought you were Italian.
I am, but
odds of us both wearing Warrior World gear. Yeah. Yeah, he's got some good stuff.
People say
he's got the
I thought you didn't wear
He's got
Warrior
the night.
stuff.
We got to
It's
get
not
to
Warrior
Steph.
stuff.
You reach out to him?
Like, I would not wear that shirt.
This is one of the greatest
That's
shirts
black
ever made.
for one. I don't wear black t-shirts. But no, that's in Steph. This is the Warriors world insignia.
Let me show you the back.
Well, nobody can hear you when your back's to this microphone.
You were supposed to look at my back.
See, I like it. Steiny, you're an OG. You do you.
Look at him. Yeah.
All right. Well, the idea of having the Rams number, I think, that vanishes after last year's playoff game.
And Jimmy just turned in probably one of his worst performances as a Niner quarterback. So Kyle's had a long week.
Yeah.
And what you don't want is Jimmy's arm barking. You think he's thrown enough to where he's in game shape? That scares me. Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, and they ran the student body left, right at the Rams last Monday night.
Yeah.
I was at Amtrak. I'll never forget watching the game on the phone in the rain, thinking, oh, this Niners season is really going to get off the rails, and the Niners took care of them, and that prompted their run. So, I mean, man.
Couple texts from the Comcast business text line. Isn't Steinmetz German? Yes, it is German, actually. My mother's maiden name is Attili. She comes from Ascoli Piceno.
I love people that know about their parents.
I've been to Italy more recently than Germany, so I'm...
Good pizza?
It's different than American pizza.
So different than New York?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're a goat. Round table in New York pizza.
Yeah. Italy doesn't claim pizza. You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
You may think they do, but they got better.
They ain't tripping.
They got better. Yes, we are going to be attending the 49er game Monday. We're going to do the show live from the Hilton, Santa Clara.
The whole team, crew.
Yep. Guru and I don't care about the rest of the team, but Guru and I will be doing our show 12 to 3.
Willard and Dibs, 9 to 12.
But listen.
Bonte and Shatsky will be in the house.
Here's the bottom line.
Damon and Ratto,
here's the bottom line.
I don't play like that with my teammates.
I do.
I don't.
Okay, well then keep your mouth shut.
No, I won't.
I'll just talk.
We got a show. I get paid to talk.
Don't interrupt me.
I'm not interrupting.
You think the people
don't
won't
talk
have...
about my teammates.
I'm not
like
talking
that.
about our teammates.
Well, you left them out.
They ain't my teammates. They're my supporting cast.
See, this is how you were at D3. That's why you didn't go D1. You had attitude problems.
Man, that's part of it. Part of it. The other thing was being slow and white was the other part, for sure. The bottom line is this. You come down to the Hilton, chances are you're going to have the most fun between 12 and 3.
There you go.
Actually,
I'll sign off on
you know
that.
what? That's probably not true because if we linger after 3 o'clock, that's going to be fun.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
So anyway, no, seriously, all the shows will be at the Hilton tomorrow. Hilton Santa Clara, 49, not tomorrow, Monday.
Yeah.
We'll be there. So looking forward to it.
You got any other games on your calendar since the Niners are playing Monday that you're looking at?
I'm looking at playing golf on Sunday morning.
Well, I'm looking at the Raiders. Could they possibly go 0-4?
You know what I said to Spadoni?
Oh, he's
I'm dead serious. And this is where I love our listeners. Right. They can use the Comcast business text line. I'll tell you what I would bet on right now, and I'd probably get good odds on it, but I would bet right now the Raiders make the playoffs.
At 0-3?
Yes, that's why I would bet them. Yes, they've been there all 3 weeks.
Man.
If they're not giving up on the season,
well, hell no, they're not.
Exactly.
They play Russell Wilson. No,
mm-hmm.
You go 0-4, then what? When I see you Monday, you'll be like, "Good, I think it's."
I'll say I lost $10. I could have won 170.
Yeah.
What are those odds? I won.
McDaniels.
I agree. Yeah. I agree that I think the Raiders are.
This is must win.
No, it's not.
Do you know how many teams have made the playoffs? Well, it's 17 game schedule.
You don't.
I know it at 0-2. So I know
Whatever
it at 0-4.
You overheard was represented incorrectly.
0. Which one was that?
I don't know. You probably took it off one of your shows that you watch.
0.
Better be careful. I think the last time someone put a 0 up was Dominic Foxworth to the Warriors about their chances to win the title.
By the way,
he bothers
By
me.
the way, how many times has an 0-4 team gone to the playoffs in a 17-game season?
I'll look at you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Oh, well, still 0.
Exactly. So I haven't they've done it
but
1 year.
But you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean. And I know you give up on teams early, and that's what I can't stand.
I didn't give up on Wiseman.
No, you did, though. You're like here, you're saying, yeah, you did.
Do tell?
Somebody's saying you flip-flop like crazy with Wiseman.
Hey, Chuck, go.
I double-checked to see if I had that number on my phone. See if it was somebody I did. I ain't flip-flop. I had his back the whole time.
No, you didn't.
I told you
Guru
I was disappointed.
flip-flopped on Wiseman so many times. Guru, you're killing me. But that one says you're killing me. You got to stop yawning. Have you been yawning?
No. What was that about?
Better be careful.
Yeah. I'm ready to go. I can't wait.
For the Sunday games,
No, right
the college
now,
games,
the college
Friday
games
night,
tomorrow,
3 o'clock.
Yeah. And we should get out there early.
What do you mean?
To the Hilton.
Why?
Linger and have some fun, watch the games together. See, that's what real teams do.
We're going to be at the Hilton. Are you talking about on Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday night. Catch the Sunday night game there after your golf.
Nope.
It's this.
We'll
Wow,
see.
yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we
You
saw.
know what? I didn't think about that.
Yeah, get out there. No
Stay
traffic
over
in the
there
morning.
Friday.
You know what I mean? Hang out. You know how we do it.
It's not a bad idea. Because you know I love being among the people.
That's all.
I mean, that's when I shine.
I see you in action.
I shine
You
at the old
changed.
ship on Friday. Oh, it's unbelievable. But anyway, don't count the Raiders out. You heard it here first from Matt Steinmetz. But if somebody can answer me, and I'll ask Sean Salisbury, why are the 49ers favored in this game?
Yeah.
Home's got to be 3 points. But that tells me
But
if
the
the game
ownage
were
is-
in L.A., it'd be a half-point game.
But the ownage, too. The ownage, Steiny, that's still, and there's probably something there. But I tell you what, if you lose to go 1-3, and I'm not saying your season's done, I just don't like the ingredients of this season. And it started when our guy went down against, who'd he get hurt against? Seattle.
I don't even know who you're talking
Trey
about.
Lance. This season took a turn. And now you're trying to salvage it, but man.
Oh, they're saying, remember, Goo, you wanted to trade Wiseman for Bradley Beal.
You would have to pull that audio. Look at you laughing because you don't even.
I'm just reading the
somewhere.
Comcast business text line.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I can't verify
Take that
it.
to the bank.
You know, it's like Reagan said, trust, but verify.
No, Reagan said, well, Nancy, I'm going to tell you this. Reaganomics work. That's my Reagan stuff.
Can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you tell Gorbachev to tear down that wall?
Well, Steiny, I'd have to get him on the phone, but I'll try. That's my Reagan, Steiny.
No, say it. That was Reagan's famous line.
Oh,
Mr. Gorbachev,
yeah.
tear down that wall.
If the boss is
This
listening
wall.
from out of town.
He ain't listening.
You think so?
Do it.
What's the line?
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall.
Well, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. All right.
There you go.
Just say no, kids.
That's Nancy.
I know. She came to our school, Logan.
Did she really?
Yeah. That's
She
when
get
I knew
booed?
I was. No,
She get egged?
Nah, the world was different. It was pre-social
So
media.
she came to Logan?
Yeah, spoke to us. Yeah. That'll
Did
get
it work?
upbringing, man.
Did it work?
Yeah. I didn't smoke weed until Snoop Dogg hit. Yeah, it worked. Yeah, I just said no.
Oh, my God. Steiny Raiders are 360, so that means I've got 100 to win 360
Man,
to make the
those-
playoffs?
Yeah, and that's kind of low. Like, they're still saying they got action.
I'm going to wait till they get to 0-4.
Yeah, but then it's over.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
All right.
17-game season.
I got to understand. I know you're just, this is.
You know what?
This is
you're-
stick. You're running.
You're a quitter. You're a quitter. You quit
I'm a
on
Pirate
teams.
fan. How am I a quitter? Come on, Steiny. I'm
going to get to the
emotional.
I'm going to get to the bottom of what has been bothering me this week.
I'm
not
right
sure
here
what
for
it-
you.
I'm not
Have
sure
you
what
talked
it
to
is.
E without me around and tried to figure it out? Because E will tell you
No.
Goo's just been Goo.
Oh, wait a minute.
But I've been coming with some heat.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I think on Wednesday, I said to E, this is where Guru kills me. And I forget exactly what I was, but it was something you were
Me
doing.
going to get coffee.
Oh, no. It was something show-related that I was really
right.
pissed off about.
Red Bull.
Red Bull. There you go.
All right, we got Sean Salisbury on the other side. Looking forward to that. We have good fun with him, and I call him Mr. Passion. Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible. Sean Salisbury on the other side.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
BART is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Let's get right to it. 95.7 The Game and Odyssey's NFL insider, Sean Salisbury. You can hear him with Lorenzo Neal.
Man.
This time on Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Most of the time, it's a Monday at 6 o'clock, but because the Niners are playing the Rams, they've been pushed to Tuesday. Sean, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Always honored to be on with you guys. Thank you.
All right, we've got ourselves a Bay Area fan base that is, how would you describe it, Guru? Troubled because they don't know what's going on at quarterback. There seems to be a little rift between Garoppolo and Shanahan. Trent Williams is out. Give them something to be optimistic about, Sean.
Well, they got a chance to win it. Now, guys, before I go any further, I'm getting an echo that is killing I can't even. There you go. You got me?
Yeah, we got you perfect.
Oh, there you go.
Good.
Now I can focus. My bad.
Did you hear the question?
And plus, yes, I heard the question.
Okay.
I heard everything. I just I'd throw up listening to my own voice, so I'd rather hear you guys talk. So I'll tell you what the optimism is that they're not going to play any more poorly than they did last week. They can win the game. Garoppolo plays well against the Rams. 6 or 7-1 since he started against them. Another week of him having an opportunity to physically get going. I wasn't worried about him mentally. I didn't buy into that. But the whole offseason, the injury, when to pull the trigger. So, and we know, guys, this game's about getting some stops, making some chunk plays, protecting the ball, and quarterback play. So I think that and they're at home. They'll be ready for this. So as far as, and I don't really care if a quarterback and a head coach are, brooding over each other and they're disappointed. And tell them to get in line. It happens. So the bottom line is Jimmy's got a job to do. Respect's got to be found, and I know the respect is there. So take care. Got to compartmentalize. This game matters. And guys, I know September people will always say, well, you got to play better in December. I don't believe that. And maybe you do play better in December, but I'm a big believer in winning early games in September and getting out of it. Think about if you're Jacksonville or Cleveland. If they win again, they'll be 3-1 as they continue to wait for Watson. So at the end of the year, maybe somebody needs rest. So I don't know about must wins in September, but this is a friggin' huge game. They got to control it, but I don't want them to play scared. It's okay to go ahead and throw the football and cut it loose, change the tempo of the game against the Rams, because they're not going to play scared. They're going to let it rip.
Wow, Sean, I was going to ask you about Jimmy and how my heart went out to him. Could you have done it? But you stated what you don't even want to hear any of that, and you played the position. Okay, you talking about scared. How about this? I told Steiny and the listeners years back I gave Kyle his flowers. But now I feel like he's coaching scared, Sean. So you talk about the 10-point leads. I won't even bring up the Super Bowl and last year in the championship game. Chicago, they were up 10. They had the lead in Denver, Sean. Are you seeing a theme with Kyle? Is it fair to call him out? Like, are you being ultra aggressive? You got Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk. If you're not, why?
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, listen. I like Kyle a lot. I'm a big fan, but he's not above criticism. Hell, he's a head football coach. I mean, now take away Kyle and put that same conservative approach. Well, like Lovey's going here with Davis Mills. I know they're different teams, but it's the same thing. It's as if they're playing not to make mistakes. Oh, we got a lead. Let's just protect it. Our defense is good enough. Let's run the football and get out. And before you know it, you start to crawl into that hole, and it becomes a habit to get and a problem to get out of. I think different, man, and maybe I'm not as smart as Kyle, but once I got my foot on your throat, I want to twist my cleat. That's how I think, and honestly, it is. And I think this team, with their personnel, they don't need to play scared. Their defense can keep them at front seven in games and pressure. So, guys, think about anything we do. Think about anything you do in your careers or anything you do. If you're not now, it doesn't mean playing scared, it leads to bad decisions, but it leads to like being afraid that if I throw this ball and it isn't complete, then I got to back off, hand it off, and let's get out and we'll punt it. I am a big believer that aggressiveness leads to more plays, leads to an energy that goes with it, and you can't be afraid to make mistakes. They just can't be stupid mistakes. Put the pressure on your team to be smart football players, which they are. I've never done anything in my life well. I don't do much well anyway, but being passive-aggressive. There's a time and a place. You want to run it and wear out the clock with 4 minutes to go with a 17-point lead, have at it. 10 points in this league's not enough. Stafford can throw it. Yes, you are 100% correct. Quit playing not to lose. It's time to go play to win. 17-10 wins don't happen much in this league. You're going to have to score 24, 25, 28 points to win a game like this.
Sean Salisbury joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on the Football Hour with Lorenzo Neal every Monday at 6 o'clock. This week, it'll be on Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Sean, you were just asked, about Garoppolo and Shanahan. You say, that doesn't mean much, or that's not a big deal. Fair enough. But the mental aspect of the game, when you look back on your career, can you figure out what it was mentally before a game that either played into you playing well, or maybe what, if anything, affected you negatively mentally before a game?
I love this question, and you know what? And when I say what I said about, what coaches disagreeing, right, or maybe not being, rubbing shoulder to shoulder right now, that they're brooding, whatever it is, like you get in a disagreement with your significant other and you don't talk for a day and you realize, why aren't we talking, right? Whatever it is. But it's now the question is, are both parties mature enough and confident enough and smart enough to compartmentalize and not make it personal once the game starts? And that can be hard to do. So I'm judging from the way I look at it that, okay, I got cussed out on Wednesday. I really don't care about it on Sunday. But I'll answer your question. When I was at my worst in football, and there was enough of those, but you know what I'm saying. When I was at my worst, it was I played to protect. You play to protect your job, meaning, okay, I got a good gig. Not selfishly, but way too delicate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Way too delicate. And Tom Moore, the great offensive coordinator, was with Peyton Manning. He's with Brady. He had Carson Palmer. Coach Terry Bradshaw always told us and told me, don't play scared, just don't play stupid. So when I played just to kind of pull the reins back in, I wasn't aggressive. And that didn't mean making poor decisions. It just mean, oh, Sean, you got it. Oh, you hesitate. When you hesitate, you're done in this league at that position. When I was at my best, it was, I don't want to say throw caution to the wind, but the only thing I cared about was making sure my teammates, I gave them the best chance to win. I never played well being delicate, like short arming and getting cute. And sometimes you can. And so for me, it wasn't the wrath of a coach that bothered me. It was my ability to take, and this is going to sound crazy, but I was asked this question, and this is how I describe it. I was a quarterback, or guys I've been around that have been their best, begged forgiveness rather than asked permission. And I'm going to tell you what that means. At the line of scrimmage, if you like something, you got the ball in your hand, pull it. And then deal with the coach over there. Not stupidity where you're getting greedy.
Sure.
But I like a coach, a player that's willing to go over there and stand out in front of his team to the coach and say, listen, the corner was off. It was 3rd and 2. I like the hitch route, and that's why I throw it, even though the coach wanted you to run inside zone. And your players will rally. The players like Jimmy. So for me, it was when I was too delicate with the football and trying to get cute. But when I was aggressive, and quite frankly, it's almost like you give the middle finger. It's like, throw the middle finger up to yourself and say, nothing's holding me back today. Those were the best games of my career, in my life, all the time. And getting over bad stuff, that, like when you lose a game, like, okay, you let it fester into the next game. Nobody cares about the rearview mirror. It's the windshield. And when I was at my worst, I let those things fester, play to play or game to game. When I wasn't, it was like, who the hell cares? I know I belong here, so let's let it rip.
Wow, good stuff, Sean. Let me ask you this, because my partner always gives me the business because I like the highlights of the big plays, Sean. That's me. But this offseason, I heard the great Justin Jefferson, he said he wanted 2,000 yards. I'm not mad at that, but Justin, what about the team goal? What about the playoffs? And that brings me to the Niners receivers. I'm not saying they're these guys, but I'm seeing a trend early on. We heard about Ayuk and all the rapport he had with Lance. They're not putting up numbers. I know Debo got paid, Sean, but does Jimmy and Kyle risk, if they keep putting up pedestrian numbers in the box score where we're all fantasied out, you think that could become a theme?
You make a great point. One thing I know about receivers, and I mean this affectionately because I played with a lot of great ones, and we see a lot of great ones. They can be selfish and diva and give me the ball. But you know what? If I got a receiver that doesn't want it, then I really don't want him. You get my point?
Yeah.
I don't. So them and defensive backs think different, right? They're the ones who are always jawing each other on the field. They're the ones. But think about what Jefferson said. He wants 2,000 yards. And you know what that means, though? If he has that kind of season, the Vikings are going to be winning a hell of a lot of games. So whether it's Devo or you can lose a team if you're not getting guys involved. You guys will disappear. I've been with a player that if you didn't get him the ball early in a game, and I'm going to leave his name out, he disappeared for 3 quarters. When you got it to him on the first series, he went haywire. He was that good. So it is, you make a great point. So I don't think it's selfish to want it. Now, it's selfish if you become the distraction saying, we just won by 30 and I'm not getting mine. You know what I mean? There's got to be able to, sometimes you got to put a muzzle on it and realize it's about the team first, winning second. But if the numbers are there, their chances of good players putting up numbers, it's like if Bosa gets 3 sacks. The chances go up, you're going to win. And it's the same on offense. That means those guys are getting involved. I've never been mad at a receiver that wanted the ball, demanded the ball, wanted to fight with you if you didn't get in the ball, as long as his individual stuff didn't step in the way of us kicking somebody else's ass.
Hey, Sean, thank you so much as always for joining us, man. Have a good weekend of football.
Go 49ers. They're going to win this week, and I appreciate you guys. I always love
Sean,
being on with you.
Before we let you go, I got to ask this because the art of coaching. Saturdays are different for USC because Lincoln Riley. I got friends that are diehard fan. What is it now? All of a sudden, it's a show again. Are you happy?
Hey, I can't wait. Yeah, keep an eye on the sidelines at the Coliseum. You know they're going to be filled with every celebrity on the planet as this goes. I'm going to tell you that's this, and you heard it here first. I'm just telling you. I'll tell you why it is, because you go back to what the 49ers, he's playing aggressive. He is going for the throat, and he's using every weapon and wearing them out and getting them the ball all over the place, and they got team speed. If they're going to beat Arizona State big this week, next week they play at Salt Lake City. If they beat Utah in Salt Lake City, the Trojans are going undefeated until they get to the Final Four. Now, we'll see then. They will make the playoff if they beat Utah next week. They're going to boat race the rest of the conference. It'll be that final. We'll find out how physical they are. And listen, I'll crawl 10 miles over broken glass to watch Lincoln Riley call football games. I'm in all day.
All right. Thank you so much, Sean.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Thanks. Have a great one.
Is he off the line?
No, but Lincoln Riley is what Kyle's supposed to be. Come on, let's see some fast breaking, damn it. You're the man. You were the man. Let's see some Atlanta stuff.
Don't you ever say anything to me again if I got a guy from Pennsylvania on.
I don't. Come on. Yeah.
No. It's just it's inappropriate.
You talk to your mailman.
It's an inappropriate question about USC.
I had to do it. Dude, they're fired up, man.
Took one other note here.
Oh. You're laughing.
That's your question. You said, I don't want to talk about the 10-point leads, but how about the Super Bowl and how about the title game from last year?
I thought I left him out. No, there's 2 games this year dude, they were beating Denver the whole game. I'll just throw that out there. Wasn't 100-0.
Hey, you know what I was thinking of?
Come on, Kyle. No, go.
Yeah, we all get on Garoppolo for missing that pass to Emmanuel Sanders. How much time was left in that game?
About 6 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You think the 49ers defense would have gotten a hold when the chips were down?
They got the ball back after that.
Yeah, okay. Let me tell you something. The 49ers defense hasn't gotten a hold to preserve a victory in how long? Mm-hmm.
Right, but
Sanders scores, and so do the Rams, so do the Chiefs.
Steiny, they suffocated the Chiefs the whole game, man.
Not in the fourth quarter, they didn't.
And Mosley blunder. There's been 2 blunders that have cost them rings in my world.
On defense.
Yeah, Tart
their defense.
Catch the ball, and then Mosley, come on. If you're going to be great, you got to seal it.
That's what I just said.
I'm backing you up.
You weren't, though. You didn't even.
I had a little blockage. No, I hear you. But you can't say the defense didn't bring their A game. You're winning that game because of the defense.
They did not bring their A game. An A game is 4 quarters of football.
I ain't going to argue that. How about last week, Sunday night?
They didn't come through.
But how many tests do they got to take? You give up 1 score in the safety. I mean, damn.
It stinks.
I hope this isn't what we're going to see moving forward.
Well, you hope it is from the defense, at least.
But then they tire because they're getting nothing on the offense, and then 1 score that's all.
I mean, my question is this. After watching the 49ers play the first 3 games, and let's just say 1.5 with Trey Lance and 1.5 with Garoppolo, how many points can this team score a game?
That is
like I was going to say, well, how much better offensively? Well, they can be better, but are they? They're not a 4-touchdown team a game, are they?
And
they're more low 20s than low 30s.
Okay, and is the run game your strength now without your number 1 running back and your left tackle?
Is the pass game with Jimmy Garoppolo?
That I know. That's why I didn't ask. All hell can break. What's my word, Steiny? The cooking show with the goo. All the ingredients to get ugly Monday, but yet they could win, and I wouldn't be surprised driving home.
I know, because you're leaving yourself an outlet on both sides to rant and rave.
That's what you've done. It's like you want my face on a milk carton. You think I'm the guy, if I got a take right, that I would go tell the world, throw me a party. You're that guy. I'm not.
No.
No.
It's not
react to new information is life.
It's not about what happens after.
Okay.
It's you're like, you know what? You're like my sister. When she was in like 8th grade.
What's her name?
Gretchen.
Okay.
She just always, I don't know why she liked it, but she liked to set the table. All right? So you like to set the table. And what I mean by that is you like to set the table beforehand so you leave yourself with everything for after the game.
I feel like that's you. I've died 100 times on my heel. You do that.
I don't know who you're talking about.
That's why you're flustered, and you're looking for something that's not a part of it. You said, easy. I'm going to figure out. Like, you don't even know what it is.
I don't.
It's like it ain't tangible.
I don't.
Dibs gave me a 1 for my Reagan.
I know. He texted
Why would
me.
you type that? Just
because it's stunk.
Wait till you see me again.
Well, that might be for a couple of days. All right. What kind of mood am I in today, Goo?
Oh, you're in a phenomenal one.
Dave's in Oakland. It says he's got a bone to pick with Steiny.
Yeah, Dave.
You tell you what. Boss is gone. 888-957-9570. You know, the Comcast business text line. You got a bone to pick with me? Now's the time. Right now. You got a problem with me? Bring it. Bring it. Let's see what Punk Dave says. What's up, Dave? What you want?
Hey, we cannot dog the defense when they dragged us closer in 2019. Hold on. And in 2021, it was Debo and the defense. You can't get mad at the defense for getting tired when we weren't getting any first downs. 3 and out. If they can't get off the field, of course they're going to get tired at the end of the game. Of course they are. That's all I got. We can't blame the defense.
I'm with you.
All right, Dave. Please. Let's face it, the 49ers defense is like Steph Curry. They're just not clutch down the stretch. That's right, baby. Let's mix it up this week.
Yeah. I didn't even bite. Either did he.
Insufferable.
Wow. Was I at that show? Yeah, I believe I was. You might have been talking to me.
You know what? Have you noticed? Nobody's ringing.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody's texting. Right. You know why? Because the Bay Area is in lockstep with Matt Steinmetz. You finally came around, Bay Area sports fans. Atta baby. Warriors, order the rings. Order the rings
and it'll
already.
Be ring night. It's coming.
James Wiseman, okay.
Oh, where are we going?
Oh, he's good, man. You see him?
Dude. 20 points. I saw him in summer league.
Yeah, I know. You didn't see him because it was at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, but he's thicker than a Snicker. I told you he didn't went to the lab. So that part of it's there, and now he's throwing it around. I just wonder what it's going to look like fourth quarter late, 86-84, Warriors up 2. The Warriors down 2. Do they say, does Steph throw it into the big fella and let him cook?
No, he throws an alley-oop so he can dunk. Why would you throw it into Wiseman?
Because James got this newfound strength, Steiny. Just don't be shocked.
At what?
And this is third year, so I keep wanting to say rookie, but this is third year.
He's kind of exactly like Trey.
No? Well, Trey didn't get 37 games his first season before getting hurt.
No, but he threw the first touchdown pass of the year. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. You're going too far, Steiny. Of course I am. It's a Friday. Steins, you're a huge jerk. Guru's the man. That's from Yoshi. You love
San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube. Guru, where we meeting up Sunday night? I can't log in Sunday. We got to be on the air.
What do you mean log in?
Like I can't. How would I communicate where we were at? I'd tell him I have one. Yep.
I mean, he probably follows you on IG.
Yeah.
Let's go to James. Let's go to the one in Daly City who thinks he can disagree with me and get away with it. What's up, James?
Get him.
I definitely disagree. Think about it. This team has been handcuffed by Jimmy Garoppolo, a mediocre or below mediocre quarterback play for 3 years. Come on, man. 2019, we got up by 10, can't make the pass. 21, up by 10 in the fourth quarter, can't get a first down. This year, averaging 9 points on defense, giving up 9 points. Like, where's your argument?
Well, it's timely turnovers and timely stops. Listen, great defenses turn the other team over. And in their 2 losses, the 49ers have only had 1 turnover. Small sample size? Oh, you betcha. You betcha. That's all we have right now. And we also have the defense not coming through against Chicago in the fourth quarter. Defense didn't come through on Russell Wilson's last drive. And as you point out, I would say 17 times a week, the defense blew 2 10-point leads in their last 2 playoff losses. Now, the offense doesn't blow leads. The defense blows
what's your
leads.
About this season, about this defense, Steiny, what's your eyes tell you?
About what?
This defense. They are flying around. They've caused fumbles.
Not great.
And you're right. It ain't a turnover if you don't get it. But,
I'm not being a jerk. They're good, not great
I'm all in on this defense, and I was working.
They might be great.
And Armstead didn't even, he's better do something. But he didn't even play last week. No Ward. I mean, they're going one-on-one with their corners. It's like, man, they just deserve better. And I know it's a team game, but again, I've done a 180 on Kyle. Whose unit is not operating?
Hold on.
We're watching.
Does that mean you're back supporting him or not?
No, your unit is the one not bringing the thunder. Robert Saleh's unit was doing it. Now Ryan's unit is doing it. When is your unit going to be a position of strength? And was it this morning, Bonte, Steiny, and Ibanez? The big 3 talking about, what was it? You'll love this, and I thought of you.
Okay.
Tell me if you heard it. When's the last time the Niners won a game 41-10? It's been forever under Kyle. Like, where is the foot on it? Did Sean just say, I need to slow down? But it's excitement. Where's the Montana Bill Walsh the Seaford blowouts? That's valid as any parking ticket.
How many Hall of Famers did they have on that team?
See,
this is what bothers me. You're gonna compare this offense to Bill Walsh's 49ers.
See,
that can't be done. That's a once-in-a-lifetime
I'm hugging you
team.
from over here.
You're
but
not.
The bigger picture you're missing. It's about this Jedi, this offensive genius to make these guys something remotely close to that.
Stop it.
You can't be Chicago
still saying it. You're
up
still
10 points.
You're still saying it. You're still trying to play both sides.
And then he takes the air out of the ball for whatever reason. They scored on their first drive. Jimmy to Ayuk. I'm like, oh, watch out now. It wasn't Debo. It was Ayuk. Oh, watch out. And then the rest of the game. What are we doing, Kyle? And I get what you're. Jimmy ain't Joe. Jimmy ain't Steve.
Okay.
But damn it, I'm up in here yelling, yapping my gums 2-3 years ago about you being the genius.
I know.
What's happening?
Well, you weren't thinking. You weren't thinking at the time. You were acting with emotion.
No, I wasn't.
You had you did
I
not
knew
know
who Kyle was.
You knew
Dallas
nothing
used
about
to go up against
you knew
Washington all the
nothing.
time, and Kirk Cousins.
You knew
Now I'm
nothing.
thinking about those games.
You knew
Washington
nothing.
get out to a lead, and then they stall.
0.00.
My car stalled.
0.00. That's what you knew about Kyle Shanahan before he became the coach of the 49ers.
In Atlanta.
He was an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, who got Matt Ryan the
Genius.
MVP.
Oh, he's a genius. Oh, it's his.
And I knew him
No,
when
you
he
didn't.
wrecked RG3.
No, he didn't.
He got
You don't
blood
know
on his
him.
hands for that.
You don't know
Steiny,
him.
I used to watch him.
You don't
Him and his daddy.
know him. You want to know him. You think you know him, but you didn't know him when he was hired. You didn't.
41-10, that hit me.
Hey, we're 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. How have your bets been? Goo, how have your bets been?
18 and 20, well, 28.
All right.
Yeah.
And Dibs through 30 and 19. You know why? Because of the BetQL app. It uses proven data and analytics to help you make smarter bets. Losing money, no fun. Winning is. Get started today. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com. You got a gripe with me? Now's the time to get it to me. And if you got a problem with Guru too now, what the hell? I mean, I got to go get some coffee.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm Mandy Moore. Stand Up to Cancer is closer than ever before to achieving its mission to make every cancer patient into a long-term survivor. To learn more and get Advantage miles, go to standuptocancer.org/American Era.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Fruits and vegetables are very environmentally friendly foods. Make them even more friendly by eating them in season. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you were lied to when buying a timeshare and want out, you need my help. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started the timeshare cancellation industry by exposing the ugly truth about timeshare and giving folks the straight facts. I've been fighting the timeshare giants ever since, so no one knows this industry better than me and my team. Today, we have 383 employees and have saved our clients an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Imagine putting those timeshare dollars back in your pocket. If you were told at a timeshare presentation that this was available today and today only, that timeshare was a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, call my office now. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
Throwing that ass around, Steiny, down low. We thick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Somebody tally him up right now. Give me $1 for every time Guru says he's thicker than a snicker about Wiseman this year. I'll tell you what, turn your mic down.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, man.
I'll tell you what, just keep track of thicker than a snicker. And you know what?
But that's what we wanted them to do.
I'll be getting people a lot of Christmas gifts this year.
You. He put on weight. He put on some, man, throwing it around, 20.
What are you saying, he's fat?
No, he's thick. Fat? He couldn't get fat.
By the way, what was the question you were asking before the break? When's the last time a 49ers blew
Oh, yeah. I didn't say when was the last time. I said it doesn't happen often. And, of course, you
the
went
Rams
to
31-10 last year.
When was that? Okay.
31-10.
All right. That's one game.
Well, they hammered the Patriots, I want to say. Might have even been on the road. 30.
What was that?
I want to say 33-6.
That was Cam Newton.
33-6?
Okay, that was.
No, I think it was Brady.
No, it wasn't. No, yeah.
No, it was Newton, but Jeff Wilson Jr. had 3 touchdowns, 120 yards.
You know what else?
Those are two games.
They absolutely hammered the Falcons. The Falcons at some point, I think, last year.
The only Falcon game I remember is when they came and won on the last play.
Right. Teams and players, because he always compares a team or a player to the greatest of ever. You know, he wants the Niners to be the 81 49ers this year. I know it is. Isn't it? How dumb is it, Goo?
No, I'm talking about styles that the coach that I put on the pedestal. That don't work.
Figured it out.
You know it.
You compare the Niners to the great 49er teams.
His coaching style is he keeps it close.
Yes.
He don't know how to step on the throat. He don't know how to,
and the Giants.
He don't know nothing about the guillotine.
107 last year.
And who predicted that? I didn't.
Yeah, you were saying
that was
like
one
right
of the
around
most
106
flukiest seasons we've ever seen. What are you saying?
I figured it out.
No.
I figured it out.
I compared the team to what they did last year, which was disappointing. The Giants.
Oh, man.
And there is no we. That's for MDK on
you know what?
YouTube.
I can't even answer the phones right now, Goo.
But that was an F.
James.
Yeah.
I have Steiny's back. Joseph wants to commend Steiny. Jose on the 49er running backs. That sounds exciting. Carlito, hello, gentlemen. And Big Don agrees with me.
But we don't know what Big Don, because we don't know what he agrees with you about.
Big Don's in the city. What's up, Big Don?
Big negative, Steiny. You can't come through parking lot A.
Please.
Look at
it. Don't make me buy. Don't make me buy parking lot A before Monday night.
Hey, I'll tell you why. You go to Safeway Bakery and tell Jimmy G's name, you get a free turnover, baby.
Look at it.
I'll give you
Guru,
3.
I ain't forgot about you, Guru.
What's up, baby?
Bye-bye.
That's it. That's how you make a call.
Yeah.
Leave them wanting more.
Yeah.
Don't tell me to stay out of parking lot A.
Oh, he stinks. They're asking where we're going to be Sunday night.
I say the alphabet when I'm in that 49er parking lot. A to Z.
Just admit
walk
your
through
theory,
any of
you
them.
didn't really like it.
What's that?
The theory about me.
I
disappointed. Like, you didn't believe it. Come on. We got a producer, another brother on this show. And if you ran it by him, he would tell you, yeah.
Carlito in Alameda. What's going on, man?
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. First of all, I want to defend Steiny on the shirt tuck-in. I think it's allowed. The great Jim Harbaugh would tuck in his sweatshirt and look good. I'm going to say this. I think the Niners have a chance. How big do you guys think the home field advantage is? Thank you.
3 points.
Obviously, Vegas is saying that. Would you say it's down to 1.5?
Yeah, according to
I just don't feel comfortable. But, hey, again, it's 60 minutes. And this NFL season outside the Niners and Rams, every time you think you know something, you don't know. But, man, Steiny, what will we be talking about Tuesday morning if they can't win this game?
I'm not even listening to you.
Well,
not
that
even listening
happens
to you.
5 days a
I'm
week.
so on the text line, the Comcast business text line.
I got it up, too.
Apparently, we don't know anything. There is no parking lot A at Levi Stadium. I guess they go by colors. By the way, have you heard a song called Colors by, is it the Black Pumas?
No, but there's a movie with Sean Penn in South Central. Great film. Colors.
Yeah, Black
Ice-T.
Pumas. They're good.
Black who?
Pumas or Pumas, whichever way you want to say it. Like the old sneaker.
Yeah, I don't even like they copied that. Get creative.
They didn't copy it.
Puma has been around since Beat Street.
It's been around for thousands of years.
How
It's
old
an
is this
animal.
group?
It's an animal.
I understand that. But how old is this group? Like what, 90s, 2000s?
No, I think they came out in the last 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, then that's why they're biting on Puma. Get creative.
It's older now than it was 20 years ago. Let's go to Joseph. He wants to commend me. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Doing just fine, Steiny and Goo.
What's up,
First
baby?
of all, I just got to help Goo. I got to just help Goo with something. Goo, I coined the phrase thicker than a Snicker back in 1981. I was using it in reference to a woman.
Okay.
So be careful. Don't use that for a wife.
All right, I'll retire it, baby. All right, yeah.
Thanks, Joseph.
Context matters.
1981.
Right?
He didn't really commend me. Did you cut him off before he had his good thing to say?
You've been thirsty of late. Like
crazy.
Yeah, radio thirsty. I'm right.
Yeah, I'm with Go.
They like me. Like I made
I'm
this
on
and
one
that.
today. That's all it is.
This is a new dude.
Listen. You're making me go here. Don't say that. Don't say that about being thirsty, because I've had a heyday in the Bay Area. All right, I've had a heyday.
Wow,
all right, I'm known in the Bay.
That shovel digging it deeper.
I've also had my heyday in college. I've been the big fish. I don't need to seek it out. In fact, it seeks me out. Now, you all guys who are enamored by this thing called popularity and fame.
Wow.
You know,
the disease of me. Yeah.
Let's go to James in Oakland. What's up, Jay? James?
Yeah, hey.
Hey.
How you guys today?
Hey.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's funny. I just got 2 words. I got you back on the Jimmy G hate, and it's Squasky Tart. Why does nobody roast that dude?
Well, I brought him up.
In that interception.
No, you're right, James.
Yeah.
The 49ers defense is like that player in a basketball game who's got 27 in 3 quarters, and then in the fourth quarter, he goes 1 for 6.
Paul George. Nah, that's my guy.
Huh?
But
what's your problem?
I think they got the best defense in the NFL right now through 3 weeks. So will that be enough to beat Matt Stafford? You got Cooper Kupp. They got some weaponry, man. Ain't gonna be easy. Walk in the park is what tickled you yesterday. Yeah.
Dumbest question I've heard in a long time.
No, it wasn't a question. It was a statement.
No, you said, hey, Cam, do you think the 49ers game's going to be a walk in the park on Monday?
It wasn't. I said I went left, right, and then got there.
You know what,
that kind of got me mad.
I think this is going to be a walk in the park. They're going to, Bosa actually, in his 3-point stance, is going to pick daisies. Run into the meadow, walk in the park.
Yeah. People coming getting your back.
Of course
Comcast Business text line. Guru thirsty, Steiny's well hydrated. Oh, wow.
I tell
Thanks
you what,
for
that's a 4.
sending that in. Yeah.
That's a 4. Let's go to David. He wants to talk about why the Niners are favored. I'm interested to hear it. What's up, Dave? David?
Hey, what's up, fellas? You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, check this out. So, a couple things. One, I'm a ride or die with Shanahan, man. When he first got here, yeah, he's arrogant. Yeah, he made a mistake with Trey because you don't take a Lamborghini off-road. But we need that, man. What happened was he's been conservative since the Super Bowl in 19 to the pass to Emmanuel Sanders. I remember he came in, he always go for it on 4th down. The reason why we're favored this weekend, it's not the 6 wins, it's the 1 loss. It's the loss that kept you from going to the Super Bowl. You and the team ain't hyped for this one, you ain't ready.
Ooh, the motivation factor David cites.
Right.
I'm not going to dismiss that.
But who is McKivitz? Who the left tackle, whoever it is, are they going to be able to tap into their Trent Williams and not just Jimmy? If I was in, I'd be worried. I would be worried.
When the 49ers win Monday night, okay, when they win Monday night, will you shut your mouth forever about Trent Williams?
Dude, he's out for 6 to 8 weeks.
And if they go 6-0,
oh, that's when Kyle earned his money. Dude's
Ross Tucker all but said linemen are overrated, and he was a lineman.
He kind of was. I didn't like that,
No,
but
he didn't
I know.
All right.
Rams will be favored by Sunday. You think?
No, it's maybe. Who cares?
It changes.
But does it really matter? Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. You're tongue-tied.
I never been tongue-tied.
Hey, what's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. I'm off today. I just got...
We are, too.
There you go, baby.
We're off today, too.
I immediately tuned into you guys because I love listening to you. And I just want to make a comment about the hit on Tua.
Oh, sure.
And it's really about the hit, okay? Because I've heard a lot of talk of questioning the coaching staff, the medical staff, whether they made the right call putting them back in, on Sunday. And that's justified. I get it. But what about the hit? We have rules against, defenseless guys going across the middle. We got rules against targeting. I know there's a gray area and all that. But when a player gets slammed to the ground...
You're talking about the one last night, right, Doug?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm just referring to the questions that were raised about putting him in last night.
Right.
What happened, Okay.
I'm with you on that hit. That was vicious. That swing.
To the ground.
Yeah.
A football player wearing shoulder pads, his shoulder's going to hit first or his back's going to hit first. His head's not going to hit first. His neck's going to snap like Tua's did. Okay? That was not a tackle. That was a 300-pound guy slamming a 200-pound guy to the ground. And I think that some consideration, we're criticizing the coaching staff, we're criticizing the medical staff, some consideration should be given to looking at that type of play and making that a play that gets penalized, just like targeting and defenseless receivers.
You know what, Doug? I can meet you there. I can meet him there.
And there was no flag.
I mean, and I get it's football, but I thought, too, it's like,
Will you admit you've seen worse, though? Where there was intent. I don't think
what's funny.
The dude was like, bring your ass here.
Everything's different.
Yeah.
Everything's different. Like, have I seen worse? Yeah, probably. But, like, that was different. Like, he had momentum from the start. It was like he was getting ready to spin a wheel.
But I don't think it was the word I'm looking for is dirty, Steiny. I don't think there was no dirt involved.
But a lot of the stuff now, you don't have to necessarily be dirty to get the flag.
And this is going to sound crazy. Is Tua doing something to where he's landing like the same way when he's going down? Because he hit the same spot. And they say the second time the brain, like a concussion isn't, though. Here I go getting my doctor on a brain bleed. And if he had one Sunday, it damn sure ain't healed by Thursday.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a listen to Dr. Chris Nowinski?
Okay.
And he is...
shout out to Dirk.
Evan, like he's a big boy.
Yes, he runs one of the foremost concussion facilities in the country. He was on with 670 The Score in Chicago earlier today.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. In other words, we'd rather hear from him regarding concussions than Darryl,
so
the
low.
Guru Johnson.
Wow, doctor.
Let's go, doctor. Dr. Chris, the good doctor.
Tua showed 5 unique signs of a concussion on that hit on Sunday, where he grabbed his helmet. He took bad steps when he got up. He shook off the cobwebs, which is a very specific sign of concussion and visual problems. Then he fell, and then his teammates had to hold him up so he wouldn't fall again. The protocol is supposed to be there. The doctor's supposed to look at the video, and I do not know how a doctor looks at that video and doesn't say, "Oh, that's definitely concussion," no matter what the player tells him. Players are after they retire. Players are very honest about how much they lie and try to distract doctors because they're in the heat of the moment. They just had a brain injury. They're not thinking straight. They can't feel the brain injury, and the doctor's job is to stop them. And the fact that the doctors not only didn't stop them to put him back in the game, but then nobody forced them to sober up on Monday or Tuesday and say, "Oh God, that was a concussion. According to the protocol, he shouldn't play Thursday." Like, that's a failure by the NFL. That's a failure by the leadership. The idea that there was an investigation that they didn't finish before he had to play on Thursday is absurd. And so, they literally risked the guy's life, played Russian roulette with his future. And the reason I tweeted that before the game was simply because I saw the NFL promoting the game, which means they're promoting Tua versus Joe, and they're complicit in this. They were trying to make money, knowing that a guy was going out there with a concussion too soon. And, I think hopefully they're learning something from this, but they didn't have to learn this lesson. We all knew this, and this is just it's a tragedy. It's just a real tragedy, and let's hope Tua doesn't have his career ruined, or let's hope in 20 years he's not suicidal, or whatever can happen from brain injuries down the road.
Wow. How do you not finish an investigation before the guy's next game? Then he said you're promoting him and Burrow? Steiny, that's wow. That is just, what's your first take on that? How is the investigation not finished?
I'm not really
If
surprised.
you really care.
Like, the details are the details. I'm not surprised. Can we just... And
it's a front.
This is such a... Well, no. What'd your boyfriend say? I know you asked your boyfriend.
Oh, right. The NFL, it's the
Right,
culture.
They don't really care.
They don't care, right.
They don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
so who should that get in trouble? They're obviously going to listen. So it's not the doctor's fault, but the NFLPA was doing an investigation, and you said, "Oh, we'll get back to it." Man. And in 20 years, what he said, we've seen it with Junior Seau.
So are you gonna watch games on Sunday?
Oh, I'll be right, and I've admitted it.
Then
I'm part of the problem? No, I'm not in a part of a committee or to protect these. Like, had everything went right,
just don't be...
Tua wouldn't have been allowed to play. That's the PA,
Here's the
team.
Thing. Don't be incensed about it, because that's the way it is what I would say. You're still going to be watching football.
But I'm mad.
No, you're not.
You don't think so?
No. It's a fake mad. If you were truly outraged, you would do something about it. You would change your behavior.
All right, I'm going to throw one.
I'm dead serious.
I'm going to say...
I'll be honest, I'm not.
I'm telling you where you're going with that, and you just jarred it. So people said that with Kaepernick. I thought what happened to him was wrong. Ask me how many games I stopped watching. None. I kept watching. So I could still differentiate that, okay, that was wrong what happened to Cap, but still watch.
Right.
And I'm doing that. Now, outrage, that might be that. He shouldn't have been on the field. The Sunday one is worse than that to me.
I mean, yes. Like,
my
you know
question
what?
to you
Hey,
is,
Goop, I didn't even really think he was hurt.
Somebody's got to
Of
take
course
the
I'm
fall.
not going to say
Who
that.
takes the fall, Steiny?
Well, some
the
anonymous doctor.
NFLPA, somebody should be fired if you were doing an investigation and hit pause.
The NFLPA is not happy because their player got hurt. See, my feeling is these guys are different. When they know what they're getting into.
Oh, that I agree with.
They're
100%.
different. They are warriors. Like they just are.
So I'm going to ask you a crazy ass question. Tua playing next Sunday? The answer should be hell no.
Why?
Goo.
He's got 6 days to pass
And they
concussion
say he's
protocol.
at home.
Yeah, he's
in good
resting
spirits?
comfortably. Great spirits.
I would
He's
not
in
let
great
that man
spirits.
suit up for another 2 weeks.
He's in great
And that
spirits.
might not even do him justice.
The only problem is he thinks he's playing for the Tennessee Titans right now.
See, I'm out on that.
See, I like
soon.
Yeah, yeah.
That's too soon. I'm laughing at
I don't mind irreverence.
Yeah,
doesn't
but that's
bother me.
It's too soon.
I don't mind mom jokes.
Yeah,
I don't
yes,
mind.
you do. If
No,
I
don't.
said something, you would be hot.
No, they're just words, Goo.
I
I don't mind
That's
religious
how I live
jokes.
my life. If I said some
I don't
mom
mind
jokes, to
God jokes.
Well, something happened in the green room this morning that was on the computer, and you went
guys
highway
are idiots.
patrol officer.
You guys are idiots.
I was watching.
You don't want to bring this to the
I
air.
can see you be a
You don't want to bring this to the air.
You went FBI on my guy, and I
How's
was
that any difference, Steiny?
Dude, right. What is you're a hypocrite right now?
What are you talking about?
You were right in what you did, but the way you did it
I mean
was
the way I
shocked.
did it.
I was like, that's not the
got up-
Steiny I know.
I got up and walked out of the room.
No, you said some choice words.
I've told that particular person, you know what? I'm 58.
Right.
Okay, I
Dude,
can't
you
believe
look
I just
good.
said
You
that.
look
I
good.
look damn good.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Had my
that.
birthday. I know. Had my birthday on Monday.
Yeah.
All right.
You were right.
He's 20 whatever he is.
Right.
He's very immature.
Yeah.
I've told him that to his face. There have been various things that he's done that I have told him.
Right.
Dude, I think that's beyond the
got
pale.
you. I'm
You
with
have
you.
to be careful.
Yeah, I'm with you. But
Stephen
the way
A.
you
Smith.
did it, like you wanted HR on the scene right now, like you wanted him to pay for that. That's
didn't-
how it felt.
I did not want HR brought in.
I've never seen that part of
I
Steiny.
said, what are you doing? I'm like, if
You were right too.
Of course I was right.
But the way you did it, I've never seen Highway Patrol.
I got
Steiny.
up. I started walking out. I think I looked over my shoulder.
I watched you
I think I
walk
looked
out.
over my shoulder and said, "Dude, guys, if a woman walks by here, like
that you were spot on. That was great.
got
but-
trouble."
Yeah, but the way you did it. And you didn't do anything wrong. It was the way you. I said, Steiny could have been a cop. Hey,
you know what?
Where's your hall pass?
You know what? I've
you had
actually
going.
thought about that. I'd like to be a police spokesman. That's what I'd like to be.
And what would you do?
That's the job.
Yeah, but what would you speak about? Go into inner cities or different communities and say what?
Just support the police. Okay, something happens, something pops off here.
Yeah, gotcha. It's popping off everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, well, they're not going to talk to the cops. They talk to the spokesman, which is me. And I say,
I'm trying to see you in that role, envision you in that role.
we had an incident
Keep talking.
at Battery in Union.
Yeah.
And it involved 2 San Francisco officers and 2 assailants. Both assailants drew a gun each. And the officers, in my mind, showed tremendous restraint. And we were able to apprehend these 2 men, and now they're behind bars. So big hats off to Jimmy and Harry, who
Wow.
wow.
I feel like I'm watching a movie. I'm mad at you.
Anybody need a spokesman?
Yeah.
Spokesman. I Any need a company great out cop. there. We got hey, by the way, if you can't tell, the boss, he gone. We'll be back to talk more about stuff. The last hour.
I'd be a great cop.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He's got a big butt.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson back with you. We got 1 hour. It's going to be close, Goo. It's going to be close.
We got it, baby. And we got Damon coming in.
What did you say about somebody on the text line?
Oh, yeah, 510 Comcast Business text line.
Yeah.
Steiny, I'm a retired cop of 30 years. This is great. You couldn't be a cop because you like to stir the pot You didn't cite too much mess.
Hey.
Bingo.
All right.
Yeah, and you would never do that. You wouldn't.
Okay, I'll be a spokesman for waste management.
All right.
Waste management.
How would that go?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I'd like to address, obviously, the work stoppage that's been going on for 5 days here in Oakland and the East Bay, and I realize that trash is beginning to accumulate.
You're all talk.
Let me tell you about my workers and my teammates and my colleagues here at Waste Management. The garbage men and women. They haven't had a raise in 5 years. 5 years, since 3 years before the pandemic. And yet, the trash accumulation has not only doubled, it's 2.5 times what it was 5 years ago. So we are asking our people to do twice as much work for the same wage. We love Oakland. I'm a part of the East Bay community. We've got to do right by the people, the men, and the women who are doing the jobs that nobody wants.
You lied to us. How would you deal with that stuff?
That
Town ain't playing.
Security would take you out.
Please.
That was a press conference.
Dude, you trying to get your act on, huh?
Simple.
Right.
What else you want me to do?
No,
I'll do
that's
anything.
it. That's
I can do
it.
anything.
Just be humble. Kendrick
No,
Lamar.
I actually picked the one thing I can't do. Actually, it's a stick, but a stick. Jose. Jose's in Hayward. What up? See, now that I wanted so badly to talk about the 49ers running backs. I know. Man. Another excuse you'll get to use.
Dude, I am not.
Yeah, you know what? You'll kill him Monday or you'll kill him Tuesday, and then you'll say, well, they're injured.
That is part of why I said it has the ingredients to get off the rails. If it's not now, who's gonna have the most carries Monday night? And we'll break the game down real in depth Monday. Okay.
The 925, Steiny, the spokespeople speak and protect in all capital letters the company, not the workers. I know, I was a union rep.
Well, look at you.
I was a union rep there. But one of the things that I do is I bring people together.
You're still going.
And I would bring waste management, and the workers together. And we would go out there with a unified front.
Yeah. You would get flustered. The real Steiny would get flustered.
Right. Just like I do with you?
No,
I'll put you in your place.
You'd
Push
have
comes
two
to
of
shove, I'll put you in your place.
Yeah, but you would have two of me, and then you'd crack. Because you wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? They just one. But you dealing with the union. You got, like my brother-in-law, Willie. Oh, my labor lawyer. Oh, Steiny.
Now, as you see the way I handle the phone calls?
Yeah.
Do I make fun of the people that should be made fun of? No. I'm cordial and civil to them.
Right.
And the other thing is, what you forget is, I was an athlete. I'm used to pressure.
Oh, wow.
Hit many a big shot in my day, and I've missed some big ones in my day. Point is, I took that shot, Guru.
He stole that from Jordan.
Pressure? No.
Yeah.
Pressure at a podium? Let me tell you what pressure is. Pressure's growing up in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, okay? That's what pressure is.
Oh, man, you're on.
We got just a one-car garage. The Hex across the street, two-car garage. Let's go to Bizzle in Oakland. We better get back on track.
Yeah, back to the Niners.
What's up, Bizzle? Why are people doing this now? What's going on? All right.
They're probably thinking you're talking to yourself. That's what keep going, Steiny Unplugged.
Back to Wiseman. Let's get to your 4 questions.
Okay.
Let's do your 4 questions. Guru has been working on this all off season, and he's got the big 4 questions.
Yeah, and I want your. When do we do your rebuttals or?
I have. You know what?
Oh, you got.
It's a little bit of a shtick, but it's not really.
Okay.
I have one big question.
Okay. All right.
And I think to me, there's something. There's one big question.
Okay. Number one for me.
Okay.
Number one for me. And we talked about it with Willard and Dibs. I really cannot wait, and I don't believe there's going to be a minute restriction from the big 3. I think who I know and what they are and how they love the game still, and you tell me if I'm crazy, I still believe 31 to 32 minutes will suffice. Like, I don't see anything less than that. Okay?
You want me to? What? Like, Well, like the first one is just preposterous. Your very first one is, I think 95% of Warrior fans would say, no, Guru, that's not the way it's going to be. There will be a minutes restriction on the big three. They're 34, 30.
And last year, you could subtract one last year.
Why would you say that they
hurt.
won't have a minutes restriction?
Because they love Steph. It can happen, but it ain't going to be as drastic as you guys are painting it out to be. I'm reading everything and hearing all this like Steph's going to play 2
Clay
quarters.
didn't play last night.
And he's going to be okay. This preseason, I get that.
So do you want to just make it 3 questions?
No. I'm just telling you, I don't see that drop. I mean, what are you coming in at the 6th or 7th seed? Just don't be. And when am I going to be able to take my victory lap? An All-Star break, 20 games in. It's just not going to. My whole point is, I get what you guys are saying.
So I won't get any credit when they don't play at all.
No, you're going to get major credit.
Like when Steph only plays 65 games. Like, how many minutes does that add up to during?
And Dibs did the math, but I think it'll be career what he's been doing, 31, 32 minutes. Like, it's not going to be the Warriors taking on the Blazers. Now, they'll sit. That'll be load management. But it won't be those games where he's playing 24 minutes. Well, that's not who they are. And he going
never
for
plays
5.
24.
No, I'm saying that's how everybody's acting like that's how big of the decrease in minutes is going to be.
No, that's not what anybody thinks.
Everybody.
Oh, no. Everybody does not think Steph Curry's going to average 24 minutes a game.
I'm having fun with
See,
that.
and I'm being literal, which is my way of having fun.
All right, number 2.
I guess. I'm not crazy about 1.
And listen to this premise. To me, the second biggest question for the Golden State Warriors for me is Jordan Poole. Does he have another level, or can he sustain the level he had last season, which I think will be sufficient? If Jordan Poole doesn't have another level, that ain't all. If you can get what we got last year, the Warriors will be okay.
What? Well, okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Now, contract-wise,
I think that's a good. Well, let's go there.
Oh, you ain't getting the bag.
Is he going to get paid before October 17th, which is when the Warriors would have to extend Poole? Otherwise, next year he'll be a restricted free agent.
I think that's where they're going.
They're going to wait.
Yeah, they're going to wait.
Okay.
And real quick, let me hear your answer to that question.
I think it's a fair question. You're asking where's Jordan Poole going to be?
I think it's next year.
But I like to go deeper.
Go ahead.
Than just scratch the surface. See, you like to go an inch deep and a mile wide. I like to go a mile down and just an inch across.
It gets you in trouble at times. Well, go ahead.
No, it ain't. It's a different level. Who said that?
Did you answer the question?
Meek Mill levels.
You still never made
levels.
Did you answer the question? Oh, yeah, you did. You said, no, October 17th or next year? Everything your boy has said.
You know what? Honestly, I thought you were asking me about the question itself.
Oh, no, I'm asking.
Does Poole have another level?
Does he get extended? Do they do it? I
think he's gonna, actually.
You think so?
I do. And I think
what would that look like?
About 4 for 110. Jalen Brunson.
You think Jordan would go for that?
Brunson and Simons.
Okay.
They both got about
Anthony
4 for 100.
Yeah.
I think Poole's better than those guys.
I do too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you get Poole to take 4 for 110? I think I might do that. 25 to 30.
Now, what if Poole says because he could be thinking this way, him and his team, I'm way better than those two. I'm way better, Guru and Steiny, than I was last year.
All right.
That's a nice offer, but I'll wait.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's have a great year. Let's go win it again.
And I'm going to throw some last thing about Jordan Poole.
And if we win it again and you have as much of a role or bigger role,
can he be an all-star, Steiny? This is crazy, I know. Can he be an all-star?
It's going to be hard on this team.
That's all it's not about you're not an all-star, but can you you got Wiggins, you got Clay, you just got options, and Wiseman. I don't know if that's going to help or hurt him.
Help or hurt who?
Poole, just with his opportunities.
If he's a good player, he should help. Because he would help the team.
No, I'm talking about Poole.
I'm saying if Wiseman's good, he'll help everybody.
Yeah. It's only one ball.
I know, you hate that.
I told myself
you want everybody to take 30 shots a game.
All right, last one, next one.
Okay.
Yeah, next one. Now, which one of the 2- and 3-year players am I most forward looking to? Okay. That's Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. I'm not going to shock anybody here, but Steiny, it's James Wiseman. I thought it was Kuminga. It is Wiseman. This can honestly be your future, and this is something you don't have on the team right now. You got Steph Curry, but he's not built like this guy. And 2 years of not seeing him, what is he going to be, and how is Coach Kerr going to fit him into this nucleus? I cannot wait, and I can see games. I told you and this in the green room. I'll tell the people, he could be the garbage man and average 18 to 20 points. Can he block 3 to 4 or 5 shots a game?
Well, that would lead the league.
Yeah. How many minutes is he going to get? But Steiny, they won it without him. Oh, my God, if they get something from him, watch out. I mean, then it's like just my Warrior fans' heads are going to explode. Then you got to feel like, how do we do it? We used to do it this way.
Trade Steph if he's Artis Gilmore.
And then second, and this is obvious, is Kuminga and then Moody. But I was like, it was JK in this offseason, still is. We'll be all watching. But Wiseman is ready to go. The Ferrari has its tires and oil and tranny. It's ready to go.
What about, what's his name?
Baldwin Jr.?
Yeah, but Tree Rollins. What about Tree Rollins? That guy they signed from like Drexel.
I didn't have him on. He didn't make the
Ryan
list.
Rollins.
Right.
I like to have fun like that on a Friday. Hey, by the way, I was gonna ask for calls to the Comcast business text line and the regular phone and say, what's the biggest question for the Warriors this year?
That's beautiful.
But I don't want to bite off more than I can chew, and I don't want to.
Where are you going?
Well, Damon's coming in.
After 2:30.
Damon comes in at 2:45.
I like him on this Friday, too.
He tries to push it to 2:40.
Will he have guests with him?
Yes. So, I'll tell you what.
You didn't even understand the question. He usually brings Larry. Now Ray's in there. Will Ray come in?
Ray doesn't come in.
Dude, if we could get that foursome, go make it happen during break.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I bet you a pop.
I hate us. I am dead serious.
I'm listening.
There's like no malice.
When you use this, you're real.
There's no malice.
Yeah.
None.
Oh, this is coming
0.
back at me.
Dead serious.
I'm in the batter's box. Oh.
If Damon and Ray come in,
right,
I'm going to leave. Just because it's an easy 15-minute walk-off. You guys have it covered. No malice. There's no malice.
You're a driver. We need you.
Damon's a driver. Damon's driven more than I have.
Yeah.
All right.
Our dear friend Ray Ratto.
He's all right.
That was Wilbon.
I know that. You know what?
Is there anybody that doesn't know the dude?
We're stupid.
Of course there are. See, I'm in my literal mood now.
Right, I get that.
Bob Costas would know.
Yeah, I know. They had him on. Just everybody. That's 2 people, but you know what I mean.
Bob Costas would recognize
they had
Michael
him on
Wilbon's voice. Yes.
Now you're missing what I'm saying. Damon and Ratto had on Bob Costas.
Okay.
And the interview always starts with the legends, which Costas is to me, giving Ray love. Shout out Ray Love.
Costas couldn't pick Ray Ratto out of a police lineup.
They've had some provocative baseball interviews.
Bob Costas has no idea who Ray Ratto is.
You're kidding me, dude. You don't believe. Take it back. I've heard the interview.
When you get to be Bob Costas,
but no, it's not
you play that game.
Hey, I can try to do my Costas. Hey, Ray, how's it going? How you been? Yeah. They had on the legend.
Ray's the worst.
I'm not. Well, you sound like that. That's why you get mad
it's
when you see.
It's a loose Friday.
Dude, you got a Guru and Ray alarm. I watch you. Your neck. Is that Guru? Why does it bother you?
888-95. It doesn't. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru had 3 big questions about the Warriors this season that he thinks are pertinent. If you got, what's the big issue for the Warriors this year? What's the one thing you want to see?
Yeah.
What matters the most?
And you got a list too.
I got one.
Uh-oh.
And you may think it's a joke and da-da-da, and it's not.
I would never say that.
Look, there's only one important issue as it relates to the Golden State Warriors.
I cannot wait.
What level is Steph Curry playing at? And that's a walk-off. Night-night. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Okay.
That's all that matters.
No, but my rebuttal, you had a rebuttal to mine. What level have you ever seen him play at?
Oh, he has different levels. Absolutely. Are you kidding? Yes. Yeah. Like last year, regular season,
Yeah.
I don't think he was up to
Well, that was
past.
metric-wise, number-wise. Yeah. Then the year before that, he averaged 32.
Listen, had Steph Curry not picked up his play in the postseason, they don't win it.
That's no doubt in my mind.
So,
but does he come into it think like, God, that's like, what's his mindset going to be? I'm going for MVP? We don't know. Like, nothing will surprise me.
I mean, look, I didn't play in the NBA, but I was kind of like Steph Curry on the Division III level. Okay?
I wish I had a waitress to my left, but go ahead.
I think Draymond and I think Clay with the training staff, Guru, it's an 8.5, 9 month season.
Right, I get that.
They will not come out. They will not come out guns blazing.
All right, give me this.
It's all a build-up.
I'm not fighting.
The first big date might be January 1st.
All right. But listen to what. Give me this. And they weren't last year coming into the season because they had the debacle against Memphis, the year before last, coming into last season at home. Draymond was a DPOY candidate before he got hurt. So, again, they're fed now because they won. So now they can, hey, we'll chill, pace ourselves. But if we get that Draymond out the gate,
he'll get hurt.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, you were going to finish?
No, but you can't predict that. And Clay, I think Clay is going to be a kid at the candy store. You can't predict
Trey Lance getting hurt either. But you want to run him 12 times a game, he's going to get hurt. Totally. You want to play Draymond Green? You want to set a goal for Draymond at 32 minutes?
Though?
It doesn't matter what he wants to do.
Steiny, the writing's on the wall.
That's all training staff.
This is what I'm thinking for Dre, though. The bag is in question, and he's come out and said it may not be here. Like he's going to be super Wolverine. Not that he's ever half-assed it. I'm not saying that. Watch.
Goo.
Yeah.
Goo. He's got 4 rings.
That he does. But I think he's looking at his warrior mortality like it's in the balance, and not that like he's going to make it hard.
For what? He's going to make it hard on what? I don't get it. Like he will not play past a certain amount. Whatever they decide. Kerr, Draymond, their medical staff. Hey, you know what? We've done tests and this, that, and the other thing. We got a plan for you, Draymond. As of right now, we're thinking 68 to 70 games. We've got some games targeted where strategically over the course of the season where you're going to sit out and you're going to play 28 to 30 minutes a night. That's about it. Will I go over? Yeah, once in a while. But not a lot during the regular season because we got Kuminga and we got Wiseman.
Yeah.
And I don't think Draymond's like, but I want to win Defensive Player of the Year.
I can't wait to see it.
I just told you what's going to happen.
You're speculating. But I ain't mad at you.
What do you think's more accurate? Me speculating that's the way it's going to be, or Draymond playing a career high in minutes this year?
I'll meet you halfway.
That means...
Boy, that's a great question.
Man, Tim Roy, we're about to hear his voice.
Like, what if... Like, seriously, and Wiseman, hope he's good. Kuminga, let's see what he's all about. But if Steph Curry, I'm not saying he's gonna, at some point, whenever he slips... That's when we'll judge the Warriors as a team other than one of the great teams.
And I just don't see that imminent at all. The dude is just, as much as LeBron blows me away, Steph Curry's right there. Because he ain't 24. He ain't 25. But the way he plays, and again, now that what he did in the offs when we were like, oh, the metrics are lower. What's that from? You know, and the stuff with his family, if that was even a factor, he's only human. I just still expect him to beat Curry, man.
Yeah, so
and
do
if
I.
he gets that 5, they get that 5, number 5.
5 what?
Oh my God.
Night.
I coined this. The drive for 5.
Please
I'm
tell me.
available, Warrior Nation.
See, this is where
Tell me.
I'm not sure if he actually thinks he's the first person to coin that or not. This is where I really am not sure.
But
I don't want to totally make fun of him.
Talk to me. I said that the other day. I said it works. It fits.
To be fair, I have not heard that before, Guru.
He said that. Stoddy, they know how to reach me.
510, don't forget, and this is true, and this is something I can't believe you signed off on, but you did. Don't forget, Draymond's going to take a week off when LeBron James breaks Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's scoring record.
I'm going to give you a 3.
Why does Steiny get pissy when Steph gets brought up? I told you.
Did they really believe that?
I don't know. Friends. Hey, did I tell you we're hitting balls next week?
Who? Now you're playing now. I never seen you this giddy in your 957 career.
Huh?
You and Steph are?
No.
Oh, because I was waiting on who you could come.
I don't know why I did that, but I'm
rubbing off on you.
Let's go to Christian in
That
Nevada.
did bother me.
What?
That you said that.
Said what?
You went Kyle Shanahan. You and him were hitting balls.
Your boy got schnookered.
Yeah, you giddy, boy.
I guess the worst part, I did just make it up.
Quick, though.
But I guess what was most troubling is how mad you were.
Yeah,
your face
I was about to. I needed to take a minute.
Don't be jealous.
No,
I know more people than you. I've been
I
in
would
the
never
business
say
long.
you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, except in the union.
Yeah. And the streets.
But in
No, stop.
What was the one thing? Oh, no. Me, because I've been to the African American History Museum, and you haven't.
I'll give you that.
Let's go to Christian in Nevada. What's up, buddy?
Steinmetz Guru.
Yes,
hey.
sir.
Hey, you guys can hear me. Awesome. How's it going, guys?
Oh, dynamite.
Dynamite. Great to hear. So I was up late last night packing my bag on my way up to watch Monday Night Football, driving up from Los Angeles, and I was watching the game in Japan, and James Wiseman looks incredible.
Man.
He looks so much better than I ever could have expected, and I will tell you, I have much more confidence going into this year than I did last year with James Wiseman fully healthy. He looks amazing. Every aspect of the game. Rebounding, he was the first one up the court as a center at, his size, which was incredible. And, he just looks amazing. I'm very, very happy with him. I was very skeptical, but after watching what I saw last night, he looks amazing.
One real quick question. Would you characterize him as thicker than a snicker?
That sound like Mark Jackson.
I mean, yeah, he by far looked like the biggest guy out on the court. I mean,
there you go.
By far.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate it. I don't understand. He said he was driving up from L.A., but he was watching the game. He must have been listening.
Yeah.
He was listening to the game. And I'll tell you what, Wiseman's never sounded better.
Now, we got to see him run up and down, jump, and do all that stuff night in, night out. But, man, I'm telling you, I saw it in dude, we got a guest on YouTube. Let me stop. Dr. Narav Pandya says, great show, guys. Said, what up? Put you in a good mood. Doc! Started. I'm just saying.
Tell you what, you know why he's on the... Because he's hearing footsteps from Nowinski. He's hearing footsteps from his old hometown, the Midwest, out in Chicago. You know what? I wonder if Nowinski ran Panja out of town in Chicago.
Funny. Doc, you know we love you.
There's only room for one big MD in the Windy City.
The doc said, don't forget about him. Oh, the doc is the man. UC Steve, I hope that's not Union City on YouTube.
Drive for 5 was the Lakers.
Drive for 5 is too good for Goo to come up with. I don't live in L.A. How would I even remember that?
Guru, just take that back. We'll think of a better one.
It's
and you
like,
can have credit
it's
for
like
it.
I came up with Lance will make you dance.
Guru, it's hackneyed. That's all. You can do better. You're clever.
People liking the Drive for 5. Get it, drive to the rack.
What do we always say about our audience when they're not listening?
I don't. Now, hey, what do we say? Why do they listen?
Let me tell you something, audience. If you're not able to take a joke, hit the pipe. Okay. If you don't know by now, everybody's fair game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Steiny, are we serious crowning Wiseman? Yes. Time to crown him. Warriors. Going to be a big year. Hey, in case you missed the Warriors' first preseason game in Japan, we're going to replay it. James Wiseman's 20-point performance against the Wizards. We're going to do that at 6 o'clock at the conclusion of Damon and Ratto. We got a half hour till the weekend. Uh-huh.
They're in China.
Japan.
Okay.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. Then if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
An Oral-B electric toothbrush delivers a professional, purifying, clean feeling. So if you want a round brush head inspired by dentists,
come and get it.
And if you want a brush that cleans 100% better than a regular brush for cleaner teeth and healthier gums,
What you waiting for?
Oral-B is the brand dentists worldwide use the most. So maybe it's time you...
Come and get it.
You get it. Oral-B. Brush like a pro.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, fixing a water heater. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah? So you know how to secure the skiff joint?
Yeah.
Detach the steam pump?
Takes 2 seconds.
And fasten the dew bowl to the pressure tube?
Yeah, my dad taught me how to do that.
Oh, that's interesting because I made all those things up. Look, we should just bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
That's cool. This double's the wrong size anyway.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not
Do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Curry lob. Wiseman goes up the ladder and slammed it down. 20-17 Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, a little Californication. You like this?
The beat? I don't know
Red
who
Hot
it is.
Chili Peppers.
Oh, yeah. They always had that picture up in Blondie's in Berkeley.
Yeah, I don't need to
Explain
describe
further,
it. Please.
What
What picture?
There was a poster.
Of?
Them.
Anthony Kiedis?
No, it was about 4 of them.
Flea?
Yep. Red Hot Chili Peppers. They weren't naked, but they're almost naked. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you might be right then.
Yeah, that picture. Yeah.
Anyway, they're good. I like
Stuff
them.
you can't shake.
Damon Bruce going to join us at, he says 2:48. Anybody want to bet he'll be in before then?
He prepping.
See, you got to have fun.
Yeah.
You got to have fun with the cast and crew.
After
Apparently
you just
he's not-
dismissed half of the roster,
What do you
I'm
mean?
getting a lot of love for standing up for. Remember, you're like, it's just me. You can't do that. Remember, he Dibs, and I brought up everybody. I said, those are my teammates. Yeah.
You know
what?
what?
Might have some problems.
You
later
won
on
that
other
one.
days.
You won that one.
Just tell the people you were playing. I've been texting.
Wait, about what part?
Where you said we're going to be out there, forget everybody else at the station.
No, I guess we're going to be out. Hold on.
No, but it's too late now. The damage is Hey, yeah, look at you.
Hold on.
This is where you
Not
say
it.
Guru talk.
Oh, see, I threw away the reads.
But you should know it off the top.
All right,
Yeah.
we're going to be at the Hilton.
There you go.
Monday for the 49ers-Rams game. Every show's down at the
There
Hilton.
you-
Come say hello. Shasky Bonte, 6 to 9. Dibley
Bada bing.
Willard, 9 to 12. Guru and myself, 12 to 3. And Ratto
and Damon.
There
we go.
3 to 6.
Ah,
3 to 6.
That's my teammate.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to being down there.
We're going to have fun.
If you're down there, come by and say hello. And should be fun. We had fun last time. Yeah, nice. What happened?
that was me.
Don't do that again.
Yeah.
I know you
That
like
might
it.
have been yours.
No, seriously.
You got one on record.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, you did that
Like I
during
got 25
the
minutes left.
crossover.
Don't
panic.
Steiny, I give you props. Finally wearing some. No, it's not Warriors. It's Warriors World.
Look at you. Both of us,
Let
Jack.
me tell you, I don't.
Oh, what?
No, you can't say the word I was going to say.
Oh,
on the radio.
okay.
It starts with an F. They don't like that one.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go to Roy. Roy's in San
This is
Leandro,
my guy,
and he
Steiny.
wants to go back to the Niners. What's up, Roy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey,
Going well, man.
Hey, good. Hey, look, I just wanted to get your opinion on one thing, and first I'm going to start with the 49ers. What both of you, all of the comments, everybody been calling in today are great comments, and it's been a great show. I want to tell both of you, especially you two idiots, but you're still great. I love both of you. But I wanted to say that
easy
about the 49ers, if what's his name, Garofalo get hurt, man, we gonna really be in trouble. Okay, that's number one, and Shanahan haven't paid close attention to that. Number two, in order for the 49ers to go forward and open their offense up, I still say that they need to go ahead on and they need some good guys there on that front line.
Hey, Roy. Go ahead.
The three, I just want to say this. That hit on that guy, that Miami quarterback last night, that was unnecessary. That guy didn't have to throw him to the ground like a rag doll.
Hey, Roy, real quick. Did you call Guru and myself idiots? You say you two idiots?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you mean most people think that, but you don't?
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I just wanted to get your opinion, though, of this about like what happened in that game last night outside of the 49ers stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Roy. Appreciate the call. He's still something fishy there about Roy. You got to turn your microphone on.
I'm flustered. Anytime I get called out name.
Roy, dead serious. Yeah. We talked about that hit on Tua, and it was big. I mean,
it was
violent.
It's a violent game, but
go.
Was it malicious? No. I don't think the dude knew that was going to be the end result. And some people are tweeting and texting.
Football malicious?
You got to learn how to fall. I know that sounds crazy, Tua, but
he had no chance.
Yeah.
He had no chance. Yeah. He was at the mercy of that guy.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah, I heard idiots 2650.
But I thought he was talking about something else, and that's where the 2 came.
Yeah, but there was
because he was a caller to the show. He's a fixture. He never.
Is he?
Yeah, I love his voice.
He didn't ring a bell to me.
Yeah, we'll play it. I'll play it on the way home and text you.
T-Baby. By the way, hey, T-Baby in San Francisco, you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what's up,
How
buddy?
you doing?
Okay,
what's up?
Steiny and Guru. Hey, look here, man. So I've been listening to y'all. Y'all been telling me that
pretty good, aren't we?
Shanahan has going to have a running team. So why would you trade the fastest back in the NFL, which the commentator said yesterday, and you trade her back, they average 6-7 yards a carry and can bust for 20 in Mostert? Why did we get rid of Mostert? Why we didn't pay Mostert?
They don't pay running backs. T-Baby, they don't pay running backs. Thanks for the call.
But yeah, I get what he's saying because I've asked the question.
By the way, you know who I'm not a fan of?
Who?
Da Baby.
Oh man, I've been out on him. Something's up, man. Yeah. That's fascinating. What did he do for you that you're out?
His lyrics are
that's half the genre, but something about him. I used to like him.
No.
I'm down on
bad guy. That's my sources.
Oh,
say.
okay. Yeah, I got different reasons.
So anyway,
he kissing tails too.
I can't stand it.
Is that not the worst? Grow up.
I can't stand it.
Yeah.
Were you ever with anybody famous?
Queen Latifah. Remember? I told you the story. Queen Latifah. It's Summer Jam. Dana Owens from New Jersey. I told you the story. She kissed me before she left. Said my lips reminded her of Denzel, and all my homies from the U were there. And I'm still famous.
How old? I mean,
I'm about 19. And her car came. She was leaving the Summer Jam.
Summer Jam at the Concord Pavilion.
No, at the
Mountain View.
Mountain View.
Okay.
Back in the day. Tupac, Digital Underground. Everybody was there. Anyway, I met her, and she was looking at me. No, we were outside. We were backstage in the back, VIP. So her limo came. No, I was with my crew. My boy Chris Kennedy used to date the DJ for Digital Underground, DJ Fuse. So anyway, she kept looking at me. You know, I was shy this, Donnie, but my boy Thugs, they was over there, and then they saw her talk to me. She kissed me when the car came.
On the
lips? Like, you could have went out on a day with her, dude.
On the lips?
Yeah.
Why? But had she been talking to you?
Yeah. Like 20, 30 minutes. Then I wrote her a letter. She never wrote back. Dana Owens is her real name. Can I give her government? Yeah.
Oh, you just did.
But dude, I'm a legend. Yeah, my boys saw that.
Awesome.
Yeah. I used to have gangs, Donnie. I wasn't Derek Jeter, but that wasn't too far. I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. That's where we're at now.
I mean, it must have happened fast because she just rolled and then it was over.
But I was the woman that she just grabbed me.
Can I ask you, where did you address the letter? Like, where do you even address that?
Oh, I had her information. Yeah, Steiny. Dana Owens, I'll never forget. And now I see her on TV and movies.
Now?
Yeah, it's over. She probably wouldn't remember me. But I wrote in the letter.
You look like Kevin Hart.
Yeah, no. They say
Tracy Morgan.
Hey, ain't no familiarity there. Now I'm done. Need to call David in there. Hey. Yeah, that was E hitting the bubble. Yeah.
The button.
What did I say, bubble?
Bubble.
Yeah, I'm flustered.
I know.
Yeah.
Queen Latifah.
Yeah, but if you know somebody, ask her.
If I know somebody.
She didn't even know I was going to be Guru. Damn. Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah.
Brian Baldinger thinks George Kittle should get the ball more. Back to
the reason why he's not involved, they don't call his number. I mean, if you look at these tight ends in the league that he's paid up there with, for a day, he was the highest paid tight end 2 years ago, and then Travis Kelce outdid him, and I think Darren Waller did. I mean, they call their numbers. They call plays for them, and they really don't do that. They kind of just let the play action and the plays kind of take care of themselves, but you don't see him in man coverage getting picked, and run off a double screen. And you just don't see plays designed for him. I mean, as simple as a tight end delay, tight end screens. Like, those are plays that you designed for him. They have them, but they really haven't called his number. Now, obviously, he missed the first 2 weeks, but last week you didn't see those kind of plays called.
That's your guy.
That with my thought. Great minds think alike. I've been telling you that. Give me more Kittle. That's on Kyle. Dial him up. He's a mismatch. Oh, I can't wait to see what the plan of attack Monday. Right. Baldy saying that, Steiny.
He's quicker than most tackles.
I'm trying to think what NBA coach or what offense Kyle would be running. He's got the dream team, but he's running. What's my guy in Princeton?
Pete Carrill, R.I.P.
Yeah, to the legend. That's how he would use them.
What about 1-3-1?
Yeah, that's what they would be.
He would
running.
be Boeheim.
Jimmy.
Boeheim just throws the ball out there. That's all, and he plays zone.
Hey, he's got a chip.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Melo got it.
Yeah, Melo, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Where is Melo?
He's
EDD?
He's getting blackballed again.
Oh, no. Is Melo unemployed?
I think he is unemployed.
Oh, it might be a wrap.
Warriors.
No.
They got a 15th spot open.
Didn't they have tryouts? Who was it to tryouts? Former Rookie of the Year from the Sacramento Kings. Who am I talking about? Tyreek Evans. He was there.
No. He was there for a while.
Yeah, he was
there to
himself.
work out.
Yeah. Okay.
By himself. Right?
And then this last
sure
batch.
You want to keep?
Yeah, this last batch.
Okay.
John Dickinson and I talked about it. It was.
Who's?
You were gone.
This is always.
Yeah.
This
who was
is
there?
always.
You know who was there?
Yeah, this
Help
is
me
the
out,
difference between being a professional and winning a contest.
Now listen to you. that flattery.
See, you can't be bringing it up if you know you don't have the nuts and bolts.
Ben McLemore. Damn it. You hate I came
I'm
up
ready
with
to
the name.
say he was not Rookie of the Year.
Tyreek Evans was Rookie of the Year.
McLemore.
I said Tyreek Evans.
I know you did.
So what are you saying, bro? You bringing it
Then
up?
you said Ben McLemore.
He also worked out with Kenneth Fareed, man.
Right, but he didn't win.
Right, and I didn't say it. I said Tyreek Evans.
I didn't say you said it. I said I misunderstood.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say that. Did you say that?
Yes.
All right.
I said, I thought you meant McLemore.
No, please, he ain't won nothing.
Well, how am I supposed to know that the one thing you said today you were right on?
Because I'm at 11 on my list.
11.
Yeah.
Want to hear some more sound?
Yeah.
How about...
Especially the sound that backs me up, like Baldy want more Kittle.
Dude, that's a tough take. That's a tough take. Let me guess you... Should we see a little more of Deebo Samuel? What do you think about Ayuk? A little more from Ayuk?
I've been telling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got
hey, you know what? We should do a show on whether we should let Jimmy cook or not.
That sounds
sickening.
Like somebody I know.
Sickening. Steve Young, he was pretty good.
The trust between head coach Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo has never been what it needed to be.
Yeah.
How do I gain trust? Because how did he try to manage the situation? I managed with a great, innovative running game.
Yeah,
it's really one best in the league.
Exactly. Yes.
They don't have the runner now.
Yes.
They've got people hurt. So there's no way to not expose this lack of trust. It has to come out now, and they have to see if they can work it out.
Think they can work it out?
How about through 3 weeks? What do you think about I think it's done, Steiny. They can, if you can pull this off, Kyle. Hey, I'll back up and say, wow. But man,
and there it is. You said they're done. I think it's done.
No, the relationship.
But they're still going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, the relationship, not the season. Because you'd be a fool to say the season's done 3 weeks in, right?
I guess you would.
Yeah.
So, where's Damon?
I told you the 248 had me thinking he was busy. Maybe he's listening to us on the way in.
Wow, dude. And he doesn't want to come?
Yeah. Because we got some Steiny at the Improv.
Of all the scenarios, let me tell you what isn't.
We're going to get stood up.
Let me tell you what isn't in the cards. Damon not showing up.
Stay tuned.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude. He's got two sons, right? Jack and
Ozzy.
Yep. He likes those two and coming in.
There you
248.
go. All right.
Give me a prediction.
I was saving it for Monday, but I'm going to give it to you now, sending you guys off on the weekend.
Oh, that's right. We can wait.
Yeah, okay. Look at you, boy.
That's right. I forgot. But then we don't have anything to
Warriors
talk
got
about.
another game.
I still have stuff on my list. Are you worried that Klay Thompson not ready? Not ready.
Now, that was odd.
Not really.
Yeah, not ready.
I want to. Can I get you worried about that?
No, not at all.
No Iguodala either.
I'm not going to be. And water is wet. How many games what would you set the over-under on games played for him? Honestly, not being no material. Give it to me, Steiner, before we get out of here.
31.
I'd take the over. This is last one.
Was that number of tee times?
Wow, that's pretty good. He's turning into your boy in Miami.
Dan Levitard?
No, the player. What's my boy?
Udonis Haslem?
It said he's coming back and had the nerve to have a uniform on at media day. Come on, man. Steiny, I love him. He's Miami all the way through, but come on, man. You taking a roster spot
What's interesting
from
about
somebody
Iguodala,
else.
and I'm starting to think, like he I don't want to put this. He can stand on his own 2 feet as a
he's
player.
a legend.
You know, I mean, he's finals MVP, this, that, the other thing. Like, don't you think he kind of just a little bows down to Steph a little too much? It's a little uncomfortable. That's a little uncomfortable.
He left and came back.
Who?
Iggy. Went to Miami,
but
came back.
I mean, like, if you're a big brother to
D's
Steph.
in here, y'all. Yeah.
I know, 248.
But the people didn't know.
I don't know. He could, like, I don't know.
You know, it's about
He's trying to ride Steph's coattails, like at the very end, it feels like.
You know, it's about to be basketball season because Steinmetz is worrying about Steph Curry. Of all the Golden State Warriors to worry about, Matt Steinmetz only worries about one. When does the pocket full of magic dust run out on Steph Curry?
What year are
He's
we
counting
in on
down
that?
the days. He can't wait for that
I
guy to
think
go
we're year
belly
5,
up. He hates Steph Curry. That's why you're never going to go to the range with him. He's never inviting you to the range.
I wouldn't
He
go
heard
with
all
him,
that.
punk.
Look at you.
Hi, guys.
The best thing to happen to my.
Hi.
To a gate. We need to
There's
hear
nothing
from
to
this
talk
thing.
about.
I'm kind of with Dave.
Is he at fault some too, though, D?
No.
Coming off the field Sunday saying it was your back when we all could see it was your head.
Do we know he said it was his back?
He said it was his back, Steiny.
When?
He said it was his back locked up on him after the game. That's what
he did. Media?
Yeah, Tua said his back. He was a part of it. I'm not saying he deserved it, but D, I'm saying he's
Let me
playing
share
for
with you the single most
contract,
important
and people saying Tua can't stay healthy. I get why you got up.
Here's the default setting of the NFL. Are you ready? I'm going to teach you this. You can take this with you for the rest of your life, and it will get you through questions about player safety for the rest of your broadcasting career.
Waiting.
The player plays. That's all you need to know. It's the NFL. The player plays.
You don't like it, don't watch.
No, it ain't. I'm not outraged.
You're going to watch. You know why?
But they're faking it like it's different. It's a different era.
Hey, if we can find an element of negligence or doctored protocol information from the Miami Dolphins, heads should roll. The team should be forced to sell. Everything needs to go away with the Miami Dolphins if they falsified information to get him back out on the field.
My question
if
to
he
that,
passed protocols, the player plays. And I'm going to tell you right now, if he passes protocols, by their kickoff of their next game, Tua's starting, honey. That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Who flew on the team plane back, and by all the reports,
by the
is
way,
at the house chilling.
But here's the thing.
Listening to us on the Odyssey app.
He went to one of the premier trauma centers in the United States. They sent him home inside of 3 hours. Right. He's fine. He's fine.
That's amazing.
He's fine.
So we want blood, allegedly. Oh, somebody's going to pay. Nobody's going to pay for it.
No one's going to pay for anything except more tickets to watch football games.
You asked me, was I going to stop? Hell no.
Exactly. But and that's the thing. You want to rant and rave about how it's awful and there's an injustice
you're missing,
and the league is this and that and Goodell, you're going to watch.
Damon,
so no complaining if you still watch.
No, I'm not complaining, but the story has it like Tua was done wrong. He's a grown-ass man.
Okay, so that's a story. Who's telling the story? Does anyone who knows what they're actually talking about telling this story? No. Or do we have a million Twitter neurologists who don't even have high school diplomas telling this story?
That's where we're at. But for you to say, oh, this needs to be investigated, or they tell us something you ain't got to investigate crap. We seen what happened Sunday against Buffalo. Well, it was his head. He buckled.
The players get woozy all the time.
No, I get all that. I'm not fighting that.
Yeah.
Tua is part of it. So nobody's going to pay. That's my point. The doctors, you saying, oh, there's going to be an investigation if they got to sell. He was a part of it.
Well, the player plays.
There it is.
The player wants to play. It's how he justifies his value. The player play. You can have a broken femur.
Not against
be like, Coach, I can play.
Right. I'm just telling you, Tua, if somebody fall, he ain't going nowhere. He went along with it. Well, and it started Sunday when he said it was my back, not my head.
Well, maybe he was concussed at the time he said that.
If an independent neurologist, a third-party neurologist, cleared him, which by definition of following protocol, that had to have happened.
Yeah.
What are we here to talk about? Am I supposed to pretend I know more about neuroscience than the Miami Dolphins neurologist?
So you're reading what I'm reading with the fake neurosurgeons on Twitter. It's like, even the TV, what are we doing? He was cleared.
What this is outrage du jour.
Okay.
That's all it is. This is your daily outrage. Tomorrow it'll be over Naomi Osaka's press conference.
Today, no doubt.
Next day it'll be about
Little
something
Duval,
else. Everyone's being done wrong. Everyone's a victim. Yeah. Everyone is gone
fake
soft.
Acted mad about today. That was his
bunch
thing.
Of punks, Steinmetz. Yeah. How you guys going to do? How's this weekend going?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Monday's show.
Yeah. Are you going to? We're going to see each other down at the hotel.
Oh, yeah. Look at him.
Are you guys going to stick? You going to the game? You stick around, go to the game. Nice.
You?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Probably. I don't see why not.
Well, you're getting ready to come down my road. Go ahead.
What are you talking about?
You looked at me like you wanted to follow up and say something.
About what?
I don't know. I think it was Tua.
I like how.
I'm done.
I like how he.
You put on a performance.
It's a hell of a week
lifetime
for me. I'm just gonna.
You went improv today.
We'll see you guys.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah. We call it the walk off.
I'm serious.
It's Super Start Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Super Start batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Super Start batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When you have trouble sleeping, it's tough. When kids have trouble sleeping...
Mom, I can't sleep. Dad, just one more story?
For nights like this, try Vicks Pure Z's Kids. Our great-tasting gummies are specially formulated for kids with a unique blend of botanicals and a low dose of melatonin to support their natural sleep cycle. Best of all, they're drug-free and non-habit forming. Help your child fall asleep naturally with Pure Z's Kids Gummies. Consult with a doctor before use. For ages 4 and up.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
Converts Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with the touchdown grab in San Francisco. Scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Oh, hi. Hey, let's start the show 3 minutes early. You should tell the host when you're doing that. I haven't even sat down yet. Hello, everybody. Are you ready to go? I feel like we got concussed. What the hell happened here, Ray?
Well, I started it early because I thought we could move the clock back and I'd get it at 5:51.
We're totally out of here at 5:51. We've given our time. Hi, everyone.
Oh, I'm holding you to that.
No, you're not.
Oh, watch me.
We got an awful lot to get into today. A Fade the Public Friday. We'll tell you what that means a little bit later on. If you're a gambler, you kind of already knows what it means. We got to start, Ray, though, with what everybody's talking about. And rightfully so, because it was a frightening sight for sure. Tua going down last night. I'm going to tell you right now, let's say that was the first football game he'd ever played in his life. The violent hit that he took last night was enough to do what you saw done to Tua. He got whipped down to the turf in a way that is as violent as a quarterback's head can be bounced off a field. It was terrible to see him laying there, essentially completely knocked out, throwing up gang signs right in front of his face mask because
the fencing position
fingers. Well, that's not even the fencing position.
No, but
I mean, that's I know it's a form of it. Yes.
Yeah.
But the fencing position is normally that straight arm that you get, but that was a crimping of the fingers that was just something else. And man, it was frightening. I mean, I watch football all the time. I hadn't quite seen anyone lay on the turf like that, in that position. I don't think maybe ever. But and I was saying this to Steiny and Guru, Ray, during our little face-off, is that, if anyone involved in the Dolphins did anything that can be construed as nefarious or doctoring evidence of a protocol or any shortcuts around what would have been normal testing to make sure he's just back on the field, well, it should cost players and coaches and doctors and maybe even the owner of the Miami Dolphins all of their jobs. I mean, it is, if there is something that is nefarious, if they followed protocol, there is literally nothing to see here, folks. Football's a violent sport. People get hurt all the time. They take millions of dollars and reach the agreement that they're going to live shorter lives to play this game. Every football player understands implicitly how dangerous this sport is. You don't need to ever explain to a football player how dangerous any of this is. They know it. If they followed protocol to the letter, as crude as this sounds, there is nothing to discuss. I was into a back and forth with our very own program director, Matt Nahagian, last night on Twitter. He said, "This is heartbreaking." I said, "Heartbreaking? This is heartbreaking?" He was discharged from the hospital in under 3 hours. He flew home with the team. People are acting like his skull got separated from his vertebrae last night. It is amazing how few people who watch football and how few people who cover this league are really cut out for a world of covering football and watching football. Like, some of you should seriously tap out after bowling ends. Some of you should wait until ice dancing comes around in the Olympics, because maybe football isn't for you. Maybe football isn't for you. This is a brutal sport. And I'm guessing that Tua was completely cleared by an independent neurologist that works for Tua. Not the NFL, not the Dolphins. He was monitored in practice all week. And if all of that happened, and Ray, they've agreed on protocols, you gotta follow the protocols. And if he passed them, he passed them. And when a player passes protocols, the player plays. That's how it works.
The question, though, is whether the protocols are stringent enough.
Well,
I mean, because I am not qualified to make a judgment on, whether they followed the letter of the law. But if 4 days after concussion, you're allowed to play again, and neurologists are saying that's not a good idea, I would tend to want to say, well, then maybe the protocols need to get tightened.
Okay. What neurologist said that?
What?
The Twitter neurologist?
No, I don't read Twitter neurologists.
Who said that?
Neurologists have said on a number of occasions that 5 days is not enough after a concussion to play any violent sport. I mean, that's hockey, that's, you name it. Concussion, you're supposed to be down and for more than 4 days. I've heard anything from a week to 10 days to 2 weeks.
Then the NFLPA probably should have considered that before they agreed to take the money for Thursday Night Football, correct?
Well, the NFLPA didn't agree to Thursday Night Football because they don't get control over when games are scheduled.
They negotiated that 17th game, right?
The 17th game, but they didn't negotiate when those games are played. They never had a say about playing Thursday night games, or for that matter, when Monday Night Football was introduced. That's a league-only decision. What I'm suggesting is the protocols are are too lax when you have a concussion 4 days before.
Okay. Let me say I'll agree with you just to agree with you here, because I really don't know when the magic universally agreed upon days after concussion you must be past the moment of trauma in order to clear anybody. But I'm guessing the neurologist that cleared Tua did, right? Like, whatever tests he took came back, you passed them enough to where they weren't worried about a concussion. I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, if you're saying we need to rethink all protocols, well, I'd be surprised on that, because here in 2020, I would assume that every single thing is state-of-the-art all the way around when it comes to NFL medicine. So shame on them if it's not, and that's certainly on them if it isn't. But when you have an entire group of doctors saying it's time to go, players go. That's how it is. That's just how this sport is. And if you don't like that, stay away from the sport. You know what a group of neurologists would probably tell you if you got them together? Don't play football. I mean, that's what any realistic group of neurologists would tell you. Their official professional advice would have to be cease and desist playing this ultra-violent game, which turns heads into jelly. That's what all neurologists would eventually say. So if we're going by best medical advice would say, scrub this sport from the face of the earth.
But there are gradations here. I mean, you can take the extreme. Well, then don't play football or don't have any. Don't worry about it. There are places in the middle where you can find a sweeter spot than what we got Sunday and then last night. I mean, it's not an all or nothing. It's not a zero-sum game here. It's that soon after a concussion seems to me, premature. And it's not like, Mike McDaniel was forced to play him. I mean, there are, I think as a result of this, you're probably going to see an increased amount of care taken, because I think after about 5 years ago, when it was significantly stricter, I think more and more you're starting to see those standards loosen. And I think this is an example where you go, you know what? This was too much. Now, whatever is negotiated,
that's going to be in the next negotiation. We don't have time to stop an NFL season.
No, I didn't say stop an NFL season
and reconsider any and all protocols.
But you can do that. Basically by the NFL says they're investigating this. So what are they investigating? Whether they, whether the Dolphins obeyed the letter of the law, or whether the letter of the law needs to be changed. And that's not, if you're going to do it, with greater safety of the players in mind, you can easily bring the union in and just go, here's what we're thinking, but we've got to fast track this. I mean, it would be a sign that they're willing to work together, because it doesn't always have to be contentious. This one looks,
but
one looks egregious.
So I'm going to say this though: is it egregious, or does it just look egregious? Because optics sometimes lie. And what if I told you that last Sunday, as much as everyone's saying, oh, he absolutely had a concussion that last Sunday, what if he didn't? And I'm going to tell you that what happened to him in Cincinnati is enough to give anybody a concussion. But he goes to one of the premier head trauma centers in the United States, and they say, go home. Within 3 hours, he's out of the hospital. Go home. You can fly home with your team. You're fine. I mean, not fine, but you're a lot closer to fine than you need to be kept overnight for observation. So that is literally the doctors who couldn't give a rip about the NFL because they're on duty the night that the Bengals are playing on a Thursday. So obviously they chose to work that night. And they evaluated Tua as you can go home now, which means everyone needs to calm the hell down. These doctors know so much more about it than you do. So much more about it than I do. Somebody says here, Damon's lack of empathy for human welfare is so unpleasant to listen to. The lack of empathy for human welfare is on full display every single Sunday. Human welfare can't be found on a football field. What do you think it is we're doing here? If you can't compartmentalize your outrage, you need to pick up another hobby. I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. Football's dangerous. Football's dangerous. And technically, the Miami Dolphins probably aren't any more responsible for Tua being hurt than the 49ers were responsible for Trey Lance's ankle getting broken. Football's dangerous. That's why guys get compensated huge dollars to do this and entertain us. It's a savage sport. It's a savage sport. If there's an agreed to set of protocols that they stuck to, there's nothing to see here. If you can tell me there's something else going on, then absolutely. Lawyers and ambulances and sirens should be blaring at the Miami Dolphins. But until you can tell me that they did something nefarious to cover up evidence so a player could play, this is football, folks. This is the NFL. This is the sport that you claim to love. The minute it gets a little dicey, you can't turn your back on it. So we got an awful lot to get into today, including the fact that we got ourselves a Monday Night Football game. By the way, people are explaining brain injuries to me. How many of you had a stroke? I understand brain injuries a lot. I know more about brain injuries than I ever thought I would, based on what I went through. And I know about echoes. I know what happens on a Monday sometimes doesn't show up until Wednesday. The NFL and their neurologists, they know all that too. But the show goes on. And if you don't like that, it's time to watch another show. James Wiseman put on a show in Japan. I like that. I'll tell you who definitely took the money to put on the show, Richard Sherman. We're going to talk about that today. We got a ton to get into. Cam Inman's going to join us at 4:45. It's a Fade the Public Friday. Open lines right now. You want to talk to it? You want to talk about what you saw last night? Get on in. 888-957-9570. Let's go. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
The Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace, October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the action of bronc and bucks, bareback riding, stair wrestling, bull riding, and more. Get your tickets for the Grand National Rodeo at the Cow Palace today at cowpalace.com.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, read me the manual.
Using a Phillips screwdriver, drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
What was that?
Drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
This sounds like another language to me.
Okay, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
Maybe. What's next?
Next, pony ostium pronus and terra.
Was that one Latin?
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
This feels good! Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. Woo! So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Damon and... Let me turn my mic on. I got myself, Ray. I'm turning it into you.
Blow your brains out then.
Well, we're talking an awful lot about brains today, so this is just a show to do it. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. It's a top-ranked, #1 rated by you and your reviews. BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Find out why for yourself at BMWFairfield.com today. Damon and Ratto, and we are on Twitch or on YouTube. You can watch us there. Hello, YouTubers today. I hope you're all doing very, very well. Somebody says here, hey, can we move Damon to nights? Because, just listening to him, I don't know if I can anymore. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me explain how this works. The minute I'm at an afternoon drive, everybody's going home. Everybody's going home. I keep the lights on around here, so I need to be an afternoon drive. Sorry, I can't go anywhere. It's just how it is. It's the business model. 95.7 The Game. We sell Damon Bruce and the Warriors. That should be what they put on business cards for salespeople when they go on out. And then in tiny, tiny little things. Ray's also here too.
Nah, keep my name out of it.
Your pride, your professional pride is why we love having you here.
Well, first of all, you lost me at professional.
There you go. We have Cam Inman. There's a professional. He's going to join us today at 4:45. We're going to fade the public because what do the public know? Nothing. It's a good way to go about gambling. And so we are going to do our first official. We're going to track it all season long and come up with an official record. But unlike any other gambling segment, it's not going to have anything to do with what I believe or what Ray believes. All we're going to do is fade the public. We'll explain it all a little bit later on. We got ourselves a fantastic show today. Like I said, Cam Inman's joining us. We got callers joining us in just a moment. We have sound from 49ers. I guess Jimmy Garoppolo's down there talking right now. Okay, I'm wondering what Jimmy has to say about the Rams coming into town on Monday Night Football. And Ray, we're going to be down covering Monday Night Football in person. So get ready to drive further south than you've probably ever been in your life to get them. It's basically the Levi Stadium is in is it Tijuana?
Temecula.
Okay. Mike McDaniel. Boy, the bloom's off that rose, right? I mean, he was everybody's darling 3 weeks in a row there, and now he is the Grim Reaper of quarterbacking, right? Well, here's what Mike McDaniel, no S, said last night reacting to Tua's injury.
That was an emotional moment. That is not part of the deal that anyone signs up for, even though you know it's a possibility in football to have something that you have to get taken off on a stretcher. As all of his teammates, myself, we were all very concerned. So the best news that we could get is that everything is checked out, that he didn't have anything more serious than a concussion. He'll be flying back with us here on the plane.
And maybe right there, he sort of tipped the hand of where the NFL needs to reconsider things right here. He said he didn't have anything more serious than a concussion. Well, a concussion is serious and should be treated as such. That's why the NFL and the NFLPA, over the course of a lot of lawyers and a lot of doctors, agreed to NFL concussion protocols, which obviously Tua was able to pass in the Bills game enough to be reinserted into that game. And then throughout the week leading up to, and it wasn't even a week, somebody said, what was it, like 100 and something hours in between games? And maybe that's not enough. Well, obviously it's enough according to the standards of the agreed upon concussion protocols. If you can find me any evidence that we are tinkering with those protocols that the Dolphins did, and some people here weighing in on the Comcast Business text line, seem not to understand when they say, doctors know how to get a player past a test. And NFL teams who employ these doctors have them on their payroll. Therefore, who is the doctor really working for? You are absolutely right. That's why every single element of concussion protocol clearance comes with a review of an independent neurologist who works for neither the team nor the player. Not the league, not the team. So the element of an independent neurologist having cleared Tua to play is really all Mike McDaniel needs to know. There isn't a single coach in sports who doesn't play the player once the player is cleared to play. So trying to turn him into a bad guy, I think, is a fool's errand. Someone here says, Damon, I meant that players know how to pass that test. Well, baseline agreed upon protocols means that's part of what they agreed to. I don't know what to tell you. And at that time, if that's what's happening, then the player has no one to blame but himself. Looking after yourself is a part of protecting yourself. So I would hope that Tua is smart enough to do that, given his injury histories that have very much been serious at times in the past. So, everyone loves to play the blame game. And they love to do it after the fact. Only one guy that I saw on Twitter can say, I was at this topic before the topic came up in this Bengals game. And that is Chris Nowinski. Apparently, he hopped on The Score in Chicago this morning. In case you don't know who Chris Nowinski is, he's a former WWE wrestler who had his career cut short due to head injuries. So then he went on to earn his PhD in behavioral neuroscience, and he co-founded the Concussion Legacy Foundation for the Boston University CTE Center. So, he has turned himself from a tag team partner into an expert in this field. Impressive, right? That's pretty impressive. Well, before Thursday Night Football even kicked off, he tweeted, if Tua takes the field tonight, it's a massive step back for concussion care in the NFL. If he has a second concussion that destroys his season or career, everyone involved will be sued and should lose their jobs, coaches included. We all saw it. Even they must know this isn't right. Does he have a point? Here he was today on 670, The Score in Chicago.
Tua showed 5 unique signs of a concussion on that hit on Sunday, where he grabbed his helmet. He took bad steps when he got up. He shook off the cobwebs, which is a very specific sign of concussion and visual problems. Then he fell, and then his teammates had to hold him up so he wouldn't fall again. The protocol is supposed to be there. The doctor's supposed to look at the video, and I do not know how a doctor looks at that video and doesn't say, oh, that's definitely concussion, no matter what the player tells them. After they retire, players are very honest about how much they lie and try to distract doctors because they're in the heat of the moment. They just had a brain injury. They're not thinking straight. They can't feel the brain injury, and the doctor's job is to stop them. And the fact that the doctors not only didn't stop them to put them back in the game, but then nobody forced them to sober up on Monday or Tuesday and say, oh, God, that was a concussion. We're putting him in the protocol. He shouldn't play Thursday. That's a failure by the NFL. That's a failure by the leadership. The idea that there was an investigation they didn't finish before he had to play on Thursday is absurd. And so, they literally risked the guy's life, played Russian roulette with his future. And the reason I tweeted that before the game was simply because I saw the NFL promoting the game, which means they're promoting Tua versus Joe. And they're complicit in this. They were trying to make money, knowing that a guy was going out there with a concussion too soon.
Is he right? He sounds like he knows an awful lot of those telltale signs, and Tua was showing them. But obviously, the doctors who were examining Tua reached a different conclusion after the telltale signs. Somebody says here, independent neurologists are not infallible. Well, here's the thing. I can never offer you perfect. No one can. No element of medicine, no element of football ever offers safe or perfect. It does not exist. It says people are immune to influence. They're human. What is the history in this league in such situations? Athletes need to be protected from themselves. Middle ground, Damon, common sense, things you don't employ very much. No, I've got more common sense to this situation than I think a lot of people who are looking at it. Rules have been agreed to by people who's got skin in the game. Not us sitting on our couch. Not us sitting on the NFLPA, which claims to care so much about Tua today, agreed to all the standards and practices which needed to be cleared to have him back out there. If you can show me any sort of corruption in this independent neurologist, then we got a massive problem. Lawyers by the dozens should be standing outside the Dolphins headquarters right now. But until then, what do you got other than the agreed to terms of concussion protocols were followed? He passed them, and when he passed them, the player plays. Well, they shouldn't have. Okay, so when is enough? If the brain is such a mystery, wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a paradox, who's saying 2 weeks is enough? Who's saying 3 weeks is enough? The hit that he took in that Cincinnati game could have come in week 1 next year. He would have been in probably as much trouble after that hit as he was last night. That was a brutal, brutal takedown. His entire body was turned into a whiplash.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. John Harbaugh, coach in Baltimore, was asked about this today and said that, their protocols aside, their rule of thumb is they're not sure they hold him out. And maybe that's where this should be going, rather than as a negotiated settlement. And maybe maybe the issue here is not that the Dolphins are exonerated because they followed the letter of the law. Maybe they follow the letter of the law and they just say, no, you know what? We're going to err on the side of safety because we're not sure that what happened Sunday didn't meet the level of a concussion. And, and the fact that, Tagovailoa, never held his back or his ankle when he said, I hurt my back and ankle. That to me is an indication of somebody who's basically lying to the doctor or lying to his coaches because he doesn't want to go out. And I think at some point there has to be a greater sense of care for, overriding the player when you're not sure. Because I think the issue here is not necessarily that the Dolphins tried to pull a fast one. It's that they weren't as careful as they should have been aside from the protocols. Because that's where I sit on this. Because I don't know.
You're asking an NFL team to go above and beyond the agreed upon protocols to disqualify a starting quarterback from playing in a game.
Yes, I am. And I realize that's naive.
I was about to say, how was your trip to Fantasyland this morning? But that leads us to the other thing is, do you trust a team to be able to make that judgment soberly? I don't, because their history, not just of the Dolphins, but of every team is, figure out a way to get them to play. And I think when it comes to brain injury questions, that shouldn't be the standard. And I don't know how that gets enforced if the players' union isn't going to be a lot more aggressive on this, because they've never been. I mean, we can both agree that the players' union is among the weakest in all of sports because they always play for the short money. Absolutely.
And when I say short money, I mean money. But at some point, there has to be somebody looking out for the player because the league's not going to do it. The league's never done it. When in doubt, the league is not going to do it.
Well, it's got to be that independent neurologist.
Well,
and if the independent neurologist came on in there and said, to the best of my ability, I can tell you that this man does not have a concussion, what are the Miami Dolphins supposed to do then? Say we're just starting Teddy Bridgewater out of an abundance of caution? It doesn't happen.
I know it doesn't happen. What I'm saying is, if you don't want to see what you saw Thursday night,
don't watch football.
Or, in the alternative, teams have to just go against their own self-interest every now and then to save the investment, which sounds cynical, but that's where they understand it.
Well, and I do think that the Miami Dolphins are looking at Tua at all times as much as an investment as a human being, and these teams protect their investments greatly. They really do. They want to. So there's only one thing that I can tell you that the Dolphins did that seems a little, all right, let's investigate this. Let's before we damn the Miami Dolphins to hell, let's have an actual investigation. What was the week like with Tua? How many people were actually with eyeballs on him? That, the other thing. The most damning circumstantial evidence I have about this, though, Ray, is that last night, the Dolphins might have known that they were pushing Tua into a bad spot because they activated and dressed Skylar Thompson, their third-string quarterback. And it is incredibly rare for a team to dress three quarterbacks on game day. So to me, that would be my green light into, well, let's look at what really happened, because that is a little odd.
No, that is odd. And I think that's part of the circumstantial evidence. And I use the word evidence advisedly, that you have to say, well, if you thought he was fine or fine enough to go, why did you do this unusual thing? And given the history of NFL teams and injury, I think a league investigation of a team, I think we know where this is going to go. if it's not a full-on whitewash, it'll be a gray wash.
It's got to be the NFLPA sending in investigators. It's the only way you get to anything. It can't be a team. You can't investigate yourself, obviously.
No, I mean, that's the other thing. But, we still know remarkably little about this. And the league has not been terribly transparent on it anyway, even though their doctor said this investigation will be completely transparent. Well, that'll be the first time in NFL history that anything is completely transparent. They don't do transparent.
Somebody says here, Damon, do you think Tua had a concussion on Sunday? It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the doctor who examined Tua in the blue tent on the sideline and at halftime thought. And if he says he doesn't have a concussion, then who am I to say he does? Who am I to say he does? Did he look woozy? Yes. I have been rendered woozy in a high school football game. I didn't even come out of the huddle. And that's not any testament to my bravado or masculinity or anything. Like, football makes you a little woozy, makes your legs bow a little bit every now and then. It's rough. It's a rough sport, especially when you take it all the way to the NFL. I sincerely hope Tua did not have a concussion in that game on Sunday. And if he did, again, the evidence, his tests, what he took, the protocols that were cleared, they have to document all of it. Let's go through all the documentation. Was there anything that did not cross the T's or dot the I's? This is Ren in San Bruno. Ren, thank you very much. You're on 95.7 The Game.
D. Bruce, ex-mission of the nation, Double R. Hey, I think we have to bring up the issue of, this is some Islander on Islander crime. Samoans and Tongans, they don't get along with each other. I think that was an excessive force play. And, I think Tua's done. I think, even if he does come back, it's going to be like what Malone said. If Magic came back, he's not going to play as hard. I mean, come on now. And, last week, he looked like Tyson against after Lennox Lewis, you know what I mean, in the ring. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I mean, this exposes the organization for shady. We all saw what a douche the owner was in the off season, and that goes from the top all the way down. And now justice is served, just like the Phoenix owner. What's happening to him? Because I've heard he was a scumbag all these years. So, anyways, and what's the deal with that new owner of the new coach of Miami? He used to be married to J-Lo, right? All right, guys,
I have no idea.
I don't know about
I think we could probably let that one sail.
If Mike McDaniel used to be married to J-Lo, it's just another guy who got there before Ben Affleck, right?
Well, that's a little mean-spirited.
Well, there's been this. It's not mean-spirited as much as it would be factual.
No, I mean, you can't conflate Stephen Ross urging Brian Flores to tank games with Robert Sarver, with you can lump it in under owner misconduct, but I don't know that you can draw a line that eventually gets to Stephen Ross on this yet. And you probably won't be able to. This sounds like...
Look at it this way. Stephen Ross, more than anyone else in the world, can claim this isn't my fault because he's the one guy in the world I know who's not been around the Miami Dolphins. He's forbidden to be there, so he's definitely exonerated, right?
Well,
isn't that
sure,
nuts?
if you want to believe that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, no, I just, not every conspiracy has a million tendrils. And we don't even know if this is a conspiracy. All we know is that Tua Tagovailoa got hurt on Sunday. They brought him back. He got hurt worse on Thursday night. There is some suspicion that the first injury was concussion related. There doesn't seem to be much doubt that the second one is a concussion. And all the gaps in between there are what the NFL is allegedly going to investigate. And good luck with that.
888-957-9570. Again, a lot of people are texting, but if you really want to weigh in, we got phone lines for you. I'll tell you who let me down last night, who I think let his reputation down, but as I said quoting Upton Sinclair in the moment, it's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on him not understanding it. I thought Richard Sherman totally dropped the ball on that halftime show and even in the postgame show where, he was as on the record as any football player about the dangers of Thursday night football. And then, of course, he took Jeff Bezos' huge check to sit on the dais on Thursday Night Football. I thought anything you might say about Thursday Night Football, anything you might say about Tua, all of that vanished right into the back of his bank account, apparently. I was a little surprised by that. This man was a huge sounding board for player safety when he was a player. He denounced Thursday Night Football louder than anybody 6 years ago when it became a thing. And he just clammed up and basically said nothing that entire time. You got, what was it, Tony Gonzalez is there saying just oh, what a shame, what a shame. They could have talked about it in a way that might have even bordered on interesting. But no, they just passed the buck. They were like, Carissa Thompson, you go ahead, you read that teleprompter, we're going to basically lay out.
No,
it's cowardly.
Well, it's cowardly, but it's also standard operating procedure. You don't rip the game that's paying you to do that. I mean, nobody's ever been a guy the last guy who took on the people who were paying him was Gary McCord at the Masters. That's a long time ago.
Not been allowed back to the Masters.
No, he hasn't.
By the way, we are just underway here. We had basketball at 3 a.m., and let me tell you right now, the rumor, if he becomes a fact, you can look out, NBA, because this season might already be over. Hello, James Wiseman. We're going to talk about that and plenty of Week 4, which is still coming up here. Cam Inman at 4:45 this afternoon. We're fading the public on a Friday. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
I'm Erin Hawksworth, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Kansas football program is back. After years of futility, the Jayhawks have started 4-0 and welcome Iowa State to Lawrence this weekend. But the BetQL model thinks the good times finally end here for Kansas. BetQL has Iowa State -3 as a 4-star best bet. They think the Cyclones should be double-digit favorites. I'm Erin Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payment payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 2-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome. Very good to have you here. It is a gorgeous Friday outside, so hopefully you got some nice plans this weekend. Not the greatest slate of college football games. Some very interesting Week 4 NFL games for sure, and then, of course, Week 4 ends at Levi's Stadium. We will be there. Looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've been to a football game. 3 years. 2 years. It all fades into funny, weird COVID times. You want to talk about an abundance of caution? The 2 kids at home made me just sit out all the dances. My wife was like, "Do you have to go?" I'm like, "All right, I got it." So there you go.
Is she going to play that on Monday?
Oh, no, she doesn't care about me anymore. No. Here's the thing. Both the kids had COVID, tested positive. The only evidence that they had COVID was the positive test. They were fine. Like, did it affect kids? The answer is globally, I don't know. In my house, not mine. That's all I know.
Not so far. And let's keep a good thought.
Yeah. But I'm looking forward to getting down there, even though it's way the hell down there. Good God.
Can't even tell you how far away Levi Stadium is from San Francisco, California. It's like going to Wyoming.
It depends on what freeway you're going.
Yeah, it's just, but God. So, all right. So I plan on leaving, 10 a.m. Monday morning. Should get me down there about 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be good to be back there. I have not been to a Niners game in a long time. Go up to the press box, shake some hands, kiss some babies, look at a few people funny, because there's some people worth looking at funny at in that press box, that's for sure.
Then making friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Damon, your caller was saying that Mike McDaniel looks a lot like Mark Anthony, the singer who married J-Lo. I got to tell you, I'd never even thought of that, but now I feel stupid for not picking up the caller's reference, because you are right. He does look a little bit like Mark Anthony. Mike McDaniel does. He does. He really does. Looks nothing like Ben Affleck. So, okay, now I get that reference. Thank you very much for catching me up on it. Sometimes you got to catch me up. Again, stroke, brain injury, that's what we're talking about. We have good news about NFL concussion concerns. Do you want to hear the good news? You know what I found out when I was looking at all this today? I know, Ray, you didn't watch much of Hard Knocks. I think most people saw them. But any training camp footage, did you see that there were players who were essentially wearing like dome throw pillows on top of their helmets?
Yeah.
So those are called Guardian caps.
Of course they are.
Guardian caps. Well, the Guardian cap apparently was a smashing success. Concussions among NFL players mandated to wear Guardian cap equipment dropped more than 50% this summer compared to previous 3-year average, according to data that the NFL released. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen, tight ends, linebackers were all mandated to wear Guardian caps during practice through the start of training camp until the second preseason game. Then after second preseason game, apparently they're like, all right, well, you got to get a little iron sharpens iron, so we're going to take these off if you want to. The vast majority of players, even though they were no longer required to wear those Guardian caps, kept them on. And they had very good feedback. So let me ask you, would you like to see those on Sunday? Would you like to see those on Sunday? Would you like to see Guardian caps on offensive and defensive linemen, linebackers and tight ends, probably safeties too, on Sunday?
If the NFL is to be believed, and I always put an asterisk there, and those actually did help, yes. I don't care if it makes them look like the Great Gazoo.
They do look.
Heads matter.
They look weird. They look weird. But hey, if they think they've got something to help solve what feels like an unsolvable issue in a game that is as violent as football is, maybe that's a direction they start looking at this offseason. Because again, this season is underway. Ray, you've frequently said there's no rethinking the game plan, rethinking your roster, really, once the season gets underway. You are in season. These things happen in the offseason. So maybe that's something to be considered going forward, since everyone cares so much about concussions today. I can also promise you this, that unless a player for a team that you root for gets concussed over this weekend, 3 weeks from now, you won't give a rip about this anymore. You won't. This is outrage du jour. I am an outrage du jour detector. I'm like a truffle pig. I can sniff this out anywhere. And the amount of this is what we're mad at today, you'll be mad at the NFL for something tomorrow. And then you'll be mad at the NFL for something the day after that. And then it'll go from, well, I'm upset about concussions. No, wait a minute. I meant I'm upset about adding an extra game. No, wait. No, I'm upset about Thursday Night Football. No, wait. I'm upset that Ray Rice smacked his fiance in an elevator. Oh, no, wait. I was upset that Ray Carruth put a woman in a trunk, killed her. Oh, no, wait. I was upset about the things that people are. I was upset that somebody took a knee during a national anthem. I'm upset about what they did to the guy who took the knee in the national anthem. So I'll never do that again, said Rihanna, this year's halftime performer. It's outrage du jour.
But it's more than that. I mean, it's immediacy. B, you saw something that was not only violent, but violent even by football standards. So, yeah, of course people are going to be outraged today. And if
you're outraged today about that, what's going to stop you from being outraged about it tomorrow?
I'll probably still be outraged about it.
Let me tell you who's not outraged. The 17.2 million viewers who are tuning in to games, every game in the NFL this year. 17.2 million. Do you think that number goes down this Sunday?
I have no idea, but probably not.
I have a perfect idea. The answer is not at all.
Okay, but what does that say that the game is, not as violent, or does it say that?
No,
people,
I'm saying that.
Or does it say that
people like what they're seeing, Ray?
Okay, but they didn't
the
like
element
that.
Of danger. People watch NASCAR races for the crashes. Some of them.
I don't think there are very many people who watch football because they're hoping some guy gets whiplash to the ground.
No, but the
I
NFL
think,
will sell you that big hits video at the end of the year.
Oh, of course they will.
Actually, not anymore because that's gauche. So they don't do that anymore.
Well, but, if you're asking for, the NFL to be the barometer of what you should be outraged by, then you either are immune to outrage or you just don't care about those outrages.
The 19th most viewed television shows since the start of the NFL season are 19 NFL games. Football is doing exactly what people want it to do. And if you have trouble admitting that, then I guess you're just trying to put on I'm a football fan. And I'm going to tell you right now, I never want to see those goofy Guardian caps on my Sundays.
You'll get over it.
Sure I will. But they're not going to do that because it's going to cover up the team logo and the helmets look great.
They'll paint the things and put the logo on that.
They're never going to do it, right?
Well, maybe they won't. But if they say that this clearly cuts down on concussions and then they don't do it, then what are they saying? This is not good for you. We gave you the best science we can, but it'll ruin the shininess of the helmet.
Yes.
Well,
that is all you need to know about this league. I've said this before. It sounds awful. I even had somebody call me once and say, you got to stop saying that, man. That's just terrible. The NFL would crash a plane full of abandoned orphans into the side of a mountain if it meant $1 billion more tomorrow, and they broadcast it on NFL Plus.
Okay, and I agree with you there. They are as cynical as it gets. But you can't say, look at all the things we're doing to protect the helmet, to protect the head, when they do something and they say, see, this protected the head better, and then they don't require it when everybody's playing at full speed, then they don't get to say how much they care about player safety. They should shut up about that.
The NFL has. The only people complaining today. Do you think the NFL's complaining about what happened last night?
Well, if the NFL didn't care about it, they wouldn't be going through the dog and pony of this investigation they're claiming to have. It's all about sort of PR. That's all this is. And until they come up with something that sounds anything other than we're just taking care of ourselves, then they shouldn't even go through through these. Just don't even say, well, it's football. You don't like it, don't watch it. We'll still get $17 million for every game. We're not interested. Then fine. At least you're not being a hypocrite about it.
Here's the thing. That is the message. If the NFL didn't care about, the level of outrage that gets shared so easily on social media, the most honest press release would have been the NFL's official statement on Tua is it's football, signed Roger Goodell. Like two-word statement. No, like Jordan's return. I'm back. That's the statement.
Yeah, no, take down the blue tents too. Just get rid of all of it.
Or just have somebody come into the blue. How about this? If you go into the blue tent, you can't play a game for a month. Would fans like that? Would you like that, everyone? Of course you wouldn't. There's no solving the violence in football. You can't remove the violence from football. You can't remove injuries from football. You can't remove head traumas from football any more than you can remove gravity from skydiving. It's built into the activity itself. on its most foundational level.
All that's true, but you can do better than they're doing. And if this guardian cap is a sign that it's better, and then they choose not to do it, then they should stop ballyhooing all these, look how we're making the game safer, because they're not. I just resent the hypocrisy more than anything else. It's the idea, no, we're championing player safety. I don't think so. Not if you're gonna just throw away something that you tried that worked. And I don't even know if it worked, because who saw the data except NFL people? They like to tell you, see, we got a better idea. Look, we tried it and it worked. Trust us.
Well, it's officially your 4 o'clock hour. You can trust me here on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Somebody says, Damon, what the hell do you care about if they have extra padding on their helmet? Were you upset when they stopped wearing leather helmets? No, I wasn't. I was not around for that.
Except in Indiana, where they wore leather helmets, I think, until 2003.
I heard we're going to go back to them against Nebraska this weekend. Why doesn't the league just get rid of helmets? I guarantee you that there'd be less concussions. I actually heard this theory floated a couple of years ago, and I tell you, theoretically, it's not a bad theory. Like, for anyone who wants to say that, like, oh, the most violent hits happen in a rugby game, no, they don't. I watch football. I've seen enough rugby to know that there's a level of, even though those guys are out there hitting like animals, you got to be an animal to play rugby. They're pulling up just a little. Where NFL guys, because they're so padded and wearing helmets and they've turned themselves into heat-seeking missiles, they run through people. The argument was, all right, keep the helmet, but remove the face guard. If you remove the face guard from all the helmets, would it slow guys up just a little in terms of leading with the helmet? Probably would. It probably would. Maybe that's the safe way to do it. But then, of course, this commercial break would be sponsored by your local dentist. You'd have teeth all over the field.
Oh, you'd be lucky if all you had was teeth.
That's the thing.
Because you've got enough societal misfits playing football that they go, you know what? That's a chance I'm willing to take.
I'll gouge your eyes out on the bottom of a pile.
Yeah. I mean, it's, the best argument for football is that it takes 1,700 people you probably wouldn't want to anger on the street, and it puts them in someplace else. I mean, no, less padding is clinically absurd.
There's no way to remove violence, injury, and bad outcomes from this sport. Just cannot happen. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people would like it that way, but, believe me when I tell you, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. And
well, last night you saw how the sausage is made.
Well, yeah, a little bit. You got to look at it. But I can tell you this, too. If you don't think the 49ers are doing everything they can to make sure anyone available to play does play, you're nuts. What your favorite football team would do and follow the rules that the Miami Dolphins followed to a T almost every time. And John Harbaugh can stand up at a podium today and talk all big about what he would or would not do. I don't believe him until the situation's in his hands. And then at that point, I think Lamar starts.
Well, I guess we'd find out at some point.
So, look, what I need to do is share with you real quickly a James Wiseman Mama Chewbacca dunk, because I think it's going to make you happy.
Kuminga left side. Off the dribble. Comes to the baseline. Draws a crowd. Feeds Wiseman. Bad pass. Wiseman fights for it. Gets it back. Goes up and dunked it. One big step to the rim and a left-hand slam. That's 14-12.
There were more of those. He was fantastic. And we'll get to all of that in a second. However, what if I told you, hot off the presses, we got Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo just finished talking down at the 49ers facility today, and he was asked about a lot of things, including what happened to Tua last night.
I didn't see it, actually. I saw a clip of it. I think it was earlier today. But, yes, I mean, scary situation. You always just hope the best for a guy like that. We've all, been in those situations. But, I don't know, I think with the protocol, you just got to trust the process, trust that everyone's doing their job the correct way, and let things fall as they may.
Do you hear the man? That's how players are wired. That's how they get to the NFL thinking like that. So, here's a really good point brought up on the Comcast Business text line. How about just removing all AstroTurf and field turf and put in real grass in all stadiums? If the NFL cared about injuries, that would be a priority. Unfortunately, not every stadium is built to have natural grass. I would say tear those stadiums down. I guess that's you, SoFi. Sorry. No, that's a natural grass turf, though, isn't it? Or is that field turf? What do they got a SoFi Stadium? We need a redo on that $5 billion place.
I'm checking.
Check that. Check that out. Check that out. We actually have producers who could check this out, too.
I do, but I don't check. Matrix turf.
Matrix turf.
Artificial.
All right.
No, I mean, that would be another place to go. But again, and this is where your point about the union is worth making, that's something they should fight over. And when I say fight, I mean we're not signing any deal unless you get rid of all of it. But they never do. They never, ever do.
For the 49ers this week, it wasn't what was rattling around in anyone's head that was the major concern. It was, Jimmy, what did you say that the entire lip-reading world tried to pick up on social media? This would be fantastic if Jimmy Garoppolo actually, I've not heard this. This is Jimmy Garoppolo asked if he said, your plays suck, man. If he says, I didn't see the clip, I think we're just going to go home. Here we go.
I've heard about this clip. Actually, yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. I don't know. I can't read lips. I'm sure I've said a lot worse things on the field than that, so I'm glad they caught that rather than something else. But I'm not sure exactly what I was saying, but it is what it is.
All right, at least that's it. He almost said I haven't seen the clip, didn't he?
I've heard about this clip. Actually, yeah, we were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Come on, man. Come on. I've heard about it. I've heard there's this rumor. This is blowing in the wind.
Well, but there's a basic logic to it. If nothing angry was said, he could just say, I didn't say it, so I don't know what I said then. I mean, this story is now 5 days old, and there's no more clarity on it from anybody, including lip readers of America, than there was when it happened. So I'm thinking that when you have no evidence of anything, you ain't got anything.
Ray, he pretty much just admitted to saying it.
Yeah. He said he said a lot worse.
Well, he said a lot worse. That doesn't mean he identified what he said then.
Well, the root of whatever you might have said, however it came out, whatever nouns and verbs you strung together for the sentence that shall not be lip-read ever again. Let's just get right to the skinny here. Jimmy, is there any friction between you and your head coach?
No, yeah, I mean, you say a lot of things in the heat of battle that I hope people don't hear, but no, me and Kyle are cool. We really are. We've been through, a lot of different types of seasons, this being no different, but we're early on in the season still, so we got to, as a team, find our identity. Me and Kyle, obviously, just keep working and getting on the same page more and more, but we've been through this before, and it's a long process.
Here's the thing. This is a business agreement. The two of us are bordering on probably just tolerating each other at this point. But as long as we win games, our tolerance for each other grows. So, that's pretty much how this is going to be going from here on out. The real, issue that could affect the Monday Night Football game is, Garoppolo, you talked about some fatigue, not being in game shape. How you feeling? How's the arm?
It's getting better. It's one of those things, it's tough in the season to obviously, replicate things that you would do in the offseason, but just trying to get better each and every day, get it stronger, more endurance to it, just all the little things.
So what about rust then with your teammates? Because maybe you didn't work out as much as you could have, should have, would have in the training camp had you known you were going to be a Niner still.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things. It's just about getting on the same page with these guys, different group, some new coaches this year. Just as an offense, we got to get on the same page. Everyone get in rhythm, all be pulling in the same direction. And, that's takes time. So it's one of those things that each day you could tell it's getting better. But, we got ways to go.
Ways to go. There's no doubt about that. That offense needs to improve. just to complement that defense, which has just been phenomenal so far. They need to be twice as phenomenal to slow down what'll be clearly the best offense that they will have faced so far this year when the Rams come to town on Monday night. Jimmy, there were some criticisms about you going from, hey, it's like riding a bike, it's great to be back in the Seattle game, to then making excuses. Did you hear about people talking you making excuses?
I think it starts with the quarterback. It always does and always will. And I just try to call things as I see it, to keep it real. That's how I've always been, and that's how I'll always be. But yeah, I mean, rightfully so. It starts with me, no matter what, good, bad, or indifferent, whatever happens out there. The quarterback and center are the two guys touching the ball every play. So whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, it's on us, and we just got to get better at it. So it starts with me, obviously. Yeah, I would always take that. I always have, always will.
So there you go. Just put your slings and arrows in me. Just trying to keep it real. That's Jimmy. Hey, win the game against the Rams and things are going to get a lot better, a lot easier. That's how it all works. Somebody says, Damon, if Jimmy really couldn't stand Kyle, he would have asked for or probably gotten his released in July of August. And although that I think is a good point on its surface, I'm going to disagree with you because at that point, Jimmy becomes a man on an island. And no man wants to be on an island all by himself. You'd rather be on 49er Island hating your coach than not on an island without a coach.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make $7 million either way, you'd rather be employed than not employed.
Right. Whatever he did to remain professional and on the roster this year helps him get rostered somewhere else next year.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's a business arrangement, as you said. It may be a cynical one, but it's hardly outside the bounds of propriety, and it tells you that whatever Jimmy Garoppolo might be feeling, it's less important to him than getting through this year.
Ray, one of my least favorite phrases in all of sports is small sample size. I hate the phrase small sample size because all small sample size is trying to do is rob you of your in-the-moment enthusiasm. I got some James Wiseman in-the-moment enthusiasm to talk about, and you need to hear what he did last night if you don't know what he did last night, and your in-the-moment enthusiasm about James Wiseman and the Warriors will grow too. That's coming up next, so stick around. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app today.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
Here's how I feel about the whole thing. Shut up, all of you. Beat the Rams. That's all. That's it. That's it. Just shut up and beat the Rams.
Feels great, baby. It's going to be a monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Willie Nelson and family are on the road again, live in concert.
On the road again.
With the Avett Brothers.
There ain't no man can save me.
Black Pumas.
If there's a fire.
Larkin Poe, Particle Kid, and more at the 2022 Outlaw Music Festival Tour. Friday, October 14th, Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. The Outlaw Music Festival Tour, part of the Allegiant Always concert series, produced by Live Nation.
The Black Keys Dropout Boogie Tour. October 5th, Shoreline Amphitheater.
They wanna get my gold on the ceiling.
With special guests, Band of Horses. And the Velveteers. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Black Keys Live and Loud. Produced by Live Nation.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing it doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
In Petaluma, partly cloudy overnight, lows in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So on Monday, not just this show, but it's going to start with Steiny and Guru. No, Willard and Dibs are going to be the first men in, first men on from the Hilton in Santa Clara ahead of the 49ers and Rams game on Monday Night Football. So start your day with Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon, then Steiny and Guru from 12 to 3, then yours truly and Mr. Wonderful will be there from 3 to 6. All live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Ray, did you
sign I'm off on Monday then?
No. You're the wonderful one.
Bastards.
Kissy, kissy. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm so happy that you're going to get out into the public that adores you, Ray. It's about time.
The public that adores me does not exist, so you're telling me again I can stay home.
Did you sign up for parking, by the way? Did you get that?
I have told whoever is in charge of this that I want parking.
Okay.
I fully anticipate not getting it.
No, you should get it.
And if I don't get it,
we know where you're going.
Oh, absolutely. Because I'm not going to argue with anybody. I'm going, oh, my name's not here? Well,
that's a U-turn.
Yep.
Let's get Ray parking. Let's get Ray parking for Monday night.
You're on the list, Ray. Don't worry.
I hate you, Lucas. I hate you more than I've ever hated you before, which means I have to unkill you so I can kill you again.
Can't wait.
Before we get to all the James Wiseman goodies that we have for you, a guy on the YouTube page named Sean John. Hello. And hello to our king, Otis Bird III. You heard? Damon, come on. If you're going to talk about concussions, let's play the clip from a player and their perspective. Andrew Whitworth, he talked about how the players can easily trick the doctors to pass. Well, I don't have this soundbite, except the copy was just handed to me by the one and only Lucas. Thank you, Lucas.
Jerk.
Says, this is what Andrew Whitworth said. I can literally remember playing the Philadelphia Eagles on a Thursday night game years ago, getting concussed, wobbling around. Referee actually removed me from the game. I went back into the game because you want to play. I was able to get myself through the test, explain that I'm fine, knowing that I had been dinged pretty good. I had a teammate that was like, man, this guy's not right. I don't feel right letting him keep playing. He actually pulled me out of the game and told the coaches that I needed to be removed. And I'm so thankful for that. This situation just brings back those memories. For us guys that have been on the field, it's tough, man. We got to keep those guys uninvolved in it. They shouldn't feel obligated to do something more than what they need to do. It's just an ugly scene to see. It's an ugly scene to see, but they signed up for this level of ugly. And again, Andrew Whitworth can look back on it and say, thank God that I was convinced to go out of that game, or another player stuck up for me, because these guys, they all want to play. It's their reputations. It's how they got to the NFL. Rub some dirt on it. Snap the ball. That's the mentality that gets you there in the first place. So how do you subtract the dog from the dog? You can't. You can't. You know, if Tua is responsible for any element of fugazi that was applied to him passing concussion protocols, then that's on the player, not the Miami Dolphins, not the independent neurosurgeon, not the protocols themselves.
That's why you don't trust the player, essentially. You don't ask him, how are you doing? No, because at some point you have to use independent judgment based on what you know, not what the player's telling you. Because, I mean, Peyton Manning told the story back in 2011 how, when they were trying to set baseline, results to judge whether a guy would have a future concussion, he would deliberately screw up as many questions as possible on the 20-question test so that he had a really low baseline. And he later denied that he did that. But
he did that.
But he absolutely
did that.
Yeah.
The same way his wife ordered the steroids.
Yeah, and the truth is, well, that's a whole different thing. But
they did
the whole
that.
thing, they do that. They do that all. They're doing it now. I mean, I do believe that Tua Tagovailoa did that on Sunday. My back hurts and my ankle hurts. Well, you weren't grabbing your back or your ankle on Sunday. And that alone should tell you we're getting lied to. And if we're getting lied to, he's probably trying to hide a head injury, so we're not going to ask him.
Well, there's no solving the problem. How do you remove the football player from football? It's just a very, very difficult thing to do.
No, it's completely difficult. But the point is, you have to keep going at it and keep going at it because every individual situation is different.
There have been times, much, much different. But Ray, I'm one of those guys who, I go to work. It's a pretty safe environment. I'm not in a lot of danger here. But there are times when, my voice wasn't great. I still went to work. Everything that was running around in my, take a mental day. Nah, I go to work. Sniffles. Nah, I go to work. Like, seriously, until it turned into, we don't know about COVID, so, you stay away. That's the only time I ever took like, oh no, I actually got the sniffles. I guess I won't go into work because it became protect Ray at all costs.
Liar.
No, it really did. You're in the target. If you get it, you might not be with us long. So we were just trying to protect you.
Don't get my hopes up.
But seriously, it's the only time, and that wasn't me. That wasn't me concerned for me. It was me concerned for people that I worked with. So people who are wired to do what they do and love what they do, and I'm telling you, there isn't a single player in football who loves playing in football as much as I love broadcasting, or it's exactly the same. We're on the exact same level of, do you love what you do for a living? I mean, I think most football players, if they hit the Powerball, would still play football. Like, it's not just for the money. They love it.
No,
if I hit the Powerball, I'm coming in and do the show on Monday. Maybe not from the one down in the
you cannot do this ridiculous thing over and over again if you didn't crave the ridiculous thing. And that still doesn't exonerate the team and its doctors from realizing that players will do anything to keep playing. And there are times when, if you're talking about a head injury, you just say, I appreciate that you're keen on playing, but that's not good enough. It's just not good enough. And to me, that's where we're heading and where we probably should head. If it's a head injury, no. If you think it's a head injury, even if you're wrong, still no.
Well, what they decided, like if anything ever happens, if your helmet even pops off for one play, you have to go to the sideline and get your chin strap re-examined, make sure the buckle still works, and then you can go back in. Maybe we just look at it as head injuries. A head injury today automatically disqualifies you from the next game. Whether you're ready to go or not, that's the new protocol. And if that's the new protocol the NFLPA and NFL agreed to, what are you going to do other than roll with it? Again, that's where we are right now. There are agreed to protocols. What are you going to do other than roll with those protocols? Well, we don't think they're good. Well, you felt fine about them in week 1 and 2 of this year when it wasn't an issue. Then it becomes an issue. Now you got a problem. It's overreactionary. It's very, very reactionary. I'm about to be a little reactionary to what James Wiseman did. But real quick, I just want you to know, guy here from the 415 named Andrew is having a very stressful day. Said, I'm having a rough day, rough interaction with my child's mother. I have a tool chest full of methods he's a methadone counselor. So he says, I have a tool chest full of methods to relax myself. Deep breathing, CBT, mindfulness. Well, none of that crap worked today. But Damon, I turn on the radio, I listen to you guys talk about sports, and I become calm. Andrew, thank you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why this show, can soothe the savage beast or whatever, or brighten your day. But the fact that it did a little means an awful lot. So thank you very much for sharing that. Do appreciate it. Hope you have a better day. Ray, I don't think the Warriors are going to do anything other than win an NBA championship again if the James Wiseman doesn't play like this. Oh, my God. Did you see the highlight reel last night? Did you watch the James Wiseman highlight reel?
I saw some clips.
Woo! Hi there. Can I buy you a drink?
Well, I'm just going to say this. There's never been a question about his athleticism, and that's what most of the highlights were. The question about him when he was playing was, is he grasping what the Warriors are trying to give him? And I don't know that the highlight reel helps me much with that, but it does sort of indicate, except for that one dunk over Porzingis where neither one of them got more than a couple of inches off the ground, that he's physically capable again at almost full strength to do the things they want him to do. Now, can he do all the things they want him to do? And if he can, then yeah, you've got something. Because in terms of just gifts, he's well laden.
He looked fantastic last night. Again, can he do it game in, game out? Can he stay healthy? These are all hurdles that need to be cleared before you assume he's ready to be a hurdler. But boy, last night, he had some serious bounce in his legs. He was very aggressive. He attacked the rim on this pick and roll with Steph Curry.
Curry lob. Wiseman goes up the ladder and slammed it down. 20-17 Warriors.
20 points and 9 rebounds, a block as well in 24 minutes. He connected on 8 of 9 shots. So many of them dunks. That little hook bunny that he had. Oh, hi, James. How are you? Man, that looked really good. That looked fantastic. And again, the only thing he's guilty of is not playing with the varsity team. He hasn't been healthy enough to do it. Going out there in summer league, he's playing with a whole bunch of guys who may or may not ever play professional basketball. To play with the Santa Cruz Warriors, you're not playing with the actual Warriors. You get him on a court with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and other real pros that actually demand paying more attention to than him. It just creates a space that if he starts occupying, may God have mercy on the NBA. This could be one of the best seasons that the Warriors have if James Wiseman continues to play like he did that very first night in Japan, which, by the way, was last night live at 3 a.m. If you want to hear James Wiseman go bonkers in the land of the rising sun, all you got to do is keep it here, because as soon as we're off the air today, we're going Warrior Replay, 6 p.m. tonight, their game against the Wizards from last night in Japan. And then if that gets you so excited, you're like, I need more Warrior basketball as soon as I can possibly have it. Where can I find it? 10 p.m. Saturday night. So you can have yourself a big old Saturday. You can basically almost tuck your slate of college football games into bed before the Warriors come on at 10 p.m. And you can enjoy them right here on 95.7 The Game. Their second game from Japan. Curry. If he keeps playing like this, they won't even make the playoffs. That's all I got to say. Can't keep that up. 1 for 7 in only 13 minutes. Ray, are you worried?
Oh, incredibly.
I mean, why play?
Well, I mean,
if the Curry decline is now here and just, I mean, it's obvious, it's over.
Yeah, and Jordan Poole's finished.
Curry goes 1 for 7 in only 13 minutes. You want to hear what he did? Here you go.
Rebound, Curry. Curry advances, timeline, between the legs of the dribble, fires away from downtown. Curry for 3. And the crowd loves that. 23-17 Warriors, they lead by 6.
Clay didn't even bother playing, by the way. He is not expected to play in Tokyo. Abundance of caution for Clay ramping up to this season is in full effect, as it should be. Patrick Baldwin, the 28th overall pick, in his team debut, played 8 minutes at 7 points. Good for him. So, Curry, again, didn't do much. I'm sure he wanted to put on a better show for all the fans in Japan, but did not happen in game 1, which means he's probably going for 48 points in game 2, right? That's kind of how he operates.
In 13 minutes.
In 13. If he goes for 48 and 13, yeah, I'm not worried about the Clippers.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that the Warriors will do very well if they do what they did last night and make 6 of 34 from their starting 5 shot 6 for 34. I don't know that they took this incredibly seriously. Nor should they, quite frankly.
Nor should they.
I mean, the Weissman stuff is by far the most educational because, he got some run, and he, again, did all the physical stuff you knew he could do before he got hurt. The next step is the thing that I'm interested in, which is, are you going to be trusted by Steve Kerr? And that means being better defensively, being better on fundamental stuff, being more than just an athlete, because that's required on this team.
And look, his professionalism is going to be checked by, his own instincts, then certainly by Andre Iguodala, absolutely Draymond Green, probably 4 or 5 other Golden State Warriors before the head coach and the GM even start knocking on your door. And this is what is called culture. The Warriors have the perfect culture to bring James Wiseman along if indeed he is finally ready to participate in a full NBA season. And if he is, and he looks anything like the guy, again, the 20 points is fantastic. The efficiency on 8 of 11 shots is great. 9 rebounds. That's what he needs to do. If James Wiseman is just a rim-running, rebounding machine, the Golden State Warriors are winning 60 games. They're going to win 60 games this year. They're going to be a 1, 2, 3 seed, 3 at the worst, if this guy plays like that. And somebody else would have had to have a monster year around the Warriors to be better than that.
Maybe that bum who was 1 for 7 last night.
Seriously, dude. Get better, Steph. What if you sent out another tweet like you did? Like, I promise you, Warriors fans, we're going to figure this out after his 1 for 7 in 13 minutes in Japan.
That would be good.
That would be really good. Yeah.
I want to apologize to my many fans for performing so poorly. I'm a disgrace.
I wonder how many pairs of Under Armours they sell in Japan. How many Currys got moved after that kind of a dog performance?
I'm sure people returned them. I'd rather be barefoot.
We don't want this anymore. We're on Team Kyrie now.
That's probably a step too far.
Oh, man. It is good to have basketball back. It's great that we got a Monday night football game. Week 4, baby, gets underway on Sunday. We, for the very first time ever, are going to do an official gambling segment. Since, a coin a mother, a son of a Bruce. We have an official gambling segment. We will be fading the public a little bit later on today here on 95.7 The Game. Among the games that we're going to be talking about, though, keeping an eye on, because I think these are the most interesting going into the NFL weekend. Week 4, baby. How about the 10 a.m. game right off the rip? You got Bills at Ravens. That's a battle of the 2 best quarterbacks in the AFC right now. Well, one that isn't neither named Patrick Mahomes anyways. That is Josh Allen versus Lamar. That's a tasty matchup. It really is. The one thing that concerns me, though, if you see the Buffalo Bills injury report right now, Ray, it reads like a phone book. There's a lot of hurt Buffalo Bills early on in this season. 1:25 in the afternoon on CBS. Broncos at the Raiders. Look, kids, I'm not here to bash the Raiders. I know someone's going to say that this is me talking poorly about the Raiders. It's not. If you're 0-4, you can just cash out right now. If the Raiders fall to 0-4, that season is over before it even begins. The season is over before the first Monday of October happens. So, essentially, against the Denver Broncos at 1:25 on CBS, the Las Vegas Raiders are playing for the life of their season, essentially. That's about as dramatic as a setup for a game as you can get. At least the Broncos are rolling and beatable. That's the best advice I got. And if the Broncos offense finally does wake up at Allegiant Stadium, I guess that's all you really need to know about the Raiders' defensive season as well.
Yeah, only one team since 1990 has gone 0-4 and made the playoffs.
Don't like the chances.
No.
Don't like the chances.
And in fact, that was a Charger team that ended up winning 11 of their last 12.
About to say, so it's 94. Are we
92.
92. So are we back to Bobby Beathard Chargers at that point, or is that North?
Oh, yeah.
That's Bobby Beathard?
Yeah, he was a general manager then.
And wait.
The head coach was Bobby Ross.
Bobby Ross, there it is.
The general manager was Bobby
Beathard.
That's what I presumed you were talking about.
C.J. Beathard is it his uncle or his grandfather? And it all comes back to the Niners. Look at that, isn't it?
His sister on his mother's side.
Something. Let me give you another game that's not going to get a lot of buzz because these aren't what I would call sexy teams or sexy matchups. But it's a big game. Cardinals at the Panthers. Carolina might be without McCaffrey as it plays back-to-back NFC West opponents at home. The 49ers are going to be there next Sunday. So either the Panthers, by the time the Niners roll into town, are going to be 1-3, or a team in their own division, the Arizona Cardinals, falls to 1-3. So either way, the Niners kind of win, right? That's a good little let them beat each other up game for 49ers fans to watch, that Cardinals-Panthers game. And if you missed Jaime Moreno's call of Laviska Shenault's 67
yard
screening touchdown in Spanish, well, then you just haven't lived.
Baker manda sus números, tiene tiempo, se deshace de la pelota, le entrega.
La Vizca.
La Vizca va a romper por fuera.
¡Vamos!
La viste.
¡Vamos!
A la 15. A la 20. A la 10. A la 5. Métete la Vizca.
Hasta la Vizca.
Métete la Vizca.
Hasta la Vizca.
Hasta la vista. Touchdown. 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 La Vizca. Hasta la vista. Confetis y serpentinas. Con fuegos artificiales. Con chispas encendidas. Báilale. 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 Y si vas a bailar,
Dance with us. Jaime Moreno. Fantastic call. So, yeah, if you can get that game in the Spanish broadcast, I suggest you do. And honestly, if they just put Jaime Moreno on the national broadcast and he did it all in Spanish, I'd be totally cool with it. It'd be fantastic. Sunday night football, Chiefs at Buccaneers. Woo! That's a sexy game.
They're playing it at Tampa, which...
Yeah, they're not moving it to Minneapolis after all.
Yeah. I mean, they thought about it, but... Yeah, I don't know. I suppose the people who are in charge of the city of Tampa know best, but I think that's when I probably err on the side of caution. There are plenty of people who, security and police who would be at that game who could probably be deployed elsewhere.
So I actually was talking to my sister because my sister lives in St. Pete's, right outside of Tampa.
Yeah.
And all this is going to get really, really bad that was coming their way didn't get nearly as bad as they expected it to. And this, I'm guessing what I'm trying to tell you is, without having seen the city myself with my own two eyes, my sister's telling me, like, everything's okay.
Well, the stuff further south is what got hammered.
Yeah, and it starts really kind of where my mom lives in Sarasota, and then when you get down to Naples, that's where they really got
crushed there.
Pounded.
Yeah.
So,
but then apparently the hurricane took this weird sort of
in the 11th hour
northeast turn.
Yes, it did,
and now it's headed for Georgia and South Carolina.
Yeah, they're getting huge waves and batterings. So, but yeah, so there you go.
See that Falcons game against the Browns. Well, it's a domed stadium, but still, the manpower you borrow from the city when you put on a NFL game.
Atlanta is far enough in from the coast of Georgia to where that shouldn't really be affected, other than like it's raining today. But
who knows?
Weather's funny.
Jim Cantori, when he's not getting hit by trees, he's the guy.
When we do come on back, I'll tell you that we've got the guy, Cam Inman, joining us. Looking forward to what he has to say about the 49ers being our dessert of Week 4. They will come up last on Monday Night Football. Cam Inman's going to join us. And while we're talking to Cam, we're going to bring up a little bit of an anniversary that I know he'll want to celebrate too, and I know you will want to celebrate it with us. So don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out video only.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
We got ourselves some 49er football waiting for us on Monday night against the Los Angeles Rams. And to talk about that, everything that happened this week leading up to it, our pal Cam Edmond joins us here on Damon and Ratto on a Friday afternoon. Appreciate your time, Cam. How are you, pal?
I'm doing great. Happy hour. Happy Friday.
Right back at you, man. So obviously we want to talk about the Niners, but everyone in the NFL is talking about the Bengals game last night and the Tua injury, which just, not even trying to draw a line back to what happened Sunday. That isolated injury alone was scary enough. I know that Jimmy Garoppolo was asked about this today. I'd like to play what he said and then ask you a follow-up on that.
I didn't see it, actually. I saw, a clip of it. I think it was earlier today. But, yes, scary situation. You always just hope the best for a guy like that. We've all, been in those situations. But, I don't know, I think with the protocol, you just got to trust the process, trust that everyone's doing their job the correct way, and let things fall as they may.
Cam, do you think Jimmy really believes that the NFL has players' best interests in mind? And if he does really believe that, should he?
I actually asked Jimmy that question and a couple other players in the locker room. And the main vibe I got, Damon, is they believe the NFL's kind of put more strict measures in place for concussions over the last few years. But they also say, players need to be safe from themselves, that the teams are the ones that have to step in. And, George Kittle essentially said that Tua was, they failed Tua by letting him play last night. And it's really concerning to me. I take concussions and brain trauma very seriously, and I think the players do too. And George put it in perspective of, look, that they know the hazards that come with this game. And there's only so much that players can do to protect themselves, that the team can do. That's why the NFL put all these independent neurologists in place. And if something's slipping through the cracks for a player's back on the field within 4 days of a concussion, something major is wrong. And it will be looked at. And I think George put it in a good way, also saying that as strict as the measures are right now, it's going to get even tighter because this is a hot-button topic for good reason.
Did you get the sense from talking to any of the players that they have sort of an idea about taking it out of players' hands, maybe simply by deciding that looks like a head injury, I'm not even going to ask you what it is. You're not going to play, for the rest of this game, and then we're going to let the independent people examine you after that. What exactly do they want to happen? Did they say anything concrete?
They didn't say anything concrete, but it gets back to that point, Ray, of how do you determine somebody's healed from a concussion? And it's not like going in to get an x-ray. You can do CT scans to find out if there's any serious brain issue going on that needs emergency treatment. And if I can get personal for a second, my daughter had a concussion 3 weeks ago at college, and she's still having serious effects and went and got a CT scan the other day. So it's just, you have to give it time to heal. And it's not like the players are saying, hey, if you see us, get us out of the game and sit us for 2 weeks. It's just, that's not a player's mentality. So it falls upon the league and the NFLPA to make sure protocols are in place to protect them from further hurting themselves.
Cam, I mean this. I hope your daughter is well. Please give her our best, and we hope she feels just like herself sooner than later.
Thank you.
Absolutely, man. As the 49ers get ready for the Rams, we know that there's a lot of positive history for Kyle Shanahan against Sean McVay, but you can pretty much throw all of that out. This is a new year. And to me, like the official year, and I know we keep on pushing back the start date, like this is the week that the year begins. Like no more quarterback mumbo-jumbo or jumbling of QB1, QB2. Won't be a torrential downpour. Won't just be a weird night in Denver. This is familiarity in a home game, and I think a big test that the Niners need to play well through when it comes to improving an offensive performance that let everyone down in week 4. Where's the rub? Like, what needs to happen to improve this offense over what we saw last week, and how available is that without Trent Williams protecting anyone's blind side?
Well, there you just nailed it, because the offensive line, it starts there. And without your best offensive lineman or the league's best offensive lineman at left tackle to protect Jimmy Garoppolo's blind side, I'm very concerned what this 49er offense is going to be able to do. You know, they usually pull out some kind of a trick against the Rams that exposes them and is able to rack up yards and points. It's worked so well in the regular seasons they're by winning the past 6 regular season matchups, but it didn't work in the NFC Championship game. You know, a lot of people will bring up last year's win over the Rams on Monday night at Levi Stadium in an October game. Niners go in 3-5. Everybody thinks they're dead. And then they rallied, and they played great. They ran the ball like heck. I think they're going to try to run the ball a lot this game, too. It's just going to be a lot harder to do without Trent Williams there, all due respect to Colt McKivitz. And then on the flip side of it, this really could be fascinating in terms of the Jimmy Garoppolo-Kyle Shanahan relationship, because his trust eroded to the point where what will Kyle ask Jimmy to do? Is it just going to be one of those games where, hey, man, just hand the ball off. We got to win this game by running the ball and keeping the ball out of Matthew Stafford's hands. Or we'll be fine. You want to throw the ball around the yard? You got Kittle, you got Ayuk, you got Debo. Have at it, because I don't think the Rams are necessarily going to be expecting that. So it adds a big element of mystery, but it all circles back to, yes, they don't have Trent Williams, so that will be the weird aspect of this game, just as it was rainy in Chicago and rainy their first home opener against Seattle.
Is there anything about the rest of the offensive line that can be done to maybe shore up that huge gap? Or is there, are Kyle Shanahan, how badly are Kyle Shanahan's hands tied behind him?
No, they're not. I mean, but think about this, Ray. In past years, it's not like they had the best line in the league going against the Rams over these past few years, right? And they found a way to neutralize Aaron Donald to an extent, other than in the NFC Championship game finale, where they were able to just keep the ball away from them, get the ball out of the pocket quickly, get running to the sides, get the ball into Debo's hands, and let him roll. Those are still in play. So this is a big game for Kyle Shanahan to show that he can figure out a way to make do with what he's got, and what he's got is what, this is what he set himself up for in the offseason. They did not go out and get veteran offensive linemen. They stuck with their homegrown guys and let it roll because they invested their money elsewhere.
Cam Inman here on 95.7 The Game. In terms of opening up this offense, some guys running downfield far enough to throw them the ball to open it up, that'd be a nice element to incorporate too. This is why Danny Gray was drafted, but we do not see him yet pretty much this year. Will we see him? I know he's listed as questionable against the Rams.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see him. Danny Gray has not practiced the last 2 days, so the secret weapon all 49er fans want to see is probably going to stay a secret for a while longer. I mean, if he's not practicing in the 2 biggest practices of the week, it's not something that they're setting him up for the grand unveil. He's yet to touch the ball his rookie season. He got targeted twice earlier in the year. This is falling on your big-time playmakers. This is going why Debo got paid. This is why Brandon Ayuk's a first-round pick. This is why George Kittle's the highest-paid tight end in the league. You have 3 guys. You don't have the time either to sit in the pocket 5 alligators to heave it downfield to one of these guys. You got to get it to them on open space, on the money, and that's what Jimmy Garoppolo is best at doing.
Is Tevin Coleman going to be elevated?
Ooh, that's a good question. Tevin Coleman signed last week to the practice squad. Kyle Shanahan said he would have been up had it not been for the altitude in Denver because Tevin Coleman has, I believe, sickle cell. And they didn't want to risk anything with him. So, and they downplay what they have in Jordan Mason as a rookie, right? That he had just his first carry last game and went 7 yards, but they're downplaying him, saying he may not be quite ready for this big stage, but maybe he is. Maybe they're just sandbagging. But Coleman adds that extra element where he's familiar with this offense. Obviously, he did really well in 2019 for them to kind of set up runs with Raheem Mostert. And Chris Forrester, the run game coordinator, said that Coleman, I guess recently in practice, just showed some explosiveness running down the sideline that really opened eyes. So definitely in play. I mean, we've heard more about him in his 1 week here than we've heard about Jordan Mason or Marlon Mack.
The defense has handled 3 poor offensive teams so far.
Yeah.
how do you parse out how they're going to do against the Rams based on the fact that you don't really have a sense until now about what they do against a team that can actually score a point?
Yeah, they got Cooper Kupp, right, who's got this great chemistry with Matthew Stafford. So I would say the biggest surprise of the 49ers defense so far is, yes, we knew that they were going to dominate these early games, but the secondary's played so well, especially safety Talanoa Hufanga and new cornerback Travarius Ward. That really gives you encouragement. But again, Kupp's going to line up in the slot a lot, so they're going to have a new nickel back on him. And it's probably going to be Deommodore Lenoir, a guy that couldn't really get on the field after his first 2 starts as a rookie last year, or Sam Womack. But the other issue defensively is they may not have their 2 interior tackles in Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw. Neither of those guys have practiced this week. Kinlaw mysteriously has gone on the injury report with a knee issue, and that's not good because he missed most of last year with an ACL.
When did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's and, Shanahan briefs us before practices on Wednesdays, and he goes over who's not going to practice, and Javon Kinlaw's name was not on there. And then after practice, Javon Kinlaw's name was there for did not practice, and we don't get any clarification from the team other than D'Amico Ryans talked after practice today, so I did ask what the status is of Kinlaw and Armstead, and he said, those guys will be fine. They'll be out there. And then we said, well, wait a minute. Does that mean they're going to be out there Monday night? And he wouldn't go there. So it's kind of like, well, what's going on here? So I don't know what's going on. It's not great, but they do have Nick Bosa, and Bosa's got 4 sacks, should have more. Samson Ebukam, who plays opposite him, he got a sack on the 3rd play of the season, and he hasn't had one since. And he said he should have gotten 2 in Denver, but was held. That's great, but they need to get more production. As great as they're playing defensively, Damon, which is kind of why they're still in this, why they can get through the offensive rough patches, they need to play even better, and they need to get to Matthew Stafford the way the Buffalo Bills did. They got him 7 sacks in the NFL opener.
Our pal Cam Inman here on a Friday afternoon. It's officially 5 o'clock. Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. Speaking specifically of the Rams, they have not looked very Super Bowl-ish in the first 3 games. Are there things that are wrong with them other than their injury list that make them maybe more susceptible to losing than you would think?
Well, they don't have their left tackle Andrew Whitworth anymore, and that, to me, is that's one way the Niners might be able to get to Stafford better. Remember, going into this year, people were curious about Stafford's elbow, and that really hasn't necessarily been a storyline because he's completing about 70% of his passes, which is tremendous, but most of them are checkdowns. They got Allen Robinson that's kind of getting ingratiated into the offense that still revolves around Kupp. And then defensively, look, man, as long as you got Aaron Donald out there, you got Jalen Ramsey who can roam and play different spots, and then you've added Bobby Wagner who knows this 49er offense quite well from his days in Seattle. It gives me pause because it's across the board, they have the talent that's a Super Bowl team still, and they are 2-1. And the Niners, whatever, force they thought they had against the Rams by, just, I don't want to say that they beat them up, but like they said, it's always a physical game. They need to do that again this week to have a chance because, they're playing from behind right now, and even if they're favored or not, it's just, there's too much kind of bad mojo right now with this team. And it's just those 2 losses in Chicago and Denver obviously contributed to it. And, when you lose your starting quarterback in Trey Lance, your starting running back in Elijah Mitchell, and your starting left tackle in Trent Williams, that to me doesn't reflect a Super Bowl contending team the way we thought it would.
No, but it's pretty much on par with a lot of other Niners seasons. It's amazing the amount of guys that get stripped out of this depth chart before you even get into the year. It's crazy.
It's like the even year jinx that they have, right? It's like another year as they have that.
So let me ask you, and this isn't just a question about the Niners, this is a question about the league. Is a loss as valuable or as damning as it used to be? Obviously now that we have 17 games, but the way that I see it, that this is a league that has so designed itself for parity, I think maybe we need to adjust are clutching of our own pearls when a team loses a game. I saw this today, that if the Raiders and Houston Texans both win and the Eagles take a loss this Sunday, every team in the NFL will have at least one win and one loss. And Josh Dubois went on to write that it would be the first time in the Super Bowl era that every single team has had one win and one loss at the end of Week 4. Bill Parcells famously said, "You are what your record is." Do you believe that anymore?
Yeah, I see. I think you bring up a great point because, right now the Niners are only one game out of first place. Right? Makes you think a little differently.
Right. When you say it like that.
Yeah. Well, here's where I think that you need to kind of dig in more on a record is the division. This is if things are going to be so parity driven, you better win your division games. Division games have always been more important, but if more teams are losing, there's more leeway. Those division games obviously are top priority, and then the conference games are too. We kind of saw that as the Niners were going into their playoff stretch last year, and you're doing the handicapping of tiebreaker procedures, and the conference games and obviously had carried more weight, and then so do the division games. And the Niners beat Seattle, which was a hurdle that they needed to get over. A Seattle team without Russell Wilson finally. So, if they hold serve against the Rams and they're 2-0 in the division, things are looking a lot better than if you just say, "Oh, they're 2-2 overall." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, hey. Well, what's your gut telling you from Monday night? Are they 2-2 or 1-3 by the time we go to bed?
My gut is queasy, and the fact that they don't have Trent Williams and the offense looks so bad in Denver. No, I think the Rams are gonna. I think the Rams are gonna come into Levi's and win on prime time. Not being a homer anymore.
Anymore?
As they got 2 road games coming up in the following 2 weeks. That sounds a little. It's beatable opponents on the road with Carolina and Atlanta. But you don't want to go into that 2-game road trip sitting at 1-3. So it's a big Monday nighter for sure. Are there any plans to pitch a tent in either Ohio or West Virginia with the back-to-back East Coast games?
Well, first of all, wait, one more thing on Levi's. The Niners have won 5 games in a row there, the place where they never could win. They finally actually have their longest win streak there. So they got that going for them too. And then, then they're off to Charlotte, and then we go up to West Virginia they will be staying at the lovely Greenbrier. The Greenbrier, where tee times are way beyond my price range. So I'll be staying I believe that Lewisburg, West Virginia claims to be the cutest small town in America. And they do have 3 barber shops in a 1-block radius, so I give them that. And then it's back down to Atlanta. So 2 winnable games on the road. So if they go into that and they're 1-3 and they come out 3-3, season restarts.
Does the Greenbrier offer falconry?
The Greenbrier has a lot of stuff. They have a tremendous. This is going to be the 3rd straight year going there, and it's very remote and isolated. So the team is not going to get into any trouble there. So can't speak for myself.
Okay, then fess up. How do you get into trouble in that town?
Mayoko's driving me, so he's got to get me into the town first, and then we'll take it from there.
Good luck to you both. Cam, before we let you go, today is the 14-year anniversary of this.
I realize that you did not want to draft Jamarcus Russell. He is a great player. Get over it and coach this team.
All your time going to press conferences, covering the NFL. Is there anything that has stayed with you more than that one?
That was the all-timer, and it obviously brought out the all-time Al Davis comment to me or question to me of asking, "How's my mother?"
How's your mother?
Oh, was you? I thought it was Osler.
Oh no, it was my mom, and I've told the backstory before on it, but that's when I was in Al's good graces for a couple of years, and Anyhow, my mom's doing great, and that press conference was great on so many levels, and especially the post-press conference, too, when Al just would hold court with everybody and get into stuff. It was tremendous.
Oh, we're going to sort of open up the old memory lane and walk through that just a little bit. Memory lane? See what I did there? No pun intended. Cam, thank you so very much. We'll see you on Monday night, and we'll talk to you then, brother. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Thanks for having me. Take care. Have a good weekend, everybody.
You do the same. Cam Inman here on 95.7 The Game. He's calling a loss. He's saying the Niners are 1-3 going to a 2-game East Coast road trip.
Well, I mean, there's a basic logic to it. The Rams are better, and they're probably ready to stop looking mediocre. And if they've got the thing that they had last year that made them so powerful, it should start evidencing itself.
So when Al Davis wheeled out his overhead projector ray to fire Lane Kiffin on September 30th, 2008, I was actually in New York auditioning because I was thinking maybe I'll leave the Bay Area because I was being offered a show on Mad Dog Radio. And I auditioned that night that Al Davis fired Lane Kiffin. And it so set me up to crush that audition. They offered me the job, and then I just told Chris Russo, I was like, hey, Chris, you're famous and getting $15 million to walk away. You just told me what you wanted to pay me, and I'm not famous enough to go disappearing on satellite radio yet. So I can't do it. Thank you very much. I'm very flattered that one of the kings of sports talk radio wants to have me essentially launch his network with. Thank you. Very flattered. But I got to say no, because I'm not ready to disappear. And at that time, satellite radio wasn't as prolific as it is right now. So you really sort of went away on satellite radio. And thank God, because, man, I stayed here in the Bay Area. Now I'm never leaving. Met my wife, got my kids. I mean, it would have been a moment in time where my entire life's path would have changed had I taken that job and not come back. You and I would have never been united, honey.
Yeah, that's probably where you regret the choice.
No!
I can tell. It's deeply seated within you.
Being around you, come on, man. It's the best. No, look.
Wow.
No.
You can go to hell for lying as well as stealing. You do know that.
I enjoy your company, Ray. I even invited you out to ramen last night. I think you and I got a little date to plan. But anyways, we'll worry about that another day. I was thrilled to be in New York. I was thrilled to be auditioning for Chris Russo. I was thrilled that I was literally handed a subject that I had mastery on. Who better in New York City to talk about Al Davis than a guy who lives in the Bay Area, who just happens to be in the New York City and, halfway covers the Raiders, because that's how we used to do it back then. I missed the greatest press conference of all time. I really, truly did. You were in there that day, right?
Yeah, I also think that might have been his last one because he didn't look good.
No, he didn't.
And he got crushed for it, that's unfair. I mean, if you want to laugh at the overhead projector, that's fine. If you want to laugh at his choice of Lane Kiffin to begin with, and the fact that Kiffin helped set up his firing with a 76-yard field goal attempt 2 days earlier, sure that. But I mean, Al was an old man at that point, and it seemed gratuitous. That said, I think it was the last time that he exposed himself to the public in that way, because it played really poorly. It almost made Lane Kiffin seem sympathetic.
It really did. It really did. It was, there was a time in my family where we had to have that awkward conversation with Grandpa that it was time to take away the keys. That's a tough conversation to have, because here's a man that you respect. He's a founding father of the entire family. And now you're saying, hey, you don't got it no more, old man. It's hard to say that to you, but you are actually not just putting yourself at risk the way that you're driving now. You're putting other people at risk, and we need to protect the family from the risk you are jeopardizing it in, just in how bad of a driver that you become. Taking the keys away from Grandpa is always a terrible, sad day. Someone will take the keys away from you, Ray. Someday my kids are going to come up to me and say, Dad, that is enough. That was the one day where we realized that it was time to take the keys away from Al Davis, that he was maniacal in his operation more than just a shrewd, crude leader who bled Raider mantra louder than anyone else.
Except that people had already arrived at that conclusion with him.
But that was the X marks the spot.
No, the thing that happened in that presser was that he realized public appearances were no longer good for him. People had decided that football had passed him by before that, because it had. He was still using the same methods, 40 years after every other team in football had stolen his ideas and applied more money to them. And so it wasn't that anybody took the keys away from Grandpa as much as everybody saw, God, his existence is it's creepy now. And I think that was the thing that stood out from that, is that he was still lucid. I think he knew what he was saying, but just the presentation was so profoundly awkward. And he saw the backlash to it. And it wasn't about what he said, it was about who he was. And I think that was the last time he let himself be vulnerable that way. Because after that, I don't think he did any more of those. And he eventually passed.
Someone from the 510 says, Damon, I remember you on 1050. You had Greg Papa on, and you had a back and forth conversation, and you called him a Raider homer. And yeah, Greg and I were a little frosty after that for a while. We really were. Because I called him out on the carpet. Like, dude, what are you going to say about the Raiders? You're literally cashing their checks. So come on. Did you just see the same thing I did? How can you not be reaching conclusions that all of us are reaching? Anyway, somebody here, Damon, you cover the Niners. Why are you always mentioning the great late Al Davis? Put some respect on that name. I respected Al Davis. Why are we mentioning it? Because today is the 14-year anniversary of it happening, and here was Al's opening statement.
Sometimes things just don't work out. It was after a short period of time that I realized I didn't hire the person I thought I was hiring. And there are reasons which I could go into, but I thought what I would do is bring you up to the period of time right now when this morning I called Lane and told him that he no longer is the head coach of the Oakland Raiders, and I'm dismissing him with cause, and that I just couldn't go on much longer with the what I would call propaganda, the lying that had been going on for weeks and months and a year and time. And he had a few questions. He says, does that mean I don't get paid? I said, that's what I'm saying to you. I said, I warned you, and I will go over with you people exactly how I warned them.
Now, was Lane Kiffin paid? I believe there was a settlement reached.
Yeah, I think they threw lawyers at each other, and eventually there was a payment to make it go away.
But look, Al went full scorched earth that day. I mean, he called Kiffin a con man. He called him a liar. He called him a professional liar. He blamed Lane Kiffin on everything that had ever gone wrong with the team, I think before even Lane Kiffin joined the team. I mean, to the point where he basically said Lane was responsible for the bad bathrooms at the Coliseum. I mean, he just went nuclear on the guy.
Well, no other coach had ever been that defiant and that insolent. John Gruden would push buttons, and he did it for 4 years, but he was getting them results. Kiffin was almost like sticking his jaw out saying, go ahead and hit me.
Well, the Janikowski field
goal
was a middle finger to Al.
Yeah, but it was the last middle finger, because there had been others. And it was just the way he handled press conferences, the way you'd see him roll his eyes when Al's name came up. I mean, he was aggressively disrespectful. And while I think at that point, there wasn't a lot of reasons to respect the current Al Davis, he's still your boss.
Right.
And so whatever you feel like, you keep that under wraps.
Well, and he's still a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I mean, from that standpoint alone, you give some good graces.
But even never mind that. Even if he was a lousy owner and didn't have the footprint that he had in football, he's still paying you. So if you're going to sit there and pick the fight with him publicly, that's what you're going to get.
Well, here, Lane wasn't stupid. He knew what was coming.
Oh, yeah.
He
He
knew what
wanted
was
it.
By the way, Cam Inman.
Cam Inman buried his group. How's your mother? She's fine, thank you.
How's your mother? That was great. One more from...
The fact that he knew that.
Yeah.
That's the takeaway. It's not that he asked, it's that he had found out. Because he was still on his game that way.
In what is maybe the most recognizable quote from that press conference, it was about Jamarcus. And this is where Al was losing it because he was wrong, just as Greg Papa was, just as everyone was about Jamarcus, except for me, who I said the night he won that Sugar Bowl, that ain't the guy you should ever draft. Here we go. Al Davis saw one Jamarcus Russell game, and it was the Sugar Bowl. That's it. That's why I drafted him. Here we go.
I realized that you did not want to draft Jamarcus Russell. He is a great player. Get over it and coach this team on the field. That is what you were hired to do. We can win with this team. Now, why did I say that? I said it because that was the battle at the draft. My first draft with him, about 7 days before the draft, he came to me, and he didn't think we should draft Jamarcus. And I told him we were going to draft Jamarcus. He had other ideas.
And that's where the divorce started, Ray. I mean, that right there. You're telling me you're going to saddle me and my career here, my first go-around as an NFL coach, with a quarterback? Well, I'm telling you, do not draft him. Of course it got off to a terrible start.
And deservedly so. I mean, Al was not... Very few people could tell him much of anything, but once he settled on something, that was it.
That was that,
And the only thing you did by carrying on a discussion with him about something he'd settled on was basically, hastening the end of your career there. And I think ultimately it is an amazement to me, and this is not so much about Kiffin, but that Gruden stuck out 4 years because he and Al would butt heads all the time. I mean, Al was not a huge fan of Rich Gannon because Gannon didn't have a big arm. He was never a big fan of Ken Stabler. And Stabler got him a Super Bowl. Al had ideas about what football should be. And many of them were incredibly innovative. But when everybody else has taken the innovation, it's no longer innovative. It's repetitive. And that's ultimately what happened with Al. That and the fact that he was as cash poor as his son is now.
By the way, I am scrolling back here because it wasn't too long ago. Oh, my God, you're right. Somebody on the text line just said, if you remember, in that same game, Lane Kiffin had the team wear the white jerseys at home. I'm surprised Al didn't fire him at the coin toss.
He probably, if he could have gotten down there, he would have.
Had the Raiders ever worn white jerseys at home before or since that day?
I can't speak absolutely to that, but I don't remember another time where they wore white in Oakland.
You know who they could have had that day instead of Jaminkus? Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
Good call, 650. Oh, man. I mean, I tell you, that was a moment in Bay Area history. We're never going to get anything like that press conference ever served to us again. Number one, I don't even think overhead projectors even exist anymore. I don't think there is one outside of some sad classroom in the worst run middle school in America where you're getting overhead projectors still in the mix. Certainly no NFL. Look at it this way. We were told conclusively this week by Fred Warner himself that blackboards don't even exist in the NFL anymore.
Oh, no, blackboard. I'd be shocked if anybody makes overhead projectors anymore. I mean, it's work intensive to make them when you can just we'll just get 1,000 laptops from Apple. They give them away to schools. So I can't imagine that anybody's using overhead projectors anymore for anything. Hell, people aren't using offices anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Things done changed. David in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello, David.
Hello, Damon and Ray. I have a question.
you're right sometimes, but you never say you're wrong, Damon.
Oh, I've been wrong plenty of times, and I got people telling me I'm wrong all the time.
Okay, but then you're bringing up Al Davis, and it's kind of
David, I didn't hang up on you. Your phone dropped. I did not cancel David right there. That wasn't me. David's line is still on. David, you still there?
I'm here.
Oh, there he
Can you
is.
hear me?
He's back. He's back. Here's David. What do you got, David?
Yeah, this Al Davis. As far as people of color, he's been probably one of the only owners that have went out his way to give somebody an opportunity that deserves the opportunity because of what they are, not who they are, and because they're not familiar or he's not
right. But we're not
familiar
talking about that. We're not talking about that, David. Seriously, like we're talking about Jamarcus Russell and this press conference. That's what we're talking about because it's the 14-year anniversary of that press conference. Did you ever hear me say that Al Davis wasn't great in terms of elevating minorities in this league or hiring Amy Trask? I mean, that's the ultimate minority in football. We're bringing in a woman.
He's been dead for 11 years, and he's still the most important figure for diversity in the NFL.
I mean, him and what? It was and the Steelers.
Yeah, but Al more than any, because Al did it in the 70s when
he gets credit for that. He gets credit for that.
He gets that's why he's in the Hall of Fame, because he basically didn't see color. He saw football. The only thing that happened to Al Davis is that he got old and the football he believed in became passé.
Yeah. Look, David, I if you want to bring up I never said Al Davis was anything other than everyone's favorite Maverick and a great owner up to a point in his career where he became a level of Jerry Jones, meddlesome, cantankerous, with his draft picks flaming out like a bonfire, one after another, over and over again. You know what's going to happen when I'm in my 70s? I'm going to lose my fastball too. There's no doubt. Ray's 84. It's amazing he still throws as hard as he does.
Yeah, but I'm a spry 84.
You really are. You are a lickety-split 84, if there ever was one.
No, Al Davis's place in pro football is secure. And he was on top of his game for a lot longer than he wasn't. But he did stay too long at the fair, the way most people in any line of work tend to. It is human nature not to want to give up the thing that made you who you are.
And by the way, there's no ability to go back and check the tape, but I can tell you that there are two NFL draft picks that on the night that they were made, on the surface of the moment, I laughed at and told you, ain't no chance. Jamarcus Russell was one, and A.J. Jenkins of the Niners was the other. So that's it. And I'm not always right. I'll tell you when I'm wrong. Lord knows my listeners keep the scoreboard better than I do. The one thing that I do totally accurately is count the shows. And oh, by the way, Ray, wish me a happy anniversary, or a nice round number, I guess, because today, of my 4,036 shows hosted, today is the 2,000th show I've ever hosted on 95.7 The Game. Number 2,000. Today. 2,000 shows, which means I'm officially at this station almost as long now as I was over there.
Did you think to bring a cake?
No, because it's time for me to be about 2,000 pounds lighter. So.
Did you think to bring in alcohol for us?
No, but I do have a nice cash prize for you.
This is going to be like a bag of nickels?
The sock of nickels.
I'm going to hit you. Better.
I'm going to hit you with it down in the parking lot.
Frankly, and a sock you wore, thereby further diminishing its value.
By the way, do we have? Is this the?
That's Braves Mets.
Okay, so did the Phillies play their second game today?
No, got rained out.
So they're still alive.
So for another few hours at least.
Do you realize that this morning, the San Francisco Giants had a chance to reach the playoffs. It's a 1 out of 2,745 chance to make the playoffs, but that is the math that Andrew Baggerly cracked. He wrote this down today in The Athletic, saying that the Giants have 6 games remaining, and here's what has to happen for them to pull off the most improbable postseason appearance ever. It really would be. The Giants must sweep their remaining 6 games, starting tonight against Arizona, and then 3 in San Diego. And then the Phillies must finish no better than 1 or 6, and they won the first game today before they got rained out. They have 4 at Washington, 3 at Houston. And then the Brewers must finish no better than 1 and 5, or the Giants go 5 and 1 and both the Brewers and Phillies lose out, which is now no longer possible because the Phillies have won. So put it this way, the Giants only need 17 of 19 outcomes to go their way, including them running the table from here on out. And that's all they got to do to reach the postseason. Well, that's it. That's it, Ray. Here's
the fact that they're still in it at this point.
It's kind of amazing.
And they're at 500 right now.
Yeah, they won 9 out of 10.
I wouldn't have bet them sniffing it at this point.
They won 9 out of 10 to get back to 500. Ford Proctor hit his first career home run, which was a grand slam last night. Camilo Duvall saved number 27 out of 30 chances. Let me ask you, do you think Carlos Rodon started his final game for the Giants last night?
Yes, I do, but not because the Giants want to get rid of him. I think he's going to test the market, and somebody's going to say, you know what? He lasted a whole year. He was sharp beginning to end. Let's give him 30.
If Rodon isn't this team's number 1 re-signing priority, something's wrong. And I don't know how much love he's got for Kapler or how much fun he had here, but he was incredibly successful. And as a matter of fact, right now, he's leading the National League in strikeouts with 237. He's got 11 double-digit strikeouts for the Giants this year. That's nothing short of a franchise record. He just threw down one of the best pitch seasons in the history of Giants baseball. They should 1,000% say, so what's your best offer? Is it better than $100 million over 3 years? Because that's what we're willing to give you. $100 million over 3 should get the job done. Unless he's got like 125 waiting over 4 somewhere else, in which case the Giants should match it. They really, really should.
But now you get into 2 separate questions. One, if the Giants don't want to do that, it won't be because the baseball operations people didn't want to do it.
Right.
That would be a budget thing. That would be Greg Johnson's problem. And the other possibility is that he's just not interested in coming back. Because, he might be fed up with, playing on a team that's not in it. I mean, they won 9 out of 10. They're back to 500, and they are 30 games behind the Dodgers. Dodgers have won 108 games.
They're just monsters. They just keep on plugging away. So we'll see if the Giants can stay above water, but for one more night. It ain't just all on them anymore. By the way, the A's, I'm sorry, 100 losses for just the second time in team history. They got 1 hit by Shohei Ohtani last night, who took a no-hitter into the 8th inning. That guy, if he had actually produced the no-no, that would have closed, or I don't know if it would have closed the gap between him and Aaron Judge, but it would have made the MVP debate a little more worth having, even though it'll probably be Judge anyways. The A's are scheduled to face Ohtani again in their final game of the season if the Angels stay on their scheduled rotation. But even though this is the only second 100-loss team in Oakland A's history, it is unquestionably the most disgraceful season in the entire history of the entire franchise, going to Kansas City or Philadelphia. And for that final homestand, John Fisher should be stripped naked and tied to that flagpole out in front of the Coliseum and just have a bucket of rotten tomatoes for fans to pick up and throw at him.
That seems fair.
Don't you think that should be?
I really. You lost me at naked. That's not a vision I want.
Boxer briefs. Well, you don't have to see. You don't have to see the dong.
At least tidy it up some. No, they got what they deserved. This is not actually the most revolting season that this franchise has ever put together. The year that they drew 300,000 and chased Charlie Finley out of town at last by doing essentially the same thing that they're doing this year, which is refusing to go, that's probably the worst.
Because if you don't get the X marks the spot of the owner beat it, then this was bad.
No. This was the worst since then.
This team's going to play 162 major league games without even a whiff of interest, mainly in their own fan base.
Yeah, no, their fans, they voted with their feet. They just said, no, I'm not coming there. I refuse to give that guy money. And that's all this is. I mean, they wouldn't have drawn great with the team in general, but, when you're 55 and 100 and it's done the way it's been done, and it's been done the same way 4 different times in the last 20 years, people just go, you know what? This is entertainment. I'm not married to you guys. If you're not going to try, why should I? And I think that's the only rational way to view this. I think every time there's an empty seat in any arena anywhere, that's somebody who said, I got something better I'd rather do.
Somebody from the 408 says, John Fisher would agree to the tomatoing, but he'd want to charge A's fans each tomato that they threw at him. Yeah.
You know what? That would be the most interesting bit of marketing they've done all year.
Really would be.
I mean,
this should be a new rule in baseball. Anytime your team loses 100 games, which, let's face it, at this point in baseball, that's almost an organizational choice to lose 100 games.
Yeah, it's hard to lose 100 and not want to lose 100.
Right. So anytime you lose 100 games, your owner should be tied to the closest flagpole outside of your stadium for a full tomatoing.
Or just, have him in one place, surrounded by people holding tomatoes, and then just go at him that way. You don't have to tie him to anything.
It's a lot easier to hit a stationary target.
Well, no, you could set his feet in a block of cement.
Oh, so we don't have to tie him to anything, but we can cement him to something?
Well,
what's the difference between tying and cementing, Ray?
Because
you're just literally arguing with me.
No, you don't need a rope. I just like the idea that.
Oh, so we only need concrete?
Yeah, no, I mean, or make him immobile in some way.
That's what tying him would do.
Yeah, but it seems more punitive than. I'd rather have something more festive.
Here's the thing.
No. In fact, you don't even have to worry about him being stationary, because if he's surrounded by fans, whatever direction he's going in, somebody's got a good shot.
Circular firing squad of tomatoes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and you give everybody like an A's raincoat, so they come away with something, so that they don't get any extraneous fruit on them. You're right, I was picking too much of a nit, but then the more I thought about it, that was the best solution.
See, the problem is, though, the minute you bust out the cement shoes, now the police are involved. Because we know where cement shoes usually go. To a bridge and then a little push.
Well, I mean, you just have to say, we're not going to take you anywhere. You'll just be here, and then later you can hire somebody with a jackhammer. But no, I think that just the circular firing squad would be fine.
The big story today, obviously, in the world of sports is the frightening night for the Miami Dolphins and Tua. We have talked about this an awful lot at the beginning of the show. What more can anyone say other than players play? Players play, and they will even lie about their own health and safety to get back out and play more. And that the thing that needs to be probably examined more than whether or not the Dolphins followed concussion protocol is concussion protocol as state-of-the-art as it needs to be? Do they need to take whatever the remedies the protocol says be applied to the player and just say, well, okay, we're just going to double them? If they used to say you got to have your first test within 24 hours and then your next test 48 hours after that, well, maybe you make that first test 48 hours after that, and then the second test is 4 days after that now, and you just string out more time to see what can happen. Again, as somebody who had a El Stroco Loco, there is a thing that happens in your brain sometimes, and it's called an echo. It happened to me. Had my stroke and, pretty much walked out of the hospital when they just said, Mr. Bruce, you had a stroke. And I'm like, really? I don't feel strokey. Even though I did. I felt a little funny in my left foot, but I didn't want to admit it.
See, so once again, lying to the doctor.
Kind of, yeah. Well, I discharged myself against medical advice. They wanted to keep on looking at me. I had a Steph Curry interview, which Gianna got and crushed, by the way, that day, so good for her. But I wanted to get to that Curry interview, so I was going to come on and get back to work. And 2 days later, the entire left side of my body became temporarily paralyzed. It was something else, man. It's a scary-ass moment when you lose faculty like that. So I
guess
know
you have a new sort of respect for taking a day off now.
A little bit. So the nurse who said, anytime you spend a night in the hospital, you should probably take the next day off. So even though I left the hospital, I did take the next day off, but I went home, and then that's when everything in my body just started shutting down, and I said, honey, we need to go back to the hospital while I can still walk downstairs and get out of the house. So brains are scary, tricky things. But how do you keep someone who loves what they do away from what they do? It's hard. Like John Fisher, sometimes you have to tie him down.
Yeah, no, I'll just put him in this. You're right. Tying down is excessive. But no, I think this is something, brain injury is usually irreversible. At some point, you're going to pay the price for that eventually. And that's where, I'm not in favor of player empowerment. It's one of those rare places, you can't play for us. And you can't play for anybody else because we own your rights. So you're going to sit out until we're sure that it makes more sense for you to play. And we're not going to err on the side of what you want anymore. We're going to err on the side of what the current thinking in brain injury is. Because that's evolving too. This is not static. Whatever the two sides agreed to is already outdated because brain injury science has advanced since then. And that should be more fluid, is what I'm suggesting.
Should be able to download a new operating system into protocols if it were only that easy. We have one segment left this Friday afternoon, and we are going to help put money in your pocket by fading the public. It's a Fade the Public Friday, and you'll understand what that means implicitly next. Here on 95.7 The Game, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
I'm so excited for this year's Warrior team. I mean, an argument can be made there have been more sexier teams. This might be their best team top to bottom.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
What is that thing that is going to finally lead the NFL to potentially have a heart?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
What's my word, Steiny? The cooking show with the goo. All the ingredients to get ugly Monday, but yet they could win, and I wouldn't be surprised driving home.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Human welfare can't be found on a football field. What do you think it is we're doing here? Football's dangerous.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thanks so much to Cam Inman for joining us today, and I want to just encourage everyone, especially you Warriors fans, to just keep it on 95.7 The Game. Rip the knob off, as they used to say in radio, because we got Warriors replay from Tokyo, live on tape with Tim Roy, and their win last night, where James Wiseman really showed out. If you're a Warriors fan, you're going to want to stick around because Warriors basketball is coming up next. Top of the hour here on 95.7 The Game. Someone from the 707 says, wow, Damon, I remember your first show all the way back in 2013. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, no, this is 2,000 shows here on 95.7 The Game. Here's one thing I was wrong about. Ray, I promised everyone that I was going to get the A's a new stadium built. That was my big topic on my first show was I'm going to get the A's a new stadium.
And how
my broadcasting prowess could not overcome John Fisher.
Or the $2 billion it was going to cost.
Again, all I needed was to overcome John Fisher, and the billions would have been there. So, yeah, got that one wrong. Somebody says, David, can you play the clip where you found out the Warriors got DeMarcus Cousins? All right. Got that one wrong, too. But, boy, that was an exciting show and a good night. It's time to fade the public, Ray. You know, let's say they fired us tomorrow and you and I had to gamble to make our ends meet and pay our mortgages. I know that neither one of us know enough about sports to actually do well, so we should probably just do what the casinos do. We should bet against the common man. Welcome to a little Fade the Public Friday. We're going to start just by going through some of the games that have the biggest leverages against the public here, and then we're going to pick the one that's got the most. We could just start in our own backyard. 49ers opened as a 1.5-point favorite, and then it stuck there despite 71% of the bets coming in on the Rams. 53% of the money is on the 49ers. That means an awful lot of sharp money is on the 49ers, which feels like a good way to start fading the public. What are the sharps doing? But no, we cannot pick that game because there is a bigger number somewhere else. Everybody and their mother is on the Carolina Cardinals game. Panthers and Cardinals are playing. The line opened at Arizona +3. Right now it's Cardinals plus 0.5 point. 82% of the bets and 86% of the money is on the Cardinals. So do you like the Panthers?
No.
I don't really either.
Because
Christian McCaffrey.
That's exactly the answer.
Might not be out, and apparently there are reports out of Carolina that Matt Rule is losing his locker room. So if you want to lay off that one, I'll let you. There's a bigger number. You're not going to like these circumstances any more than you like maybe giving up on Matt Rule or not being able to play Christian McCaffrey. I want to take you all the way across the pond, Ray, for this game in London, so you can fade the public over coffee, breakfast. The Vikings and Saints are in London for our very first NFL game outside of the States this season, and Minnesota opened at a 1-point favorite. That line moved to Vikings -3. 80% of the money. No, excuse me. 80% of the bets. 91% of the money is on the Vikings against this very banged-up Saints team. Jameis Winston is officially doubtful. Michael Thomas has already been ruled out. And it looks like the Red Rifle himself, Andy Dalton, will be where we're putting our money this week. Because in our first official, and we will keep the record, we will let you know how fading the public did for this show. At the end of the year, we will update it every week. We won't run away from bad results. We won't claim to be responsible for the good results because all we're doing is fading the public. Ray, to fade the public, the most public in the NFL this week, we're taking the Saints over the Vikings.
Plus the 3.
Plus the 3.
Yeah, let's not lose our minds.
Oh, yeah. Saints +3 over the Vikings. Andy Dalton, deliver us to glory.
I think Alvin Kamara will be the guy who delivers you to glory. Because I don't think Andy Dalton's saving anybody from anything, especially without the auspices of Michael Thomas.
So there you go. I hope you enjoyed this week. I know we did. There's a lot of interesting stuff that came up this week, and next week is going to almost feel like a short week because we're starting Monday down Levi Stadium at the Hilton. We're going to be broadcasting from there. So we're going to be doing pregame on Monday, which means come Tuesday, it's all what the hell happened in the Niners-Rams game. And then the next thing you know, it'll be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Next week will be over in the blink of an eye. So it's already going to feel a little bit like a holiday Monday Night Football. When the Niners are on, it makes the week go faster. There's no doubt about that.
Makes the drive go slower, though.
What drive?
The drive to and from the stadium.
Oh, yeah. That's, well,
it's a terrible idea.
When you put something on the moon, it's hard to get to.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for tuning in today. Again, once again, thanks to Cam Inman. Stick around. We got Warriors basketball. The replay comes up next. Lucas, thank you. Grandy, thank you very much. For Ray, I'm Damon, reminding you that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.